Pokémon. Okay, that's all the time I have to say anything about it. You see the time code, you see the title, let's get right into things. But first, I do just want to set some ground rules. I will be ranking the entire Pokemon anime. This includes movies, specials, and shorts. Even though these aren't all canon, they all share the style and general world of the Pokemon anime series, so stuff like the YouTube shorts and series that don't follow that will not be covered here. Also, because of the sheer quantity of Pokemon episodes, it would be infeasible to have everything on one list, so I will be separating each season onto its own list for the sake of visual clarity, and then coming back at the end with a complete monster list. So with all that out of the way, I just want to make one last thing clear. This is all just my opinion, but of course my opinion is right, so this is in fact a definitive tier list. Now let's get right into it. Season 1, Indigo League, 82 episodes. Episode 1, Pokemon I Choose You. The episode, Ash sets out on his journey and befriends Pikachu. I will admit my biases up front and say I am absolutely a Gen 1er in spirit. See, while I did not grow up in the 90s, my cousins did, and it's their hand-me-down VHSs and games I first experienced Pokemon through. And while I never actually played the Game Boy games, my first Pokemon game was Leaf Green, and I even had a few of those Game Boy Advanced anime episodes, so Kanto and the Indigo League anime are incredibly nostalgic for me. That being said, I am going to try and view these episodes with fresh eyes. That being said, I love the first episode, so I'm not going to do that here. I feel stupid, but watching the ending even today made me tear up a little bit. The art and animation, story, and tone were so completely unlike anything I had ever seen before when I first saw it. And it still has some really cool animation segments that I still think hold up to this day. Which is saying something because early Pokemon was often more of a slideshow than an anime. I also appreciate that it doesn't talk down to the viewer or have the crazy JRPG stakes other toy anime and modern Pokemon have. Its world building is a little wonky, but otherwise, for completely changing my life as a kid, I have to give this episode an early S tier. Episode 2, Pokemon Emergency. Okay, so episode 1 will be my nostalgia exception. From here on, I'll be ranking the episodes as best I can on their own merit, although still relative to other Pokemon episodes. This episode introduces Team Rocket and establishes Misty as a member of the team as Ash brings Pikachu to a Pokemon Center when Team Rocket attacks. By this point, I'm remembering the limited animation and the oddities. There's a long segment where Ash tries to protect the injured Pokemon by using the injured Pokemon to fight Team Rocket. And the hospital gets a call for Ash by Oak for some reason. It honestly feels like they're padding for time a lot of the way through it. But establishing a lot of important characters, I have to put it high up. I'll say it's saved from C tier for now and put it in a low B. It also has some really interesting world building, such as the Pokemon Center having a backup generator of Pikachu. Oh, and also Ash blows up the hospital. Episode 3, Ash catches a Pokemon. Okay, so at this point, I've done the math, and only about 100% of viewers are subscribed. Wait, that's the wrong equation. But yeah, I know I can't be as verbose as I want to about everything, so from here on, I'll be a lot more brief with these episodes, where I can. But in this episode, Ash catches Caterpie, and I've started to notice things just sort of happen until Ash stumbles into a conflict to resolve, and the episode lacks a clear structure, which actually feels more like a journey if I'm being honest. At first, he and Misty fight because she hates bugs, then he battles and catches a Pidgeotto, then Team Rocket shows up and the Caterpie evolves. It's not bad or anything, so I'll put it in C tier. There's also a funny moment where Ash tries to fight Team Rocket off with him by himself instead of with a Pokemon. Episode 4, Challenge of the Samurai. Ash tries to catch a Weedle when he's stopped by a kid named Samurai who wants to battle him. This allows the Weedle to get away, who causes a bunch of Beedrill to attack the gang and kidnap Metapod. Ash has to save Metapod, and in doing so, it evolves. This episode follows story structure most closely so far, and Ash has to develop as a character and not blame others for his shortcomings. Though Samurai Kid is an insufferable dick who absolutely causes all the problems in this episode and blames Ash for them, so the lesson he learns in the episode doesn't even make sense. My favorite part, though, the Metapod battle, is a classic. Low C tier. Episode 5, Showdown in Pewter City. Ash faces off against Brock for the Pewter City Gym Badge, but he finds out his Pokemon are bad matchups against Brock's team, so he supercharges Pikachu using a Watermill to attain victory. It's a one-episode gym battle, which I like. Later on, Ash will lose and then come back and sometimes even lose a second time to gyms, so it's nice to have a single self-contained gym episode. Things I don't like, though, gym battles should be a routine thing, and Brock assumably lost to the other 3 trainers from Pallet Town, but his siblings get upset and stop Ash from winning, which doesn't really make sense. Not like losing a gym battle for a gym leader means anything. In fact, they're supposed to lose. But my favorite part, it's clearly setting up a lesson where Ash should ask for help from Misty because she uses water-type Pokemon. But instead, he just doesn't do it. He just doesn't follow the lesson set up. He instead performs animal abuse by winning and supercharging Pikachu, and I just find that funny. E tier. Episode 6, Clefairy and the Moonstone. Ash and gang come across Mount Moon, where Team Rocket has strung up lights in the cave, disturbing the local Pokemon, in pursuit of finding and stealing a giant moonstone. I like that this episode has a couple moments where Ash demonstrates character growth. He has a couple cool bromance tag teams battles with Brock, and I really liked Seymour the Scientist. He's quirked up sexual style. Although the Clefairy can be a bit annoying, and their metronome at the end solves the plot as a Clefairy ex machina. My favorite part, though, Jessie says a dick joke. I don't know. It's average and unoffensive, high C tier. Episode 7, The Waterflowers of Cerulean City. Ash heads to Cerulean City as Misty and Brock separate from him. He challenges the gym only to find out the 3 gym leaders aren't interested in battling. It's then revealed that Misty is their sister and she battles Ash. But midway through their battle, Team Rocket intervenes and Ash has to defeat them, saving the day and earning the Cascade badge somehow. I liked seeing Ash face one of his friends, and I also like how the anime is being more creative with its interpretations of each element in the game. I don't like, though, that Misty's sisters are annoying, and their reasons for not battling Ash has a lot of inconsistencies. It also makes no sense that Ash turns down the badge at first without winning the battle, but later accepts it despite not beating Misty. Or Brock, for that matter. My favorite part, though, Ash tries to throw Pikachu like a Pokeball to enter the battle, which is just really funny. I'm putting it in like a middling C tier. It's a classic episode, but it has some holes. Episode 8, The Path to the Pokémon League. Ash is getting overconfident from winning 2 gym badges and 10 trainer battles, so he heads to face a tough trainer he's heard about, AJ. He loses and begins to criticize AJ's training methods when Team Rocket shows up and, through defeating him, Ash learns to be more accepting. When I watched this as a kid, I hated AJ, but now I respect him a bit more and actually like that they show us the many types of ways trainers can interact with their Pokemon that can be a bit more tough, but still love them, unlike Paul later on. Ash can actually be kind of a dick. He throws hands with AJ multiple times. Also, the repeated animations are starting to show in this episode. My favorite part, though, AJ's Pokemon just wear BDSM gear. High C. Episode 9, The School of Hard Knocks. Ash and company on the way to Vermilion City run into a kid being bullied and help him out, only to find out he's a student at Pokemon Tech. They learn about the school and how Pokemon trainers learn by simulation rather than battle, and wipe the floor with both the kid and his main bully, Giselle. Giselle was focus tested to be the most bitch you can be, and it is really satisfying when Ash beats her with a Pokemon that is actually weak to hers. Although not much really happens, and it feels like Ash just kind of white knights his way into the school. The bullies aren't even that bad. Also, Team Rocket barely gets any screen time, just waltzing in at the end before being beat up without having a chance to do anything. My favorite part, though, Cubone's voice is really funny. He just yells bone over and over again. Low B. Episode 10, Bulbasaur in the Hidden Village. Ash and gang stumble through a series of traps into the village hidden in the leaves, where a girl named Melanie takes care of sick and injured Pokemon alongside a Bulbasaur. Team Rocket attacks and Bulbasaur helps out, prompting Ash to join in, and then he catches it. I really like the concept of the hidden village, and Melanie's voice actor just makes the character feel so comforting. I really like her. My dislikes, though, Bulbasaur joining Ash isn't really related to the plot in any way, and though Melanie's reason makes sense, They're entirely disconnected from their time in the village. It also rings a bit hollow that she wants Bulbasaur to grow, knowing that Bulbasaur will never evolve with Ash. My favorite part, though, in this episode, there's one part in the beginning where Misty's voice actor accidentally laughs and tries to stifle it while giving her delivery, and I just find that amusing. I like that the voice actors are having fun with this series, and I think it shows with the Pokemon dub kind of being a bit better than most of the other 4Kids dubs. High C tier. Episode 11, Charmander the Stray Pokemon. This was one of my favorite episodes as a kid, and it remains really powerful for me. Ash and his friends run into an abandoned Charmander and eventually befriend it by showing it that its trainer lied to it about returning to come and get it back someday. Charmander's loyalty and love for Damien, its original trainer, is heartbreaking. And despite being a staunch pacifist, I do believe animal abusers should be publicly flogged, so seeing Damien get nearly burned to death by Charmander at the end is extremely cathartic. My only issues are that Damien's accent is really stupid, making it a bit hard to take some parts seriously, and Nurse Joy saying that they shouldn't battle because using Pokemon to settle personal disagreements is wrong is dumb because, well, there's 1,000 episodes to get through and that's going to happen a lot. I think it would have been easier to just say, you can't fight in a hospital, which makes a lot more sense. My favorite part of this episode, though, of course, Ash says according to my calculations.
According to my calculations, it does.
This will have to be my first A tier, and a high A at that. Episode 12, Here Comes the Squirtle Squad. So this one's insane. Team Rocket and Ash's group both get captured and harassed by the Squirtle Squad, a band of Squirtle harassing the nearby town. Pikachu gets injured in the escapade, so Ash convinces the Squirtle to let him go to a store to buy a potion, where Gary Oak accidentally beats him unconscious. Team Rocket rob the store with a bazooka, and the citizens of the town hold Ash at gunpoint. Team Rocket then airily bombs the Squirtle Squad, thinking they've murdered them, only to start a forest fire, which the Squirtles then put out, becoming the town's firefighter squad. Then the main Squirtle joins the party. I like that Squirtle has the Gurren Lagann glasses, but before Gurren Lagann, so really Gurren Lagann ripped off Pokemon. I will say the opening narrator is starting to grate on me. He just says exactly what can be seen happening on screen and makes bad puns. Also, Squirtle should have kept the glasses. Huge missed opportunity there. My favorite part, though, Ash hums the theme song at the beginning. My rank, though, low B. Episode 13, Mystery at the Lighthouse. Ash captures a Krabby before stumbling into a lighthouse where he meets Bill, who's looking for a mysterious Pokemon he saw one day. The Pokemon returns only for Team Rocket to scare it away. This episode was a mixed bag for me. It started off a long recap of the series, and Misty is more of a dick to Ash than usual. She says he hasn't actually caught any of his Pokemon, which is just a lie. While Squirtle and Charmander came with him and Pikachu was given to him, he battled and caught the other half. There was also just a lot of lecturing from Ash's friends in the beginning. I do like, though, that this episode builds a lot more wonder for the Pokemon world by constantly toying at the idea of a new Pokemon out there to find. My favorite part, Bill is hot. Okay, my ranking, though, as iconic as this episode is, it also has a lot holding it back for me. I think this is my first D tier, high D tier. Episode 14, Electric Shock Showdown. Ash and his friends finally make it to Vermilion City, where Ash challenges Lieutenant Surge. He loses, but Pikachu is fired up, and after finding Raichu's weakness, they come back for the victory. I like seeing Team Rocket root for Pikachu, and it's cool that Pikachu has a lot of moments of talking that Ash actually understands. It really shows their connection, especially when they're contemplating the Thunderstone. As for my dislikes, though, this will sound weird, but I remembered Surge being a huge dick, but he's actually a pretty cool dude. He's just very confident. And I think that made defeating him a little underwhelming. My favorite part, though, the Pokedex in the games says Raichu's Thunderbolt is strong enough to knock out an elephant, but in the anime they say a Dragonite instead, which I think is a really cool way of retconning out animals, despite the fact the anime has a few real-life animals. But anyway, it's very solid, low B tier. Episode 15, Battle Aboard the St. Anne. I've got a lot of thoughts for this one. The episode starts with Jesse and James tricking Pokemon trainers into boarding the St. Anne, where other Team Rocket members plan to steal all of their Pokemon. Of course, Ash and gang fight back with the help of the other trainers on board. In the B plot, Ash trades away his Butterfree, learning to regret it. He trades back, causing he and his friends to become trapped on the boat as it sinks from a storm. I like that this episode helps to foreshadow Bye Bye Butterfree, as well as show Ash's close relationship with Butterfree. This is especially nice because recently the episodes haven't been giving a lot of time to the rest of his team besides Pikachu. I also really liked the captain's character, even if he was only shown briefly. I also want to say, this was the first two-parter episode I'd ever seen as a kid, and back then, I had a huge fear of being knocked unconscious, so the ending of this episode always fills me with a sense of dread, and I still really like it. Dislikes though, the shady Magikarp salesman James buys from has a really bad Mexican accent, which is just, yeah, and they banned any episode for Jinx because of racism. I also didn't particularly like how the sinking of the ship and the Team Rocket part of the episodes were just completely disconnected. Like, Team Rocket has nothing to do with it, it's just a random storm. My favorite part though, this is our first instance of James being a gender fluid icon. High C, haha, because they're on the high C. Yeah, anyways, that's my rank. Episode 16, Pokemon Shipwreck. Ash and gang team up with Team Rocket to escape the sunk St. Anne. Upon doing so, they get frustrated and hungry, leading to James's Magikarp evolving and attacking them, leaving us on another cliffhanger as they're all scattered into the sky. There's a lot to like with this episode. We see the protagonists team up with the villains. The sunken ship is a really cool set piece, and we get to see Ash using a lot of his team to traverse the ship. The lore of the Gyarados and its eventual use of Dragon Rage are also really cool. The Pokemon world seems so mysterious and yet terrifying. My only dislike is that Misty knew Team Rocket didn't have a water-type Pokemon, and yet still left them to die at the bottom of the ocean. They also seem really nonchalant about throwing their bodies overboard when they think their corpses floated to the surface. My favorite part though, Brock references Noah, which is so funny to me. So in this world, did Noah part the Red Sea with Kyogre? Was there a Poke Exodus from the evil hex-worshipping Poke Pharaoh? Was there a Poke Jesus crucified on a cross made of wood from Trevenant? Low B tier. Episode 17, Island of the Giant Pokemon. Everyone washes up on an island of giant Pokemon. They all have to find each other, then work together to escape, realizing that the giant Pokemon were actually just a theme park attraction. This episode is a large segment where the Pokemon are just alone, and it's cool seeing each of their personalities. Squirtle is mischievous, Bulbasaur is edgy and cool, and Charmander is very sweet-hearted, which all makes sense with how Ash met them. My only gripe is that it really makes no sense that the giant Pokemon are programmed to attack people who get near them if they're a park attraction. My favorite part though, the line from Ekans about how there are no bad Pokemon, only bad people, is one of the few lines from any anime that I've memorized since childhood. I always thought it was really deep, and it applies to pets too. Misbehaved animals are really just mistrained. B tier. Episode 18, Beauty and the Beach. We have reached our first of the banned episodes. Ash accidentally steals and wrecks a boat, so to pay back his debts, he works at a restaurant. Team Rocket, working for a rival restaurant, messes up their business, so to drive up business, they join a beauty contest. We get to see Ash using more of his Pokemon again, and Professor Oak and Ash's mom show up. Ash's mom is very sweet. There are, though, some creepy scenes with Misty, hence the banning, it seems. My favorite part, though, James with inflatable breasts was an amazing decision, but for the episode as a whole, C tier. Episode 19, Tentacool and Tentacruel. A new resort being built in the ocean disturbs a nest of Tentacool, and they destroy the city. But Misty is able to convince them to turn back with the help of her new Pokemon Horsey. The Tentacool are honestly terrifying, mind-controlling Meowth to use them as a speaker and leveling a huge portion of the city. My only dislike for this episode is that Brock points out that it doesn't make sense for a Tentacool to just randomly evolve into a Tentacruel the size of a skyscraper, and yeah, he's right. It doesn't. My favorite part though, Nastina, the cousin of the rival restaurant owner in the last episode, has a constant crowd of male swimsuit models following her around, and I just think that's funny. High C tier. Episode 20, The Ghost of Maiden's Peak. After leaving Porta Vista, the gang makes it to Maiden's Peak for a summer festival, where Brock and James are entranced by a ghost. As they try to survive the night, they discover the ghost is really a ghastly, and they only barely manage to survive by waiting until the sun rises. This episode has always felt really creepy to me. Although a lot of the puns drag it down for me, I still stupidly tear up a bit when the real ghost of Maiden's Peak appears at the end. Although the story of the ghost is literally just Hachiko but with a human woman, and that feels wrong. But it does lead to a great moment where Jessie, upset at the woman treating herself like a pet, launches a bazooka at a literal ghost, which is pretty great. My favorite part, though, Team Rocket sleeps hanging from the trees like bats, which is really funny. B tier. Episode 21, Bye Bye Butterfree. It's Butterfree mating season, and Ash helps his Butterfree court another. It's having trouble, but when Team Rocket kidnapped the Butterfree, our Butterfree has to save them, winning the love of the one it was after. Now, Ash has to release Butterfree and let it be with its new partner. A lot of Pokemon episodes can have a flat conflict, but I actually really like that this has both the main conflict and Team Rocket conflict directly connected. I also like that Ash has more complex motivations in this episode. He helps his Butterfree both because he wants it to be happy, but also because he's proud of his Pokemon and wants to prove it's the best. This is what makes the ending especially heartbreaking because he has to put Butterfree's desires over his own. If I could have any dislike of this episode, it's just that, despite the team wanting Butterfree to be able to defeat Team Rocket on its own, it is ultimately Pikachu that beats them. Next, while I want to say my favorite part is the moment where Ash and Misty impersonate Team Rocket, I have to say it is the montage at the end showing Butterfree's time with Ash. Easy S tier. Episode 22, Abra and the Psychic Showdown. Ash and team are lost in the woods when a mysterious little girl helps them find their way to Saffron City. The same little girl helps them escape from a trick by Team Rocket and is later revealed to be with the gym leader, Sabrina. Ash challenges Sabrina, losing and being shrunk down to the size of a doll. A mysterious man helps Ash and his friends escape. He tells them that Ash's only hope for victory is to catch a ghost Pokemon. This episode has a lot of creep factor, and I also love seeing Ash's determination to win, asking the man for help even when he's using all his psychic power to make him turn away. I will say, though the comedy in this episode is good, there's a lot of it, and it clashes a ton with the Sabrina battle. It feels like a series of events rather than a cohesive episode at parts. My favorite part, though, is when one of the psychics show Ash their telekinesis by bending a spoon. He just takes it and bends it with his hands. I love classic Ash, C tier. Episode 23, The Tower of Terror. Ash braves Lavender Tower in search of a ghost Pokemon, and after some slapstick antics, a Haunter eventually joins him on his journey back to the Saffron Gym. I like the more comedic tone of this episode, and it really sets up the solution to beating Sabrina later on. My only real gripe is that this episode is trying to be more Looney Tunes-esque, but early Pokemon has severely limited frames to work with, so it kinda struggles. Oh yeah, Ash and Pikachu die! That's hilarious. That's my favorite part. The C tier. Episode 24, Haunter vs. Kadabra. Ash goes to face Sabrina again, but after a few difficulties getting Haunter to help, he eventually wins after the ghost Pokemon makes Sabrina laugh. I really like how, after losing to Sabrina twice, Pikachu still stood up and joined Ash the third time, despite knowing it would lose and being afraid of Kadabra. As for my dislikes, after just losing Butterfree, I've always thought it was a huge missed opportunity not to have Haunter join Ash's party. I get why they may not want the protagonist to have a scary Pokemon, but Haunter is perfect for Ash. It has a very bright personality, and I could see it being a fun member of this team. And my favorite part of the episode was Haunter. He gets Sabrina to laugh by committing an act of terrorism. C tier, though. Episode 25, Primeape Goes Bananas. On the way to Celadon City, Professor Oak calls Ash, making him feel insecure about the number of Pokemon he's caught. So, he tries to catch a Mankey, angering it and causing it to steal his hat. After running around the whole episode, he eventually catches it and it evolves into a Primeape. I think it's funny we get some Ash hat lore this episode. I also loved seeing Pikachu try to get Ash's hat back without being asked to. It really shows how their connection is growing, that Pikachu can rush into fights it's clearly afraid of just because it intuits Ash's feelings. I will say I dislike that after 7 Pokemon, Ash still tries to catch Mankey without battling it first, a thing he will do for a long time, which leads to the whole conflict of the episode. While this is the episode with the infamous jelly-filled donut scene, my favorite part is actually the revelation that Professor Oak and Ash's Krabby are best bros who share tea and write poems together. I'm giving this one a low B tier. Episode 26, Pokemon Sensation. Ash finally makes it to Celadon City, but he can't get into the gym because he insulted the gym leader's perfume store. So, Team Rocket help him sneak in by dressing as a girl. They do so in order to steal Erica's secret perfume formula. Ash is soon found out, but Erica lets him battle anyways. However, we can never have a normal gym battle, so Team Rocket blow up the gym, and Ash has to save Erica's Pokemon from a fire. Instead of doing my likes and dislikes for this episode, I'm going to rant for a second because this episode has a lot of implications. To start off, Pokemon has always been set in a sort of utopian world with no real government structure. The League acts as a sort of pseudo-government, and the gym leaders are more community leaders than politicians. The anime also shows a lot more how gyms function as these community centers. The Cerulean Gym has a pool and water shows, Surge helps indirectly support the healthcare industry, and the Celadon Gym is shown to have multiple functions, such as acting as a park, a fitness gym, and having story time for children. Now, I will agree that Ash is a huge dick this episode, but how Erica treats him has really scary implications. Just because the gym is monetarily affiliated with a store and a challenger doesn't like the product, they can be thrown out of the gym? Effectively shut off from the community and essentially any participation in the largest sports/government event in the world, the Pokemon League. Erica even says later that by league rules, she has to accept Ash's challenge. But just because he insulted a product she makes on the side, she has found a loophole to not allow him in the gym in order to challenge her in the first place. I don't really have more to say on that, except wow, what the fuck. I do have to say though, my favorite part is Ash's voice acting. The voice actor of Ash is a woman, yet she plays Ash doing an impression of a girl, and it sounds just like a boy doing a girl's voice, which is just incredible to me. B tier. Episode 27, Hypno's Nap Time. So somehow a lot happens in this episode, and it's all really dumb. Ash and crew make it into town where they find out a number of kids have gone missing. They help Officer Ginny look for them, stumbling upon the Pokemon Lovers fan club. They've been using a hypno to help them sleep, but it's also been affecting the kids and Pokemon in the town. Team Rocket appears, and then Misty accidentally catches a Psyduck at the end. So for my likes, in a post-ironic sense, the Team Rocket encounter is very funny. If it's being played straight though, it is very dumb. Dislikes? It's very convenient in the beginning Ginny has a sleep wave detector. Also, I misremembered the reason the kids acted like Pokemon as being because they were acting out the dreams of the sleeping Pokemon, but no, that wasn't the case. They just pretend to be Pokemon. Also, Nurse Joy not knowing why Psyduck has a headache always frustrated me as a kid because she is a medical professional, yet Psyduck having a headache is literally the only thing separating it from a regular duck. My favorite part, there's a flashback to a band episode near the beginning, which is really funny to me. No one watching the show would know what's up with that. Rank high D. Episode 28, Pokemon Fashion Flash. Brock is looking for the salon of a breeder he admires. While there, they hear about a rival salon dressing Pokemon in gaudy outfits. It turns out the rivals are Team Rocket. They capture Misty and Ash has to save her. This episode actually has a somewhat complex central conflict. On one side, Ash and Brock's hero believe a Pokemon's inner beauty is what's important, while Misty and Team Rocket believe in outer beauty. And it's this gaudy fashion stemming from their belief that ultimately leads to their defeat. My only dislike is that, despite Team Rocket only caring about beauty, they use poison-type Pokemon, including Coughing, which is intentionally designed to be ugly. My favorite part, there is an animation error where Misty's head clips into James' arm when he's holding her, and it just looks like she's decapitated. B tier. Episode 29, The Punchy Pokemon. Ash runs into a wild Hitmonchan and tries to catch it. However, it turns out to belong to a trainer entering a fighting Pokemon tournament. His daughter asks Ash and Brock to beat him so that he focuses less on training and more on his family. They do so, and then he takes Ash's Primeape so he can focus on training. Likes? I like Primeape, and it's really cute to see it come to trust Ash. Dislikes? I'll be real, I hate this episode. The plot doesn't make sense under any scrutiny. The rules of the tournament also don't make sense. And worst of all, Primeape leaves Ash. It doesn't even make sense either. Every time someone gives away a Pokemon to the crew, it's because they know it will be better training on a journey. Yet this time, the dude takes Primeape saying it will get better training, which doesn't even make sense because the whole plot of the episode was about how he needed to stop focusing on training and focus on his family instead. My favorite part though, Ash thwarts Team Rocket in such a casual and savage manner. It's very funny to me. Still, rank low D. It's only saved from F because Primeape has some good fights. Episode 30, Sparks Fly for Magnemite. The crew wanders into a new city, and Pikachu starts becoming sick. They take it to a Pokemon Center just as the power goes off, so they have to get to the power plant to figure out what's wrong. Turns out a horde of Grimer are blocking the turbine. Also, Pikachu's sickness was actually it becoming magnetized, and it attracts a bunch of Magneton, which defeat the Grimer, and Ash catches their boss, Muck. Somehow I completely forgot he catches this one. This episode actually had some good comedy, and it had a cool atmosphere for the town. Although, my largest problem is that there is a huge plot hole near the end where Ash says they can't fight off the Grimer because Pikachu is sick, forgetting he has 4 other Pokemon and that Brock and Misty also have their own nearly full teams. My favorite part though, Team Rocket defeats themselves in this episode. It's held down by some dumb plot moments, but otherwise it's a low B tier. Episode 31, Dig Those Diglett. Diglett are interfering with the construction of a dam, so trainers are called in to shoo them away. However, everyone finds their Pokemon won't come out of their Pokeballs. The reason being, the Diglett are actually protecting this mountain. Also, Ekans and Coughing evolve. Gary's a lot of fun in this episode. He's really cocky, but in an over-the-top way that's enjoyable to watch, a bit like Kayaba. The central conceit of this episode, that the trainer's Pokemon won't come out though, makes zero sense and directly contradicts a previous episode. Ekans said earlier on that Pokemon act on their master's orders, whether they're good or bad, but here they trump that, I guess. My favorite part, according to Gary, Diglett can apparently move at the speed of light? C tier. Episode 32, The Ninja Poke Showdown. Misty wants to get rid of Psyduck, but Brock isn't willing to trade with her. Then they stumble into the Ninja Mansion, where Ash faces Koga. The battle is interrupted by Team Rocket, where Psyduck saves the day after receiving animal abuse from both them and its own trainer. Then Ash completes his battle and earns the Soul Badge. I like that Ash beats another gym leader. That's very rare. The battle with Koga, though, was very simple, and I really hate the use of evolution mid-battle that Koga and Sabrina do. But I do love how Koga's gym is set up with traps to literally kill trainers entering it. It's very fun. B tier. Episode 33, The Flame Pokemon-a-thon. Ash stumbles into a Pokemon reserve, not for the last time, and gets roped into a Pokemon race after a ranch owner, Laura Laramie, gets injured. Her rival, Dario, not the Brando, is using Team Rocket to sabotage the race, but Ash wins in the end, riding Laura's Ponyta. I didn't have anything I especially liked or disliked. It was just a relatively solid episode all around, but my favorite part is when Brock meets Laura, he does a really dopey southern accent, and I find that funny, and I should probably be offended because I'm from the South, but B tier. Episode 34, The Kangaskhan Kid. In the Pokemon Safari, the protagonists stumble upon Tommy, a boy raised by Kangaskhan, and they have to help his parents reunite with them while also dealing with Team Rocket. I really feel for Tommy, and his flashback with the Kangaskhan is very bittersweet. I hate Tommy's father, though, and not in a funny way. Also, it never made sense to me why you can't catch Pokemon in the Safari Zone in the anime. My favorite part is actually a fun fact. So, in the original Japanese dub, Tommy asked if he could breastfeed from, well, and obviously that was taken out, which leads to a really strange moment where Tommy's dad tries to jump him while ripping his shirt off, which becomes much funnier without the original context of the joke. As for my ranking, annoying, bad comedic episode, high D tier. Episode 35, The Legend of Dratini. Our second banned episode, and this one is surprisingly good. And it also fills a lot of plot holes for me. So Ash goes to a part of the safari where you are allowed to catch Pokemon. Team Rocket challenge him to see who can catch the most, but this is a guise to extort the safari manager for the location of a Dratini, which they seek out. Ash stops them, nearly drowning in a lake in the process when Dragonair helps them. This is also where he catches his horde of Tauros. There's actually a lot I like in this one. It has one of my favorite Team Rocket jokes in the series. Misty has a cute bro moment with Ash, and Team Rocket brutally emotionally manipulates the Safari Zone guy, which is pretty unexpectedly funny. The Safari Manager himself is actually cool, although he is very trigger happy. I've got to give this one an A tier. Episode 36, The Bridge Bike Gang. Ash and company want to take a shortcut to Sunnytown across a bridge, but they need a bike to do so. Luckily, Nurse Joy offers them bikes as long as they take medicine to the neighboring Poké Center. On the way, they encounter a bicycle gang and get caught up in a storm. The bike gang is really funny, and the characters are sweet. This is also where the ever-evolving Jesse and James lore starts getting crazy. Despite that, the entire episode is avoidable if Ash just told the gang he was delivering medicine at the beginning, because that's how they solve the conflict at the end. No favorite part, D tier. Episode 37, Ditto's Mysterious Mansion. If I said everything I wanted to say about this episode, I'd be here way too long. I can say that about a lot of these. So I'll just say this is a really fun episode and bring your attention to something else. Apparently Ditto keeping its face when it transforms is a defect that only the Ditto in this episode has. Ditto is supposed to fully transform. I never knew that. I thought they all kept the face. Also, apparently Brock has the canonical ability to always know if somebody is a woman or not, regardless of how they're dressed. He had better hide from Matt Walsh. Rank B tier. Episode 38, Electric Soldier Porygon. Our next banned episode. The Pokemon transfer system is on the fritz because Team Rocket has entered the digital world. So Ash and crew go in to stop them. Nurse Joy uses a vaccine program to treat what she thinks is a virus in the system, so everyone has to escape before the program erases them. I don't really have anything I liked. This episode had a lot of really dumb things that just don't make sense. Also, it, gave a ton of kids seizures. D tier. Episode 39, Pikachu's Goodbye. Pikachu befriends a colony of wild Pikachu and then saves them from Team Rocket. So this would be a perfectly average C tier episode, except that at the end, Ash spontaneously decides to abandon Pikachu before changing his mind. They play the whole montage of memories like with Butterfree, but lacking all the emotional weight behind it. I've heard online this episode was made to fill the time slot in Japan lost by Electric Soldier Porygon, and I'd believe it considering it takes place in an unspecified location and doesn't reference either the previous or next episode like usual. Regardless of being rushed out or not though, that doesn't excuse trying to violently emotionally manipulate the audience like that. This one is our first F tier. Episode 40, The Battling Eevee Brothers. So basically it's Electric Shock Showdown, but with some kids Eevee instead. I think this episode is well executed with nothing especially standing out, either good or bad. It's a solid middle of the road C tier for me. My favorite part though is they keep calling Vaporeon Vaporeon, after Water Vapor. Episode 41, Wake Up Snorlax. Like the title says, this episode centers around waking up a Snorlax. It's blocked the river to a nearby town, so Ash and Team Rocket work to try and wake it up. This was a solid episode. My only real issue about it is that the town is experiencing what is essentially a famine, yet no one seems that concerned about it. For my favorite part, this will sound strange, but the thorns Snorlax eats upon waking up look strangely tasty. Like, they have some crunch to them, and Snorlax seems to really enjoy them. Ever since I was a kid, I thought they must taste good. It's a C tier, though. Episode 42, Showdown at Dark City. The gang comes to a town where Pokemon trainers are feared due to two warring gyms fighting for league approval. Ash and friends get them to stop fighting and make them realize that they need to start from scratch, with a love for Pokemon rather than violence. There are some cute Pikachu moments in this one. I love Pikachu's obsession with ketchup, and I assume it's because it sounds like Ash's last name, Ketchum. There was really nothing I disliked about this one, although my favorite part is that Electabuzz for some reason doesn't say its name, but just makes a weird shouting noise. I'll give it a low B tier for being fun and inoffensive. It also has a mostly coherent lesson, unlike some other episodes. Primeape. Episode 43, The March of the Exeggutor Squad. This one has a much more meandering plot. There's a carnival going on, and the team gets roped into helping a magician, Melvin, improve his act with his Exeggcute. While doing so, Ash gets accidentally hypnotized by the Pokemon, so Melvin decides to use him as free slave labor to catch a bunch of Exeggutor, which he plans to use to hypnotize his audience into liking his show. But Team Rocket try to steal the herd of Exeggutor, leading to the herd hypnotizing itself and stampeding. The mayor has put a time bomb in the city to kill them all, so Ash and Melvin have to snap them all out of the hypnosis before it goes off. And in doing so, Charmander evolves. If you don't think too hard about it, this is a fun episode. However, Melvin is an absolute asshole and never gets called out for it. Also, for some reason, Ash is smarter at Pokemon battling while hypnotized than he is lucid. This one gets a high D tier. Episode 44, The Problem with Paris. A medicine keeper needs Ash's help evolving Paris. Meowth has a crush on her and helps pump up Paris, giving it the confidence it needs to defeat Charmeleon and evolve into Parasect. This one has a solid through line, but it never made sense to me. Charmander was always very loyal and sweet-hearted, so it always made more sense to me that Bulbasaur or Squirtle should evolve into the disobedient Pokemon. It also doesn't make sense for Charmeleon to disobey Ash in the first place, since he is an experienced trainer with 6 badges. Also, it makes no sense he would use Charmeleon to train Paris in the first place, considering it's twice effective against Paris, and at the beginning he was choosing Pokemon that were weak to Paris' type. I have to put this one in D tier. It's also held down by the fact that, in advance, there will be a very similar episode to this that retroactively makes this one worse, but I'll mention that when we get to it. Oh hey, as of recording this, I actually got to that one, so that's cool. I watched it yesterday. Episode 45, The Song of Jigglypuff. The crew make it to Neon City, the city that never sleeps. Nearby, they encounter a Jigglypuff that can't sing. They help it sing, making the worst gag character in the entirety of the series, and then they bring it to town to put everyone to sleep. This episode was really meandering. They only help Jigglypuff through coincidence rather than an actual flaw it has to overcome, and the characters all act dumber than usual. It's not terrible, but certainly below average, so I have to give it a middling D tier. Episode 46, Attack of the Prehistoric Pokemon. The gang wanders into a fossil dig, but Team Rocket has set up dynamite, which awakens the prehistoric Pokemon, which attack. During this, Charmeleon gets so pissed it evolves into Charizard. The plot is saved by Jigglypuff Ex Machina, and Ash just so happens to fall on a Togepi egg that was there for some reason. This episode made me realize I've flip-flopped on opinions of some characters since I was a kid. I really like Gary. He's almost written like an abridged version of himself. I also really hate Jigglypuff. It's just annoying. My favorite part of the episode, though, is when Officer Jenny proves she really is a cop by, instead of helping solve the problem, gaslights everyone into thinking it didn't happen. I think D would be too harsh. It's just a low C tier for me. Episode 47, A Chancy Operation. Pikachu gets injured, but there's no Poké Center nearby, so the gang has to go to a human hospital. At the same time, a traffic accident has led to a rush of Pokemon having to come to the same hospital, so the gang helps out. Jessie playing nurse is also a really cool piece of accidental foreshadowing. There isn't much plot, and it's a little weird there's only one doctor working in this entire hospital, but it's really fun watching the gang play doctors, so I'm still going to give this one a B tier. Episode 48, Holy Matrimony. This one is the James lore episode. James is returned to his wealthy parents' estate and gets roped into a marriage he tried to run away from years ago. This episode has some great misdirection and is one of the first times so far to make me actually laugh out loud while watching it. The only thing holding it down for me is that James definitely should have kept his old Gyarados, but otherwise it's an easy B tier. Actually, fuck it, A tier. Episode 49, So Near, Yet So Far-Fetched. Misty finds a Farfetch'd, but it turns out it has a trainer that swindled her out of her Pokemon. So they have to find the kid again and teach him that instead of stealing, he should battle Pokemon. It's a solid episode, but the kid's motivation doesn't really make sense. Also, apparently Jessie has a Lickitung in this episode despite not catching one yet. Low C tier. Episode 50, Who Gets to Keep Togepi? Professor Oak updates Ash's Pokedex just in time for the entire main cast to fight over the Togepi egg. Once it hatches, they decide to hold a 4-way tournament to decide who, out of Brock, Misty, Ash, and Meowth, should get to keep Togepi. Meowth actually beats Onix, but Ash wins the tournament. Yet, Togepi imprinted on Misty, so she kept it. This was a really fun episode. Meowth's motherliness towards Togepi is actually kinda touching, and Pikachu is really cute in this episode. Misty also gets a couple Sakuga shots, which is rare for Pokemon. I think if Meowth actually won the tournament but had to make the decision to give up Togepi to Misty, this would have been an easy S tier for me, but as it is, I'm putting it in A tier. Episode 51, Bulbasaur's Mysterious Garden. After fighting a Rhydon, Bulbasaur starts to evolve. It's whisked away to a mysterious garden by wild Bulbasaur as a part of some evolution ritual. The Venusaur holding the ceremony attacks Bulbasaur for not evolving, but when Team Rocket show up and Bulbasaur learns Solar Beam to save the Venusaur and Ivysaur, it's accepted by them. The plot isn't crazy or anything with this one, but I really like the mysterious nature of the Bulbasaur in this episode, so I'm giving it a high C. Episode 52, Princess vs. Princess. Pokemon is such a weird world. It has so many clearly socialist elements, yet in episodes like this, there's an entire holiday created by companies from a worldwide sale on women's products. It's a fully corporation manufactured holiday like Prime Day or something. And during the holiday, Misty and Jessie enter a contest to win a doll set. Jessie almost wins using a Lickitung she caught at the beginning, but Misty pulls it off at the end. The Psyduck gag has been getting old, so it's nice to see Misty actually get to battle for once. It's just a shame she borrows Ash and Brock's Pokemon instead of using any of her own. This one's a solid C tier for me. Episode 53, The Perfect Hero. It's Kids' Day, so the gang has to entertain a bunch of preschoolers. That's the episode. Team Rocket has some good moments where they try to play good guy, but it's a really directionless episode. All the kids are annoying and the gags aren't funny. D tier. Episode 54, The Case of the Canine Caper. Ash enrolls Pikachu in a police training course. Team Rocket then attacks and tricks all the police Growlithe into thinking they're Officer Jenny. Hijinks ensue. Jigglypuff is there for some reason. But ultimately, all the Pokemon realize they don't need scent nor sound to recognize their trainers, because their bond is just strong enough to overcome trickery. And also, it's actually sight. Sight is the way they do it. So if they blinded them, the plan might have worked. I don't really like how Pikachu attacks the Growlithe since they're innocent, just being manipulated, but there's a sweet moment where Officer Jenny lets the Growlithe bite her to make them recognize her that brings it up for me. Low C tier on this one. Episode 55, Pokemon Paparazzi. Ash and gang come across Todd, a Pokemon photographer adamant about taking Pikachu's picture. It turns out Team Rocket hired him thinking he took Pokemon, not took pictures. This episode was a lot more focused than the previous few, and I liked Todd's passion. My favorite part in this one, though, was that Ash must have PTSD from all the guns in this series, because when he first sees Todd's camera, he thinks it's a gun and pushes everyone to the ground, making them easier targets, actually. Also, for some reason, despite the jelly-filled donuts scene in the Mankey episode, Ash calls them rice balls this episode. Why make the change before if it's okay to say it now? I'll give this one a high C tier. Episode 56, The Ultimate Test. Noting how Ash hasn't been to a gym in a while, Misty suggests Ash take the Pokémon League entrance exam, a standardized test that equals 8 badges if passed. Team Rocket had the same idea, but they get frustrated with the test and attack the test taker, and that's the plot. This one's not bad. It's clearly a more comedically focused episode. The thing about comedy, though, is that even when it's absurd or involves misdirection, it still needs to be grounded in something. But here, the comedy comes at the expense of making no sense. For example, Ash gets a perfect 0% on a true or false exam, which is funny despite the fact we see that some of the answers he got were correct. He also gets some questions wrong, which he 100% should know the answer to based on previous episodes. Also, Jessie just guesses true for every question, so it doesn't make sense how she also got a 0%. And that makes Ash's make even less sense because we see him put false for some of them and still get them wrong. Just a middle C tier for me. Episode 57, The Breeding Center Secret. A new breeding center is opened up in town. It turns out that it's run by 2 members of Team Rocket, Butch and Cassidy. The gang, still hanging out with Todd, get pictures of the abuse at the center when Butch and Cassidy call Officer Ginny on them and get them arrested. Misty has to sneak back into the center to find Todd's camera and prove their innocence. Also, apparently, James has a weeping bell now randomly. This isn't an issue of episodes being out of order, he just literally gets it out of nowhere. I will say it's nice to see a more competent Team Rocket, and it's nice to see the rare episode where they are the main plot and not just shoehorned in. B tier. Episode 38, Riddle Me This. We make it to the first of a 2-parter gym battle. Misty helps Ash break through the riddles of Blaine to discover his gym on the tourist trap Cinnabar Island. The fact that Ash has only actually won like 1 gym battle comes to bite him in the ass as he challenges Blaine and gets destroyed. And we end on Magmar about to defeat Pikachu. This one meanders a bit at the beginning, but I like the battle. This is also a really dumb reason, but I'm not putting this in B tier because Magmar just looks so stupid. I cannot take it seriously at all when it's trying to be intimidating. I'm giving this one a high C tier. Episode 59, Volcanic Panic. Ash actually knows when to back down and forfeits. Ash actually knows when to back down and forfeits at the beginning of this one. Then, of course, Team Rocket has to interfere, triggering a lava flow that could lead to an eruption. Charizard, which wasn't listening to Ash in the last episode, decides to help Magmar plug the flow. It then starts to listen to Ash just enough for him to win a rematch against Blaine. The world building and lore in these last 2 episodes, as well as a few plot contrivances, are wonky and hold it down, but otherwise I'm putting this one in B tier. It was a lot more focused, and I like that Ash actually earns another gym badge for once. Episode 60, Beach Blank Out Blastoise. The gang is trying to leave the island when they run into a war turtle. It takes them to the secret breeding grounds of Squirtle, where their turtle king, Blastoise, has fallen asleep, along with all the other Pokemon on the island. It turns out Jigglypuff has somehow gotten itself stuck inside its shell, so they have to get it out, while also dealing with Team Rocket. Honestly, I hate Jigglypuff, but I'm giving this one a B tier just for the potential. Like, there's a lot of unintentional terror in this episode. Ash merely touches Blastoise's shell and is immediately knocked unconscious. When Team Rocket capture Blastoise, they fall asleep and their submarine starts sinking to the bottom of the ocean. If those ideas were capitalized on, it could be an easy S tier, I think. Episode 61, The Misty Mermaid. Misty wants Horsey to have a bigger space to swim in, so the gang somehow makes their way all the way from Cinnabar Island to Cerulean City, where they get roped into her sister's underwater ballet show. Team Rocket interferes, but the audience thinks it's part of the bit, and the show becomes wildly popular. So to help out for when they're gone, Misty gives her sisters Horsey and Starmie. The episode was okay, but the Cerulean sisters' motivations never make sense to me, and their voices become really grating over a longer period of time. The art in this episode also seemed a little off, and I noticed the crowd shots were actually using the same people but palette swapped in them, which was funny. This one left me more frustrated than entertained, so I'm putting it in D tier. Episode 62, Clefairy Tales. Okay, I'm recording this a year later because I just can't find my voice files, so let's do all this again. A real-ass UFO crashes in the forest, and out comes a bunch of Clefairy, which go around stealing items from the nearby townspeople in order to fix their ship. They even steal Pikachu to power their craft, so Ash and Misty board the ship. I actually liked some of Jigglypuff in this episode when it slaps the shit out of the Clefairy, but then it's immediately ruined when it puts everyone to sleep for no reason as the ship launches off. Ash and Misty escape, but the ship is missing parts, so it crashes again. The end, no closure, D tier, moving on. Episode 63, The Battle of the Badge. After some Looney Tunes shenanigans, Togepi ends up with Team Rocket. Giovanni isn't impressed with this capture, but instead entrusts them to his gym in Viridian City, where Ash battles them for the Earth Badge. Earlier on, we also had a cool fight with Gary, including a tie-in with Mewtwo. People clown on Gary, but I think it's really funny he has 10 badges. Considering Johto is connected to Kanto, it's also possible he just slipped over there for a bit and got some. Ash's fight has some cool moments too. It's set up so that whenever his Pokemon take damage, he gets shocked. And I do love it when Ash is stubborn, like with battles, but just not with stupid things. My only real gripe is that the plot meanders a bit, and I liked Giovanni's voice better when it was distorted. Otherwise, it was still really fun. Solid B tier. Episode 64. It's Mr. Mime time. A Mr. Mime at a circus near Pallet Town has stopped wanting to work, so Ash is dressed up as a Mr. Mime to help the circus. Team Rocket mistakes him for the real thing and kidnaps him. His mom is there, but she's unworried. She can magically tell that's actually Ash, but when a second completely unrelated Mr. Mime wanders into her house, she suddenly can't tell it's not Ash. Ash eventually escapes, Team Rocket escapes, and the two Mr. Mimes save the day. The circus one goes back to the circus, and the one that wandered into Miss Ketchum's home becomes her new male servant. And no one addresses this incredibly harsh circus training that caused Mr. Mime to flee in the first place. Now, I would put this one in C tier, but I need to note, they misspell the word mime in the title card. S tier, except then it has Mr. Mime in it, so D tier. Episode 65, Holiday Hijinks. Ash and his friends come across a jinx. Turns out it's one of Santa's helpers and needs to be returned to the North Pole. They venture all the way to Santa's workshop along with, apparently, Team Rocket, who steals everyone's presents. Go figure. But the jinx defeat Team Rocket and Christmas is saved. Okay, so this ranking is going to be very biased. For some reason, this episode just hurts to watch. Like, seeing Ash on the same screen as Santa Claus and talking about saving Christmas just feels so wrong to me. Also, I was skeptical why the episode was banned just for Jinx looking like a black woman. I mean, a pretty offensive black woman, but after thinking about it a bit, all the Jinx are also just kind of Santa's slaves, huh? So, no defense there, Pokemon. Also, there's one thing I just can't let slide. They encounter a Lapras that takes them to the North Pole, and Dexter calls it the Pokemon that understands human speech. The Pokemon that understands human speech. Every Pokemon understands human speech! So yeah, anyways, F tier. Episode 66, Snow Way Out. This episode and Holiday Hijinks were aired out of order, but were supposed to take place after Electric Soldier Porygon. And Ash's team is a little wonky here. So, Ash leads Misty and Brock up the wrong path to a mountain when a blizzard strikes, and he has to survive the night with his Pokemon. He tries to keep them all in their Pokeballs so they stay warm, but they care for him too much and cuddle with him to keep him warm. It's a really simple episode, but it's so sweet, and I really love seeing how much he and his Pokemon care for each other and how they show it in different ways. Realistically, this should probably go in B tier, but it's my list, and I say A tier. Episode 67, Showdown at the Poke Corral. This episode has barely any plot. It's mostly just Ash and Gary hanging out at Professor Oak's lab and talking about Pokemon. Despite that, I don't hate it. I've actually come to like Gary a lot more than I did as a kid. I think Gary more represents the game protagonist, while Ash exemplifies an anime protagonist. Because if the goal is to play the game optimally, Gary is the better trainer. I'll give this one a high C tier, it was fun. Episode 68, The Evolution Solution. Professor Oak is trying to figure out the solution to why Slowpoke and Shellder evolve into Slowbro. So he sends Ash to see Professor Westwood on the Seafoam Islands. Jessie catches a Shellder and, while trying to steal Slowpoke, ends up evolving it instead. The central premise of this episode doesn't make a lot of sense, but it was fun. I give it a mid-C tier. Episode 69, Nice, The P-Kahuna. Ash gets distracted from training when he hears about the legend of a huge wave known as Humunga Dunga and the legendary surfer, Jan, who conquered it. He meets some guy named Victor and his surfing Pikachu that can sense the ocean currents. Honestly, not much happens in this one, but after some backstory and a brief bout with Team Rocket, Victor conquers the waves and then encourages the next generation of kids like Jan once encouraged him. It's a simple but sweet episode, B tier. Pokémon the first movie. Before I start this one, I want to say, I think it should actually be placed after episode 84, A Scare in the Air, as Pidgeotto doesn't show up in this movie. However, all the foreshadowing in the anime itself leads it to be placed here. So, Ash is invited to test his abilities against the self-proclaimed world's greatest trainer. A storm develops as he's about to head out, but he and the gang braves the storm and makes it to the island where Mewtwo was created. They discover it is that very Pokemon calling itself a trainer. It displays its power to the trainers assembled there, before capturing all their Pokemon and cloning them. Ash won't accept Pikachu being taken from him and destroys the cloning machine, releasing all the original Pokemon. Both sides fight until Ash steps between Mew and Mewtwo. Cue the classic scene where he's turned into stone and the tears of the Pokemon set everything right again. I haven't seen this movie in a long time, but there's still a lot I love about it. And there's a lot more I noticed that's great that I hadn't paid attention to before. First off, of course, the beginning of Mewtwo's backstory is still really cool and creepy, and the entire movie has a cool, dark atmosphere that the rest of the series doesn't normally have. It's nice seeing Pokemon in widescreen, and with more animation, of course, but it also experiments with a lot more dynamic camera movement and angles. Some of it's a bit janky, and the early CG doesn't always look right, but I appreciate the ambition. I also noticed they actually foreshadow Pokemon Tears having the power earlier in the movie, when a woman warns everybody about the storm. And I really like how they use the all Nurse Joys look alike gag to make it so you don't pick up on Brock foreshadowing Mewtwo's servant as being Joy. Other things I love the music. It wasn't until I watched Evolutions that I realized how much the music adds. I also love Stubborn Ash, and it's funny how he's always willing to throw hands with a Pokemon. I love Mew, he's a fun little guy. There are some problems with it, of course. I feel like Mewtwo's backstory was a bit fast, and there are some plot contrivances. It also makes no sense at the end why everyone is so upset at Pokemon fighting. They all call fighting wrong, which is just... They know they're in Pokemon, right? Also, I'm just gonna say it like it is, but Mewtwo's a fascist, right? Like, they are not subtle about the clones being a race allegory. Mewtwo literally saying, "Oh, so it's not the circumstances of your birth that determine what kind of person you are," at the end. His plan is to literally commit genocide of all non-clone Pokemon and breed a higher form of life. Overall, though, I still really like the movie. It holds up way better than I was expecting, at least, though they still clearly had some trouble translating the anime to the movie. I'll also say it's always been obvious the anime and the movies are not canon to each other, but this one is different in that it's very clearly intended to be canon. Like, the events of the movie are canon to the anime in that we see a lot of them happen in some episodes, and they give the characters a mind wipe to explain why it doesn't come up again. And later, during the Mewtwo Returns special, the events of the movie will be referenced again as if they happened. There's certainly an argument to be had on the other side, though, but this interpretation brings it up to me. I'll have to fight my nostalgia not to put this in S tier, but I think if I'm being fair, it's A tier. It feels like a long Pokemon episode, but a really good long Pokemon episode, so. The Uncut Story of Mewtwo. This is an adaptation of a radio drama that aired to promote the first movie and acts as a prequel to it. This will actually play before the movie in the expanded edition. It follows Mewtwo's origins and the backstory for the scientists who made him. It's really creepy and kind of heartbreaking stuff. It doesn't work as a standalone special, and I don't know how well it really works with the movie's themes, but I think it's a great companion piece nonetheless. I don't know what I would qualify this as on the list, so I'll just put it next to the movie since that's what it's meant to go with. Pikachu's Vacation. Playing alongside the movie is the short Pikachu's Vacation. For some reason, this was 20 minutes long and mostly constitutes the gang's Pokemon all playing at a Pokemon-only park. They care for Togepi, compete with the other Pokemon there, and play. And for some reason, every single minute, there are these strange, surreal transitions. It's very childish, but it's alright. As the first one, I'll use this as a basis to judge the other Pikachu shorts. I didn't dislike it, but it also wasn't especially memorable either, so I'm just putting it in B tier. Episode 70, Make Room for Gloom. Still putting off training, Ash runs into a plant nursery where he meets a girl with a serious inferiority complex. Team Rocket is there, she battles them, and she cured her mental hangups without therapy. Yay. This episode was offensively average. It is boring where it tries and is bad where it doesn't. It feels like a filler episode even though this show isn't a direct adaptation. The only thing saving it for me is that Ash is especially savage to his friends this episode, and that's fun. D tier. Episode 71, Lights, Camera, Quaction. Ash continues to not train during what should be a training arc, instead stumbling upon a movie being filmed and decides to help out. When the writers get bored role-playing a movie production, they have Team Rocket attack. Another just passable episode. It frustrates me a little less than the last one, but the plot is barely there, and what is there is forgettable. My favorite part though is at the very end, Psyduck screams so loud it sounds like it's becoming auto-tuned. Low C. Episode 72, Go West, Young Meowth. For this one, I want to give a little backstory. I owned a Game Boy cartridge with this episode loaded onto it. I watched this episode over and over as a kid. I thought it was really touching and sad. And I say all this to harp on how forgettable the last episode was, because it feeds directly into this one and continues its plot through the B plot of this one, and yet I completely forgot every second of it. Probably seen this episode 100 times. Meowth's backstory is definitely a highlight from the recent slog of uninspired episodes, but with adult eyes, it's really not as good. Basically, Meowth was an abandoned kitten. He joined a feral Meowth colony, but gave it all up to learn to walk and talk for a girl Meowth with a human fetish. She rejected him, and he came back to town only to be rejected by her again. It's not bad, but Meowth definitely acts like an incel who thinks he's entitled to a girl's affection. I'll give it a B tier because it's at least better than average among the baselines of other Pokemon episodes. I also really love the part at the end where Team Rocket shows up for no reason just to kick the director from the last episode. Also, Meowsy ends up with a Persian, which is like an adult for a Pokemon, so is she being groomed? Episode 73, To Master the Unexpected. Ash goes into the mountain to train with Bruno of the Elite Four who's nearby. While there, a giant Onix rampages and they have to stop it. That's the episode. Still better than a lot of them, and Ash is at least trying to train for once. Mid-C tier. Pikachu short, Christmas Night. I don't know what it is, but the Pikachu shorts just have a really strange feel to them. This one just leaves me with a strange sense of unease that I can't explain. So the trainers have left to pick up a cake and left their Pokemon at Oak's vacation home on Christmas night. They mess around for about 10 minutes, then the team comes back home. C tier. Pikachu short, Kanga games. The Pokemon are playing in the snow when they come across a Kangaskong whose baby plays with them. Meowth is also detached from Team Rocket for some reason and gets involved. I think hearing the Pokemon talk for long periods of time is kind of draining, but this one had some good moments of animation and it wasn't so bad. B tier. Episode 74, The Ancient Puzzle of Pokemopolis. Ash is training with Brock when an archaeological dig team stumbles upon them. Then Team Rocket, trying to steal ancient artifacts, awakens an ancient legend, releasing a monster Gengar from a primitive Pokeball. An Alakazam is awakened too, and the gang has to try and stop them, ultimately summoning a giant Jigglypuff to put them to sleep. Fuck. This one was really mysterious to me as a kid, and I love the ancient Pokemon lore. It doesn't make sense that Pokemopolis was destroyed when the gang uses the same weapon they made to avert their own destruction, but it's a cool little episode, low B tier. The noise in the background is my cat. Episode 75, Bad to the Bone. Team Rocket has been stealing trainers' badges on the route to the Indigo Plateau. Stealing from one kid causes his Marowak to abandon him before coming back, dramatically. I like the Team Rocket infighting in this episode and how well James knows Jesse, and I like seeing all of James's possessions when the gang shakes him and Meowth down for their badges. High C tier. Episode 76, All Fired Up. The trio makes it to the Pokémon League, and they come across a runner with a flame from Moltres. Everyone plays around with the flame for a while, then Team Rocket steals it, and finally the flame makes it to the stadium. The opening ceremony begins, and Team Rocket steals the flame again, and the ceremony actually begins. It was light on plot, but I really like the scene where Ash gets blasted by Moltres' flame, but is unharmed. I like that it's consistent with the other fire Pokemon in the anime, and it doesn't hurt certain people. For that scene alone, I'll give it a B tier. It was pretty cool. Episode 77, Round 1, Begin. Ash enters the first round of the qualifiers. In order to advance in the Pokemon League, he has to beat 4 trainers on 4 different elemental stadiums. He starts off with Water, and using Krabby, which soon evolves into Kingler, he defeats all of his opponent's Pokemon. While it's a little cool to see him trounce this guy, I kind of feel like he doesn't deserve to win. He refuses Misty's help, and this time doesn't have a reason like when he faced Brock. He uses a Pokemon he's never battled with before, and he's way too cocky. And one of the Pokemon he defeats was even by accident. Even when he cheeses a victory with a gym leader, I at least think he earns it, but I feel like this battle was way too easy for him, especially considering how little training he's had and how many Pokemon he's given away. He doesn't even have a full team. C tier. Episode 78. Fire and Ice. Ash wins his second round and heads off in search of food. His friends remind him he needs to find a Pokemon Center, but they're all crowded. They search around and Counter Team Rocket finally find one and make it to win the third round of the qualifiers. Honestly, Ash is starting to become much more of a dick lately, all of a sudden not caring about getting his Pokemon proper care. He could also just be naive in how busy the league is, but in that case, Misty is starting to become the unbearable dick for never just telling Ash what he's doing wrong and always just yelling at him. I will say though, Brock continues to be the Chad. He very swiftly disposes of Team Rocket without even an instant of hesitation in this episode by having Onyx just grab their balloon and toss it. Immense Sigma energy from Brock this episode. High C tier. Episode 79, the fourth round rumble. Just after Gary loses to some nobody named Melissa, Ash is in his first round as he battles a girl named Jeanette. She's tough, but he manages to beat her first two Pokemon, but her last Pokemon, Bellsprout, is able to use Ash's Pokemon strengths against them and dodge all their attacks. But he actually planned ahead for once and had Muck switch onto his team, and it vores Bellsprout for the victory. I'm not kidding, very solid episode. My favorite part was Team Rocket again as Officer Ginny shoots them out of the sky before they can even enact their plan. B tier. Episode 80, A Friend Indeed. After celebrating Ash's victory, he, his friends, Mom, and Professor Oak get trapped on an elevator during a power outage. But a kid who ran in with them, Richie, is able to get it running again. And later, when Team Rocket steals a bunch of Pokemon, he helps Ash chase them down and recover them. I remembered Richie being in a few episodes before the Pokemon League, but I guess he's not? Still, I like that they're at least using a whole episode to set up his character and establish him and Ash's friends before their fight. I also really like the creativity of fishing for Magikarp to decide who faces who. Also, Ash actually realizes he made a mistake and apologizes to Richie at one point. You know what? I actually like this episode. A tier. Episode 81, Friend and Foe Alike. Ash is about to have his match with Richie when Team Rocket kidnap him, and he has to fight his way back to the stadium before he's disqualified. He just barely makes it. He and Richie go back and forth, but he's finally down to his last Pokemon, and he chooses to use Charizard, who refuses to listen to him, and he's disqualified. For such a momentous occasion, most of the episode just feels padded out to me. The Team Rocket drama feels like it's just there to drag out runtime and not because it has any purpose. Although there is a great moment where he steals their bike, saying he's borrowing it, like with Misty in the first episode. And even when they make it to their fight, it's built up to be this clash of close friends, but I feel like the impact is lessened by the fact Ash only just met Richie the episode before. Why not at least have Gary have lost to Richie instead of some no-name? It feels like a wasted use of the tournament arc to have no one Ash met on his journey face him. Also, while I thought it was BS Ash won his first battle, I think it's BS to have him lose here. It makes sense he loses the league. He absolutely should, but the way he loses doesn't feel fair. First, Squirtle falls asleep, which is dumb because if sleep disqualifies you, then Sleep Powder is now an overpowered one-hit KO move. And then when he's down to his last Pokemon, he still has Pidgeotto, Muck, and Kingler available, yet goes with Charizard for no reason. Ash is a stubborn and cocky kid who doesn't think through what he does. If he wants to use Charizard, tie it into one of his character flaws and then make the loss feel earned. But as it is, he just comes off as an inconsiderate idiot who doesn't even consider his other three Pokemon. The rest of the battle was pretty good, but I feel like it's bogged down by the first half and some annoying things. So I feel like I really have to put it in D tier, which I hate to do. Episode 82, Friends to the End. Ash is upset about his loss before coming to terms with it and going to see Richie. He then reminisces about his time at the league. It's basically just an epilogue episode to the Indigo League, so I can't really fault it for being light on story. And it does give a little bit of closure, even if some of Ash's character arc seems misplaced to me. Still though, I think it's just C tier for me. And that ends Season 1. So, where does the season stand on its own? Season 1, Indigo League. The first season of Pokemon sets up a lot of the familiar tropes we would see later on, and it sets a high note for video game adaptations, which usually turn out poorly. It saw enough success to continue running for over 2 decades. Ash, Misty, Brock, and the rotating cast of gag Pokemon keep the series fresh while they slowly traverse the Kanto region. While often oddly paced and lazily written, the writers still leave in a lot of moments that fill the Pokemon world with a lot of whimsy and wonder, like Caterpie and Pikachu talking under the moon in episode 2, Slowpoke fishing in episode 17, the Diglett cultivating entire forests, and the mysteriousness of Magnemite's behavior. I really love the episodes where the plot is nature versus human expansion, such as the Diglett, Grimer, and Tentacool episodes. I feel like that best captures the original spirit of the games, where Tajiri sought to share his bug collecting hobby and frustrations of urbanization with the world. I also just think these episodes are where Pokemon is at its best. The show can be aggressively on model with a frame rate comparable only to Scarlet and Violet, but it can have some moments of great art and animation and be filled with beauty too. I even think, despite being a 4Kids production, the voice acting is some of the best compared to their other properties. There are some small things that bug me though. The lore is pretty soft, and Pokemon types and names get confused. As well, it's weird that Ash is traveling around with gym leaders, but no one, not even Gary, who presumably battled them, ever seems to acknowledge this. Especially when they're at the Pokemon League. Also annoying is the fact that the team will regularly forget about Pokemon moves and abilities they've seen before. Overall, I really enjoyed rewatching the first season. As much as my nostalgia really wants me to put it into S tier, looking back on it, it was both a product of its time and rose-tinted childhood glasses. I was expecting my nostalgia to blind me the whole way through this and struggle to put any episode in D or F tier, but it doesn't hold up as much as I might have wished. Still, it was a great trip through and through, so I'm glad to be putting it in B tier. Just to check in before we move on, we are a few months into Ash's journey. He turned 10 on May 22nd, and the Christmas episode confirms we are at least past December. He has a total of 6 rivals so far and has lost 1 league. Now, on to the Orange Islands. Season 2, Adventures in the Orange Islands. Episode 83, Pallet Party Panic. Pallet Town holds a party for Ash, but not Gary because he's left on another journey. Then Oak sends Ash on a mission to the Orange Islands. And as they set off on this, they encounter the Spearow Ash first pissed off in episode 1, now a Fearow. Pidgeotto evolves during this fight, and he leaves Pidgeot there to protect the forest from fear. Wait, what the fuck? I feel like a lot happened in this episode, which is more than I can say for a lot of episodes. I don't like that Ash gives up another Pokemon though. He does say he'll come back for it, which he does. 1,000 episodes later! And I think it's a huge missed opportunity not to finally capture that Fearow. He tries once, but immediately gives up. Pathetic. Overall though, high C tier, I guess. Unless it's handled as well as Bye Bye Butterfree, I do not appreciate episodes where they give away Pokemon, or else the episode may be higher. Episode 84, A Scare in the Air. Ash wins a free round-trip blimp ride to Valencia Island. Come to find out, it's the same death trap Giovanni assigned Jesse and James to in order to kill them for the insurance money. The blimp falls apart, but they manage to make a crash landing on the island. This was a fun episode, and Jigglypuff, despite being in it, didn't dramatically alter the plot. Also, Team Rocket pretends to be the crew flying the ship, but they never reveal that disguise to Ash and the gang like usual, so they just have to assume the crew died in the crash, right? B tier. Episode 85, Pokeball Peril. Ash makes it to Professor Ivy, who gives them the GS ball. After realizing she breeds all the Pokemon on the island, Brock stays behind and becomes a male wife before Ash and Misty depart. I originally thought Jigglypuff was the reason the blimp crashed last episode, but apparently Ash and Misty were dumb enough to fly the same blimp again, and this is the time Jigglypuff puts them all to sleep, trapping them on the blimp. This ending fills me with so much terror, but the overall episode is pretty light. I'll put it in mid-C tier. Episode 86, The Lost Lapras. Ash and Misty crash land again on another island. They encounter a group of people harassing a baby Lapras, and also encounter Tracy, who tells them about the Orange Group and the Orange League. While caring for the baby Lapras, Ash decides to take on the Orange League. He rescues Lapras when Team Rocket steals it, causing it to decide to take the journey with him. I don't think I liked Tracy much as a kid, and even here, he's a little bland, though I like the idea of mixing up the cast and adding some new gags in. High C tier. Episode 87, Fit to be Tied. Ash makes it to an island with an Orange League gym on it and challenges the leader, Sissy. The gyms don't involve battles, but trials. First, he has to use a water Pokemon to shoot cans, but when he ties with Sissy, he has to break it with a race-riding Lapras. Team Rocket interferes, but fortunately he doesn't get a pity badge and actually wins. Solid episode, nothing really stands out to me about it, but I like seeing the new concepts, so for really introducing them to us, I'll put it in high C tier. Episode 88, Pikachu Revolts. The second they land on Mandarin Island, Pikachu and Togepi start acting strange and run away. Apparently, all the Pokemon on the island have been attacking their trainers. Team Rocket discover it's due to Butch and Cassidy, using a Drowsy hooked up to an amplifying device. Devastated from the loss of their Pokemon, they decide to work with the heroes to save everyone's. But at the end, even after destroying the facility, Butch and Cassidy fight with Drowsy. The day is saved when Togepi learns Metronome and uses Explosion. I love episodes that showcase the trainers' bonds with their Pokemon, and there's a great scene where Ash leverages Pikachu attacking him to destroy the amplifier. It's just a really sweet episode. I'm struggling between A and B tier. I'll put it in A. I'm a sucker for that wholesome shit. Episode 89, The Crystal Onyx. Ash and gang find a mysterious message in a bottle, requesting trainers who have seen the Crystal Onyx. They find the sender and learn about a glassmaker who wants to see the Crystal Onyx for inspiration like his father before him. Tracy reveals his Pokemon, Meryl, which helps them locate the Crystal Onyx. It's a pretty standard episode. They go to a place and meet a person and help them do a thing. The Crystal Onyx is cool, but it is still effectively just a recolor of Onyx. I can really only give this one a high C. Episode 90, In the Pink. The crew get caught in a whirlpool and land on Pinken Island, where all the Pokemon work on flamingo logic, turning pink because of their diet. It's basically the same plot as the Safari episode. They help Ginny with Team Rocket and are off on their way again. I like how Tracy's character is taking form. He's a Pokemon watcher and draws Pokemon, and he's horny like Brock, but in a much less creepy way. I don't particularly like how Togepi's Metronome is turning into a Deus Ex Machina every episode. It makes sense when it's introduced because Togepi's a baby, and if it sees a move, it can learn and it would copy it. But I fear it's just going to be used to get them out of everything. Overall light on plot, but not bad. High C tier. Episode 91, Shell Shock. Ash and team stumble upon a newscast of a fossil dig. They join in only to be harassed by a mysterious person on the beach. I thought it would be a twist that it was actually a member of the documentary crew itself, sabotaging their own production for a more dramatic story, but it was actually just some old man warning them off the island. And like he warns, as they dig the Kabuto fossils, a blood moon brings them to life, and because the island was built on their fossils, it begins to fall away into the sea as they escape. I don't like that Ash forgets he's seen Kabuto before, but otherwise it's an okay episode, mid-C tier. Episode 92, Stage Fight. The gang watches a Pokemon play on a showboat, only to get involved with an actress having trouble with her Raichu. Then Team Rocket attacks, and there's a dance party, like the end of a 2010s 3D Kids movie. This episode is sometimes out of circulation because a Jinx is in it, and yeah, nothing of value is lost in that. Low C tier. Episode 93, Bye Bye Psyduck. The fucking gall to call it that. Misty fights another water Pokemon trainer as her Psyduck is nearing evolution. When she actually tries to use it in battle though, it disappears and reappears as a Golduck. The obvious twist at the end being that it's just a wild Golduck. It's wild to me during the whole debacle of which is the better water trainer. It's never brought up. Misty is literally a water type gym leader. I like how she is able to use a wild Pokemon so effectively though. She's shelved a lot, but she is a good trainer. This episode is predictable but fun. Although I do think it's a missed opportunity to finally evolve Psyduck. High C tier. Episode 94, The Joy of Pokemon. In the ocean, Tracy sees a buff Nurse Joy in a kayak, so the gang follows her to an island where they learn she works on the small islands that can't have their own clinics. The gang helps her out, and then when Team Rocket attacks, a giant Magikarp she met as a kid saves them and evolves into a Gyarados. There's a lame scene where Tracy white knights Nurse Joy during a hurricane, causing them to all detour to a small island, but otherwise, seeing them all going around helping Pokemon was really fun. I like seeing the Pokemon world, so I'm giving this one a B tier. Episode 95, Naval Maneuvers. This is one of the few Orange Island episodes I actually remember. Heeding Joy's advice, Ash challenges the nearby naval gym and meets another challenger, soon to be revealed to be the leader, Danny. Ash has to climb a mountain, then forge a sled of ice to race back down it. I think it's dumb for a gym challenge he can't use his Pokemon to help him climb, but I really like Danny's vibe, so I'm putting this one in B. Episode 96, Snack Attack. The crew comes across an island famous for its grapefruit, but they're mistaken as thieves by the orchard owner, Ruby. It turns out a Snorlax has been eating entire islands worth of fruit, so they have to stop it. For help, they build an altar to Jigglypuff and chant its name, summoning it like a demon. And just before falling asleep himself, Ash captures Snorlax. Among the go-to place and help person episodes, this one's pretty good. And it's nice to see an episode centered around a Pokemon they've done an episode on before while still keeping it fresh. The plot of this episode essentially being the reverse of Wake Up Snorlax, and of course Ash gets a new Pokemon. I actually thought he had Snorlax much earlier, so it's nice to finally see it on the team. B tier. Episode 97, A Ship Full of Shivers. Professor Oak tells Ash and company about the recent discovery of a 30-year-old Orange Island League trophy discovered in a shipwreck. But when they arrive at the museum on Morrow Island, Team Rocket has stolen the trophy. They make a getaway but get caught up in a ghost ship and two ghost Pokemon that take the trophy back, telling the story of their long-dead master who earned the trophy. Other than the really bad exposition dump at the beginning to remind the audience of the overarching plot, I have no notes. It's just a really solid episode, leaning between high C and B. I like the Pokelore, so I'll say B. Episode 98, Meowth rules. Team Rocket is trying to get Meowth to learn Payday when they blast off again and he lands on an island of Meowth worshippers, mistaking him for their great Meowth of bounty. He lives it up until it's revealed he needs to know Payday for their ceremony, so Team Rocket decides to help him out by throwing money and making it seem like he knows the move. Seeing James's favorite bottle cap in the mix, Meowth realizes what they did and feels bad about it, abandoning the tribe and goes back to them. Very sweet Team Rocket episode, high B. Episode 99, Tracy gets bugged. The gang goes to an island of bug Pokemon and come across an injured Scyther. Tracy catches it and takes it to a Pokemon Center where Nurse Joy tells them that it was once a leader that was defeated by a younger Scyther. Team Rocket steals its old flock, so it goes to help them and give Team Rocket cool haircuts. With its confidence back, Scyther goes with Tracy. Kind of a reverse Bye-Bye Butterfree. My only issue with this episode is that Misty calls Venonat not a bug-type Pokemon. Otherwise, it's a fun episode. B tier. Episode 100, A Way Off Day Off. This episode is extremely light on plot. The gang chills out on an island, the Pokemon play, Ash flashes back to his last 2 gym challenges, and Team Rocket attacks. I like the little rivalry Charizard and Scyther have going on, but otherwise it was pretty nothing episode. High D tier. Episode 101, The Mandarin Island Mismatch. Another Jinx-isode. La Primera from Scarlet and Violet is on the same island as the gang, and also she's just Lorelei, I think. A lot of trainers on the island want to battle, and Ash uses Charizard, which goes rogue. Something happens with Team Rocket, and I actually just kind of forget this episode, but Lorelei's hot, so high C tier. Episode 102, Wherefore Art Thou, Pokemon? It's Romeo and Juliet, but with Nidoran male and female. The Nidoran are cute, but it's just Romeo and Juliet, but with Pokemon. C tier. Episode 103. Get along, little Pokemon. I can say that because I'm Southern, even if I don't have the accent. On the way to their next destination, the gang comes across a Magnemite herder who chases storms to gather electricity and delivers it to power nearby towns. But during a bout with Team Rocket, the Magnemite cowboy, Ethan, and his sheepdog Jolteon get injured. So Ash has to take control of the herd, using Pikachu and get them to the next town. I absolutely love the concept this episode introduces. Also, apparently Magneton is not just 3 Magnemite, but when Magnemite evolves, it grows 2 other Magnemite, which is funny and strange. Easy B tier, very creative episode. Episode 104, The Mystery Menace. They finally make it to a town where a mysterious creature is living in the sewers. The evil mayor wants to exterminate it, so Ash and Tracy go down with Muck's help to find it themselves. They discover it was the mayor's own Bulbasaur he abandoned as a kid, and because Pokemon isn't the real world, this scandal ruins the chances of the mayor's re-election, and changes will come to the island. The mayor is cartoonishly evil, and parts of his plan, like cementing over all the entrances to the sewer, make no sense, so I'm just putting it in low C tier. Episode 105, Misty meets her match. Ash makes it to Trovita Island. Misty saves the gym leader Rudy's little sister, and he falls in love with her. Her being Misty, just to be clear. His gym challenge is to shoot targets on a river, and despite not actually knocking them all down, the riders don't seem to notice, so Ash moves on to the main challenge, a battle. This one felt less inspired than the others, and the conflict is pretty bland. D tier. Episode 106, Bound for Trouble. On an island of giant Pokemon, the gang stumbles into a really good Team Rocket gag, leading them to capture Pikachu. They tie it to Meowth so it can't get away from them, only for a Pidgeot to carry them both away. So the 2 Pokemon have to work together to get back to their trainers. Some of their antics are annoying, but it's nice seeing them bond, and it's a really fun episode overall. B tier. Episode 107, Charizard Chills. Ash meets a fellow gym challenger from Trovita Island, Tad, who challenges him to a battle. Ash uses Charizard and gets wrecked, with his opponent freezing it solid with an ice beam from a Poliwrath. Charizard is in bad shape, so Ash spends all night trying to keep it warm, even as his friends fall asleep and his hands are rubbed raw. After this, Charizard fights for Ash and protects him when Team Rocket attacks, and he listens and wins a rematch with Tad. I love seeing Ash's unconditional love for Charizard, and though the animation of Charizard can be a little jank at times, I love this episode. I also think it's funny how Tad is supposed to be a really intimidating trainer, but he has the most basic, emotionless voice. That's not a criticism, that elevates it for me. I can't overlook some pacing issues and Team Rocket being more rushed than usual, but it's still an easy A tier. Pikachu's rescue adventure. The Pokemon fall down the rabbit hole into a hidden away Pokemon paradise. While trying to reconnect with Togepi and find a missing Execute, a storm comes, and they have to help protect the local Pokemon. We saw more Johtomons in this one, and Meowth plays a larger role. I think having a talking Pokemon like Meowth detracts from what this is trying to do, but otherwise, I thought this one was more fun than the others. The setting is more interesting, and I need to say this. So, the Execute live in nests in the trees, but they aren't real eggs. So are they like a parasitic species that pushes out bird eggs and lives in their place? Anyways, A tier, short compared to the others. Pokemon the Movie 2000, The Power of One. A storm is brewing, and Ash and the gang land on Shibuya Island. They get involved with their festival where Ash is chosen as their chosen one to go to each of Fire, Ice, and Electric Islands to retrieve 3 orbs as part of their ritual. As he does so, Zapdos attacks him and a flying fortress appears. Now, if Mewtwo was fascist, this villain is something worse. He's British. He goes to the foreign land to steal what's important to these people and add it to his collection. An imbalance of the legendary birds causing a cataclysmic storm. So Ash has to gather all the orbs to put an end to it, with Lugia's help and the help of a song from one of the girls of Shibuya Island, Melody. Overall, good movie. I remembered it as the lesser movie to Mewtwo, but it actually feels a lot more cinematic. The CG looks far better in this one, which is good because it uses a lot more of it. Although there are some CG heavy shots on the Flying Fortress that don't look quite right. The plot was a lot more by the books and had an annoying part in the middle where everyone pretends Ash isn't the chosen one for some reason despite pretending he has been the whole time. I think it does a great mini hero's journey, but for me, I prefer the more personal Pokemon stories like with Mewtwo and coming up soon with Molly, and the villain that was there didn't really do much. The movie was also heavy with Ash and Misty shipping, which I don't really like. I also noticed that right as I was thinking Team Rocket never does anything in the movies, they suddenly helped out Ash, which was really cool. Although I did notice as a trade-off, Tracy kind of didn't do anything the whole movie. Also, Lugia should not talk. That always felt wrong to me even since I was a kid. Overall, I thought it was a very fun movie, and if you don't think about it too hard, it's really enjoyable. I really felt like the animators were showing off with this one, but I also just don't think the story reaches the same heights. For me, it's B tier, but a pretty high B tier nonetheless. Episode 108, The Pokemon Water War. Squirtle is feeling inadequate when it can't put out a fire, so competes with a Wartortle Fire Squad, then works together with the Wartortle Fire Squad, and then the day is saved, C tier. Episode 109, Pokemon Food Fight. The gang is stuck on an island with no food. In search of some, they stumble upon Golzar, and during the battle with him, Ash breaks his Pokeball with Snorlax outside. They now have to get it up and over a mountain to a Pokemon Center to get the ball fixed. When they're attacked by Team Rocket, yada yada, Snorlax beats them. Golzar becomes another rival, the end. It's not bad, and actually Golzar insinuates something really strange about the Pokemon world economy. The food people are waiting for and other supplies are shipped to the island through the Pokemon Center and distributed by Nurse Joy. So is this a world where hospitals have somehow become the government? Maybe the League system actually grew out of Pokemon Centers? I mean, there's always one in the League itself. Food for thought. Fun episode though, low B tier. Episode 110, Pokemon Double Trouble. Ash gets mistaken for the son of the gym leader of Kumquat Island. She then wrecks the fuck out of Team Rocket and gives Ash a gym battle. The writers kind of gave up on interesting challenges, so it's just a double battle this time. Pikachu and Charizard have to learn to work together, eventually earning Ash his final badge. It's alright, high C tier. Episode 111, The Wacky Watcher. The gang comes across Professor Quackenmeyer, studying Magikarp migration and evolution. This is a more comedic-focused episode, and Quackenmeyer is really the highlight of it. He has such a deadpan delivery and is always spouting one-liners, and a few of them got me. B tier. Episode 112, The Stunspore Detour. Ash and Tracy end up inside a Vileplume and are sick with Stunspore. Misty has to find them an antidote. Jessie is in the same predicament, so once she succeeds, Meowth and James are trying to steal from Misty. I remembered this one being a heavier episode as a kid, but it was pretty light. I like seeing a Misty-centric episode though, so B tier. Episode 113, Hello, Pumelo. Ash makes it to Pumelo, home of the Orange Island champion, who he has to face off in a 6-on-6 match against. He wins his first 2 battles, but things start to turn as he uses Tauros against Gengar. He switches into Lapras, and we end on a cliffhanger from a large attack. Solid episode, and Ash at least isn't being as stupid as he was in the Indigo League. At least when he used Tauros, he seemed to know not to use normal type attacks. B tier. Episode 114, Enter the Dragonite. Ash and the champion, Drake, go back and forth, until finally the champion uses his ace. Dragonite. It takes down each of Ash's Pokemon one by one. Ash is actually fighting really smart, and it's finally down to Pikachu and Dragonite. And he actually manages to win! I completely forgot he won the Orange League, so this took me by surprise. The battle was really well done, and the ending is actually really similar to how Journeys ends. I think there's a missed opportunity to use Drake's character to say something interesting about how reliant he is on Dragonite, to the extent most of the rest of his team goes down pretty easily, but it was a great battle, far better than any in the Indigo League. Easy A tier. Episode 115, Viva Las Lapras. Yep, keeps going. The crew comes across the school of Lapras Ash's baby Lapras was separated from. They're afraid of humans and attack them because a local pirate ship has been harassing them. So the team has to defeat the pirates, and Lapras returns to be with its mother. The Pokemon pirates are inventive, and I like how they use Pokeballs as cannonballs. I also think this holds up better than other Pokemon releasing episodes because there was always the understanding that Lapras was only with them until it finds its herd. The only thing I didn't really like in this episode is that after the pirates are defeated, the gang takes their Pokemon and releases them into the wild, which seems really mean-spirited. Also, they're just so aggressive to Team Rocket this episode, despite them not even really doing anything. For all my praise, it still felt like a C-tier episode. Episode 116, The Underground Roundup. Ash and the crew need to make it to a ferry to get back to Pallet Town, only to discover the town is deserted and filled with Electrode. They meet a Diglett rancher who was hired by the mayor to tunnel them away, but he's working too slow, so the town hires Team Rocket to blow up all the Electrode instead. There's a lot of talking, but the concept for this one is interesting. High C tier. Episode 117, A Tent Situation. Ash makes it back to Pallet Town, Team Rocket builds a giant tent, and then Gary returns to save the day. Low C tier, like other Pallet Town episodes, it is kind of meandering. Episode 118, The Rival Revival. The final episode. And honestly, a bit of a letdown. Ash has a match with Gary, but it's just a one-on-one match, and it doesn't even feel properly built up to at this point. He doesn't even use his starter. Honestly, I thought their match made more sense after the Indigo League, but he doesn't even show up in the Orange Islands to warrant this match. Now that Ash controls Charizard, it would make much more sense for him to battle Richie again. And even the Gary battle is over in a flash, and the rest of the episode is dedicated to setting up the next season. I also just don't like Gary now that he isn't so cocky. D tier. And that ends season 2. So where does the season stand on its own? Season 2, Adventure in the Orange Islands. The Orange Islands are more formulaic. Nearly every episode follows the same plot. It starts with the gang landing on an island, Ash saying, "Good work, Lapras, now take some rest in your Pokeball." They meet a person or a Pokemon with a problem, they help them through it, then Team Rocket interferes, triggering the solution to the problem. I also didn't like how much Ash and Misty shipping they tried to sneak into this one because they have zero romantic chemistry. That being said, the situations are usually a lot more inventive, and I like all the unique islands. And I have to say, only Pokemon could make what's essentially an entire filler season that was actually interesting enough people to this day want to see more of it. It's hard to rank this one. It was mostly just okay with some sparks of good moments. I think overall, knowing what seasons are coming next, I'll put it in B tier. It's not bad, but it definitely feels a bit lower than what came before. And thus ends season 2. To check in, Ash is probably a few weeks farther into his journey. However, it hasn't been a year yet. He now has 7 rivals and has lost 1 league and won 1 other. Now on to the Johto Journeys. Season 3, The Johto Journeys. Episode 119, Don't Touch That Dial. The trainers finally reach New Bark Town, where Team Rocket has arrived just ahead of them and stolen a Totodile. They get the Pokemon back and Ash registers for the Johto League. And he does so through the Pokemon Center, supporting my idea that the government is situated in hospitals in this world. Anyways, a fine beginning that sets everyone up while also having a plot of its own. High C tier. Episode 120, The Double Trouble Header. The gang meets Casey, one of the trainers who got a Pokemon from Professor Elm and her Chikorita. She's a huge baseball fan of a losing team, and Ash wipes the floor with her. Team Rocket wants her to defeat Ash for them and convinces her he's a cheater. And in fact, he's seen some Johto Pokemon early. A bit of a beta tester, if you will. Beta tester and a cheater. A beater, if you will. Casey's character is a bit annoying, and I'm not a fan of plots centered around misunderstandings. Solid story though, C tier. Episode 121. A sappy ending. Team Rocket is stealing sap from a Pinsir's eating grounds, so they've begun to invade the neighboring Heracross's eating grounds, disturbing the balance of nature. So Ash and the new character for this episode, who preaches the episode's theme, go beat Team Rocket to establish separate but equal among the bug Pokemon. This episode was really boring, and the humans versus nature plot was way too on the nose, and doesn't even work with Team Rocket because they're not allowed character arcs. Not to mention the ending accidentally promotes segregation. Honestly, F tier. Oh yeah, and Ash Ash catches Heracross, which the new character said would disrupt the balance of nature, so I guess the theme doesn't even matter anyways. And yet this is the episode that was cited in Millennial Monsters. One of my favorite books, by the way, about toy anime, and I should shut up. Episode 122, Roll On Pokemon. Our third episode set in a nondescript forest in a row, and Ash and team come across a woman who uses Dawnfan to search out the mineral Amberite, which she sells. Team Rocket steal a Dawnfan. Our heroes get it back. Ash battles the woman. The episode is at least a bit more original than the other one. D tier. Episode 123, Illusion Confusion. The gang is stuck in a forest of illusions when they run into Gary Oak, who tells them they need a Hoot Hoot to see through the illusions. They come across a Hoot Hoot rental place, but the one they get is poorly trained. It does end up helping them in the end, though. C tier. Gary is cocky again, but it feels like he's been toned down to the point. He's a little less interesting. Episode 124, Flower Power. Next, they finally make it to a city. They help out a Blossom dance girl whose Blossom has an unexplained mental block around a certain trick, but it finally does the trick again against Team Rocket. Very by the books episode and doesn't even bother to explain why Blossom's having issues. D tier, honestly. Episode 125, Spinarak Attack. Team Rocket is imitating an ancient cat burglar, the Black Arachnid. Why's he gotta be black, guys? So the gang has to team up with Officer Jenny and her Spinarak to stop them. This one was a bit better and had a good pun that really got me, so it can have a B tier, sure, why not? Episode 126, Snubble Snobbery. They make it to Palm Hills and meet a rich lady who owns a Snubble. The Snubble keeps running away because she isn't giving it freedom, so Brock helps her see that she needs to treat her Snubble better. And the ending's really funny because the second she changes and gives it freedom, it runs away, presumably never to return. High C tier. Episode 127, The Little Bighorn. Brock helps to care for a wounded baby Stantler, which is using the scent from its horn to make the illusion of a stampede. When he returns it to its herd, it doesn't want to go back at first, so it really makes no sense why Brock doesn't just catch it. It's an okay episode, low C tier. Episode 128, The Chikorita Rescue. Ash battles an unusually aggressive Chikorita. Team Rocket steals it, and he rescues it back from them, where it falls into a deep, passionate sexual love for Ash, and they kiss. B tier. Pikachu short, Winter Games. The Pokemon all break dance, then play around on an ice rink, including turning Meowth into a Beyblade. Still find these awkward, but I like that this one actually gives Chikorita an arc, getting to know the other party members. Fits nicely into the anime, so for that reason I'll give it an A tier. Too bad we didn't get it in America. Pikachu short, Stantler's Little Helpers. As Ash and gang sleep, awaiting Santa's visit, the Pokemon help Santa find medicine for his feverish Stantler. There are about 2 billion children in the world, and assuming 24 hours for Santa to work over the whole Earth, Santa has to deliver around 20,000 presents per second. So over the course of this episode, approximately 13 million children did not get visited by Santa Claus. Just a completely empty house. And the sense that you were not even memorable enough for Santa to think you were worth giving coal to. They will live with that trauma for the rest of their lives. High C tier. Episode 129, Once in a Blue Moon. A Quagsire steals the GS ball, so the gang has to go back and get it. In the process, witnessing a strange ceremony. I think it's really dumb the amount of times they stumble into locations where they can't catch Pokemon. Why is no one putting up signs? But I love how the behavior of Quagsire is tied into the town's culture that they end up visiting. This place feels very lived in. Good world building. B tier. Episode 130, The Whistle Shop. They meet a trainer who uses her whistle to command her Ladybug to pollinate an apple orchard, but when her Ladybug and whistle are stolen by Team Rocket, she has to learn to use not her whistle, and the lesson is that whistles are bad, I guess. C tier. Slowking's Day. A Pokemon short focused on a day in the life of a Slowking from the second Pokemon movie. I'm classifying it on the Pikachu shortlist because that seems to be the most similar to what it is. It's okay and doesn't overstay its welcome. B tier. Episode 131. Ignorance is Blissey. Jessie lore! She used to go to school to be a Chansey and now meets the Blissey she used to know there. It gives Team Rocket all the food in the Pokemon Center, so they pretend to have tricked it so it doesn't get in trouble. Poorly paced episode, but the ending was fun. B tier. Episode 132. About with Sprout. They finally make it to Violet City, but instead of going to the gym, they hang out with a very annoying kid all day, and also Team Rocket almost destroys an ancient monument. C tier. Episode 133. Fighting Flyer with Fire. They finally make it to the Violet City gym, where Ash faces Faulkner. He's kind of weird, moralistic, and hypocritical. It's okay, but it feels like the worst of the gym battle episodes so far, not counting the Orange Islands. Low C tier. Episode 134. For Crying Out Loud. They come across a crybaby Meryl and have to get it back to its trainer. It wears a bow, but loses it, and I really really thought the episode was going to be a dramatic irony that Misty was helping the wrong Pokemon, but no, there was no point to the bow at all. D tier. Episode 135, Tanks a Lot. Togepi and a baby Sentret play some fuck around and find out with Team Rocket's new Arbok tank. It starts running wild, so the team and our heroes have to stop it. Really fun episode, and there's one moment where James calls Misty Missy and apologizes when she corrects him, implying for the past 100 episodes he really did not know her name. And I don't think I've ever heard him actually say it until now either. A tier, fun episode. Episode 136, Charizard's burning ambitions. For no reason at all, Ash's friends start telling him it's unfair that he uses Charizard to win battles because it's able to win battles. They then meet a Charizard trainer who flies Misty and Brock to a Charizard breeding ground, and then the show pretends Ash has never ridden Charizard before to make it look weaker than it is. Let me tell you, the urge to cinema sins the first 5 minutes of this episode are so strong because they are putrid. But after they make it there, Charizard wants to prove itself, only to find out it's weaker than all the other Charizard in the valley. So Ash decides to let it stay there to get stronger. It's not a bad episode, but my god, the Pokemon anime likes to lie to you and gaslight about the characters in Pokemon sometimes, or even to just make shit up on the fly, and it was egregious in this one. There's a good episode in there somewhere, they just need to find it, but where it is now, low B tier. Episode 137, Grin to Win. The gang make it to a town with a bunch of Sunflora trainers, and they help the first one they meet win the Sunflora contest in town. C tier, that's really it. Episode 138, Chikorita's Big Upset. Chikorita is so jealous of Pikachu that Ash takes it to a psychologist, whereupon it runs away and earns the respect of some thug Pokemon, a la Joseph Joestar and Speedwagon. It then learns that Ash loves it, I guess. I wasn't really paying attention in the second half. Good episode though, B tier. Episode 139, Foul Weather Friends. The gang come across a meteorologist who uses Hoppip to predict the weather, and Team Rocket want to steal them for some reason. There's also a subplot about a transracial Oddish. Cool world building, high C tier. Episode 140, The Superhero Secret. The gang meet real-life superhero Gligar Man. Team Rocket, cheesed at being bested by him, becomes supervillains. It's a really fun episode with a cool blend of Cape Comics and Tokusatsu film energy. At this point, I've stopped caring about the plot and just care about the enjoyment, so fuck it, A tier. Episode 141, Mild and Woolly. Pikachu is swarmed by Mareep, and the gang meets a Mareep farmer. Ash helps her daughter, Mary, learn to battle Pokemon. Its themes were way more blatant than usual, but otherwise it's fine, I guess. C tier. Episode 142, Wired for Battle. A Scizor trainer finds the team, wanting them to help out with his pupil, a data-obsessed boy who predicts the outcomes of battle rather than having any, learn what Pokemon battling is all about. And then they do that thing that I just said. C tier. Episode 143, Good Quill Hunting. Ash is on the hunt of a Cyndaquil, but oh no, so is a mean guy! And also Team Rocket is there, I guess. It's alright, he catches it. C tier. Episode 144, A Shadow of Drought. During a drought, the team makes it to Azalea Town, where the people worship Slowpoke as rainmakers. Team Rocket starts stealing them up, so along with a strange man in a costume, they help defeat them. And the man in the costume is... Kurt! It's trying to mix the nature versus human plots with a mysterious Pokemon plot line and the better world building of Johto, but it all just kind of falls flat this time. High C tier. Episode 145, Going Apricorn. The team hangs around Kurt's place learning about apricots. D tier, this isn't an episode, it's a lecture. It's also the end of the GS Ball plot that didn't happen, so. Episode 146, Getting the Bugs Out. Ash challenges the Azalea Gem and battles Bugsy. Without Charizard, he has to learn to win without a trump card, something he has done plenty of times by now, by the way, and he eventually learns to use his new Cyndaquil. Bugsy is less annoying than Faulkner was, and the battle was interesting, so B tier. Episode 147, A Far-Fetched Tale. The gang meets a boy in the Ilex Forest who is having trouble training his Farfetch'd, so yada yada Team Rocket, and they beat him solving his problem. C tier. Episode 148, Tricks of the Trade. There's a Pokemon swap meet going on in town, and the kids help out a trainer find someone to trade his Wobbuffet. And the problem solves itself when Jessie accidentally bumps into the trading machine, trading away her Lickitung for Wobbuffet without her consent. I completely forgot that's how it joins their team. And also, Professor Oak steals Ash's Heracross. It's a nothing episode, but that's pretty funny. High C tier. Episode 149, The Firing Squad. Ash enters a fire and rescue Grand Prix, and we actually see some old characters for once. Captain Aiden of the War Turtle Squad and Officer Jenny with the old Squirtle Squad. Ash competes, but because he's about to get Totodile in a few episodes, he ends up helping the Squirtle Squad, and his Squirtle has to take up the mantle of leader again to get them working right until they eventually beat the War Turtle Squad and win the event so that he can abandon Squirtle. I like that they decided to differentiate the designs of the members of the squad. I hate that Ash has to give up another Pokemon though, but admittedly its themes are more coherent than usual lately, so high C tier. Episode 150, No Big Whoop. The gang come across a Whooper preschool and have to take care of the Whooper while the owner goes to check on their mother. Meanwhile, Team Rocket is dying of starvation in the woods, so Ash and the gang have to go beat them up before they get any ideas. C tier. Wait, what the fuck? Episode 151, Tunnel Vision. Team Rocket needs to cross the Onyx Tunnel, so they try to steal Misty's water Pokemon, but they end up coming across the Snubbull that's been following Meowth and let it join their team. But what's this? Snubbull stole Jigglypuff's mic, so now the gang is helping it for some reason. Eventually it gets its mic back and they put the Onyx to sleep so everyone can cross, and for some reason Snubbull does not join Team Rocket actually. This is a weird episode where they use every single gag Pokemon that they usually sprinkle across episodes, but all in one. Low C tier. Episode 152, Hour of the Houndour. There's a Pokemon around town stealing Schmeat, so the gang perform a stakeout only to discover it's a pack of Houndour. They fight, but they discover that they're only stealing the food to care for a sick member of the pack, so Ash and Brock help it out. There's some dumb moments, but it's a good episode. B tier. Episode 153, The Totodile Duel. Ash and Misty fight over a Totodile, and that's the episode. The battle's kind of boring, but Ash wins for what it's worth. C tier. Episode 154, Hot Matches. There's a powerful trainer training near a bridge, so Ash wants to battle them. She uses a Skarmory, and she's really tough. So Ash takes on her training regime to get Cyndaquil's flame working better. And despite only training one day compared to her countless many, he beats her. High C tier. Episode 155, Love, Totodile style. Totodile falls in love with a troublesome Azumarill who's part of the circus, but it's in love with another troop member, Golduck. By the end, Totodile is jilted and ends up bonding with Brock, which is a terrifying prospect. C tier. Episode 156, Foul Play. It's a three-way fight between Ash, some scientist, and Team Rocket to capture a shiny Noctowl. And you know what? Team Rocket is the one that manages to catch it, and it's a wild Pokemon, so Ash is actually kind of being a dick when he steals it from them and blows them up. Low C tier. Episode 157, Forest Grumps. The gang is trapped with Team Rocket in a forest of angry Ursaring, and while fleeing, they accidentally get split up so that Jessie is with Brock and Ash and Misty is with James and Meowth. It's a fun little episode, and damn does it make me feel sad for Team Rocket's living conditions. For making me actually feel something, it gets a high B tier. Pikachu and Pichu. Ash and the gang are planning something, so they release all their Pokemon into the city, and Pikachu takes this opportunity to abandon Ash and play with some Pichu and the other city Pokemon. But after about 15 minutes, Pikachu returns and it's revealed Ash was planning an anniversary party for him. This one has a different feel to it than the others that's hard to place. Also, I have to note, the animators didn't know what to do with Goldeen in the city, so it just floats everywhere. A tier though, fun and innocent short. Movie 3, Pokemon 3 the Movie, Spell of the Unknown. A little girl named Molly has lost her mother, and at the beginning of the movie, her father too, to a mysterious unknown. In her grief, she accidentally uses the unknown's power to create a crystal mansion out of her dreams and wishes, creating a false Entei she calls her father, and stealing Ash's mom to become her mother. Ash and his friends break into the mansion to save her, and upon doing so, the unknown go berserk. Entei fulfills Molly's wishes and helps them escape, returning the unknown to the world they came from and returning Molly's father and mother. Probably one of the best Pokemon movies. My review for this one will be shorter because I don't have many criticisms, and a lot of my praises I've said about the other two, but are also just amplified here. Great animation, a fun, whimsical tone with some heart behind it, and an actually really interesting premise and good story. The Spell of the Unknown is an easy S tier for me on this list. Episode 158, The Psychic Sidekicks. The team comes upon a ghost forest, and though we see no ghosts in the episode, we're told everybody nearby has psychic Pokemon to protect against them. What we do see, though, is a giant Gengar Team Rocket built, but with the help of Cherry, a Girafarig trainer, they're able to defeat it. C tier. Episode 159, The Fortune Hunters. There's a new craze spreading around town due to a Pokemon astrology book sold out of a local Pokemon daycare. But it turns out the daycare was a front for Butch and Cassidy to steal Pokemon. James is an absolute blast in this episode because his fortune is the Moltres type. He shears rope with his bare hands and breaks through a wall wearing a spandex Moltres suit. High B tier. And thus ends Season 3. To check in, Ash is now a little over a year into his journey and has amassed 12 rivals. But where does the season stand on its own? Season 3. First of all, the season is way more formulaic. It's also dragged out a lot more. While filler isn't really the right word to use here, it feels like there's a lot more filler. During the Indigo League, at least the first half of it, Ash made a lot more progress on his journey. He finished a whole region in one season, and then did it again in half the time in the Orange Islands. But here, it's clear that it'll take him 3 seasons to get through Johto. The next season is called Champions, so I really went into this thinking he'd lose the league by now and spend the next 2 seasons mucking about Johto on some other quest. Instead, the show relies relies on a lot more flashbacks, nondescript forest, flat characters, and poorly thought out stories to drag out the plot. I will say this season does a lot better in integrating the world of Pokemon into people's everyday lives, and the world building is pretty good, but it also loses a lot of the charm of exploring the nature and mystery of the Pokemon world. It's a bit of give and take, I suppose. That brings it up a bit, but I still feel like I have to put this one in C tier. I really am not enjoying watching it as much. Season 4, Johto League Champions. Episode 160, A Goldenrod Opportunity. At Goldenrod City, Ash and Whitney muck about all day until he finds out she's the Goldenrod City gym leader. But despite giving a good fight, he loses to Miltank, haven't we all? High C tier. Episode 161, A Dairy Tale Ending. Okay, so you all know what'll happen. Ash hangs around until he beats Whitney. I can criticize the battle, but instead, I want to discuss something else. At the beginning of the episode, Ash and his friends say they've never had Miltank milk before. So, no other Pokemon has nipples, okay? Pokemon are not mammals. It's like Miltank's special thing that it produces milk, like a Pikachu can produce lightning, but they've definitely had milk before. So where are they getting it? I guess they all drink almond milk. C tier. Episode 162, Airtime. The Goldenrod radio tower interviews winners of Whitney's gym, including Ash, but Team Rocket have snuck in pretending to be a ventriloquist troupe. They all put on a show together until Jesse and James reveal themselves and steal Pikachu. It makes no sense, given his prior appearances, that Ash would have stage fright, but otherwise okay episode. High C tier. Episode 163, The Bug Stops Here. Casey returns as Ash takes part in a bug catching contest. However, instead of actually catching anything, he helps Misty gaslight Casey into thinking she's pushing Chikorita too hard when really it doesn't look that tired. Then Ash catches a Beedrill at the last possible minute just so they can have the protagonist and not a girl win the contest. But he immediately gives it away to her anyway. Damn, even faster than Primate. Low C tier. Episode 164, Typecasting. This one's really stupid. In order to cross a river, the team has to catch a Sudowoodo for an old man. But as they do so, they come across two scientists arguing. One says research shows Sudowoodo's a rock type. The other doesn't trust the research. And despite being objectively right the whole time, the guy who thinks it's a rock type is framed as being in the wrong most of the episode. This is also another episode of Team Rocket being the bad guys for catching a wild Pokemon. That being said, the intertwining characters are a little more complex than usual, saving it from D tier, so low C tier. Episode 165, Fossil Fools. The team make it to the ruins of Alph, where a colleague of Professor Oaks has asked for his help on the discovery of wild Ammonite and an Amistar. It turns out they live in a reservoir nearby and have been popping up because of Team Rocket. It's strange to me that Ash and his friends always forget they've seen fossil Pokemon alive before, and also that they act like they've lived millions of years to be here. Like, in the games, they just revived the Pokemon from fossils. Why did they never do that in the anime? Anyways, it's an okay episode, and it has a very strangely utopian final message that I kind of like, so C tier. Episode 166, Carrying On. The kids make it to a town that uses carrier Pidgeys and meet the old man who trained all the Pidgeys, and his grandson who wants to take up the job. They present a really interesting dilemma where the old man doesn't want his business to continue after him because of changing technology and the horrible demands of the job he doesn't want his grandson to face. He missed his son's wedding and his grandson's birth for it. But the episode never really capitalizes on this complexity nor solves the issue. They just fight Team Rocket. Granted, the carrier Pidgeys in their little outfits are adorable though, so B tier. Episode 167, Hassle in the Castle. Brock is pursuing some doctor they've met until they're trapped with Team Rocket underneath a castle. He uses his Zubat to help them echolocate their way out until it evolves. The clinic they come across uses Pokemon in some inventive ways, including a Zubat ultrasound, but now that Zubat is Golbat, it can't help out Brock and can't stay with the doctor. C tier. Episode 168, Two Hits and a Miss. Ash White Knight's an old man who is very clearly some Pokemon expert, and he reveals himself to be a Pokemon expert! This gets Ash embroiled in a conflict over who will inherit his dojo, and you know what, I initially wrote a page-long analysis of how dumb the themes are in this episode, but suffice it to say, low C tier. Episode 169, A Hot Water Battle. This one is much more like a Pikachu short, with the gang releasing their Pokemon to all hang out, and through it, Ash's new starters learn to work together. B tier, it was fun. Episode 170, Hook, Line, and Stinker. The gang enters a Sea King catching competition, but that doesn't matter. I've been thinking. Both Misty and Jessie use lures that look like themselves, and these are always touted as the most effective lures. So are humans the natural prey of fish Pokemon? High C tier. I love the asshole Poliwrath user that Misty fights. Episode 171, Beauty and the Breeder. Breeder. There's a Pokemon beauty contest, and we meet Susie again, meaning Brock gives away Vulpix. What the fuck? C tier. Episode 172, A Better Pill to Swallow. The team meets an old medicine man who uses wild shuckle to produce drugs. They help him find a shiny shuckle with particularly special properties, but Team Rocket gets to it first and drinks its shuckle juice. This was a mistake, and the juice makes all the Pokemon nearby violently gangbang them. Then there's some ham-fisted lesson at the end. I don't care. High C tier. Episode 173, Power Play. Ash wants to challenge Gary to a battle, but he's become too cool for that now. But he will help Ash save a power plant after Team Rocket performs some eco-terrorism with a giant Wobbuffet bot. Still just not a fan of the new Gary, C tier. Episode 174, Mountain Time. The crew helps out with the Leiden Mountain Patrol. And that's it, C tier. Episode 175, Wobapalooza. The gang make it to a Wobbuffet village. But a gang using fighting Pokemon is going around beating up all the Wobbuffet? According to the rules, no one can battle during Wobbuffet Festival, but Team Rocket doesn't play by the rules, so they play hero for once. High C tier. Episode 176, Imitation Confrontation. The gang runs into Duplica again, the Ditto owner, and meet her new Ditto, Minidit, which has the quirk of only turning into miniature versions of each Pokemon it transforms into. This episode retroactively fixes the weird theme of the last Ditto episode by stressing that it's actually the Ditto's quirks that make them special, and they don't have to be perfect. B tier. Episode 177, The Trouble with Snubble. Madam Much Money is back for her Snubble, and she has become swole. Wait, what? Yeah. On the hunt, she's climbed mountains and swam seas, and she and Snubble, now Granbull, come to understand each other. Wacky episode, high C tier. 178, Ariados Amigos. Another old character comes back as the team trains with Aya from Koga's gym, and that's the episode, C tier. Episode 179, Wings and Things. A young Yanma trainer who is the son of a glassmaker can't get his Yanma to stop using its supersonic wings to break glass. He releases it, only for it to be picked up by Team Rocket, and for both of them to learn they loved each other. High C tier. Episode 180, The Grassroot. Ash is incredibly vain as he enters a grass Pokemon tournament, learning not to be so prideful as he's beat by a Skiploom trainer he helped out earlier. Low C tier. Pikachu short, Delibird's Dilemma. All of Delibird's presents have been scattered, so the Pokemon have to run around and find them all in time for Christmas delivery. I hate the narrator, but this one's fine. C tier. Snorlax Snowman. Frosty the Snowman, but with a Snorlax, but with the twist at the end that it's just from a colony of white Snorlax. Not as much happens this short, low C tier. Special episode, Mewtwo returns. In an attempt to cross the tallest mountain in the Johto region, Ash and the gang get embroiled in Giovanni's attempts to recapture Mewtwo, who hid away in this area. It's a fun special and brings more of Mewtwo's philosophical brooding to the screen. I especially enjoy how it uses Clone Meowth and Clone Pikachu as a sort of angel and devil on his shoulders. I think it's weird the theme at the end is about whether or not Ash and his friends should get to keep their memories, when most of the conflict was about whether or not the clones should integrate with the rest of the world or not. But otherwise, it was good and really didn't overstay its welcome. I was gonna classify it as a movie, but I'll put it on the specials tier list, and among them, it's a solid high B. Episode 181, The Apple Core. Some Pichu in the orchard are stealing apples, but the owner realizes she can get more apples working with the Pichu than against them. Once again, socialism wins. C tier. Episode 182, Houndoom's Special Delivery. Togepi gets lost in a kerfuffle with Team Rocket, but is helped along by a friendly Houndoom. It's a sweet little adventure. B tier. Episode 183,
A Ghost of a Chance.
A ghost of a chance.
The ghost of a chance.
Ash meets Morty from C197, the Ekritique gym leader who teaches him the legend of Ho-Oh and helps him defeat Team Rocket. High C tier. 184, From Ghost to Ghost. Ash faces Morty, the fourth Johto gym leader and ghost type user who doesn't have a Mischievous for some reason. Like, what? Okay, anyway. Ash uses Noctile as a secret weapon and defeats him and wins the Fog Badge. High C tier. Episode 185, Troubles Brewing. The team join a traditional tea ceremony where they meet Sakura and her Eevee who want to join them on their journey, but as she tries to convince her sisters, she learns she's not ready yet. C tier. Love a good episode where they beat someone's dreams into the ground. Episode 186, All That Glitters. A murder of Murkrow have stolen Ash's badges, and he has to try and get them back. High C tier. Episode 187, The Light Fantastic. The crew sees strange lights out in the desert and then get lectured to about an ancient civilization there for most of the episode before discovering the source to be a giant pillar of ice. D tier. There's a really cool natural wonder with the Remoraid, but it's just so much talking. Episode 188, Unbearable, also known as the working title for this whole series. Misty befriends a Teddiursa, but it turns out it just uses its cuteness to swindle travel travelers out of their food. There's a lot of camping filler, but honestly, I kind of like it. It's relaxing. High C tier. Episode 181, Moving Pictures. They run into Todd again, who's searching for Articuno, as well as running into an old married couple wanting to take an anniversary picture. However, their usual spot is snowed out by Team Rocket, but with the help of a Sunkern and Ash's Sunstone, they're able to recreate the picture perfectly. The gag about the old woman lying about her backstory is kind of funny. Very Joker. High C tier. Episode 190, Spring Fever. Still on the hunt for Articuno, Todd and them come across a hot springs finder, and they help him and his Swinub find a hot springs. C tier. Episode 191, Freeze Frame. The crew climbs Snowtop Mountain, where they finally snap a picture of Articuno. This one's pretty cool, but oh my god, I forgot about Jigglypuff. Also at the end, there might be the darkest joke in Pokemon. James and Jessie are becoming hypothermic, and Meowth says if they fall asleep, they'll die, like happens when you're that cold. And then Jigglypuff puts them to sleep. Team Rocket dies. B tier. Episode 192, The Stolen Stones. Team Rocket is actually being wildly competent this episode, stealing Firestones from some Arcanine trainers Ash's crew meets. They're winning pretty hard most of the episode until they flub it at the end, but it was still fun to see. Also, at the end, they're running for their lives and apologizing, begging for mercy, but Ash is especially pissed this time and uses both Pikachu and Arcanine to destroy them even though they've already lost. B tier. Y'all gotta understand, B tier is a high compliment for a Pokemon episode. Episode 193, The Dunsparce Deception. Every kid in town has a Dunsparce. That is, everyone but Bucky. So, Ash and team help him find one, which doesn't really make sense to me because all the other kids are super friendly and include him even without one and are shown later to be pretty quick to get rid of all their Dunsparce anyway, so it's really just a fad, so it's not like he really has a reason to feel so left out, but oh well. High C tier. Episode 194, The Wayward Wobbuffet. Team Rocket's captured Pikachu in an indestructible cage, and Wobbuffet has the key, but it gets separated from them and both groups have to chase it down in a large game of yes and between the riders. Sometimes the cartoony nonsense is fun, but here it's just frustrating and dragged out. Low C tier. Episode 195, Sick Days. Brock comes down with a fever, and Ash and Misty struggle to do all his daily chores while he's down. Interesting scenario. High C tier. Episode 196, Ringmasters. Ash enters Snorlax into a sumo wrestling competition, winning a year's supply of Pokemon food, which is promptly eaten in one go. It's alright, but it's an incredibly predictable tournament arc. Low C tier. Episode 197, The Poké Spokesman. The team meets a Pokemon interpreter, which helps Pikachu when the minerals in the ground are zapping its electricity. It's ambiguous if he can really understand Pokemon or not, but if he can, he implies all Pokemon speak the same language, despite only being able to say their names. Also, people pretend Pokemon can't understand humans again, which is provably false. Also, they're attacked by the mob. Low C tier though. Episode 198, Control Freak. The team is looking alongside an archaeologist for an ancient artifact that can control Pokemon. You mean like a Pokeball? But it's discovered by Team Rocket first. However, it turns out it only works in a small area and can be deactivated by Golbat's supersonic waves. Also, Golbat evolves. High C tier. Episode 199, The Art of Pokemon. The team meets Jackson Pollock and helps him through his art block. I really like the interpretation of a Pollock-like character who uses Smeargle to create their art, but that doesn't help out this episode because it's mostly sitting around and talking. Also, the theme is about the beauty of abstract art, but then the climax has Pollock creating a beautiful landscape piece, which just undermines that theme. D tier. Episode 200, The Heartbreak of Brock. Brock rescues a girl who falls madly in love with him, and for the first time, he doesn't know what to do. He starts to process his own feelings as she suddenly flip-flops to loving James, and by the time he's ready to love her back, she is already married a doctor. This whole episode is gross and plays off the lack of consent of James and Brock for humor, including Misty, who, despite caring about the women Brock harasses, is vehement about forcing Brock to marry someone he doesn't like. Also, there is no way that doctor is any less than 10 years older than this child, and her father is watching when they propose to each other, so I just don't understand. F tier. It's weird and annoying. Episode 201, Current Events. Ash and Team Rocket are trapped in a power plant and are on the run from the security Pokemon of the building, as well as from Jigglypuff. I have to admire this episode for the first time, people deciding to just take Jigglypuff's microphone. However, this is probably the most repetitive Pokemon episode, and the reused animation and backgrounds are egregious. D tier. Episode 202, Turning Over a New Bayleaf. Chikorita, having evolved in the last episode, is getting used to its new body and causes some trouble. Ash is an uncharacteristic dick in this episode and scares Bayleaf away, but after saving it from Team Rocket, they make amends. I hate Ash in this episode, and it makes no sense for him to act the way he does. D tier. tier. Episode 203, Doing What Comes Natu Really. The crew helps some kid named Mackenzie and his Natu get over their performance anxieties. That is it, C tier. Episode 204, The Big Balloon Blow Up. It is wild. The show has taken 200 episodes to explain how hot air balloons work, considering we see one nearly every episode. Anyways, they enter a hot air balloon competition. Team Rocket joins too, and Meowth wants to win fair and square, but Jessie and James cheat, and then nothing else of note happens, C tier. Episode 205, The Screen Actor's Guilt. Ash and gang get wrapped up in the struggle with an action movie star who loves his smoochum and his agent who's worried about his tough guy image and wants to rid him of the Pokemon. Turns out no one cared. High C tier. Episode 206, Ride On, Ride On. A tunnel needs to be dug, but a water leak is making it impossible for the rock and ground Pokemon to do it. So the team helps the girl digging it capture a special swimming ride-on. C tier. Episode 207, The Kecleon Caper. Brock has to help out a couple of sick Kecleon during the landing of a dirigible, circumnavigating the globe. But as soon as they're better, they run and hide along the ship, and the team has to find them again before takeoff. C tier. Pikachu short. Pikachu's Peekaboo. The Pokemon all play a game of hide and seek gone wrong. This one's a bit weird in that it doesn't pretend to be in continuity with Ash and his friends releasing the Pokemon. Also, it has a whole song dedicated to explaining hide and seek, and that's really funny to me. B tier. Movie 4, Pokemon Forever, Celebi, Voice of the Forest. The movie starts off with a cool recap of Ash's journey and on the Pokemon world itself, giving us a great sense of wonder. More so than the other Pokemon movies, this one feels really cinematic. We start on a young Samuel Oak who encounters Celebi and a Pokemon hunter. Celebi transports him to the future, where he comes across Ash and his friends. In this new time, there is an iron-masked Marauder, a Pokemon hunter with a dark ball that turns Pokemon evil. He captures Celebi and starts destroying the forest. Samuel and Ash have to fight their way to Celebi and snap it out of it. Upon doing so, Celebi is weak and on the verge of death. Ash takes it to the Lake of Life, but it won't come back. The water's tainted. So Suicune, who helped them fight the evil Celebi, purifies the water. When this still doesn't work, with nothing left to do, Ash pretends everything is alright and starts trying to feed Celebi. And the way this scene is directed, it really got to me. But Ash finally can't deny it any longer, that Celebi is dead, and begins to cry. They all cry. Then they hear the voice of the forest, and more Celebi arrive to heal it. Though this is probably meant to be multiple other Celebi, I like to interpret this as being a weird time loop, and this is the past and future forms of this Celebi. This movie has a lot more cinematic flair to it, but it also has a lot worse CGI than usual. It also unfortunately doesn't give us a reference point to Ash's journey, and worse yet, Ash doesn't recognize Suicune, which he met in the anime. So while movie 3 is inconclusive, I can definitely say the movies are no longer canon 4 onwards. Other than that though, it's a really solid movie. It tries to focus a lot more on Ash and Sam's friendship than I think was earned, but the ending is really strong. High B tier. Episode 208, The Joy of Water Pokemon. Misty meets her hero, the Nurse Joy of a special region for water Pokemon. Only, Nurse Joy hates water Pokemon. Nurse Joy hates water Pokemon and can only touch them through a certain suit. So, of course, she's put in a situation where she has to care for one without her protective suit. There's no character arc here. Nurse Joy always has a healthy outlook that she will care for water Pokemon even if she doesn't like them, and Misty's just real butthurt about it the whole time. D tier. Episode 209, Got Miltank. Cyndaquil is injured and lost in the desert after a bout with Team Rocket, but it finds its way to a secret oasis where it's healed. And then Team Rocket attack it, yada yada, high C tier. Meowth actually tries to defend the oasis, which is pretty interesting, but you know. Episode 210, Fight for the Light. I don't have the time to waste on how dumb a lot of this one is, but suffice to say, a student of Jasmine's has a lot to learn about Pokemon and Team Rocket helps her learn it. And then after the whole ordeal, Jasmine's Ampharos is sick, so Ash doesn't even get a battle and they go to the next town over. D tier. Episode 211, Machoke Man. Ash battles Chuck for the Storm Badge. I actually really like Chuck's characterization here, but it gets a bit repetitive. Ash wins and Ampharos is still sick, so they head off to the Whirl Islands next. C tier. And thus ends Season 4. To check in, Ash is now a little over a year into his journey and has amassed no more rivals since last time. But where does the season stand on its own? Season 4. So I think in Japan, the generations aren't split up like they are here, so this is really a continuation of Journeys. Honestly, it's just the exact same quality as the last season, but I'm inclined to say it's worse for the sake of the third season already doing it all. That being said though, it does have a little more going on than the last one. I don't know. I really just can't get excited or angry about it. It's really just mostly been boring. It can go in C tier along with its brother. Season 5, Master Quest. Episode 212, Around the Whirlpool. An Orange Islands-esque anime-only mini-arc begins as the gang sees a mysterious Pokemon that's definitely just Lugia flying overhead on the Whirl Islands. But instead of any of that cool shit, they then help a nearby town prepare for a water Pokemon contest. Low C tier, they don't even fight in it. Episode 213, Fly Me to the Moon. The water contest still hasn't started yet, so the gang goes to Pudgy Island, where, due to the lack of natural predators, all the Pidgey have become pudgy. But among them is one Pidgey, Orville, who wants to be the highest flying Pokemon to be. It flies all the way to space. So far, ice grows on its wings, encouraging all the Pidgey on Pudgy Island to want to fly instead of being pudgy. Cute little episode, high C tier. Kind of fat shamey though. Episode 214, Taking It on the Chin Chow. Is that how you pronounce it? That sounds racist. I swear, if they start another episode with Misty trying to catch a Pokemon that's revealed to already belong to someone, I will kill the president. This is gonna be so poorly aged if that happens. Anyways, lost on the wrong island, the gang partakes in the Chin Chow parade to help the Pokemon migrate this year. C tier. Episode 215, a Corsola Caper. After whining about it for the past few episodes, Misty finally catches a Corsola after helping a family who makes jewelry out of the Pokemon's horns with a search quest for the missing herd. C tier. Episode 216, Mantine Overboard. The crew dives to the bottom of the ocean to recover a sunken treasure box containing the Silver Wing, along with a girl named Luca. C tier. Episode 217, Octillery the Outcast. The World Cup is finally starting, but first, a kid asks Misty to help evolve his Remoraid. Upon doing so, the kid's other Remoraid don't recognize it anymore, and he can't focus on battling. But luckily, Team Rocket is there to unintentionally help out like always. High C tier. Episode 218, Dueling Heroes. Ash and Misty have their first battles of the competition, which is finally starting. Ash wins his battle using Totodile to forcefully introduce a Kingdra to the Inflation King, and Misty pulls an Ash and wins by accident. Also worthy of note, the winner gets the title the Alpha and the Omega, which is a biblical phrase referring to Jesus. So if you win, you become Jesus. C tier. Episode 219, The Perfect Match. Ash and Misty face off, but Misty wipes the floor with him before even the halfway point. She then loses to a girl named Trinity in even less time, but Trinity ultimately loses the competition and some random dude wins. Honestly, one good thing about Pokemon tournament arcs is it's literally impossible to predict the outcomes. They feel pretty organic in that respect. B tier. Episode 220, Plant It Now, Diglett Later. The gang make it to a village of old people who farm using Diglett. The elders task them with protecting the village from a gang of Diglett thieves that attack them every year. However, as Ash and gang work with Team Rocket to take out the thieves, they discover they're actually the children of the elders. It turns out the elders refuse to retire and used to make it part of their way of life to fight off thieves in the past. So now that things are easy, their grateful children pretend to attack the village to give them a purpose and help them keep active. For Ash's help, the elders give Ash a Silver Wing badge and give him a clue to find out more about the Lugia he saw. B tier. Episode 221, Hi-Ho Silver Away. The gang make it to Silver Rock Isle. The people there are obsessed with Silver Wing jewelry, but otherwise have no help to offer Ash besides sending him off to another island. C tier. The love plot jammed in here was just okay, and I actually hated the characters involved in it, so. Episode 222, The Mystery is History. On Ogi Isle, the team meet up with Richie, also looking for the mysterious Pokemon. They discover a kid on the island, Oliver, who has befriended a baby Lugia, but it turns out Team Rocket was also aware of the island as Butch and Cassidy steal baby Lugia on a cliffhanger ending. I like when the plots actually have somewhere to go. B tier. Also, James and Ash both reference the events of meeting Lugia in the second movie, so that one is definitely canon too. Episode 223, A Parent Trapped. At some point, Luca had shown back up, and now the gang tries to rescue baby Lugia but Butch and Cassidy have super powered up Pokemon, causing the mother and the kids to be captured in Team Rocket's underwater base. B tier. Episode 224, A Promise is a Promise. Ash, Richie, and his friends are trapped, and a Team Rocket scientist starts to test his rage machines, which powered up Butch and Cassidy's Pokemon, on Pikachu. But Oliver, with Jesse and James's help, break them out. And Ash is so pissed, he snaps off the metal arm of the rage machine like it's a twig and smashes apart the laboratory. The episode touches on themes of whether or not it's right for humans to use nature as they see fit, through the scientists controlling Pokemon with the rage machine. However, it is ultimately this attempt to control Pokemon's rage that leads to Team Rocket's downfall, as the mother Lugia, angry at the capture of its its child, rampages and destroys the base. This sort of complexity is simple, but so sorely lacking lately that I have to put this one in A tier. Though I do almost wonder if it wasn't even intentional, because the characters didn't directly state that connection like they did with the rest of the episode's themes. Though I do almost wonder if it wasn't even intentional, because the characters never explicitly state that connection like they do with all the other episodes' themes. Episode 225, Throwing in the Knock Towel. Ash is headed back to Olivine City, but the ferry is missing. So he takes a trip on a plane with an old man and his elderly Knock Towel. However, they head into a storm and struggle to keep the plane up. There's a lot of cool moments, like Jigglypuff actually being used as the horror element it is, and Team Rocket playing nice. Honestly, it's a really simple but kind of sweet episode, and I really like it. High B tier. Episode 226, Nerves of Steelix. Ash finally battles Jasmine. He starts off strong, but he struggles to beat her Steelix. Eventually, he gets the win with Cyndaquil, earning his 6th badge. Low B tier. Episode 227, Bulbasaur the Ambassador. Professor Oak and Tracy steal Ash's Bulbasaur to help mediate an issue with Pokemon in the lab garden. And of course, Ash has Bayleaf, so the writers decide Bulbasaur needs to stay there. Also, Bulbasaur gets crushed by a boulder, and they play a whole emotional flashback sequence like it died. It caught me so off guard, but that puts it in B tier. It was really funny. Episode 228, Espeon Not Included. They go back to Ecruteak City, and Sakura's Eevee has evolved into an Espeon. Is that really it? Okay. Episode 229, For the Ho-Oh the Bells Toll. Team Rocket steals the crystal bells that announce the arrival of Ho-Oh, but they break one, angering all the Pokemon nearby. That is, until Suicune arrives to calm them down. Not a bad episode, but it introduces Eusine, who's really annoying. Is it pronounced Eusine? C tier. Episode 230, Extreme Pokemon. Ash enters a Pokemon race with Gary and wins. Cool Bro Gary is fun, but his character still doesn't feel earned to me. C tier. Episode 231, An Egg-Sighting Adventure. Ash received an egg in the last episode, but now it's gone missing. They receive help from a useless Officer Jenny, and the gag gets old real quick. Low C tier. Episode 232, Hatching a Plan. Ash's egg finally hatches, and inside is a Phanpy. But through some contrived Team Rocket shenanigans, it gets electrocuted despite being a ground type and runs away. It joins Team Rocket for a little while before finally learning to trust Ash and joining his team. C tier. Pokemon Chronicles, The Legend of Thunder, parts 1 through 3. So for some reason, I left this one in bullet point format, and my memory is failing me a bit, so I'm not sure how to put it into a paragraph, so I'm just going to read you the bullet points. Start on Gold in a battle, then voiceover about Raikou, then Team Rocket and some girl doing some secret test on a crystal, draws in electricity, thereafter Raikou. Gold runs into Crystal in Pokemon Center. Gold is Jimmy. Crystal is Marina. Love triangle with some beta cuck named Vincent. Marina voice, bad. They battle cause he won't admit feelings. She likes performance. Interrupted by strange lightning, but mischievous run toward it. Cut to Team Rocket, who summon Raikou with the crystal and wild Pokemon being attracted also to the crystal. Jimmy and Marina see it. They battle Team Rocket to save Raikou. They then try to get Raikou to trust him. Raikou taken to Pokemon Center. Annoying bitch Eusine comes in. Talk about how it doesn't trust humans. Raikou runs free and Rocket's still attacking it. They capture Raikou and Marina. They save her. They capture Raikou again with the crystal, and all of them and Vincent and Eusine try to save Raikou again. I didn't even put a ranking. Wow, okay. I don't remember liking it that much. I'll say it was probably a high C tier. Episode 233, Do's and Don'ts. Team Rocket's licenses have expired, so they have to prove themselves to a recruiter in order to get back in. They fail, but the recruiter decides to let them in anyway, and we introduce a Delibird that will be collecting their money they owe to Giovanni, who we haven't seen in like 100 episodes, so that's cool. C tier. Episode 234, Just Waiting on a Friend. The gang stumble into an illusion by a Ninetales whose backstory sums up to being Hachiko. The pacing was better than usual, and the build-up for the plot wasn't bad. Team Rocket definitely didn't need to be in this episode, and I also think thematically it'd be cool if Brock caught Ninetales as he resembles its past owner. Otherwise though, B tier. Episode 235, A Tyrogue Full of Trouble. The gang come across a village where a Tyrogue is causing trouble. They meet a man there, Kyo, who's training for a fighting Pokemon tournament and wants to help the Tyrogue better itself. But Team Rocket wants Tyrogue to continue being a troublemaker and join their team. However, by fighting with it, without Pokemon, mind you, with his fists, Kyo is able to convince Tyrogue to join him instead. B tier. I had a small hope here that Ash would see Primeape again in the fighting tournament, but alas. Episode 236, Xatu the Future. Team Rocket gets stuck in one of their own holes along with the protagonists, falling straight into the temple of a civilization that uses Xatu to predict the weather. The predictions have been getting more inaccurate, and there may or may not be a great flood coming. They have to learn to not live by fortune telling, but also the flood is real and the entire civilization is destroyed, so I don't know how useful that lesson is for them. Low B tier. Episode 237, Talking About an Evolution. The team stumble into Team Rocket's experiments at the Lake of Rage. Trying to help Lance save the Red Gyarados and get to the bottom of their evil plot, Ash and his friends are captured, leaving us on a cliffhanger. For some reason, they gave Lance the worst voice in the series, but otherwise, love the new mini arc format they've been using. B tier. Episode 238, Rage of Innocence. The gang break out and best Team Rocket, but now Gyarados is on a rampage and headed for a nearby town. Lance has to battle it with Dragonite and capture it, vowing to heal its soul. High C tier. The themes are wacky, but that's typical. Episode 239, As Cold as Price. Ash wants a battle with Price, but he first has to thaw his icy heart he received decades ago when his Piloswine abandoned him. However, they realize it actually got stuck in a snowstorm and was frozen this whole time. It was trying to get herbs to heal Price's 3rd-degree burns he got in a Pokemon tournament at the time. It is a painfully tragic episode, but Pokemon just cannot carry that emotional weight. High C tier at best. Episode 240, Nice Price Baby. Ash battles Price. For some reason, for a lot of the gym battles in Johto, the lesson is to know when to give up, even though Ash always wins by not giving up. C tier. The battlefield was unique though. Episode 241, Whichever Way the Wind Blows. This one has a lot of readings, none of which good. So basically there's a valley where, depending on the wind, Gloom will evolve into either Blossom or Vileplume. There's a large tree that divides the two evolutions' territory in half, but the tree also shades on half of the territory at a time, causing them to fight over the sunny side of the territory. Our heroes have to quell this fighting, never once asking why they don't just all stand in front of the tree. Also, for some reason, they throw in what I can only read as a very bad trans metaphor. So there are some Vileplume and Blossom that actually wanted to evolve the other way, but Misty says they're wrong and should accept the Pokemon they were assigned at evolution. Also, for some reason, they continue with the inconsistent Pokemon lore by having Meowth translate for Misty and also speaking as a Pokemon when previously Pokemon have understood him speaking English and also always understand humans speaking English. D tier. Interesting topic, but this episode does nothing right with it. Episode 242, Some Like It Hot. Misty can't handle people having different opinions than her, so she starts a fight with a kid who likes fire-type Pokemon until they learn to understand each other. Awful episode. The characters have zero motivation, and in fact, at the beginning, their motivation is to leave their current location, yet continue following this kid around for no reason. The characters are just wildly inconsistent this episode. D tier. Episode 243, Hocus Pokemon. The gang come around to a Pokemon magician and run about doing whatever, and it's bad up until the point the spell messes up and turns Ash into a Pikachu, and he's just stuck like that forever and the episode ends. Great ending, terrible episode, low C tier. Episode 242, As Clear as Crystal. Team Rocket steals a magic crystal that powers a lake to rejuvenate electric Pokemon, but stealing it pisses off Zapdos. However, it's weak and Ash needs to do the ending of a Pokemon forever again, restoring the lake and healing it. C tier. Episode 245, Same Old Song and Dance. The gang helps an Igglybuff performer get ready for a show, but Jigglypuff is jealous because it is an unlikable character. The music sucks in this episode. D tier. Episode 246, Enlighten Up. The gang trains to attain enlightenment, and we get some more Pokelore as apparently humans gave Pokemon their names, which means Pokemon must understand humans if they only speak their names, right? C tier episode though. Episode 247, Will the Real Oak Please Stand Up? Team Rocket is impersonating Professor Oak, and the gang hold a game show to determine who's the real Professor Oak. The voice actors are great in this episode, doing impressions, and James and Oak have a poetry rap battle at the end. It's a fun episode, only held down by the fact that everyone already knows which one is the real Oak, so it's kind of pointless. I do think it's really funny Team Rocket's only motivation was to steal his lunch though. Fuck it, B tier. Episode 248, Wish Upon a Star Shape. A Cleffa pops out of a UFO, and a group of paranormal investigators calling themselves the PMC are after it. So the team has to help Cleffa get back to its mothership. C tier. Episode 249, Outrageous Fortunes. Team Rocket's big plan this episode is to steal a Poliwrath and put it in a BDSM suit. Then Misty's Poliwhirl takes Ash's King Rock he won a while back for some reason and becomes a Politoed. C tier. Episode 250, One Trick Phony. Team Rocket impersonate officials at some battle park, but instead of stealing the Pokemon there, they choose to use them to battle Ash. There's a couple good gags this episode during Jesse's battle using a Charizard, so high C tier. Episode 251, I Politoed Ya So. Misty's Politoed gets mixed up with another girl's Politoed who doesn't want her Politoed, but she learns to want her Politoed. C tier. Episode 252, The Ice Cave. Another banned episode because Nurse Joy uses a Jinx instead of a Chansey. The gang takes a shortcut through an ice cave, but apparently it has a giant air conditioner to keep the cave cold, and Team Rocket sabotages it. I wonder if the Pokemon world also experienced global warming, and there are just devices like this all over as remnants from needing to protect habitat destruction. High C tier. Episode 253. Beauty is skin deep. They meet Claire, the dragon gym leader, as she helps her Dratini through its evolution, whereupon they perform a ceremony with the fang of a dragon from the founder of their clan. C tier, that's it. Episode 254. Fangs for nothing. Ash finally battles his last gym leader and is surprised when the dragon type trainer uses dragon type Pokemon. But then Team Rocket steals the gym's Dragon Fang, and we have to leave off on a cliffhanger where they manipulate an old gym leader's Dragonite into helping them to escape. High C tier. Episode 255. Great Bowls of Fire. Charizard returns, along with his new trainer, as the gang continues after Team Rocket, who have stepped up their game and now also stolen a 500-year-old prayer flame from a nearby dragon shrine, which they accidentally set the valley on fire with, causing Dragonite to turn on them in rage. Fun fact, the prayer flame was lit as a ritual in hopes humans and Pokemon could one day coexist during a time when they were opposed, which actually lines up with the modern Pokemon lore with Legends Arceus. Well, Dragonite rages and they have to calm it down, leading to Charizard battling it. High C tier. Episode 256. Better 8 than never. Ash finally gets his battle with Claire. He switches his team up, adding Snorlax to take out Kingdra before Pikachu gets Gyarados, and Charizard defeats her Dragonair, winning him the badge. High C tier. Episode 257. Why? Why not? Ash's badges are stolen by Team Rocket, then by a wild Wynot, and they have to find them. Wynot is so annoying, and I fear it may become a reoccurring character. D tier. Episode 258. Just add water. Such a nothing episode. They go to an unofficial underwater gym and then battle there. Also, Ash tells the dude that he'll boast about him at the Silver Conference, but spoiler alert, this does not happen. C tier. Pikachu short. Camp Pikachu. Oh, so that's where Why Not went. The Pichu bros fell off a train, so the Pokemon all camp out for the night before helping them get back on track. There's some next-gen Pokemon as usual and some abysmal CGI. C tier. Movie 5, Pokemon Heroes. The movie where they finally stop making horrible number puns in the title. This movie follows Ash and the gang coming upon a new town where they learn about the town's heroes, Latios and Latias. Ash comes across Latias, shapeshifted as the girl Bianca, and befriends it. Bianca and her grandfather, Lorenzo, tell him about the two Pokemon and a stone known as the Soul Jewel. However, two women from Team Rocket, Annie and Oakley, also know about the stone. They attack the secret garden, kidnapping Latios, and when Bianca and Lorenzo find out about it, they capture them too. They then steal the jewel and use it to power a device known as the defense mechanism. Latios is able to get away and get Ash's help. They break out Latios, who was powering the device, but its rage caused the soul jewel to become corrupted. The machine goes on the fritz, creating a huge tidal wave that will destroy the town. In order to stop this, Latios gives its own life to become a new soul jewel. And in an existentially terrifying scene, all the characters see what Latios sees when it dies. It sees Earth getting farther and farther away until its sight fades into nothing. This movie is a lot more slowly paced than the others, but I love the focus on character. It's really Ash getting to know Latios that drives this one, and even though it goes into a cataclysm plot at the end, for most of it, it's a much more personal narrative. Latios even gives Ash a kiss at the end. And there's a fun after credits scene where we see Annie and Oakley looking at a book with the British dude from the second movie. Overall, solid B tier. Good movie. Episode 259, Lapras of Luxury. The crew is on their way to Elms to get another egg when they encounter Ash's Lapras and its pod. After dealing with Team Rocket, it becomes their leader and they part ways again. Nice callback, high C tier. Episode 260, Hatch Me If You Can. Okay, so the egg Ash is delivering hatches and it's a Larvitar, but there's a problem. Its body temperature is rapidly dropping. When Ash takes a nap later, he shares a dream with Larvitar where it remembers being dropped as an egg before causing it to fear the world and wish to have never been born. Ash has to spend the rest of the episode convincing Larvitar not to be an antinatalist and kill itself. And later in the episode, Team Rocket drops some jump bluff, triggering Larvitar's PTSD, and it just starts screaming. Just screaming. This one is unintentionally really funny, so I'm giving it an A tier. It just wants to die. Episode 261, Entei at Your Own Risk. This one's all over the place. Ash introduces Larvitar to his other Pokemon, then they run into someone trying to catch an Entei, then Team Rocket kidnaps Ash, but he breaks out, and the Entei hunter gives some advice on catching Entei that would work in the game. A hunter dude battles Ash, and Team Rocket creates a tornado, but blocks Pineco, evolves to break it up, but then Team Rocket creates a tornado, so Entei actually shows up to destroy it. What was I on when I was writing this one? The kid battles Entei, but in the end, his accurate advice didn't work and it gets away. Low C tier. Episode 262, a crowning achievement. The crew stumble into a father-daughter duo hunting a King's Rock to see if the legends are true, and it really exists. And at no point does Ash mention he used to have one. He also forgets Slow King exists, so maybe he's just having one of his frequent memory issues this episode. Anyways, some ancient prophecy blah blah, Slowpoke needs to become a Slow King, they restore some drought, everyone's stupid and just stands around in one location the whole episode. D tier. Episode 263, here's looking at you, Elekid. The team meets an Elekid, and after a run-in with Team Rocket, it and Larvitar get lost with each other. On the hunt for it, they run back into Casey, whose Chikorita has now evolved into a Meganium. Meanwhile, James ran into the Magikarp salesman again, traded away his Victory Bell for a Weeping Bell that knows Sweet Scent, which they can use to lure in Pokemon. During their inevitable confrontation with Ash, it evolves into a Victory Bell, biting Jessie and causing her to throw it away where it meets the original Victory Bell thrown away by the Magikarp salesman. They fall in love and elope. C tier episode though. Episode 264, You're the Star, Larvitar. Ash gets kidnapped and Larvitar helps save him. Also, they're at the Silver Conference, the Johto League basically, and there's some kid with a Magby there, C tier. Episode 265, Address Unknown. Larvitar is still having trouble trusting humans, but when an unknown falls from the sky and traps the gang inside Larvitar's memories, they come to understand its past and help it work through its problems. This episode starts off slow, but the memory world is actually really cool. It's one of the anime's most inventive locations so far, and it has a great score of moments. And the way they utilize Larvitar's voice actor is just great. A tier. Episode 266, Mother of All Battles. The gang finally make it to the Pokemon Preserve at Mount Silver, where they can return Larvitar for its mother. They run into the poachers who originally took Larvitar, and they try to take its mother too, but Tyranitar is too much for them to handle. High C tier. Episode 267, Pop Goes the Sneasel. Johto also has a legend about the flame starting the competition, with this one being made by Ho-Oh. But the flame is being guarded by a wild Sneasel, so Ash and a trainer from Hoenn, Harrison, need to stop it, leading to Harrison eventually catching it. Meanwhile, Team Rocket are trying to replace Meowth with Sneasel, but Sneasel is not having it. High C tier. Episode 268, Acclaim to Flame. Ash qualifies for the Johto League, and also Gary is there. C tier. Episode 269, Love, Pokemon Style. Ash catches the eye of his first opponent in the semifinals, Macy, who uses primarily fire Pokemon, so he uses Kingler and Totodile. But Kingler gets hurt before the match, so he substitutes with Squirtle, who came to see him, and Squirtle wins the battle for him. Fun things of note, this is where Brock's line, Ash's Pokemon are both water type, and they're weak to fire types, comes from, and the girl at the end hugs a My Cargo, which is made of magma. She is dead. High C tier, good battle. Episode 270, Tie One On. Ash battles his next opponent from New Barktown. Apparently no one ever chose a Pokemon other than Chikorita from Professor Elm, because his final Pokemon is Meganium, which took a draw to Bulbasaur. But because of the way the tourney is set up, Ash moves up to the next round anyway. High C tier, it's really nice having Team Rocket doing something else during all this. Episode 271, The Ties That Bind. There's a backstory with Ash and Gary before their journey, and then Ash and his rival face off. Ash is struggling, but holds his own until Gary throws out his starter Pokemon, Blastoise, leaving us on a cliffhanger. High C tier, the timeline of the flashbacks is a little confusing. Episode 272, Can't Beat the Heat. Ash is pushed back by Gary, but he pushes back himself until it's just Gary's starter Blastoise. And Ash's starter oh no, he didn't use Pikachu at all in this climactic final battle with Gary. Instead, Charizard makes a return, taking a strong underdog victory. Gary still feels underutilized after Kanto, but it's a huge marker of Ash's skill that he finally beat him. B tier. Episode 273, Playing with Fire. Ash faces Harrison, and they make a big deal about how he's going to use Pokemon Ash has never seen before, except he only has 2 Hoenn Pokemon, both of which Ash has seen before. The battle's very back and forth, but predictable. C tier fight. Episode 274, Johto Photo Finish. It's Firestarter versus Firestarter, and we get the classic Pokemon photo finish where, after an attack, both Pokemon struggle to stand up, but Blaziken struggles less than Charizard, and Ash loses. And of course, they must next show the person who beat Ash lose to some rando next. Then they throw in a random Mischievous plot, then decide at the last minute to have the gang beat up Team Rocket. They just can't get a win. Low C tier. Episode 275, Gotta Catch You Later. The gang go back to Viridian City, where Nurse Joy has fixed Misty's bike, and her sisters have called her back to the Cerulean Gem. She has a nice little arc dealing with some thugs on her own and getting emotional over leaving Ash's journey. Then Brock returns to his gym as well, leaving Ash all alone on his trip back to Pallet Town. He says goodbye to Gary, and when Team Rocket show up, uses Misty and Brock's parting gifts to escape their traps. He sees Ho-Oh flying off toward Hoenn and decides to start a new journey. Just him and Pikachu. B tier. As far as the liminal episodes go, this one's the best so far. Episode 276, Hoenn Alone. Ash heads off to the Hoenn region, but Team Rocket takes Pikachu, and without his other Pokemon, Ash struggles to get it back. Meanwhile, Pikachu and Meowth get stranded together and have to mediate a territory dispute between some local Pokemon. Pikachu suggests they go full anarcho-communism and share the territory and abolish any claims of ownership, and for this idea, the Pokemon go full North Korea instead and want to make Pikachu their supreme leader. C tier. And thus ends Season 5. To check in, Ash is now a little over a year into his journey and has amassed 15 rivals, and rematched one of them. But where does the season stand on its own? Season 5. Broadly, it feels like there's been very little progress the last 3 seasons. Indigo League had some slow episodes towards the latter half, but at least for the most part, they were always moving forward in the journey. It feels more like we're just wasting their time between gyms for episodes at a time now. It's really boring stuff, but I suppose that's probably what the rest of the show is going to be like from now on, so even if I don't like it, for Pokemon, I can only call it average. C tier. Season 6, Advanced. Episode 277, Get the Show on the Road. Ash heads off to Hoenn, but after his bout with Team Rocket, Pikachu is sick. Reminds me of another season. Without a Pokemon Center nearby, he heads to Professor Birch. While helping out, Pikachu escapes in a state of confusion. Ash chases after, along with Birch, but Birch gets hounded by Poochyena when May comes along and reenacts the scene from the game with Mudkip. Eventually, Team Rocket comes along, of course, and Pikachu is able to discharge his electricity into them, curing itself, with a stray bolt hitting May's bike, which she uses as an excuse to come along with Ash on his journey after picking up a Torchic for her starter Pokemon. Damn, Mudkip really got jilted there. For some reason, Jessie is very wistful this episode, but I suppose she was experiencing masochism withdrawal because Pikachu attacking her fixes that right up. Anyway, much better than Johto's intro episode, so B tier right off the bat. Episode 278, A Ruin with a View. Ash and May meet a Professor Arden at the Oldsdale Ruins who's obsessed with ancient Pokemon. Team Rocket follow them there, under command of Giovanni, to establish a branch of their gang in Hoenn. However, what he's really after is using them as sacrifices to get intel on Team Aqua and Team Magma, the latter of which kidnap Professor Arden to open up the ruins. They find nothing inside and leave, but Ash, May, and the Professor, waiting until morning, discover the sun opens a secret chamber, revealing a pool with the ancient Pokemon Relicanth. So much more going on here than early Johto, and Team Magma feels like much more of a threat. The gang doesn't even defeat them. B tier. Pokemon Chronicles. A family that battles together stays together. We focus in on Brock during his time back at the Pewter City gym. His mom has come back and caused trouble, but after battling her, everything goes back to normal. Brock is strangely aggressive this episode, and I don't really like it, though it was nice seeing more of his brothers, and he gives Onyx to one of them who wants to eventually succeed him as a rock gym leader. C tier. Episode 279, There's No Place Like Hoenn. Ash makes it to Petalburg City and meets May's family. Her dad, the gym leader, has rules which require 3 Pokemon, so he can't battle for a gym badge yet. But during a sparring match, Team Rocket captures Torchic. An okay episode, but oh my god, do they not even try to make May's brother, Max, a likable character at all. The only good gags involving him are when he keeps getting in the way of Pokemon attacks because the only enjoyment he can create is by being hurt. Low C tier. Pokemon Chronicles. Cerulean Blues. Misty returns to her gym and has to try to stop a rampaging Gyarados before an inspection agent arrives. Unable to do so, she settles with caging it for now when she has to defend her gym from 3 delinquents. They continually break the rules, getting banned from the gym and nearly drowning Misty. But fortunately, Gyarados has learned a lesson somehow, some way, and breaks out of its cage to save Misty. Also, apparently Misty has a fear of Gyarados because as a child she was left unattended with one and crawled into its mouth, and that was somehow the Gyarados' fault? Low C tier. Also, it's worth mentioning, despite Misty wanting to journey with Ash more, it's weird she won't leave the gym again despite her only supposedly being there while her sisters are on vacation. Episode 280, You Can Never Tailo. The gang is hungry and harassed by a swarm of Tailo, but fortunately Brock's arrival back onto the scene helps with both, and Ash catches himself a Tailo. B tier. B standing for Brock. Pokemon Chronicles. We're No Angels. This one feels like a real yes and episode. After Team Rocket's hurtled away by the Tailo in the last episode, they land in an Amish village where they end up as their superheroes to fight against a mad scientist making robots to attack them. But it turns out he was actually trying to help the villagers, and then the Tailo flock come back and Team Rocket works with the villagers to fight them off. Team Rocket wants to stay, but they accidentally blast themselves off again. B tier. Episode 281, In the Nicker of Time. I felt dirty saying that. The team meet a boy obsessed with shorts who's after a Zigzagoon or something. I don't remember. C tier. Episode 282, A Poached Ego. A poacher is capturing poison-type Pokemon like Ekans and Coughing. Team Rocket originally wants to steal from the poacher, but Arbok and Weezing want to help, so through the episode, they battle against the poacher and throw hands with a Tyranitar, release releasing Arbok and Weezing to allow them to lead the escaped Pokemon to safety. Honestly, great Team Rocket episode. Ash and the gang are barely in this one except to help Officer Jenny arrest the guy at the end. And now that they're Pokemon-less, a Cacnea that happened to be nearby and helped them out earlier joins James. Despite all the Team Rocket stuff, my favorite part is that we find out Brock has encyclopedic knowledge of the measurements of every part of every Nurse Joy and Officer Jenny's bodies down to the length of their eyelashes. He's a creep in the most fascinating and boring way possible. A-tier episode though. Episode 283, Trees a Crowd. Fortunately, May and Max haven't been too prominent for a while. There's a Trico colony around a giant dying tree. One of them wants to keep it alive, but it's futile. And the tree dies in a beautiful scene where it shares a vision of its entire life to Ash and Trico. Then, with its home gone, Trico joins Ash on his journey. B-tier. Pokemon Chronicles. Showdown at the Oak Corral. Butch and Cassidy try to steal from Oak's lab, but Bulbasaur and the Pokemon fight to protect it. I liked seeing Oak and Tracy battle, though I didn't particularly like that Butch and Cassidy were rewritten to be just as blundering and bad at their jobs as Jesse and James. They used to be actual threats. Also, for no reason at all, the Magikarp salesman shows up again, but with a completely different voice actor. Low B tier. Episode 284, A Tale with a Twist. I don't understand. Sometimes it's a rice ball, sometimes it's a sandwich? A wild Seviper is harassing nearby Pokemon and trying to protect Torchic. Trico gets badly injured, it pushes itself to the brink to get stronger, and meanwhile, Jessie wants to capture Seviper, and not having a good battling Pokemon, throws herself into battle and uses actual Pokemon moves to defeat and catch it. But Trico's training paid off, and it's able to defeat her new Pokemon. High B tier. Episode 285, Taming of the Shroomish. Some Shroomish are causing problems because their habitat is being destroyed. Ugh, boo-hoo. But the people can't stop destroying their habitat, so they just decide to rebuild it elsewhere. C tier. Episode 286, You Said a Mouthful. Ash battles an unofficial gym claiming to have the world's strongest Pokemon. It turns out to just be a Pelipper that hides other Pokemon in its mouth in order to use different type moves. I like the creative use, and later Team Rocket steal Pelipper and put Meowth in its mouth with a bunch of Pokeballs. It reminds me of all those I created the strongest Pokemon fusion videos I keep getting recommended. Low B tier. Man, that's really going to be the one that dates this video, isn't it? Episode 287, A Bite to Remember. The Bite of 287! A Max episode, aka an annoying episode. The gang stumble into a Pokemon preserve, much like a discount Bulbasaur's hidden village, and there, Max is adamant about evolving a Poochyena. The lesson for this one is that it's wrong to pretend to lose battles to give a Pokemon experience. A thing Ash did to help Paris evolve way earlier, and also that it's okay for some Pokemon to not evolve, and then Poochyena evolves, so, I don't know, stupid episode, D tier. It does have the funniest Pikachu stealing scene though, so I guess it can be a high D tier. Episode 288, The Lotad Lowdown. For some godforsaken reason, another girl has fallen for Brock, putting everyone in trouble when they come upon a Lotad ranch. However, instead of Brock stealing her heart, he steals her Lotad, C tier. C for Alpha fucking Chad. Episode 289, All Things Bright and Beautifly. There's a Pokemon contest going on, and for some baffling reason, we only get to watch the contest. Even though May wants to enter, the writers just don't let her. Low C tier. Pokemon Chronicles, The Blue Badge of Courage. Sakura comes to challenge Misty's gym, but they're out of badges, so they have to meet the ridiculous demands of the badge artisan to get more. I highly doubt her sisters ever did any of this. I highly doubt her sisters did any of this to get theirs. It's an okay episode, but Tracy's voice acting feels off. Low C tier. Episode 290, All in a Day's Wurmple. In the last episode, Pikachu learned Iron Tail from one of the contestants, and now Ash is perfecting the move as May and Jessie go out to catch themselves a Wurmple. C tier. Pokemon Chronicles of Meowth and Pokemon, Parts 1 and 2. This one is a lot like a Pikachu short. Meowth is on vacation in the big city and gets into trouble with the Pichu brothers and the other city Pokemons. Low C tier, I don't really care. Pokemon Chronicles, Trouble in Big Town. Still in the city with the Pichu brothers. It's just a Pikachu short, but without any of the protagonists' Pokemon, and it's just so annoying. D tier, I hated it. Pokemon Chronicles, Big Meowth, Little Dreams, Part 1 and 2. Another stupid and annoying big city Pokemon episode, but Meowth is back this time. D tier, stop making these. Episode 291, Gonna Rule the School. This episode centers around Max and the kids at a Pokemon Academy, so it has zero entertainment potential. They go around learning, and then Max gets to use the school's Pokemon to battle the bully, losing despite his intelligence. And at the end, Roxanne, the gym leader running the school, lets all the kids work together to beat Team Team Rocket. Just imagine in the real world a like bank heist occurring, so a bunch of economics students beat up the robbers as a learning opportunity. Low C tier. 292. Winner by a nose pass. Ash finally battles Roxanne, his first gym leader. He starts with Trico, but it doesn't know any grass type moves, so is swiftly defeated. It's on to Pikachu to defeat her Geodude of Thunder, and then nose pass with Iron Tail. It's a good fight. My only gripe is that Roxanne pulls a "you really thought we'd fall for that twice" with Pikachu's Iron Tail when she did fall for it. It just happened to not work when he did it. Also, she says she learned to have a surprise attack from Ash when she has nose pass use Thunder Wave, but that's clearly a lie. It would have had to have already known that move before the match. Low B tier. Episode 293. Stairway to Devon. Max befriends the president of Devon Corporation and helps him stop an infiltration from Team Aqua. High C tier. Episode 294. On a Wingle and a Prayer. The Team Aqua grunt from the last episode escapes to a shady part of town and kidnaps the Wingle of an old man, Mr. Briny, who is going to ferry the gang across the port. They get into a high-speed boat chase with the grunt, but ultimately he escapes. B tier. Some nice action. Episode 295. Sharpedo Attack. On their way to Dewford Town, the gang and Mr. Briny get trapped on a secret island by a bunch of Sharpedo. But when Brock helps their leader get better after being poisoned by Team Rocket, the Sharpedo befriend them and let them all out alive. B tier. Pokemon Chronicles. Oak Napped. Professor Nampa requests Butch and Cassidy kidnap Professor Oak, making the first half a whodunit mystery for Tracy, Richie, and Mary. Who's Mary? Before Richie just guesses and makes up how the crime happened, and they defeat Team Rocket. C tier. It's nice to see Richie's new Pokemon though. Episode 296. Brave the Wave. Ash acts really strangely in this episode. So he pressures Brawly into a gym battle when he's already told him he'll do it tomorrow, and Ash has shown patience in this respect before. But then in the battle, he pushes Trico too far when he's also shown restraint before in that area, and then after losing gets really angry at everyone, a thing he learned not to do before. I think Ash is on his period. Low C tier. Episode 297. Which Wurmple's which? Jesse and May's Wurmples get mixed up, so now they have to demix them up. C tier. Episode 298. A Whole Lot of Trouble. One of Team Rocket's holes gets everyone gets everyone trapped in a series of tunnels in Granite Cave while searching for Steven Stone. They're all mixed up with Max, Pikachu, and Meowth together, finding Steven. Ash, Brock, and James stuck together, angering some Aaron, and May and Jesse just kind of along for the ride together. I feel like Jesse is getting more unbearable of a character over time. High C tier. Episode 299. Gone Corefishin'. There's a mysterious Pokemon attacking the crew, but fortunately the title spoils who it is, so Ash is able to battle and capture it, adding Corfish to the team. Low B tier. Episode 300. A Corfish out of water. Corfish gets sick during an encounter with Team Rocket, so Ash has to trek all the way to the Pokemon Center to help it get better. Meanwhile, Brock, May, Max, and Team Rocket are slowly drowning to death on the beach. Low B tier. Oh, and the Wurmples evolve. Also, there's a really cute moment where Ash is dreaming about battling with Corfish and says an attack in his sleep, and Corfish acts it out even though it's asleep too. I love that shit. Episode 301. A Mudkip mission. They meet the man who raises the starter Mudkip given to new trainers. One gets in some trouble and Brock helps it, leading to it joining him on his journey. High C tier. Episode 302. Turning over a Nuzleaf. The Pokemon get separated from the Poke Gang when they get Poke harassed by some Nuzleaf, and then Team Rocket joins in the harassment, causing the Nuzleaf to turn over a new leaf and help. C tier. Episode 303. A Tree Team Scheme. The gang runs into Professor Birch and then into a kid with a secret base, but then Team Rocket steals the secret base, and then Team Magma steal the base from them. They think this is the Cave of Origin, and so do Team Aqua, who also join in. They stand around talking a little while and then leave, realizing they were wrong. We finally see the two teams confront one another, and it's pretty underwhelming. C tier. Episode 304. Seeing is Believing. The gang and Professor Birch are trying to help some C-Dot find nice, moist trees, and during the adventure, May's Silcoon and Jesse's Cascoon evolve into Beautifly and Dustox. C tier. Episode 305. Ready, Willing, and Sableye. Ash tries to scare Corfish to instill some manners in it, but it backfires when a Sableye attacks, and Corfish grows to distrust Ash. Team Rocket then blow up the cave they're all in this episode, and they genuinely believe that they killed 4 children and a Pokemon with very little remorse. C tier. Episode 306. A Meditite Fight. Ash encounters a hot-tempered girl who wants to be the gym leader Brawly's apprentice and girlfriend. And while helping when a hurricane arrives, she proves to Brawly she's capable as an apprentice and C tier. Episode 307. Just One of the Geysers. Ash has a rematch with Brawly. Oh yeah, he ate shit earlier, by the way. In a new stadium that includes a geyser hazard element. And he takes it all the way with Trico. High C tier. Episode 308. Abandoned Ship. Team Rocket lure the gang onto a fake cruise with free snacks and drinks, causing them to get stranded out in sea and drift to the Hoenn shipwreck. There they meet Tommy, who they know they can trust because he offers them free snacks and drinks. They help him look for his marsh stomp that went missing when the ship wrecked, but as they do, they and their Pokemon start slowly disappearing. And it turns out it's related to the now evolved Swampert, who was working through his feelings, thinking it was abandoned. C tier. Episode 309. Now that's flower power. May trains for her first Pokemon contest at Slateport City with Beautifly, and Jessie prepares with her Dustox, though she doesn't get to enter. As May practices, she encounters a cocky contestant and a supportive one who give her a Pokeblock case. He's also about to give them a sample of some berries when Torchic eats his entire supply, so May goes to search for some more, but one of the other contestants, Drew, gets to them first and battles her for them. Then Team Rocket takes them and Drew helps out. C tier. Episode 310. Having a Wailord of a time. This episode actually answers a question I've always had. So apparently each Pokemon Center keeps a set of starter Pokemon for new trainers, and Ash and Max are tasked with watching them as Joy helps May heal a beached Wailord. Meanwhile, a Torchic runs away and evolves, so Ash and Max plan to swap it out with May's Torchic, which is such an obviously dumb plan. The only thing saving it from D tier is I think it's funny the new trainer's father decides to become a Pokemon trainer too because a Trico gives him some bedroom eyes. Low C tier. Episode 311. Win, lose, or drew. After a few weeks of training, May enters her first Pokemon contest. She stumbles a bit in the first round, but manages to move on to the second, which is just a Pokemon battle. She loses to Drew, but fortunately for her, this is Pokemon, so the person who beats the main character will also be shown losing to someone else. C tier. Pikachu short, gotta dance. This is another one I didn't write out fully. Okay, I'll just read my bullet points. Beginning musical numbers are usually just okay, but this one's absolutely abysmal and annoying. Meowth should never have sung. He's got a dancing Pokebaton. Pokemon team reduced from all of them to just starters and Lotad. Also, Dustox isn't there. Oh my god, he drops the baton and they all start dancing. Please, for the love of God, don't become a musical. Oh god, it becomes a musical. I feel bad for any parents actually taking their kids to the theater and this plays. They keep synchronizing, but Trico tries not to dance. Great animation. Oh, it's over now. So that's what I wrote about it. I guess retroactively I'll give it a D tier. I didn't seem to like it. Movie 6, Jirachi Wishmaker. The gang arrive at a valley to join the festival around the Millennium Comet. Vacant at first, the valley soon fills in the middle of the night with all the attractions. And the next day, they all go to the show of the magician, the Great Butler. There, Max starts to hear a voice from a large gemstone Butler's assistant, Diane, is holding. After he runs on stage, they explain to him there's a Pokemon inside called Jirachi that sleeps for 1,000 years and awakens only for the Millennium Comet. It awakens and befriends Max. They try out its wish-making power and play around. However, the next night, Butler reveals the real reason they had Jirachi's rock in the first place. He steals Jirachi, wanting to use its power to revive Groudon. The kids in an Absol try to stop him, and Diane betrays him as they travel to take Jirachi back to its homeland in Farina. Butler follows them there and he succeeds in summoning Groudon, but there's something wrong with it. It begins killing everything in the valley and capturing Pokemon into its body. When it captures Diane, Butler realizes just how wrong he was, and he helps the gang use Jirachi's power to destroy the Groudon. Then they all sing a special lullaby for Jirachi as it returns to its millennial slumber. This was my second most watched Pokemon movie as a kid, and I actually thought I would hate it, being so Max-focused and all, but I quite liked this one. It has a much more dynamic villain in Butler, pulled in two directions by his love for Diane and his desire to advance Team Magma's plan, and in a way, he's the true protagonist of this movie, with Max's arc of learning to be okay with saying goodbye to Jirachi honestly feeling a little bit more secondary. On to smaller details, it had a really long intro narration sequence, but I did like the nods to the other movies. I'm also glad the movie used CG so sparingly, because when it was used, it was pretty bad. It feels like they're getting worse at it, not better. I did though really like the Pokemon constellations they had for the credits, although I'm upset they didn't have a remix of the show's intro theme at the beginning this time. Overall though, I think it's a high B tier movie. Very fun movie. Episode 312, The Spiel of Approval. Ash and Max try to visit a museum, but it's closed while the guy there investigates a rock related to Groudon. So, of course, Team Magma shows up and steals it. In the scuffle, the rock breaks, and Ash is able to save part of it, but they get away with most of the sample. C tier. Episode 313, Jump for Joy. A Shiftry kidnaps Nurse Joy and the gang has to save her. Except, of course, it's obvious exactly why it would kidnap her, and they realize she's needed to help out a sick Nuzleaf. Low C tier. Episode 314, A Different Kind of Misty. City. Team Rocket steal a very important lightstone from a foggy town, and a kid with a Plusle and Minun think Ash is some legendary hero who will save them. And then he saves them. C tier. C tier. Episode 315, a Pokeblock party. The gang make their way through a trick house with a not funny trick master, and for some reason Jigglypuff is back. D tier. Episode 316, Watts with Watson. Ash challenges Watson. Pikachu has some little blushies and then fucking solos Watson's team with a single attack, beating him so hard he quits being a gym leader. It turns out Pikachu was just overcharged from attacking a mechanical Raikou, but Watson is so devastated by the sweep that he literally quits. High C tier. Pokemon Chronicles, a date with Delcatty. These Chronicles episodes really are just fan fiction with the abandoned reoccurring characters. This time, Misty, who's now taking over the gym permanently along with Tracy and Casey, stop Butch and Cassidy from stealing a Delcatty from a boy who wants to go out with Misty. Low C tier. And thus ends Season 6. To check in, it's been about 2.5 years according to Brock and Tracy, and Ash has amassed 17 rivals, including a gym leader, Watson. But where does the season stand on its own? Season 6. I came into this video expecting Hoenn to be the low point of the series. Most of this I think came from opinions online, considering I would have only seen a few episodes as a kid, but in finally watching it, I can say I was pleasantly surprised. Unlike Johto, this one had a much better beginning, and this season was a lot more focused. Johto was very directionless, but here it feels like Ash and crew are moving forward as he gets a few badges early on, assembles his team, and May figures out what she wants to do with her journey. There are some lulls where nothing really happens, but compared to Johto, which sometimes feels like entire seasons are lulls, I think it's much better. That is not, of course, to say it's perfect. I think it's a missed opportunity not to have Misty in the wettest region, but I think she overstayed her welcome already anyways. Although her replacements in May and Max are worse. May is very whiny, and Max is kind of a know-it-all brat, making it hard to get attached to them. As for smaller things, I also don't really like the new narrator, but I do really like the use of a map backdrop for the title cards. Overall, I'd still say it's a C tier season, but a higher C tier. And actually, I almost want to think this retroactively puts the Johto seasons in D tier for me. I really did not like them. Season 7, Advanced Challenge. Episode 317, What You Seed is What You Get. Yet another episode where Team Rocket stole something, leaving it in the heroes' hands, getting them mistaken as the thieves. They get it settled, Ash has a battle with the accuser, then Team Rocket tries to steal some watermelons. Also, there's a watermelon electrode, and it's never stated that it's just painted like a watermelon, so I choose to believe that it is just a fruit. Low C tier. Very meandering episode. Episode 318, Love at First Flight. May helps the most lame and beta cuck omega male I've ever seen get with his childhood best friend. D tier. Episode 319, Let Baggins Be Baggins. Is that how you pronounce that? This one barely has a plot. They meet a girl that has a baggin that wants to fly, Ash battles it, Team Rocket take it, they get it back, and it evolves. I am not skipping anything. Low C tier. Episode 320, The Princess and the Togepi. Misty returns and is immediately kidnapped by Team Rocket to Mirage Island as part of a political plot to usurp the kingdom as the right to rule is conferred only to the owner of a Togepi. And we end on a cliffhanger. Ooh. Normally I like two-parters, but what is all this? Misty completely shafted in her own cameo episode. Low C tier. Episode 321, A Togepi Mirage. Togepi reveals a secret power and transports the gang to the Togepi paradise on the island, which has fallen to ruin due to the kingdom's conflict. But then Evil Guy steals Togepi to get power, then our Togepi evolves. They beat him and Togetic leaves. They brought Misty back just to not even use her, only to take away her Pokemon. D tier. Why? Pokemon Chronicles, Training Days. We see Jessie, James, and Meowth's origins in Team Rocket as they go through a training exercise and become Team Rocket agents. This was actually really fun, and I love seeing the old, more serious Team Rocket. My only issue is that they completely wrecked Meowth's character. I assume because they felt they needed some comic relief in the episode. B tier nonetheless. Pokemon Chronicles, Celebi and Joy. Richie makes it to a noisy big city just as an elderly nurse Joy is trying to protect her Pokemon Center from being demolished by the mayor. She tells Richie about her wonderful memories at the center and about a boy who passed away the same day it was founded. She also tells him about Celebi, who transports him through time to the day before he died. He befriends the boy, Nick, and the younger nurse Joy and helps save the boy's life, which he lost while avoiding a party where he wanted to tell Joy he liked her. He confesses, and Celebi returns Richie Richie to the present, where now Nick is the mayor and the Pokemon Center is being renovated instead of torn down. Remember, kids, it's not the system that's at fault. We just need the correct person in power to fix things. This one actually had a lot going on, and I really like Richie as a protagonist, even if he is pretty much just a moral paragon. A tier. It was fun. Episode 322, Candid Camerupt. The team comes across a family in the desert who helps them not literally die, which they were about to do, but in exchange for their hospitality, they request a 4-on-4 battle. Somehow Brock loses, but May and Max win their battles. Max borrowing Ash's Corphish. But during Ash's battle, the grandma's Camerupt goes on a rampage, and it isn't calmed down until her eldest grandson, who left on a journey, returns and uses Rain Dance with his Alakazam. Despite not having a plot up until now, they pretend they suddenly have one, shoving it in at the last minute with him and his grandma, but at least it had a lot of battles, low C tier. Pokemon Chronicles, Journey to the Starting Line. Professor Oak, Tracy, and Ash's mom look for runaway starter Pokemon along with the mayor's son, an absolute brat voiced by a grown man, D tier. Episode 323, I Feel Skitty. The team take an exhausted wild Skitty to a nearby aromatherapy clinic, but Team Rocket steals the fragrances and accidentally steals Skitty too. But Meowth loves Skitty, and you know what they say, if you love something, set it free. And he does. But Jessie goes after it, and May decides Team Rocket aren't allowed to steal wild Pokemon, so she steals it instead and adds it to the team. Then Skitty lets itself out of the ball, determined to be the Psyduck of this generation. It's at least got a little bit more complexity going on, I guess. Low B tier. Episode 324, Zigzag Zangoose. I didn't think he'd show up again, so I never gave his name, but they run into Nikolai, the guy obsessed with knickerbockers. He battles Ash, but when he gets to a Zangoose, it goes mad, attacking Survivor, who's nearby with Team Rocket. The two Pokemon then enter a blood feud for the rest of the episode. I also didn't mention this before, but Nikolai's a furry, and he dresses as each Pokemon he uses. And as Ash helps train to fight Survivor, Ash joins in, and the two throw hands dressed as Survivor and Zangoose. B tier. It was amusing. Episode 325, Maxed Out. Another let's stop Team Rocket from catching a wild Pokemon episode, which is a weird thing to say as a running theme. But this one has a second, more annoying Max in it. Literally, it's a palette swap character of the same name. The only redeeming quality is I think it's funny Skitty messes up Jessie's hair, so for most of the episode, she's just going around with a giant hammer robot trying to literally kill the children. Low C tier. Episode 326, Pros and Con Artists. I watched this episode, then had to do dishes, and came back to write my thoughts down 15 minutes later and could not remember a single thing that happened. So I guess it's a C tier. Episode 327, Come What May. I maintain that Pokemon battles and contests are stupid, but May enters her contest and she battles Jessie, who's cheating. Upon defeating her, she faces her new rival, Grace, and her Metachan that beat Drew. Grace is a tad cringe, so fortunately May beats her, winning her first contest. High C tier. Episode 328, Cheer Pressure. Thatcher, the boy from the Lightstone episode, is back and has joined a cheerleading cult, where the leader helps Team Rocket battle Ash by promising his cheering will power up their Pokemon. But it turns out to be a trick, and he's using Pokemon to power them up instead. The themes in this episode are wacky. Ash says he's better than the cheating cheerleading because of friendship, but the show doesn't position an alternative or correct way of cheerleading, so it accidentally is saying that cheering on your friends is wrong, actually. And Ash only beats Team Rocket in the end by a helping hand from Thatcher's Plusle and Minun, which directly contradicts the message it was trying to have. So I guess in this world, it's not that there's a right and wrong cheerleading, but that there are right and wrong people who are allowed to use cheerleading. D tier. Episode 329, Game-Winning Assist. They all hang out at a Numel Ranch. That's it, C tier. Episode 330, Fight for the Meteorite. While the gang is stuck on a cable car due to Team Rocket's plan, Team Magma and Team Aqua confront each other over a meteorite. Fortunately, the writers realize how lame this would be without our heroes taking part, so they have Ash manage to get off the cable car to search for help, but instead of getting help, he stops Team Magma and uses the meteorite to detonate a volcano. And then he saves his friends. C tier. Episode 331, Poetry Commotion. Ash finally makes it to Lava Ridge Town to challenge a newly appointed gym leader, Flannery. She's unprepared, and the gang mostly spends the episode helping her out while the old gym leader, her grandfather Mr. Moore, spies on them before revealing himself while dealing with Team Rocket. C tier. Episode 332, Going, Yawn. Ash battles Flannery and wins the Flame Badge. He comes pretty close to losing this one. Good battle, high C tier. Episode 333, Going for Spenda. They help some noble lady find a heart-shaped Spenda. Low C tier. Oh. Episode 334, All Torkoal, No Play. The team is stuck in a valley of aggressive Steel-type Pokemon, along with a Torkoal that wants to challenge the toughest Steel-type in the valley, Steelix. This Torkoal has a reoccurring gag throughout the episode, so you know it's going to join the team so it can do that every single episode. And it does, as Ash helps it battle Steelix and earns its respect. C tier. Episode 335, Manectric Charge. Ash wanted to challenge Watson again and face his new Electrike, and despite beating Flannery due to her overuse of Overheat, Ash relies too much on Overheat with his new Torkoal and loses to Watson. There's a funny moment though where Team Rocket try to capture 3 Raikou only to realize they were all fake robots. I like Watson, but I do not like his voice actor. Not really sure where to put this one. I'll say high C tier. Episode 336, Delcatty Got Your Tongue. They go to an alternative medicine clinic that believes in woo-woo pressure point treatments in a town without a Pokemon Center and paint it in a good light, which is incredibly dangerous in a show targeted towards children who are often the ones who really suffer from such quote-unquote treatments. F tier, garbage message. Episode 337, Disaster of Disguise. Timmy, another boy entering the contest at the new town the gang is stopped at, isn't allowed to use Pokemon because of his mother, so he goes out under the alias of the Masked Phantom. His mother is onto him, however, so after learning the truth, Ash and crew set up a scenario to trick her into believing the Phantom isn't him. The episode ends with her awkwardly accepting it, which makes me think there will still be more drama to come during the contest. C tier. Episode 338, Disguise the Limit. But instead of his mom really piecing it together, his dad helps him sneak off to the contest and then just straight up tells her about it. She goes through a whole arc of remembering her past trauma where her parents didn't let her play with Pokemon either. The Phantom Menace learns his mother believes in him, actually, and then May wipes the floor with him. Also, I really don't understand why Jessie always goes in disguise when entering the contests. She's actually pretty good, and it could add more drama for May. She could be all like, I can't lose to the likes of you. High C tier. Episode 339, Take the Lombre Home. The gang come across a village dealing with a drought and worshipping Brock's now evolved Lombre. But the daughter of one of the villagers and an evil atheist destroys the old people with facts and logic. They then begin worshipping a Pokemon they thought was the devil earlier instead, C tier. Episode 340, True Blue Swablu. A Swablu is injured and separated from its flock after a storm, and May becomes really attached to it, caring for it and helping it relearn how to fly. But by the end of the episode, its flock has already moved on, and of course, it decides to stay with the one who Nope, the flock returns immediately after that, fake out, and May decides it's best for it to leave. Why would it tease us like that? I mean, I like the theme. Sometimes it's best to leave a Pokemon in the nature, but they really go through that whole emotional arc in the last 60 seconds of the episode, while most of it is Max gaslighting the Swablu into believing a magic powder will help it fly? D tier. Episode 341, Gulpin' It Down. Gulpin' these nuts. This one is wacky. So a town goes under an evacuation order when it's attacked by a horde of Gulpin, these nuts. Officer Jenny, like any cop would, doesn't try to seek the source of the issue and why the Gulpin might be attacking, but rather just fights them off with force, and this includes a scientist's help who accidentally supersizes a Gulpin and Ash's Trico. But in the end, the scientist catches the giant Gulpin, saving the city, and they all lived happily ever after until the Gulpin attack again because they never bothered to see why they were there in the first place. High C tier. Episode 342, Exploud and Clear. Ash and Trico battle some guy named Guy with a Loudred, and during the middle of the fight, both their Pokemon evolve simultaneously and start acting rebelliously. And for some reason, Ash is all like, what? What's happening? As if evolution isn't a completely normal thing that happens in this world and a thing he has seen multiple times before. Also, Brock establishes that both Pokemon evolving can be grounds for ending a match because of fairness. And yet, a single Pokemon evolving and thus gaining a huge advantage has always been allowed to happen. Low C tier. Episode 343, Go Go Ludicolo. Corphish is jealous of Grovyle and runs away after losing a match against a, oh my god, Mexican man named Poncho who plays a guitar and has a Ludicolo. Honestly, Corphish is really annoying, and I love how Ash doesn't even use him in his rematch with Poncho but uses Torkoal instead. C tier. Pokemon Chronicles, putting the air back in Aerodactyl. Oak and Tracy go to visit Gary at his new research lab on Cinnabar Island, where he's managed to revive an Aerodactyl, a feat so impressive that it's happened naturally like 3 times already in the show. Gary is also suffering from being an objectively better trainer than Ash by being riddled with self-doubt now. I like seeing what Gary's up to, but man, he was way better before. Oh yeah, and of course Butch and Cassidy are also here, and now that they're recurring characters, they've had to have all their seriousness and actual threat washed away, and they're basically just a worse Jesse and James at this point. C tier. Episode 344, A Double Dilemma. The crew is on their way back to Norman's gym, May's father, and the town is oddly obsessed with the family despite not caring last time they were there, and everyone now wants to battle Ash to prevent him from challenging the gym, which makes no sense and isn't funny funny, they're all annoying. Though it leads to a good moment where Ash wipes the floor with every trainer in town before getting trapped into a match against May, and all his Pokemon are tired, so he loses. Also, this episode is the expression, "Who the Pokemon are you?" instead of "Who the hell are you?" which is really funny to me, but that does not save the episode from how much I hate the townspeople. D tier. Episode 345. Love. Petalburg style. Very poorly paced and annoying episode that drags itself out as long as possible. The plot surrounds Norman's family, I guess, thinking he's cheating on his wife with Nurse Joy, but they never come out and say it, making the whole thing just confusing. And of course, it was all a dumb misunderstanding. D tier. Episode 346. Balance of Power. Ash finally battles Norman, and they push each other to the edge, prompting Norman to try and teach Ash the same lesson every gym leader tries to teach him, that it's okay to know when to quit. And Ash wins by not knowing how to quit, just like he has every other battle. Then Max decides to be a little shit and steal Ash's badge and run away because he's upset his dad lost. At least for once he apologizes. C tier. Episode 347, a 6-pack attack. The gang drop by to visit Professor Birch, and Ash and Brock go with him to meet Professor Oak, who's visiting. Meanwhile, Professor Oak is already at his lab where they left May and Max. The three of them get trapped with Team Rocket, who steals both Professor's starter Pokemon, and Ash, Brock, and Birch have to help rescue them. I liked seeing Professor Oak's resourcefulness with the Pokemon in Team Rocket's decked out cave to try and break out, and I liked seeing Professor Birch is still friends with the Mighty Enna from the first episode of the season. B tier. Episode 348, The Bicker the Better. Ash is being a huge dick to May for no reason, and just incredibly short-tempered this episode in general. And May is spontaneously worse at Pokemon this episode, leading them to lose in a tag team battle against two people who I was sure was Team Rocket in disguise. But nope, actually afterwards they challenge Team Rocket, and Meowth's response to them calling them a couple implies he might think they're all in a polyamorous relationship. Definitely not what they intended, but that's my interpretation. Anyways, they lose too, and now they're fighting. Everyone's fighting, and then it becomes a man versus woman thing for no reason, so that Jessie and May and Ash and James can team up, leading to a no-holds-bar tag team battle, which is actually pretty chaotically fun, but that does not redeem how annoying this episode is. High D tier. Episode 349, Grass Hysteria. May gets kidnapped into a forbidden forest by a Skarmory, and Ash has to fight his way past a village protecting the area and its aggressive grass Pokemon. During the trip, May befriends a Bulbasaur and it joins the team. B tier. Episode 50, Hokey Pokeballs. May's Bulbasaur meets Ash's Bulbasaur, but after it's transferred to him, the Pokemon transporter is malfunctioning. I wonder what could have... It's Team Rocket. It's always Team Rocket. High C tier. Episode 351, Whiscash and Ash. Ash's badges are stolen by a Whiscash named Nero, so they have to get help from a fishing god, and he gives them some actually legit fishing advice. And when they finally catch it, the dude chucks a Master Ball and it eats it. B tier. Episode 352, Me, Myself, and Time. Ash gets separated from his friends on a foggy day and after saving a random ball toy, gets roped into a search for the greatest treasure in the universe with a little girl. She wants to be an archaeologist, but her parents want her to be a doctor. And I thought the twist would be that the old woman who helps them out was secretly going to be revealed to be her mom, who was being supportive the whole time, but no, it's the little girl from the future, because the treasure was a time machine. And all Ash has to say to this monumental revelation is, I guess time is the greatest treasure in the universe. So anyways, this confirms Ash doesn't think time travel is interesting, which I say counts as making the fourth movie canon. High C tier. Episode 353, A Fan with a Plan. May's preparing for another contest. Drew has been gaining fame, but she isn't worried about preparing too much because a bunch of moms told her she's doing very good. Meanwhile, Jessie is stealing ribbons because this contest requires at least one to enter, and when she steals May's and one of the moms, May befriends the mom and helps her get over her confidence issues, vowing to meet her in the contest. C tier. Episode 354, Cruisin' for a Losin'. Wow, they really shit on her right from the title. May's still thinking this victory will be, and she isn't even paying attention to her Bulbasaur's anxiety, and she loses to the mom she helped toughen up, who then loses to Drew. May's kind of a brat in this one, low C tier. Episode 355, Pearls are a Spoink's best friend. A Spoink lost its pearl, and multiple times through the episode it stops bouncing, which means its heart has stopped. So I propose this whole episode is actually the dream of this Spoink in a coma. C tier. I bet no one has ever thought of a theory like this before. Episode 356, That's Just Swellow. More title spoilers. Ash and May enter a flying Pokemon competition called a Poké-Ringer. Apparently James was trained by an old Poké-Ringer master and enters too, beating May hard. Ash, on the other hand, gets paired with the previous year's champion for the first round. The champ's strategy is to beat his opponent by using a Volbeat with Thunder, and I really like that Ash's Tailo was shown earlier on to be able to handle Thunder, which it uses to its advantage here, beating him. And I have to note, during the match, Tailo uses what's clearly Steel Wing, but Ash just yells, "Wing!" And that absolutely floored me. He takes it all the way to the finals where he faces James, only to be beaten as Tailo evolves. Only just beating him as Tailo evolves. And as his prize, he becomes an honorary citizen of... I swear to God I heard them say Prostate Town. B tier. Episode 357. Take this house and Shuppet. May and Max are fighting, which is the perfect setup for them to go into a haunted house with a Shuppet that feeds on people's negative emotions and makes them stop fighting. It would be a cool episode that deepened their relationship if Pokemon didn't make characters fight every 5 seconds to facilitate a plot happening. Low C tier. Episode 358. A Shroomish Skirmish. Team Rocket angers some Shroomish by stealing their fruit, and after evolving into Breloom, the Pokemon chase everyone around and fight the rest of the episode until May's Torchic evolves into a Combuskin and earns Breloom's respect in battle. C tier. Episode 359. Unfair Weather Friends. Brock has once again proven the infallibility of his Womandar. The crew goes to the Weather Institute, and he is suspiciously not in love with the main female scientist. That's because when Team Aqua attacks, the scientist, Millie, reveals herself to be the Team Magma member double-crossing the heroes, Brody, the man of 1,000 faces. His disguise is so impressive, it would actually be a felony in multiple states now. You know, I wrote this a year ago, and it's not getting better. High C tier. Episode 360. Who's Flying Now? James is reunited with his childhood love, a Chimecho, which joins his team at a carnival. But not until after being tricked by the Magikarp salesman again with a fake Chimecho. This guy is one of my favorite reoccurring characters, but I do feel like he's getting a bit overused lately. I could forgive that though if the fake Chimecho was somehow also a Magikarp, because that'd be really funny, but nah, it's just a Bell and a Hoppip. High C tier. Episode 361. Sky High Gym Battle. Ash battles Winona, culminating in a battle with her Swellow, which is of course shiny, so Ash can battle with his own Swellow. I'll say Ash's overeagerness to get into gym battles is starting to grow on me, and he's getting a lot more competent at battling. B tier. Movie 7. Destiny Deoxys. Oh my god, the CG is so bad. Okay, so after a long-winded intro, we come in on an Arctic research team. The son of 2 of the scientists, Tori, is out playing with the local Pokemon when Deoxys crashes to Earth. Rayquaza attacks it, causing the Spheal to all stampede around Tori, causing him to fear Pokemon for the rest of his life. Deoxys destroys the research facility in its battle before losing and its core falling into the ocean. It revives 4 years later as Tori's parents research a second core that was found at the original crash site. Now, they live in a high-tech, futuristic city. The very same city Ash is visiting so he can partake in their famous battle tower. He runs into Tori, finding out about his fear of Pokemon. He and his friends try to help him through his fears, and eventually he warms up to the team enough to show them his mysterious friend. It's a floating glimmer of light that we later find out is the second core, the second Deoxys. Soon though, the original Deoxys returns, and Rayquaza comes after it again. The city has to be evacuated as they clash, and just in time too, as Deoxys destroys the city's electronics, making its greatest asset a trap for our heroes. Eventually, they realize the truth of Deoxys and try to reunite it with its friend, energizing the second core. But then, the whole city goes haywire, and Ash needs to make his way to the Master Robot at the center of a swarm of Cubebots in order to reboot the system. I remember the Pokemon movies becoming more of a slog as time went on, so I'm always pleasantly surprised when I like one, and I like this one. There is some meandering towards the beginning, but overall it feels very well realized. The city itself is integrated into the plot really well and feels lived in, and every element, even if I thought it was just a throwaway to pad time, really came back to play a role. For example, there's some Plusle and Minun that play around between scenes, but their play actually later comes back to have gotten them in trouble where only Tori can help them. Then, at the end, when they're in danger, Tori risks himself and throws away his fear of Pokemon to actually hold them in his arms. And there are a lot of small things like that stay relevant. I also like that it's another character-focused plot centered around Tori rather than some generic antagonist. And I love how the movie is able to intertwine themes of friendship, both in its main conflict with Deoxys, but also with Tori. I honestly think this one's an A tier for me. Pokemon may be lowering its standards for movies, but honestly, enjoying movies more can't really be a bad thing. Episode 362, Lights, Camerupt, Action. Okay, this one is messing me up. So the gang is helping a guy transport movie equipment to a far-off village so the kids there can watch movies despite living so far from civilization. During this, they talk about movies in the Pokemon world. Brock likes some Western where they use Remoraid as guns. May's favorite movie was Titanic, but mixed with Star Wars. Ash apparently saw a movie as a kid based on the original Pokemon manga with Clefairy, but apparently also in this world there are Pichu brother movies, like multiple of them. But we've seen the Pichu brothers as just regular wild Pokemon before. So are the Pikachu shorts canonically a movie in this world? But Pikachu is in them. You could say maybe it's a different Pikachu because there is a Pikachu in the movie they show at the end that's a lot like Ash's Pikachu. But then in the Pikachu short that introduces the Pichu brothers, Ash, Brock, and Misty are shown. So it's not just an in-universe movie. So what are the Pikachu shorts then? This can be B tier. It's at least making me think about something, which is rare for this show. Episode 363, Crazy as a Lunatone. A Lunatone crashes to Earth from outer space, and the PMC from the Clef episode makes a return, desiring to capture it. They only manage to leave it injured, so to protect itself, it hypnotizes a nearby town to make the people protect it. But Ash and crew eventually convince it they want to help, and they fight off Team Rocket and the PMC in order to take it to a spot full of moonlight to recover. High C tier. Pikachu short, Pikachu's Summer Festival. This is our first of many Pikachu shorts that will be Japanese only. Which, if all the Japanese ones are like this, that means the narrated movie in the episode Light Camera Up Action was even more of a homage to the Pikachu shorts than I thought. This short also raises a lot of questions. Ash and his friends never show up, but all their Pokemon are here, so are they really the same Pokemon or just the same kind of Pokemon? But then it's clearly Team Rocket's Meowth in the episode. And Plusle and Minun are there, which we know are movie stars in the Pokemon world. Does their inclusion make Destiny Deoxys non-canon then? And if so, does that mean the Ash we see in the movies is also a character in the movies in the Pokemon world that our Ash has seen? The continuity is getting weird. Anyway, this is just a regular short. Meowth acts as Azumarill's manager, setting up a summer music festival for her, but she's kidnapped by an Aggron so its kids can hear it sing. It's actually kind of similar in premise to the movie in the Camera Up episode too. High C tier. Episode 364, The Garden of Eden. Literally the exact same episode as Snack Attack. A Snorlax is eating up all the local fruit trees and they have to battle and capture it to stop it. Low C tier. Episode 365, A Scare to Remember. Another early Team Rocket blowout separates the gang episode, but this time Pikachu has amnesia. I don't like amnesia plots. D tier. Episode 366, Pokeblock Stock and Berry. Yet another May meets a new rival while Ash trains episode. This time it involves Kelly, daughter of a Pokeblock shop owner, and Ash is teaching Swellow Aerial Ace. C tier. Episode 367, Lessons in Lilycove. May loses control of Combusken's new Fire Spin during the contest and only just barely passes the first round. Meanwhile, Kelly stuns the judges, and Jessie does too, but doesn't know when to quit and ruins her own performance. Yet still gets a perfect score somehow, though her abuse leads to her losing her battle to May in the next round. Then, because May didn't have a character arc set up this time, she's allowed to win. It would be a C tier for perfectly average, but Kelly's Grumpig has the most annoying call and they use it every 5 seconds during the battle, so low C tier. Episode 368, Judgment Day. The gang gets on the wrong boat and land on an island with an institute for teaching Pokemon judges. They try to help out a boy who's not doing too well, Jimmy, and find out he actually wanted to be a Pokemon trainer, except he's never won a single battle. Despite this, his starter Pokemon, Squirtle, had evolved at some point. Something the show has made explicit only happens through battling. And to clear up that plot hole, they have it evolve again later and say it's because it just believed really hard in Jimmy. His teacher then tells him he should try again to be a Pokemon trainer and leave the Institute. Low C tier. And thus ends Season 7. To check in, it's now been a little over 2.5 years, and Ash has amassed no new rivals, while May has found 4 and Max 1. But where does the season stand on its own? Season 7. In the nature of Pokemon, it's not much different from the last 2 seasons. It seems to have less plot than the previous 2, but it still feels like things are largely moving forward. Having May as a second character, though she can be annoying at times, helps with this, as episodes that might normally be filled with a directionless plot are now filled with contests, giving us essentially twice as many goals. And even when the episodes have nothing going on, it's usually at least because they're battle heavy, which I would say is better than Johto's meandering plots. I'll give the season on its own a high C tier. Also, I should note, Instead of who's that Pokemon, they've been having bumpers where Ash gives little trainer quizzes, but every now and again, the answer is wrong. Season 8, Advanced Battle. Episode 369, Clampearl of Wisdom. Of all the characters that could have been brought back, and of all the episodes to copy and paste, they did the Spoink Lost Its Pearl episode again to start off the season. C tier. Just why? Pokemon Chronicles. Love Disc is a mini splendored thing. The premise for this one is so stupid. Professor Namba wants to rid the world of love, and the only way to do this is to have Cassidy and Butch steal a love disc. And for some reason, the best way to do this is to take the love disc that just arrived at the Cerulean Gym, rather than, I don't know, go to the place Misty's sister went to catch that love disc in the first place. There's probably plenty more. Well, they need to steal a pair, but they only get one, while the second love disc points like a compass to the other. Simp. Then Misty and her sister, 2 gym leaders, and Tracy all apparently decided to leave their Pokemon at the gym when heading out to save the stolen love disc. So they have to convince the love disc they brought with them to break the cage it and the second one are trapped in. It gets trapped, of course, which is so stupid because the cage has bars, and love disc is flat. Why doesn't it just slip between the bars? But it's all okay, because at the end, the 2 love discs kiss and fly away with their bodies combined like a butterfly, and that's really funny to me. High D tier. Episode 370, The Relicanth Really Can. Another island-hopping arc and another shipwreck episode. C tier. Pokemon Chronicles. Those darn Electabuzz. I'll be honest, I don't like Casey, but this episode revolves around her helping a Charizard relearn how to fly as a ploy to get an ex-Electabuzz team player to rejoin the baseball team. Also, the Charizard dives into water while it's raining and is still somehow alive? D tier. Episode 371, The Evolutionary War. The crew help Professor Birch understand the reason Clampearl evolves on a small archipelago. C tier. Pokemon Chronicles. The Search for a Legend. Richie accompanies an old dude named Silver who wants to battle Moltres. He's also accompanied by 2 sussy characters that are later, of course, revealed to be Cassidy and Butch. Team Rocket interrupts his battle, and then a volcanic eruption interrupts his battle, so he vows to stay on the island until Moltres returns, and Richie says he'll come back someday to do the same. B tier. Episode 372, Training Rex. The crew land on Muscle Island, and they spend the whole episode intensely exercising, learning the value of bodybuilding, and actually gain some serious muscle, and Ash gets swole. What? You don't believe me? Or did you actually buy that? You gonna actually check? Well, newsflash, I've already lied to you a bunch of times, and I'm going to lie to you again. You gonna watch the entire series just to find out where I did it? You know, I can just say anything, right? Why do you trust me? Just because I'm talking about something pointless like Pokemon? How many other YouTubers do you just trust implicitly? About Pokemon? About important stuff? I bet they've lied to you too. Or maybe I lied to you now about having lied to you before. How would you know? C tier. Episode 373, Gaining Groudon. At the end of the last episode, Team Rocket suddenly came in and blew everyone up so that we could have a cliffhanger further into this pointless island-hopping arc. And the biggest twist we find out in this episode is that it wasn't pointless! The gang gets caught up with Team Magma, who's captured Kyogre. They're about to meet up with Team Aqua, who's captured Groudon, but one of their captains steals Kyogre from the other. During some fighting, Pikachu fuses with Magma's blue orb, and ancient symbols carve up its body, causing it to go crazy. Ash and Pikachu are captured by Team Magma, but who else to rescue them but Lance, the worst voice-acted member of the Elite Four. Then Team Rocket think it'd be a good idea to go and piss off Kyogre, but that's where it ends. Finally something's going on, hell yeah, high B tier. Episode 374, The Scuffle of Legends. Things escalate as Archie goes mad with power, red orb in hand. Pikachu escapes and helps Groudon break out soon after Archie fuses with the red orb and brings a tidal wave to the small island they're on. The 2 legendary Pokemon clash, but soon, Groudon is able to knock out Kyogre enough to end its anger, and the 2 orbs unfuse with Archie and Pikachu, and then fly into the sky and fuse together themselves. Honestly, this one was a bit anticlimactic, just a regular B tier. Episode 375, It's Still Rocket Roll to Me. Ash wants to challenge the Moss Deep City gym leaders, Tate and Eliza, but they're at the nearby science center where their father's about to take off in a rocket to search for alien Pokemon. At some point, Ash and Tate get trapped in the rocket with who other than Team Rocket, who try to steal the rocket. Corphish is also stuck up there, and he helps the 2 beat Team Rocket. And now, Max and Tate have to pilot the rocket ship back to safety. Unfortunately, Max survives. High C tier. Also, during the bumper, they show 3 Pokemon and ask which one doesn't evolve, and the answer is Tangela. This is great because less than a year from this episode's air date, this would no longer be true. Also, I like that Jesse and James are getting increasingly tired of Meowth's fantasies of Giovanni. Oh, I may not have mentioned, but around Johto Journeys, Meowth started making up scenarios for how the things they'll steal will help Giovanni, from Pokemon to rockets to some kid's lunch. Episode 376, Solid as a Soul Rock. Despite getting officiated as gym leaders and working so well together before, now Tate and Eliza are out of sync and fighting with each other during Ash's battle. Worse than Max and May do. Ash is about to have an easy victory when Team Rocket shows up and the gym leaders learn teamwork, a thing they definitely should have already known. But Ash pulls out of his ass a technique that coats Pikachu and Swallow in thunder armor and wins the battle. Pretty funny, B tier. Episode 377, Shaking Island Battle, Barboach vs. Whiscash. So, apparently this episode never aired, but would have focused around a Whiscash that performed an earthquake, which was a sensitive subject due to a recent real-life earthquake in Japan at the time. With only the preview to go on, I have to assume this is the best episode of the Pokemon anime, and my life will be incomplete knowing I can never watch it. Easy S tier. Okay, but let's be real, it was probably a C tier episode anyway. Episode 378, Vanity Affair. Ash is cocky this episode because the writers decided they wanted a character arc, so Drake from the Elite Four shows up specifically for the purpose of kicking Ash's ass. High C tier. Episode 379, Where's Armaldo? For some reason, Ash and Brock pretend seeing an extinct Pokemon is impossible when Max spots a Cradily in the woods, but when he runs off, they eventually find him at a lab reviving ancient Pokemon in an attempt to create Jurassic Park. And of course, like Jurassic Park, an Armaldo breaks out and goes crazy and they gotta calm it down. High C tier. Episode 380, A Cacturn for the Worst. Another contest episode, so May's gotta meet a new rival, Harley, who is such a dick he plays an embarrassing tape he secretly recorded from Max during their battle to psych her out. They almost work in a lesson that she should do her research before entering a contest, but Harley is the one to have said that lesson. And we don't like him, so the writers decided she doesn't actually need to learn this lesson and is allowed to win. I like that they condensed the contest down to a single episode. High C tier. Episode 381, Claydol Big and Tall. Ash and crew are following a sage to a giant Pokeball containing an ancient world-ending evil when Team Rocket decide to unleash the evil upon the world and then realize, no duh, that was a dumb idea. So now they have to recapture what was inside, a giant Claydol. You'd think with the world at stake this would be a more serious episode, but they mostly just go running around in costumes and Wobbuffet is decided by an ancient legend to be the most beautiful virgin in the world. B tier. Episode 382. Once in a Mawile. Brock's trying to rizz up some girl by shipping his Lombre and her Mawile, but Lombre comes out as ace. Fortunately, it later steals the girl's Waterstone and goes through puberty, becoming Ludicolo. It now reciprocates Mawile's love, but Mawile is unfortunately an amphibophile and is no longer interested. C tier. Episode 383, Beg, Burrow, and Steal. The gang gets stuck in a labyrinth of Trapinch burrows and find a mysterious lake. C tier. Episode 384, Absolute Disaster. A local village learns correlation does not mean causation, as Absol comes down from the mountains around the same time their water levels start rising. The team go out to investigate and help the Absol prevent an oncoming flood. They unfortunately didn't recognize Absol, so the Jirachi movie likely isn't canon. High C tier. Episode 385, Let It Snow, Let It Snow, Let It Snow Runt. A snow runt steals Ash's badges. Then it bugs him and he chases it out in a blizzard. Then it steals his hat and leaves him for dead. Then his friends find him and it still hasn't given back his badges. And then they chase Team Rocket, and then Snowrunt wants to be caught, so they battle. Then Ash catches it and gets his badges back. These are not episodes, they are lists. The writers need to fill time, so they begin with a Pokemon and yes-and themselves into a plot with that Pokemon. C tier. Episode 386, Do I Hear a Ralts? Max hears an injured Ralts in the forest, because it's always in a forest, and takes the responsibility of getting it help, when Team Rocket is being more competent than usual fighting Ash. There's also a great moment where Meowth and Jessie dress up as a Gardevoir and Kirlia, and Ash independently fact-checks them with the Pokedex. Anyways, this responsibility for Max immediately proves to be too much for him when he starts crying and Ash's Snowrunt has to help him. Then Team Rocket show up, and we're gonna have a really cool moment where Max has to fight on his own to protect, but then a real Gardevoir and Kirlia save him instead. They then try to have an emotional musical montage as he gets Ralts to the Pokemon Center, but there is zero emotional stakes in this episode, and it just randomly gets serious out of nowhere. D tier, you just did it to make a subpar episode seem impactful, and it really falls flat. And Ralts talking to Max at the end is goofy as hell. The episode sought out to give Max more agency than usual, and then he barely did anything. Also, at the end of the episode, he commands Ralts to use a Pokemon move. We know you need a license to use Pokemon, as Ash got one in the first episode, and we know Max doesn't have one, so has Max just broken the law? Wait a minute, Max bonds with Ralts. Ralts. Wait, why the fuck isn't Wally in this show instead of Max? How did I not realize that? Episode 387, The Great 8 Fate. Ash faces his 8th gym leader, Juan. It's a multi-round fight, starting off as a double battle that Ash wins despite using Snorunt, a Pokemon he just caught and has never battled with, before moving on to a new stadium. He throws out Gravile for the next battle, and we end on a cliffhanger with it falling for a sweet kiss by Love Disc. The battle isn't that bad, even if Ash makes a dumb starting choice, and Team Rocket hasn't interfered yet, so B tier. Episode 388, 8 Ain't Enough. Grovyle falls, and the two go back and forth until it's Pikachu versus Juan's ace, Milotic. Milotic can use Recover, giving Ash trouble, but he's able to get the victory by having Pikachu suplexing it into the water and blasting it with so much electricity, the entire pool explodes. B tier. Episode 389, Showdown at Linoon. The Pokemon League won't be for another 3 months, so I guess the rest of the season will just be pointless episodic adventures. And this episodic adventure involves a Linoon with a crazy pickup ability that steals May's Pokeballs, so now the gang has to unsteal them while helping the boy who owns the Linoon rekindle his bond with it. The episode also has a couple of moments of Linoon Sakuga, so hi, C tier. Episode 390, Who, What, When, Where, Why Not? Fuck, it came back. After an attack from Team Rocket, everyone gets scattered once again. This time, May and Drew get lost together while Team Rocket is separated from Wobbuffet and go looking for it. During both their plots, they encounter a horde of Wynot and their Lychee Berries. And, of course, Lychee Berries are so rare, so Team Rocket have to steal them. C tier. Episode 391, Date Expectations. The gang's on their way to Pacifilog Town, and, of course, the boat breaks down, so we have room to not move the plot forward. So, the team hang out on an island full of Donphan during mating season. The Donphan roll around, giving off danger displays, but instead of leaving them be, our heroes attack any that get too near them. This leads to them injuring one short stack who's trying to impress a shiny female. So they end up helping it out in its love quest, which is difficult as Snorunt causes some mischief. Eventually, they also throw in May and Ash getting separated from Brock and Max, which causes problems because the last boat to Pacifilog Town is leaving, where May's last chance at getting her 5th ribbon before the Grand Festival is. And in a pretty good moment, she decides that she cares more about Max than getting that ribbon. But of course it's a moot point when the boat they originally came on is fixed and picks them up. Best part of this episode though is Jessie finally chewing Meowth out over his stupid justifications for stealing Pokemon. Like she says, their job is to just catch Pokemon. It's getting really tiring how much Meowth tries to justify Giovanni's personal use of them, because it doesn't matter. High C tier. Episode 392, Mean with Envy. May meets her rival for this competition in Joshua and his jealous girlfriend Erica. While Ash is sequestered away training Snorunt, May passes her first round along with her 2 rivals, and Jessie under the alias The Jester. C tier. Episode 393, Pacifilog Jam. We start on Erica and Jessie's battle. Jessie is using Meowth, who James affixed a pocket with costumes in so that he can use Transform, which gets ridiculous as he's somehow stuffed in there a complete life-sized Wailord costume. Obviously they don't win though. May beats Joshua, and though I expected Erica to lose to her by getting angry over this as her goal was to win together with Joshua, she instead becomes humbled and apologizes for her jealousy. Erica starts off winning, but there aren't any stakes anymore, so May is allowed to spam assist until she wins. High C tier. Episode 394, Very Interesting. Oh, Munchlax is in this one. And it shows up to eat May's horrible Pokeblocks because haha, a woman who's bad at cooking? So to prove its innocence, May wants to catch it. Sure, that makes sense. Low C tier. Pikachu Short, Pokemon 3D Adventure, Find Mew. So, from what I understand, this short is lost media, or otherwise I can't find it. Also, the only screenshots I can find of it are in 2D, so for lying to me, I'll say it's F tier. Episode 395, Less is Morrison. Oh god, this guy. Despite showing and name-dropping rice balls in previous episodes, or just straight up lying about what they were before, this time they went through the effort of replacing the rice balls with a sandwich and a cracker. The episode itself, though, is just Ash striking up a meaningless and annoying rivalry with some random boy, Morrison, over every task they take through the episode. D tier. Episode 396, The Ribbon Cup Caper. Officer Jenny, whose voice actor appears to have changed, is on the search for the Phantom Thief, Brody, a rogue agent after the dissolution of Team Magma and Team Aqua. He's stolen the Ribbon Cup for the Grand Festival. It's a real whodunit, except literally anyone could have done it because Brody is capable of dressing as any background character. And the case is solved by Brock's canonical Womandar. It was fun and had a few clever moments, even if I predicted all of them. B tier. Episode 397, Satoshi and Haruka, Heated Battles of Hoenn. The next episode's Japanese only because it's only a clip show. I did watch the whole thing just to make sure I didn't miss anything, but the only new clip at the end is played at the beginning of the next episode anyways. Well, I don't like clip episodes, but I also like Pikachu's Goodbye and Holiday Hijinks less, so only a low D tier, not quite an F. Episode 398, Hi-Ho Silverwind. Harley returns and somehow convinces May of the idiotic idea that she should only use a single Pokemon move for the whole contest. The episode, though, doesn't really properly sell how bad an idea this is, because when doing a montage of other trainers, it always shows them using only one move, but we know the performances are longer. Anyway, Harley's super annoying, and May's being super stupid, but she manages to pass the first round, so low C tier. Episode 399, Deceit and Assist. Now May's been convinced to only use Assist, which backfires. She's able to recover from it, though, and realizes Harley was playing her. Low C tier. Episode 400, Rhapsody and Drew. Even after all this build-up the past few episodes, May effortlessly beats Harley. Then, during a confrontation with Team Rocket, Snorunt evolves into Glalie, finally getting its Ice Beam under control. They were trying to impersonate some other man named Robert. May then beats Anthony, a guy Jesse tried to impersonate last episode, before facing Drew. I've noticed he's gotten more humble ever since Harley showed up. Unfortunately, she loses, and Drew immediately loses to the real Robert. At least they bothered to introduce him before he won the contest. This episode was kinda rushed, and there wasn't much to the battles though. D tier. I don't know how Pokemon is able to consistently make tournament arcs so boring. Pokemon is literally the reason that when I first got into anime, I thought I didn't like tournament arcs. Episode 401, Island Time. May wins free flight tickets, and it's obviously a trap because it always is when they win a trip. The plane crashes, like it always will, and they're stranded on Whalmer Island, surrounded on all sides by whirlpools. Another guy is trapped on the island with them and has been living there for years. He's since been disillusioned with the horrors of modern capitalism, and when his Whalmer evolves and gets everyone off the island, he decides to stay behind. Based, B tier. Episode 402, Like a Meowth to a Flame. The crew's made it to the Evergrande Festival, the Hoenn Pokémon League. And of course, Team Rocket wants to steal the stupid Moltres torch again. Even with every single Officer Jenny at the event, and not at any of their respective towns, proving cops are kind of not necessary for keeping the peace, the only one that comes around to stop Team Rocket has a Blastoise, of all things, rather than the usual Growlithe, because we have to let a new character, Tyson, show off. Because obviously they can't use Blastoise when the object they stole is fire. Tyson, though, has the real-life Puss in Boots, and I love its sarcastic Meowth noises, but here, what he shows off is his powerful Metagross. C tier. Episode 403, Saved by the Beldum. Ash, Morrison, and Tyson's preliminary matches. Ash's was nothing of note, and Morrison's was just an annoyance, but Tyson? Oh damn. His Meowth has a dark past involving a Persian, so when it's put up against one, it goes on full Goblin mode, using Thunderbolt to rip up the earth when Persian uses Dig, dragging it into the air only to continue blasting it more and more, and then after it's unconscious, it tries to slit its throat. Metal as hell. I just wish the episode was only centered around that battle because Morrison seriously brings it down for me. Otherwise, it could have been an easy A tier, but I have to say low B tier. Episode 404, From Brags to Riches. Morrison and Ash qualify for the tournament, winning their respective stakeless battles, when Team Rocket learns the value of a good day's work. C tier. Episode 405, Shocks and Bounds. Ash's next opponent for the qualifiers is actually given some character, so you know it'll be tough. It's a double battle, and he takes out Grovyle, but Glalie is able to make up the difference and win. We get a montage to pad time, and then Ash faces Katie, another character given some build-up, but this time she's actually tough, and we leave off on a cliffhanger of her destiny bonding Glalie. B tier. Episode 406, A Judgment Brawl. Next up, Ash's first Pokemon, Corphish, falls into a confusion, but it backfires and is somehow able to battle just as well. The two go back and forth until Ash pulls out a win when they're down to their last Pokemon. Morrison and Tyson win their first rounds as well, and the second round matchups are revealed, and Ash has to face Morrison, his big friend buddy he's promised to meet in the finals. This messes Morrison up emotionally. Hi, C tier. Episode 407, Choose It or Lose It. Morrison is way out of it due to having to face Ash early, and he almost gets disqualified for not switching in a Pokemon before Ash can snap him out of it. But he's already lost 2 Pokemon and is never able to make up the difference, even after giving it a tough go. I think Morrison works better as an emotional friendship face-off because he was at least set up, but Richie was just a better character, so ultimately the whole ordeal just annoyed me. All I can give it is C tier. Episode 408, At the End of the Fray. Next up, Ash has to face Tyson. Since he's the only other rival in this tournament, we know he's going to lose, and then Tyson will lose to some rando right after, and that's the tournament. And yep, it ends with Pikachu and Tyson's Meowth both damaged, and we have to see which one of them can stand up better. They do a fake out with Meowth falling first, but Pikachu hits the ground first, and Ash loses. Meanwhile, Team Rocket worked so hard, their boss allows them to run the place while they're away, and I almost feel bad when they inevitably start stealing Pokemon as soon as they're unsupervised, because the dude has been so generous this whole time. Okay, so just to prove a point, I actually wrote this episode's description before even watching it, but Tyson actually won the whole thing, so that was a twist. Otherwise predictable, but a good battle. High C tier. Episode 409, The Scheme Team. The team splits up unceremoniously, and Team Rocket returns to Giovanni. May and Max return home, and Ash makes it to Viridian City, missing his friends. He runs into Agatha, who's taken up the mantle of gym leader, and battles her. A Pokemon talent scout then explains to Ash the concept of the Frontier Brains, setting him up for his next journey. Also, Team Rocket shows back up with an updated motto. Yeah, I like the old one better. The episode ends off with him making it to Pallet Town, meaning we're in for the most boring episodes of the season. Oh, and Misty is there, and Max and Professor Birch for some reason. Misty seems to have replaced Togepi with Azurill. High C tier. Episode 410, The Right Place and the Right Mime. For the life of me, I could not tell you why Mime is in the title when ostensibly the closest thing resembling a main plot is around Squirtle. But anyway, May returns, having deposited her Beautifly and Skitty at home so that she can fit a Squirtle from Oaks that doesn't like to be in a Pokeball to her team. Sorry, did I say she had room for it? Because actually she exchanged it for her Bulbasaur for some reason, despite having 2 slots open. The gang hangs out in Oak's Garden most of the episode, but before leaving to the first Frontier Brain near Cerulean City, and as they leave, Ash drops off Torkoal and Glalie just in time for Famfi to decide to join him. It's another Pallet Town episode, but it was kind of nice seeing everyone after being gone for so long. Oh, and also Brock joins right at the very end. High C tier. Episode 411, A Real Cleffahanger. After an attack from Team Rocket, Max and May are stranded along with a poisoned Pikachu. And also a Cleffa is there. Munchlax learns Metronome from it, then once everything's alright, they watch the Clefairy Moon Dance, which has really lost its magic from how it was portrayed before. C tier. Movie 8, Lucario and the Mystery of Mew. We start in the ancient past, in a time before Pokeballs. A Lucario and a man named Sir Aaron are caught between 2 encroaching armies, whose battles will destroy the kingdom at the center of their battlefield. Sir Aaron, given no other choice, traps Lucario inside his staff and sacrifices himself at the Tree of Beginning, Mew's home, in order to put an end to the fighting. But Lucario doesn't know this, and is trapped in the staff for hundreds of years until Ash wins a local tournament and is named Aura Guardian for the year. Upon being gifted the staff, his similar aura awakens Lucario. Lucario then has one of the most realistic depictions of a panic attack in the history of cinema upon being told what happened to it. It believes its master, Aaron, betrayed it. As this is going on, Ash's Pokemon had run into Mew, and after an encounter with 2 Weavile from a trainer wanting to study Mew, Pikachu gets injured, and Mew teleports it and Meowth away to the Tree of Beginning to recover. Max sees this and tells everyone, causing the gang and the owner of the Weavile, a famous explorer named Kid, to head out to the Tree of Beginning. Along the way, they encounter time flowers, which show brief glimpses into the past, and Lucario struggles with Sir Aaron's actions. He and Ash fight over the relationship of humans and Pokemon, but in the end, as they make their way through the Tree of Beginning and past its defenses, they bond and come to understand each other and see the truth of Sir Aaron's actions. The tree itself is revealed to be part of Mew and acts as its immune system, attacking everyone. Mew is able to turn it off only at the cost of becoming feverishly sick. The only way to save it is for Ash and Lucario to perform the same aura technique Sir Aaron did. At the last minute, Lucario pushes Ash out of the way, sacrificing itself and only itself. And the movie has the guts to end on this sacrifice, transitioning straight to the credits for the epilogue. Okay, thoughts. I'll get the criticisms out of the way. Ash really should have trained the aura over time. The time flowers also didn't really make sense, like there was no reason for them. Like, what did they have to do with anything? Maybe if they could just like tap into the tree's memories or something, it would make sense. I don't know. But aside from those few contrivances, I thought the central conflict was really good. And I love some of the emotional moments they have with their Pokemon. As the immune system takes James, for example, he releases his Pokemon, inspiring everyone else to do the same when they get caught by the immune system, so that they can go freely, knowing that the immune system doesn't hurt Pokemon, only humans. There were a lot of cute moments like that, and overall, I just really liked this movie. So, while it has some contrivances that pull it down for me, compared to other Pokemon movies, S tier. Episode 412, Numero Uno Articuno. The team sees someone flying with an Articuno and later find out it's none other than the first Frontier Brain himself, Nolan. He's got a hanger and flies with Articuno sometimes, and he's so good at flying that when Team Rocket shows up, he literally kamikazes them and is completely fine. He gives Ash his choice of Pokemon to battle against, and of course he chooses Articuno, even though it's still just a wild Pokemon. And for his Pokemon, Charizard comes flying in. B tier. I wrote a question mark at the end of that. No, it's B tier. Episode 413, The Symbol of Life. Ash catches up with Charizard before entering into his battle with Nolan. It's an okay battle, and I think it really sets up how tough the battle frontier will be. That the first member Ash faces has a literal legendary Pokemon, but at the same time, Ash winning against that so early makes him seem too strong? Or at least, the battle lacked the gravitas it could have had because he just used his instant win Pokemon that, at this point, he isn't even the one who trained. Low B tier. Pikachu Short. Pikachu's Ghost Carnival. It looks like we're coming up on where the Pikachu shorts stopped getting translated. In this one, Pikachu and friends are traveling when they come upon a haunted house. Meowth is set upon destroying the same house, but the Pokemon crew protect it and give him enough scares to end all of his 9 lives. I really like the storybook style of this one, but it's weird how the shorts are starting to get more and more detached from reality, or the reality of Ash's journey, I should say. They're clearly Ash's Pokemon, and it's clearly Team Rocket's Meowth, but there's no connection to the rest of the world of the anime as if it were some alternate reality. Also, while some parts are less annoying in Japanese, the Japanese version is also a lot noisier as the narrator gives all the Pokemon voices. I think it about evens out to a B tier for me. Episode 414, Hooked on Onix. Max is being a bit of a Slifer slacker while taking care of the Pokemon, and they get into a confrontation with some Geodude and then get lost. While the team is looking for them, Team Rocket convinced the Geodude's leader, an Onix, that Ash is literally Hitler. But Ash proves in a battle to Onix that Team Rocket were in fact the imposters. Sus. High C tier. Episode 415, Rough, Tough Jigglypuff. A poor soul, bless his heart, wants to catch a Jigglypuff for his daughter. Ash offers to catch it for him, but he has to do it himself. So instead, Ash battles it for him and he throws the Pokeball. Except he doesn't. He said he learned some lesson that wasn't displayed over the episode, that he should leave it in the forest. He said it was the most happy being chased around, which, okay, I know as analogs to animals, yes, animals should be left in nature, but these are Pokemon. They never have a choice, so they are always ripped from their homes. All of Ash's Pokemon were too, so be consistent. It's not some moral thing to leave Pokemon in their homes. In this world, there is nothing wrong with capturing a Pokemon. And in fact, if Jigglypuff preferred being chased, then why not catch it? It clearly wants to play with you, and then it does appear at the end of the episode again for this very reason, which only makes me hate today's episodic protagonist even more. High D tier. Episode 416, On Cloud Arcanine. Drew makes his return so that May and him can butt heads trying to catch an Arcanine. But then, when it's caught by Team Rocket, they have to work together actually to save it. I love Team Rocket's sitcom dynamic when they're holding jobs, but I do not love that once again the lesson of the episode is that it's wrong to catch wild Pokemon. I know the Arcanine had pups, but I'm just saying it's a very weird moral to put in so many episodes of a show whose tagline is gotta catch 'em all. C tier. Episode 417, Sitting Psyduck. A rich girl learns her Psyduck is running away because... Wait, this is just the Snubble episode again. C tier, fuck off. Episode 418, Hail to the Chef. 2 twin sisters running maid cafes in the woods fight over their culinary abilities before finally coming together and joining their businesses as one like their father always wanted. C tier. Episode 419, Caterpie's Big Dilemma. The kids stumble upon a kid, his Caterpie, and his mad scientist who accidentally turns Caterpie the size of a kaiju. Then Team Rocket wants the power for themselves and make Dustox and Cacnea kaiju too. And we get an epic kaiju chase. Make them fight! Anyways, high B tier, fun episode. The episodes that don't move the plot forward are always the best when they're wacky. Episode 420, The Saffron Con. The gang finally makes it to Saffron City, but they find Harley's there helping out Nurse Joy. He manages to gain their trust just long enough to trick May into thinking the registration deadline is later than it is. She's almost disqualified before even qualifying, but fortunately good old nepotism strikes again as she's recently befriended the MC while saving all the other contestants' Pokemon from Team Rocket and gets registered anyway. Oh yeah, and Jessie gets her hair chopped off, and it stays like this permanently. Short-haired Jessie is cursed. Low B tier, I like Harley. Episode 421, A Hurdle for Squirtle. It's our usual contest battle. Jessie stumbles her way into the second round, only to lose to the episode's rival. She uses Wobbuffet, but because Harley is actually smart, he refuses to attack, knowing she'll use Mirror Coat. And they both almost get disqualified for refusing to fight, but she does eventually manage to beat her. Then, May faces off against Harley. She comes close to losing, but turns things around when Squirtle's new Ice Beam attack gets her first Kanto ribbon. I like that Harley uses an Ariados and primarily uses String Shot to ensnare and puppet around his opponents, reflecting his own personality. High B tier. Episode 422, Pasta La Vista. It's literally episode 168, 2 hits and a miss, but this time the girl who doesn't want to inherit the dojo is a noodle chef. But also there's a romantic subplot where some girl wants him to inherit the dojo because she loves him. For some reason, May and Ash fight as proxies for Noodle Boy and Dojo Grandpa, which is odd because Ash has literally no leg in this race. But anyway, they talk it out and it's all good. Low C tier. Ending off on a special. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Team Go-Getters out of the gate. This special's really nostalgic for me. I really loved the Mystery Dungeon games as a kid, and when I saw this special, I was really confused why my mom couldn't find the other episodes, but there are no episodes, just the one. As for the episode itself, the story is fine. Squirtle wakes up as a Pokemon and joins Charmander and Chikorita on a rescue mission. Mostly my notes are on the production. The watercolor backgrounds are really cool, but the voice acting is pretty bad, and the beginning seems really awkward with just text and no narrator. C tier. And thus ends Season 8. To check in, the Pokemon League is 3 months since Ash's last badge, so I think it's safe to say it's been at least 3 years now, and Ash has amassed 18 rivals, while May has found 8 and Max 1. But where does the season stand on its own? Season 8. Advanced Battle is in a weird place where it's the ending of the main arc for Advanced and is also the beginning of Battle Frontier. And the ending to that first arc is really awkward. It feels they swiftly disposed of Team Aqua and Team Magma rather unceremoniously, and May and Ash lost both of their tournaments without much fanfare, and now we're suddenly back in Kanto. It's especially weird because the opening was more focused on the Battle Frontier part of the season, even though, by all intents and purposes, the first part should have been the main focus. It really feels like this season should have been shortened and the next elongated to avoid this. The title cards change halfway through and the special effects get an upgrade at the same time as if they were separate seasons. With the end of the main Advanced arc, though, I want to give my thoughts on the arc as a whole, too. I've noticed there's a lot more of Ash actually training, unlike where earlier he would say he would train but then goof off into filler episodes. I've also noticed Brock has kind of become a water-type trainer, as he mostly only uses Lotad and Mudkip. I think it's a really cool nod to his mom, who's a water trainer, but I don't know if that was intentional. Honestly, it's really underwhelming and confused this season. I think this is going to be my first D-tier season. Season 9, Battle Frontier. Episode 423, Fear Factor Phony. Oh my god, the voices. Okay, so 4Kids is gone. It's weird to say I missed their dub, but I'm sure the new voice actors will grow into their role soon enough. Anyways, this episode follows the crew camping out in an abandoned town, where they help out the psychic Pokemon abandoned there with their conflict with the ghost Pokemon living in the mines. I feel like there's a huge missed opportunity to say the townspeople abandoned the place due to the ghost Pokemon, but at least the resolution of the episode is pluralism between the two types rather than the segregation like episode 121, a sappy ending. Low C tier. Episode 424, Sweet Baby James. James's Chimecho is sick, but fortunately, he comes upon the summer cottage of some family members. but he doesn't want them to see his criminal life. He convinces Ash and team to pretend to be his friends, and once Jessie and Meowth start stealing, inevitably, he fights them off himself. At the end, they decide to throw in James leaving Chimecho behind and getting a new Mime Jr. I don't like getting rid of Chimecho for no reason, and James's family's voice acting leaves much to be desired, but it's still a B-tier episode. Episode 425, A Chip Off the Old Brock. Mudkip Evolve. There's a boy, a girl who like boy, and an old lady. Old lady good at making medicine. Boy bad at making medicine. Team Rocket literally pick up the medicine shop and take it away. Boy become good at making medicine. Boy save day. C tier. Episode 426. Wheel of Frontier. Ash battles his next frontier brain, Greta, who's obsessed with fighting and fighting type Pokemon. He has a double battle with her using Grovyle and Snorlax. The former of which is swiftly taken out, but Snorlax is able to come through for the victory. Honestly, I still feel like the Frontier Brains, despite meaning to be a level above Gym Leader, just feel way too easy for Ash. Low C tier. Episode 427, May's Excellent Adventure. Y'all already used that pun. Everyone hangs out on an egg farm, and May encourages a girl there to become a contest coordinator. Then, after the inevitable Team Rocket attack, May's awarded an Eevee egg. Well, they don't know it's an Eevee egg, but based on the pattern, it's clearly an Eevee egg. And Pikachu spontaneously turns a quick attack into a Volt Tackle, learning a new move. C tier. Special. The Mastermind of Mirage Pokemon. This episode was created in honor of the Pokemon anime's 10th anniversary. Ash and friends, along with Misty and Professor Oak, are invited to Dr. Young's lab, where he's invented a special Pokemon known as Mirage Pokemon. They're virtual Pokemon, digital monsters, if you will, made of code but still as solid and real as the real thing. Only, their code can be manipulated to give them moves they can't learn and to eliminate weaknesses, as Misty learns firsthand battling one. Dr. Young orchestrates a fake kidnapping of himself and then dons the visage of Mirage Man. He kidnaps Professor Oak and uses him to unlock access to every database in the world, why does he have access to that? Which he uses to create the ultimate Mirage Pokemon, Mewtwo. Ash, of course, tries to save Oak, befriending a failed Mirage Pokemon, Mew, in the process. It's Mew who ultimately is able to defeat Mewtwo after it develops a legendary cancer. Literally, all the legendary Pokemon appear on its body like tumors. There was a lot going on, but I think it's a really cool special episode. Dr. Young actually looks into Pikachu's memories in order to get the data for the legendary Pokemon at first, showing us scenes for the first 5 movies, so I'll move forward assuming they're canon from now on, and it's just a cool callback. It's really held down by the voice acting though. None of the characters really show much emotion, and it makes any scene lose all its weight instantly. There were actually a couple insanely funny moments that come from that, but I know that's not what they're going for. I think with the old cast, A tier, but as it is, it was hard to take seriously, so I'll leave it in high B. Episode 428, Weekend Warrior. Instead of a setup episode for once, we're jumping straight into the contest, and May's rival is introduced in the competition. Jeremy is an unsuspecting looking businessman who comes on stage dressing as a rock star. He almost doesn't qualify when his wife and son run up on stage being completely unsupportive jerks, and honestly, he doesn't have to put up with that. So he tells them off and makes it to the final match with May. And in qualifying, his family stops being narcs and supports him in his contest journey after his loss to May. High C tier. Episode 429, An Olden Pond. Local billionaire thinks a lake is bad because he almost drowned there as a kid, so he uses a Crawdaunt to drive everyone away so that he can demolish it and build a park there. He and Ash have a battle to decide the fate of the lake, but when Team Rocket attacks, he almost drowns again. But unfortunately, he's saved by Dragonair like he was as a kid, so even though he went through the exact same process, now he has an opposite thought that he shouldn't destroy the natural environment. So, whoopee, one businessman down, another will replace him. C tier. Episode 430, Tactics Theatrics. Ash goes to the Battle Dome and takes on the Frontier Brain and star, Tucker, beating him in a double battle. C tier. Episode 431, Reversing the Charges. An angry Elekid that's been supercharged by a lightning storm is running amok, and the only way to stop it is to supercharge Pikachu. Also, Phanpy evolves, high C tier. Episode 432, The Green Guardian. The team comes across a Pokemon Ranger and they help her save Celebi, Guardian of the Forest. And of course, the Pokemon Rangers are the best kind of Pokemon trainer because they catch Pokemon using fucking Beyblades. B tier. Episode 433, From Cradle to Save. They all go to a ninja school and Brock catches Bonsly. Unfortunately, no one recognizes it, so the Lucario movie is likely not canon. High C tier, but only for Jessie's made-up ninja moves, and actually this episode and the Which Wurmple's Which episode suggest all her backstories are fake, which put the Ignorance is Blissey episode in a pretty funny gray area. Episode 434, Time Warp Heals All Wounds. May hears the story of an old lady from her granddaughter whose husband went off to become a doctor and died in an accident. She never told him she was pregnant and always wished it had snowed so the train would be delayed. So May time travels to the past to make it snow. No Celebi like the Chronicles episode, no advanced civilization, just does it. Low B tier, would be higher, but the daughter delivers the whole story in such an unemotional voice. Oh, and Eevee hatched. Episode 435, Queen of the Serpentine. The Battle Pike is closed, but fortunately Queen Lucy of the Battle Pike has a crush on Brock, so she lets Ash battle her and he wins the luck symbol. C tier. Wait, she what? Episode 436, Off the Unbeaten Path. Everyone does a stamp scavenger hunt, and it's really boring. James wins, if you must know. Why am I doing this? High D tier. Episode 437, Harley rides again. Ash had his battle, so now May has to have hers. This time, Harley has dropped the pretense, and Jessie isn't competing, so the battle is a lot less interesting. Of course, it's Battle Frontier, so she loses! Wow, I almost care. C tier. Episode 438, Odd Pokemon Out. Grovyle and a wild Tropius compete for Nurse Joy's Meganium's affection. Grovyle evolves like a simp and is so dejected when Meganium chooses Tropius, it can no longer use Bullet Seed and Leaf Blade. It can no longer shoot its seed or get its sword up. D tier. Episode 439, Spontaneous Combustion. May can't have a loss for too long, so they go to a new made-up town where she can beat some fan of Drew named Brianna, who takes May as a romantic rival. C tier. Episode 440, Cutting the Ties That Bind. After getting cucked so hard by Tropius, Sceptile is still having performance issues, so it gets stranded with Ash in the woods for a little while to get its mojo back. That's not even, like, some bonding arc like when Charizard got injured. Pathetic. High D tier. Episode 441, Kaboom with a View. Ash gets the spirit symbol at the Battle Palace. I don't know, what do you expect from me? What's the point of all this? Why am I doing this? Over 400 episodes in only 4 months! C tier. Episode 442, King and Queen for a Day. Meowth, Bonsly, Mime Jr., and Pikachu get stranded in the city, but there's some movie going on where they need a Bonsly and a Mime Jr., so they end up as stand-ins, and twice! They've done the exact same plot before, twice! And you know what? Not just that. Every episode is the exact same. The whole goddamn season is just an endless loop of the same 3 episodes. Ash gets an easy battle symbol. They go to a town and help a person. May wins a contest. They go to a town and help a person. Ash gets a symbol. They go to a town. May wins a contest. Ash gets a symbol. They go to town. May wins a contest. Ash gets a symbol. Town. Contest. Symbol. Town. Contest. And on. And on. Why am I doing this? This show sucks. I'm tired of this. No more playing nice. No more baby gloves. F D tier. They have a stupid, pointless dance number to pad time. You can hardly call this anime animation. The voices have no emotion, and half the characters of the cast serve no real purpose. Episode 443, Curbing the Crimson Tide. Well, at least this one has a half-decent setup for the stakes of the villain. Turns out a little girl who misses her parents has her Pokemon go around battling people, but I don't know, Pokemon battles are wrong now, I guess? And how does her motivation connect to her actions? And Ash beats her through Sceptile magically flying? I don't know, what's happening? Why? F B tier. Episode 444, What I Did for Love. Brock continues to be an unfunny simp, entering May's contest to impress some girl. Oh wow, we might finally have some stakes. Friend against friend. Except, no. They seriously try at that angle. May beats him, and his plan backfired. F D tier. Farther down for the opportunity cost incurred in this one. Episode 445, 3 Jinx and a Baby. Jessie tries to catch a Wild Smoochum. Why is catching Pokemon wrong now? Team Rocket's caught Pokemon before. Because they're taking it away from its family? Ash took Trico and Tailo from its families. F D tier. Episode 446, Taking a Good Game. Ash meets the empath, Annabelle. This show seriously feels like it was meant to be a slice of life show that they just throw in random, brief, low-stakes action segments in between as an excuse to call it an adventure. She, of course, turns out to be the next Frontier Brain, and Ash battles her. He also interferes in the battle, physically snapping Pikachu out of confusion, but rather than being disqualified, he just loses a different way. What are the stakes in these battles? What is the motivation? I know he wants to be a master, but why? Why do I care? F low C tier. Episode 447, Second Time's the Charm. Ash has a training arc for all of 5 minutes where he tries and fails to form a psychic connection with his Pokemon. Then, despite nothing having changed, he now beats Annabelle, who likes him for some reason. They've known each other all of maybe a day or two. F C tier. Pokemon 448, Pokemon Ranger, Deoxys Crisis, Part 1. Golly gee, a half-competent episode? A mysterious phenomena is rendering Pokeballs, and therefore all the protagonists, useless. So the Pokemon Ranger appears again. At the same time, Deoxys appears. After hunting it down, Max gets kidnapped, and I hope it doesn't give him back. F A tier. Episode 449, Pokemon Ranger, Deoxys Crisis, Part 2. Deoxys uses Meowth to talk, and this episode is good at establishing a creepy vibe through some half-decent voice acting for once. Turns out the solar winds is causing the electrical problems and woke Deoxys from its meteorite, but the Pokemon Rangers capture it and all is well. F B tier. Episode 450. All that glitters is not golden. Some guy was running tests on his Sudowoodo when something goes wrong and it starts screaming in actual agony. Dear God, the one time the voice acting sells. This turns it golden. It runs away and they all have to get it back and turn it back. F high C tier. Episode 451. New plot, odd lot. Finally, at the last contest, Jessie is using Harley's Pokemon and they're cheating to prevent May from winning. Oh, and would you look at that? They took a competent character, Harley, and changed his motivations to be completely and utterly stupid. He no longer wants to beat May because he's egotistical and can't let go of a grudge when she didn't know who he was back when they met, but now it's because she sorta kinda looks like a girl who stole his lunch as a kid. F C tier. Episode 453, Going for Choke. May battles Jessie into overtime, and the rest of her friends foil Harley's plan before he can even do anything. The whole theme for this battle is that it's wrong to use other people's Pokemon, but then Jessie almost wins using frustration, which works better when you don't have a connection with your Pokemon, but sure, go off, I guess. F high C tier. Episode 454, The Old Berate and Switch. Team Rocket get into a fight, and everyone splits up. Despite this, they all happen into the same place. A temporary tournament set up by Butch and Cassidy as a ploy to steal Pokemon. Cassidy and Jessie drive wedges into James and Butch respectively, causing them to go about their own schemes. And honestly, it's not that bad. I love the wholesome shit between Team Rocket, and there's one joke with James that actually got me. Look, Pokemon's not a great show, but you know, that's not really the point. The characters don't change because they don't need to. They're kind of like old friends that it's nice to catch up with and see what they're doing episode to episode. Ash doesn't have a powerful motivation because it's not about him. It's about the viewer. We're experiencing a Pokemon journey through him. There's a reason each person's favorite season, when I ask, is always the one they saw as a kid. Because the show isn't for me. It's for a younger me. It's not about the plot or anything like that. It's about friendship and loving Pokemon, and all that shameless nonsense. I don't think this episode is that bad, and anyway, focusing on the plots is missing the point entirely. And look at me, I've been focusing on that way too much. Okay, the first half drags a bit, and it really doesn't know when to end, but otherwise, I'd say it's A tier. Episode 454, Grading Spaces. The gang returns to Brock's gym, which has once again been remodeled. The remodelers? Team Rocket. They've accidentally received Butch and Cassidy's funds and give a good fight, but are ultimately defeated. B tier. Good foreshadowing in the beginning. Episode 455, Battling the Enemy Within. Ash meets Brandon, the Frontier Brain with a booming voice, and he summons an ancient evil by using the Pokeball of the ancient king of Pokelantis, thinking there's a Ho-Oh inside. The king possesses him, and it's like a reverse Yami-Yugi situation, except Ash is Yami and Yugi is Atlantean. He battles Brandon using dirty tricks before he's able to break Ash out of it and recapture the evil. Then Brandon and the Battle Pyramid fly away. Were they ever real in the first place? A tier. By all means, it's a poorly written episode, but it's so fun. Episode 456, Slacking Kong. Team Rocket's slacking robot is stealing everyone's berries. Oh no! B tier. Pikachu short. Pikachu's Ocean Adventure. So, this one's lost. What a shame, I know. Seems it was going to be about the Pokemon crew going on a treasure hunt and ocean adventure where, at some point, Pikachu and Meowth ride a Lapras and Latias. The CG looks terrible, and 4D films during that trend were usually pretty bad, so I'll just assume it's probably a D tier. The trailer itself was an F tier, I'll say that. They just shout fun over and over again for 30 seconds. Episode 457, May, we Harley Drew'd ya. This episode's all set up for the contest. Drew, Harley, and May qualify. Harley is dressed as May, and May meets Soledad, rival of Drew and friend of Harley. Also, an Apom from the last episode is running around and harassing Ash. Low C tier. Episode 458, Thinning the Horde. Ash is trying to catch Apom, and Drew becomes Paul from Diamond and Pearl for a moment. May qualifies for the next round, then swiftly beats Harley in a double battle with little fanfare. High C tier because I like Apom. Episode 459, Channeling the Battle Zone. May takes it right down the clock, barely beating Drew. And they really refuse to drag any suspense out of the judges' deliberation. They're instant with it. High C tier. Episode 460, Apom and Circumstance. A certain village determines their king by whoever can keep a crown till sundown. Apom steals it and gets it stuck on its head until, just before sunset, some Omega male manages to pull it off and become king. C tier. Movie 9, Pokemon Ranger and the Temple of the Sea. Ash and his friends get caught up with a traveling carnival group, but come to find out, they're helping a Pokemon Ranger who's transporting a Manaphy egg. Followed by an evil pirate named Phantom, they have to travel across the sea and return Manaphy, the Prince of the Sea, to an underwater palace. During the course of the adventure, May hatches and bonds with Manaphy, and when they come across the temple, the pirate tries to steal its crown jewels to become king of the sea. This causes the temple to begin to sink. Fortunately, Ash rushes in to save the day, returning all the crystals to their rightful place. And then he becomes supersonic, kills the pirate, and everyone else becomes supersonic as well. As a kid, I remember loving this movie just for the scene where Ash nearly kills himself diving into the flooded temple again and again in order to return the crown of the sea to its rightful state. Now, though, I have some criticisms. So to start off, the central conflict of the movie, May bonding and having to say goodbye to Manaphy, is just the same as Max and Jirachi in the 6th movie. I do like that they have more time dedicated to their bond here, but the movie is also really dragged out, and it feels like not much is happening. Phantom was also really flat and a simple villain. I'll say I was really endeared to the Pokemon Ranger because his backstory is basically just the Snow Way Out episode of Indigo League, and that's one of my favorites. But I thought they could have done more with him. He's a Pokemon Ranger. He has a strong bond with Pokemon and a desire to help Manaphy. So it could have been interesting if they used the fact that Manaphy bonded with May instead of him to derive some conflict. And despite Manaphy bonding with May, both her and Manaphy honestly do very little in the movie. While I loved that heroic scene with Ash as a kid, it should have been May who saved the day. Even though she loves Manaphy and doesn't want to say goodbye, it would have really shown how much she cares for it that she's willing to save the underwater palace for it. Instead, though, she's relegated to being a damsel in distress, who only gets to beg Ash to be her big strong man through Manaphy's telepathy. And actually, Manaphy has been shown twice before this to be able to switch people's bodies. So it would actually make more sense if Ash was knocked out by diving and Manaphy had to switch him and May. Maybe May even feels all of Ash's pain, nearly suffocating, but is able to endure it better than him just because her bond with Manaphy is so strong. That could have been way more powerful than what we got. Otherwise, I think I focused on that scene as a kid because most of the movie isn't that memorable. It's a fine enough C tier, I think. Episode 461, Strategy Tomorrow, Comedy Tonight. The gang help a girl and her chatot find her calling as a comedian for a children's hospital. C tier. Episode 462, Duels of the Jungle. It's the Scyther episode, but with Weavile, and instead of catching Weavile, they help it prove it's an alpha and make amends. C tier. Pikachu short. Pikachu's Island Adventure. Liking the storybook style, not liking the narrator. So Pikachu and gang help out a group of weak Pokemon take back their playground from Meowth and his cronies. C tier, The shorts are all the same, really. Episode 463, Overjoyed. Ash runs into and loses to Brandon again. And there are 0 stakes because immediately before he gets bodied hard by just a Nurse Joy's Chansey, and then he uses Torkoal, his weakest Pokemon, in the battle against a Registeel. D tier, he had no chance. Episode 464, The Unbeatable Lightness of Seeing. May has a mock battle with Drew to help her get over her contest loss, and she loses that one too. Drew and Harley then leave for the Johto contests. High C tier. Episode 465, Pinch Healing. It's the episode where they all help out at a human hospital again, but this time it's the Pokemon Center and it's less interesting. Low C tier. Episode 466, Gathering the Gang of Four. Ash brings back Bulbasaur, Squirtle, and Charizard to get back to his roots and train to fight Brandon. They're all off model this episode and also hate each other because we need some form of conflict. Then Ash faces Brandon's Dusclops with his Charizard, and he's about to win it, except at the last moment, he forgets a fighting-type move doesn't affect Ghost Pokemon. A dumb mistake he hasn't made this whole arc. Low B tier, though. Episode 467, Pace, The Final Frontier. Luckily for Ash, this time it's a 4-on-4, hence the last episode's name. Bulbasaur beats Dusclops, Squirtle Ninjask, then Bulbasaur, Solrock in a double knockout, leaving him with his Pikachu and Brandon's Regice. And he finally wins. I am a little disappointed he didn't use any of his Hoenn Pokemon though. The talent scout, Scott, actually owns the Battle Frontier and offers Ash a position as a Frontier Brain, but he declines. He wants to continue his journey. B tier. Episode 468, Once More with Reeling. Just before everyone returns home, May and Ash have a contest battle. Sceptile versus May's newly evolved Combusken. And they have the nerve to hold it on a cliffhanger, B tier. Episode 469, Home is Where the Start Is. And of course, the spineless cowards allow them to tie and both win. Everyone goes their separate ways. Ash runs into Gary, who once again tells him about Sinnoh, so after a surprise party for him, Ash decides that's where he's off to next. High C tier. And thus ends Season 9. To check in, it's been at least 3 years now, and Ash has amassed 19 rivals, while May and Max finishes off at 8 and 1 respectively. But where does the season stand on its own? Season 9. So I considered moving Johto retroactively to D tier when I first got to Hoenn, but boy did the later half of the series drag, especially after the voice acting shift. Everyone sounds worse, so many of the background characters feel like they're phoning it in, and a lot of the characters just don't seem to have a lot of passion behind them, making it hard to get invested in any of the new side characters or even emotional parts with the main cast. Except James though, they made him sexier somehow. Besides all that, the series is just so repetitive. It feels like the entire season is just Ash fights Frontier Brain, filler episode. May does a contest, filler episode. Rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. I know technically it's not filler, but honestly, what better word do I have for it? This whole season feels like filler, as if they're just biding their time until Diamond and Pearl can air. I was excited for this season at first because having a whole other contest arc and essentially a second gym leader arc in a single season rather than spread into 3 made me think this could be a lot more concise. And it feels like such a wasted opportunity to do something more with these characters too. Like, I noticed Brock talks about being a breeder a lot more this season, yet I don't think he's ever really done anything about that since Indigo League. Give him some episodes! I also had in here originally a long rant about the logistics of contests in this world, but I really don't need to be putting more thought into this than the writers did. This is a D tier season, and I'm tired of thinking about it. Season 10, Diamond and Pearl. Episode 470, Following a Maiden's Voyage. Our new femtagonist, Dawn, sets out on her journey, and I like the gall to only show Ash at the very end of this episode. They do a nice job setting her up and giving her a whole mini-arc, setting up and bonding with her starter Pokemon Piplup after saving it from a wild Ariados. She even sees a Mesprit in Lake Verity. I just wish they didn't shove Team Rocket right in at the end, but otherwise, I think I'll be generous and put this one in A tier. Good start to the season. Episode 471, 2 Degrees of Separation. Team Rocket left Pikachu stranded, and it comes across Dawn. After some missed encounters, she and Ash start looking for each other, and Ash catches a Starly to help in his search. He also runs into Brock and meets Paul. I still like Dawn, B tier. Oh, and James went to another one of his summer homes and got a Carnivine. 1. Episode 472. When Pokemon Worlds collide, Ash and Dawn finally run into each other, and Ash also runs again into Paul. If I said before that Giselle was focus group tested to be a bitch, Paul was evolutionarily selected to be a dick, because he is a min-maxer. He battles Ash and wipes the floor with him, though the battle's called as a draw. He then releases the Starly he just won with because it still was not good enough for him. B tier for badass. Episode 473. Dawn of a New Era. Ash and Dawn fight the whole episode for no reason, and then when they meet some guy, Ronaldo, deciding if he wants to do contests or the Pokémon League, they argue over what he should do, but after battling both of them, he decides to just do both. I don't see why their opinion matters on his life choices. Low C tier. Episode 474. Getting Twiggy with it. Ash seduces and apprehends a little old lady's Turtwig. High C tier. Episode 475. Different strokes for different blokes. Ash tries out his new Turtwig against Paul, but it's not good enough. When he gets trapped in a forest full of bewildering Stantler, they bond and try again. The next battle actually has a lot of back and forth, and I really wasn't sure who would win, but ultimately, Ash just isn't good enough to beat Paul. This episode does a good job of fleshing out Paul a bit while still making him a huge dick, and it's great. He is still my favorite rival by far. Low A tier. Episode 476. Like It or Lup It. Team Rocket steals some water Pokemon's berries, and Piplup plays hero. Along the way, it learns a new contest move Dawn was trying to teach it. Low B tier. Episode 477. Jimbalier. Jimbalier? Okay, this one got a chuckle out of me. Meowth racially profiles a Croagunk that's following him, but Team Rocket decides to include it in their fake gym scheme. When the twerps show up, they start making up a bunch of ridiculous rules to tip the battle into the house's favor, until eventually they just steal Pikachu and try to run for it. Though I think it'd be funnier if they just kept trying to see how much they could get away with. B tier. Episode 478. Setting the world on its Baniri. Ash and Dawn compete to catch Baniri, but in the end, it goes with Dawn. Low B tier. Episode 479. Not on my watch, you don't. Team Rocket's plan this time was so competent, I actually thought Butch and Cassidy must be making a return. They gave out a bunch of fake Poketches around Jubilife City with a microphone connected to a Psyduck, hypnotizing Pokemon to all walk into a trap. Of course, by the end, they're saved and the protagonists all get real Poketches. High C tier. Episode 480. Mounting a Coordinator Assault. Dawn enters her first contest, and Apom convinces Ash to enter as well. She's making mistakes, but she's helped out by a new friend in Zoe, another girl who's been to a few more contests than her. High C tier. Episode 481. Arrival of a Rival. Ash faces off against Zoe, who's upset he's only here on a whim. She beats him, then Dawn. The battles are actually pretty good so far. B tier. Oh, and Jessie was there. Episode 482. A Staravia is born. Team Rocket tries stealing some burbs, but Starly helps them escape and evolves. High C tier. Episode 483. Leave It to Brocco. Team Rocket kidnaps Brock along with a wild Nuzleaf. Can't let them have a wild Pokemon, so Brock tricks them and Bonsly evolves during his escape. I love seeing more of Brock's Pokemon-loving nature rather than his woman, can you call that love, nature? B tier. Episode 484. Shapes of Things to Come. The gang watches Paul's first gym battle, and Brock comments on the moves and abilities each trainer uses in enough detail it could actually be genuinely helpful to people playing the games. I also like seeing how Ash has grown. Indigo League Ash would have absolutely decked Paul by now. B tier. Episode 485. A Gruff Act to Follow. Ash faces Rourke and Paul begrudgingly watches only to see Ash lose. As a kid, I didn't like that Ash lost so much in Sinnoh, but it really makes sense as Rourke even gave Paul trouble, and Ash hasn't been able to even beat Paul yet, so B tier. Episode 486. Wild in the Streets. Ash is training when Rourke reminds him not to battle for Paul, but to battle for his gym badge. Meanwhile, Team Rocket is practicing necromancy and revives a bunch of fossil Pokemon. High C tier. Episode 487. Over the Rampardos We Watched. Ash wins a coal badge. B tier. Episode 488. Twice Smitten, Once Shy. Dawn catches a Pachirisu, but it's a little difficult to handle, so she just releases it within like 5 minutes of getting it. And I say she forfeited it, so it's totally fair for Jessie to later take it like she tries. D tier. Episode 489. Mutiny in the Bounty. A Pokemon hunter just shows up and wrecks shit. I like seeing a viable threat that isn't Team Rocket, and Ash doesn't even completely defeat them. B tier. Episode 490. You see, we won an evolution. The team finds out about a group called the B-Button League, who don't like evolving their Pokemon. Meanwhile, Team Rocket buys an evolution machine from the Magikarp salesman, and I don't need to describe their plan, you know how that will end. C tier. Episode 491. Borrowing on Bad Faith. Jessie saves saves Apom, so it lets her enter and win an unofficial contest with it. Ash gets super jealous, and I actually think with Apom's love of contests and mischievousness, it'd be a lot more interesting if it did just stay with Jessie, but it eventually goes back to Ash. High C tier. Episode 492, Faced with Steelix Determination. Team Rocket goes a-digging and they make a Steelix a-mad, so the heroes gotta work with some doofs to unmad it. Weird it took this long to show a Bidoof in the show. C tier. Episode 493, Cooking Up a Sweet Story. Pikachu pretends to be the Pikachu of some old lady whose Pikachu went missing in order to help her win a baking competition. C tier. Episode 494, Oh, do you know the Poffin plan? The lesson of this episode is that each Pokemon has their own individual tastes. So after an escapade with Team Rocket and a Masked Roserade, Dawn learns to make a Poffin all of her Pokemon enjoy. Wait, low C tier. Also, Roserade is so ugly in this episode for some reason. I don't know. I don't like it. Episode 495, Getting the Pre-Contest Titters. Dawn meets an old friend and a new rival, Kenny, as she enters another contest. She's been pretty good about contests so far, but now she makes a mistake right off the bat. C tier. Episode 496, Settling a Not-So-Old Score. Dawn and Kenny make it to the finals, and Dawn just barely beats him, winning her first ribbon. High C tier. Episode 497, Drifloon on the Wind. Ash helps out Nurse Joy and her baby Nurse Joys, one of which just casually knows Suicune, who helps out when the other baby Nurse Joy gets carried away in a storm by her Drifloon. C tier. Episode 498, The Champ Twirls. Ash and Dawn do a double battle with some strong trainers they heard about, but start fighting each other, cause I don't know, why not? But after Team Rocket yada yada, they work together and win. Low C tier. Episode 499, Some Enchanted Sweetening. They meet Cheryl, who's in search of a treasure known as the Enchanted Honey. But then it's just the Paris episode, but instead they're evolving a Burmy into a Mothim. C tier. Episode 500, The Grass Type is Always Greener. Gardenia joins the quest, and they find a clue among some flowers that look kind of like the beta sprite for a baby form of Paris. C tier. I have never seen someone hornier for grass than Gardenia. Episode 501, An Angry Combination. Cheryl finally finds the Amber Castle where the enchanted honey is, and she just waltzes on in to tell Vespiquen she's not here to take their honey, so you can please give me some honey. This one has some cool set pieces held down by an incredibly lackluster plot and budget animation. Low C tier. Episode 502, All Dressed Up with Somewhere to Go. They're all inexplicably in a Pokemon dress-up contest. Brock wins a Happiny egg. I mean, what could it be? Pikachu's impersonations during this episode are great here, so high C tier. Episode 503, Buizel Your Way Out of This. Zoe battles a strong Buizel to try and catch it, then Dawn tries to battle it, then Ash tries to battle it, then Dawn tries to battle it, and catches it. High C tier. Episode 504, An Elite Meet and Greet. Lucius of the Elite Four comes, not that kind of, and Buizel learns to battle him, losing and learning a new, powerful move. Depression. High C tier. Episode 505, A Secret Sphere of Influence. It's a whodunit, and it takes two Jennies to find out who obviously done it was Team Rocket, as they were commissioned by Team Galactic to steal the Adamant Orb. Except they don't find out. Piplup and Pikachu do that, so in the end, the cops were useless once again. Nando, the scientist at Team Rocket, is also there after having won a battle with Gardenia and tells the gang about the Sinnoh origin myth. C tier. Episode 506, The Grass Menagerie. Imagine if the gyms were more like a dungeon, and Pokemon was more like a standard shonen where Ash is battling his way up to a big bad, with each gym focused around pulling out some new move or a certain strength or teaching him a valuable new lesson he needs to master to beat the gym leader. And each leader could be like a foil designed around one of his weaknesses and faults. Anyway, Ash faces Gardenia while Team Rocket explores the Grand Underground. C tier. Episode 507, One Big Happiny Family. Happiny Hatches! Called it. C tier. Episode 508, Steamboat Willies. It's kind of like a Pikachu short. The gang leaves their Pokemon on a boat alone and they form their own band. B tier. Of Darkrai. Dialga and Palkia are fighting because reasons. But when Palkia gets injured, it looks for the town our protagonists will be in so it can transport them to another dimension. Darkrai, an inhabitant of a special garden in the town, tries to protect people by giving them horrifying nightmares. And in this extra dimension, it causes dreams to manifest as reality. The townspeople think Darkrai is the cause of all the spatial anomalies that have been occurring, and it wants to protect everyone. By giving them nightmares? Well, actually by fighting Palkia, and then later Dialga too when it arrives. In order to stop all the fighting, Alice, the descendant of the friend of Darkrai who's in love with some science dude, but actually some rich prick is in love with her. It's a whole thing. Anyway, she has some soothing song to give to Ash and Dawn to take to the top of a tower, which is conveniently also a giant instrument. Space is collapsing in around them, but fortunately, the two are able to play the song just in time to heal Palkia and end the fighting. I have to say, the CGI is getting better, and the ending is genuinely beautiful. I just wish all the other elements of this movie came together a bit better leading up to that ending, or that Dialga and Palkia's conflict was set up in any sort of way. Also mad they didn't have the guts to kill off Darkrai like they pretended they were gonna do. Mid-ass Pokemon movie. C tier. Oh, but they did finally bring back the remixed theme songs. Also, I must have watched this movie a million times as a kid or something, because the sciencey beep boops during the space-time distortions is like ingrained in my head, and I didn't realize it until after rewatching this. Episode 509, Top-Down Training. Cynthia comes to town and Paul challenges her only to get his shit wrecked. Also, apparently he's been in the Johto and Hoenn leagues before. He's got a full team of 6 Pokemon. B tier. Episode 510, A Stand-Up Sit-Down. Zoe gets injured and helps Dawn practice for a double contest battle. High C tier. Pikachu short. Pikachu's Exploration Club. Pikachu and friends and Meowth and enemies fight to get to a river playground, but whoa, some Barrel have broken it, so they gotta fix it up. C tier. Also, there's this Meryl that acts exactly like Jigglypuff, but doesn't even draw on their faces. What's the point? Episode 511, The Electrike Company. The team helps out a guy who hates electric types train an Electrike, and along the way, James and Meowth are inspired by it and help out too. It's weird Ash never calls out the guy for insulting electric types all the time, considering he has Pikachu, but otherwise I love episodes where James plays the good guy. High B tier. Episode 512, Malice in Wonderland. Everyone gets caught up in Miss Magius's illusion, giving them all their hopes and desires. But once they figure out what's going on, they all try to break out, fighting Miss Magius fused with an imaginary Rayquaza on their way out. Low B tier. Episode 413, Mass Hipposis. Ash treks to help return a lost hippopotamus to its family. C tier. Episode 514, Ill Will Hunting. The Pokemon Hunters are after a lost... The Pokemon Hunters are back, and they're after a Shieldon owned by none other than Gary Oak, who makes a return in this episode. I like the Pokemon Hunters, and I very much feel like if extenuating circumstances didn't prevent it, they would beat the heroes. High C tier. Episode 515, Amazing Race. Dawn is rushing over to a Pokemon Center to get a coin flipping app for her Poketch, but Team Rocket gets everyone lost in a maze. Paul's there too? C tier. Episode 516, Sandshrew's Locker. A girl named Mira offers the team a shortcut to Heart Home City, but all she really gives them is a side quest to retrieve a Pokeball at the bottom of a lake, which she really had no reason to lie about. Low C tier. Episode 517, Satoshi and Hikari, facing a new adventure. Another recap episode, C tier. Episode 518, Dawn's Early Night. This episode's stupid. May had more emotional contest losses than this. So Zoe's weird about Nando doing both contests and gyms, and she says Dawn is focusing too much on herself and not enough on her Pokemon, which she isn't. And she doesn't even qualify for the second round. Nando wins. D tier. Episode 519, Tag, We're It. The gang enter a tag team tournament. Dawn and Brock's partners help them through the first round, but Ash struggles due to his partner being Paul. It's ironic the prize is an item that raises your friendship with Pokemon, because Paul only joined to try and make Chimchar stronger. They managed to win the first round due to Ash, but they are not working together. B tier. Interested to see where it goes. Episode 520, Glory Blaze. This one's so good. So the first half of the episode is basically just us watching Paul abuse a Pokemon. Brock finally gets it out of him why he's so hard on Chimchar, and he recounts how when he met Chimchar, he saw that it was pushed to the brink and became really powerful. And he's been trying to get it to release that same power he saw. But then in the next tag team battle with Ash, Chimchar almost gets there. But Paul gives up. He turns away and stops giving Chimchar orders and then releases it after the battle after it accepted orders from Ash instead, who is actually trying to win. And then the scene where Ash offers Chimchar to join them still gets me all warm and fuzzy to this day. Oh, it's so good. Absolute A tier. There's a lot of great moments in this one. Episode 521, Smells Like Team Spirit. Ash carries Paul through winning the tournament, which the writers are clearly setting up an ironic situation with Brock and Dawn working well with their partners, so so I feel like it blunders the theme a bit that Ash wins despite Paul never working with him in battle. It is nice seeing Ash and Chimchar get along though. Actually, after Chimchar almost used its ability with Team Rocket, I almost wonder how it could have played out if Paul tried to get Chimchar to return to him once he saw it. Sort of like a more twisted and effective Damien, B tier. And thus ends Season 10. To check in, it's been at least 3 years now, and Ash has amassed 21 rivals, while Dawn makes her first 2. But where does the season stand on its own? Season 10. Well, compared to Battle Frontier, this is the best season of television ever produced. There's been a slight improvement in animation, and I love the dynamics of this team way better than before. Ash and Dawn still fight occasionally, but overall they work together a lot better and have some actual chemistry as friends. I love the moments where the 3 kids are all just hanging out with each other. The Team Rocket plans are also a bit more elaborate, in the beginning at least, and I love that the trainer battles have a lot more strategizing and involve actual battle tips relevant to the games. It feels like the showrunners actually understand the source material better this time around. The last thing I love is Paul's setup as Ash's rival. He's a lot more present than previous rivals, which make him much more of a threat and a constant reminder to both us, the audience, and Ash, who he butts heads with constantly. His character is done just so great too. But of the things I don't really like, Team Galactic is introduced really late and don't do much. And the first season has this weird thing where, before the title sequence, they just spoil something that happens later in the episode. The episode where Starly evolves is especially egregious because they just clip up the entire climax of the episode to fit 30 seconds at the beginning, and it's like, okay, what's the point of watching the episode now? But besides those few things, this season is great. And I'm so glad I'm not saying that just from nostalgia, because trust me, I was fully prepared to hate this after I misremembered Hoenn and Johto so hard. It's easily a B tier for me, and knowing some events coming up, depending on how they pace it out, later seasons may reach even higher. Season 11, Diamond and Pearl, Battle Dimension. Episode 522, Tears for Fears. Oh my god! Chimchar has PTSD! Paul Traumatic Stress Disorder. God, it's so sweet seeing Chimchar and Ash, and I also love the rare moments Meowth is philosophical, and he actually gives Chimchar some advice. A tier. I'm telling you guys, I love that wholesome shit. Episode 523, Once There Were Green Fields. James realizes he's not a good enough trainer and lets Gardenia convince him to give her Cacnea. Normally, I don't like giveaway episodes, but it really works with James and he's clearly struggling with the decision all episodes, so I think it's handled pretty well. B tier. Episode 524, Throwing the Track Switch. Ash and Dawn trade Apom and Weasel, and it's actually been built up pretty well since early on in the last season. High C tier. Episode 525, The Keystone Pops. The gang awaken a Spiritomb, but luckily an ancient legend of an Aura Guardian involved a Pikachu, and Ash has a Pikachu, so you know where this is going. Low B tier. Also, no one asks what an Aura Guardian is, so Lucario movie canon? Episode 526, Bibarel Gnaws Best. Okay, so a Bibarel at a construction site stops working because his master left, but despite taking up 20 minutes of the episode, this is not the problem that's solved, because actually, at the last minute, literally the last minute, we realized the real problem is the head engineer's blueprints would have destroyed the bridge, and he knew this but wanted the bridge built faster because that would improve his reputation, despite the fact of instantly collapsing and ruining his reputation. So that's why Bibarel wasn't building. D tier. Episode 527, Nosing Round the Mountain. Ash helps the most generic child protagonist looking dude evolve his nose pass, and upon doing so, Team Rocket just so happens to have a Probopass specific mind control device they have to fight off. C tier. Episode 528, Luxray Vision. It's another Help Out the Cops episode, but this one's just annoying, though the second half is better as it focuses on a mini Jenny and her relationship with her Luxray. Low C tier. Episode 529, Journey to the Unknown. Team Galactic steals some cube, upsetting some unknown, and warping space, trapping Dawn and her Apom, which evolves. Also, Kenny is there, and he and Ash still don't finish their battle from earlier, but he does inspire him to want Turtwig to learn a new move the next few episodes. C tier. Episode 530, Team Shocker. Common Dawn L. She loses the first round again, but she takes it better this time. And Jessie actually beats Kenny for a ribbon. Holy shit. B tier. Episode 531, Tanks for the Memories. Brock accidentally grooms an annoying maid girl while helping her bond with her Miltank at his favorite maid cafe while Dawn continues to get over her contest loss. C tier. Episode 532, Hot Springing Elite. They meet one of Dawn's old friends and they help her out with a hot spring. C C tier. Episode 533, Riding the Winds of Change. The crew helps guide some Gligar out of town, but one of them sticks behind to join Ash. Paul shows up to not help, but just capture the Daddy Gliscor. His every appearance is only to make him more of a dick, and I love it. High C tier. Episode 534, Sleight of Sand. Pachirisu gets vored by a Hippowdon that happens to be friends with the Hippopotas they helped last season. C tier. Ash really should get to catch that one. Episode 535, Lost Leader Strategy. I always thought Paul at least had some respect for authority, but no, he waltzed in, beat the gym leader Maylene, called her weak, and made her want to quit the gym. While trying to pump her up, Ash battles Paul's brother, an accomplished trainer and breeder who's currently watching some of Paul's Pokemon. He likes Ash's skills and offers to teach his Staravia Brave Bird. High C tier. Episode 536, Crossing the Battle Line. Dawn faces Maylene to cheer her up, and loses. B tier. Episode 537, A Triple Fighting Chance. Ash faces Maylene to get a badge and wins. Well, ties, but he gets the badge. High C tier. Episode 538, Enter Galactic. Team Galactic steals some space rocks and they make a cool space key with their space cube that they space stole earlier, but at least Ash and the police get the rocks back, so B tier. Episode 539, The Bells Are Singing. James wants to steal a magician's Chingling to give to his Chimecho as a friend, and that'd be an okay premise, but the episode is filled with so much annoying singing. I just kinda hate it. Low C tier. Episode 540, Pokemon Ranger and the Kidnapped Riolu, Part 1. A special Riolu is jostled between two different evil groups when it manages to break out and get itself under the care of a Pokemon Ranger, Ash, and friends. But now, the Pokemon Hunter Jay is after it. B tier. Episode 541, Pokemon Ranger and the Kidnapped Riolu, Part 2. They get Riolu back! Yay! Jay is cool, but the real main villain is kinda generic. High C tier. Episode 542, Crossing Paths. They do a bye-bye Butterfree again, but with Jessie and Dustox, and it does hit a little bit. She very clearly loves Dustox. B tier. Episode 543, Pika and Goliath. They do the Electric Shock Showdown again, but this time the Raichu is owned by some annoying brat. It is really cool to see Ash held onto the Thunderstone in case Pikachu ever wanted to use it, but it just doesn't hit as well the second time, so I'm putting this one in... Wait, did I put that last episode in low B tier? This is a low B tier. Well, I'll say it's more satisfying when Ash beats the kid since he's actually a dick, but the emotions just aren't as strong when you don't have that 90s film grain. High C tier. Special. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time and Darkness. A human wakes up as a Piplup and joins with a Charmander and Sunflora on a rescue adventure. It's not too different from the first one, except it's based on the Mystery Dungeon game with the better plot, so it's slightly better. The voice acting is also improved. B tier. Special. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Sky, Beyond Time and Darkness. This one starts with text and narration. Classy. But not at the same time. It's very strange. There's also an opening of sorts, but no song? Huge missed opportunity. Despite that though, this episode's pretty great, and really lines up with my memories of the games. We see some clips of the crew's adventures with the Time Gear thief, Grovyle, now in the party. Though they don't do much explaining, they really just assume you've played the games by this one. His voice is really good though. They venture into the Temporal Tower and fight Dusknoir to open up the path to Dialga. This one's actually pretty dramatic. Piplup and Grovyle knowing they'll disappear if they defeat Dialga, and Chimchar doesn't even know? Honestly, A tier. I really enjoyed it. Still wishing it had an ending though. Episode 444, Our Cup Runneth Over. They hang out with Wallace. Wallace is cool. B tier. Episode 545, A Full Course Tagged Battle. May returns in her now game accurate and also uglier outfit. She wants to join the Wallace Cup, which is what he's started in the last episode. That's why he was here last episode. But first, they all go through a restaurant where you must win Pokemon battles in order to eat. C tier. Episode 546, Staging a Hero's Welcome. Ash, May, Zoe, and Dawn enter the Wallace Cup, and Dawn makes it to the second round. With so many characters though, the writers decided there wouldn't be space for Jessie, so she loses in the first round. C tier. Episode 547, Pruning a Passel of Pals. Ash pulls off an Ice Aqua Jet, letting Dawn's Buizel finally enter a contest, but then he loses. Low B tier. Episode 548, Strategy with a Smile. Dawn and May make it to the finals, Zoe taking a hot steaming L to May. I'll say it was nice seeing May and her newly evolved Glaceon, but damn, she lost 2 Grand Festivals only to lose to Dawn in the finals for her first contest victory. Huge L. Unbelievable L. L for low B tier L. Episode 549, The Thief That Keeps on Thieving. Ash and crew help a kid catch a Yanma. Meanwhile, Team Rocket steal one, but this time they're allowed to have a wild Pokemon and actually send it off to Giovanni, though he doesn't want it and sends it back, joining Jessie's team and soon evolving into a Yanmega. High C tier. Episode 550, Chimchar. Ash is training with his Pokemon when he runs into Paul. And oh my god, Paul does care what Ash thinks. Because he yells at Ash for criticizing him for joining the tag team battle just to train Chimchar, despite watching Ash on TV enter the Wallace Cup just to train Buizel. They do a 3-on-3, and I think it's really dumb Ash chooses Gligar since it's never fought before. The optimal team here is Buizel, Pikachu, and Chimchar. I also love how, with Paul, when he says something contradictory, I know it's not because the writers made a mistake, but because he's just trying to be a dick. At one point, he tells Ash that a Pokemon's loss is always a trainer's fault, despite him blaming his Pokemon for losses before. Anyways, next up is Chimchar, and we finally see Ash unlock his Blaze ability, and have to try and calm it down. Paul postpones their battle for when he can get it under control. Low A tier. Episode 551, Cream of the Croagunk Crop. Brock partakes in a Croagunk contest, so that he can try and steal Nurse Joy's affections through pairing off their Croagunk in order to stop a mean dude who wants to pair off their Croagunk without regard to Nurse Joy's feelings. Tu quoque. Et tu, Brock. C tier. Episode 552. A Crash Course in Power. Ash beats Crasher Wake, and Buizel gets the chance to prove itself in victory over his Floatzel. B tier. Episode 553. Hungry for the Good Life. They go to some rich dude's house, and Dawn catches a wild Swinub he knows. But it's wrong if Team Rocket catches a wild Pokemon a side character knows. Curious. C tier. Episode 554. Fighting Fear with Fear. The crew join a Pokemon Stylist competition, and Dawn wins using some advice she received from Zoe about Pokemon contests. Low B tier. Episode 555. Arriving in Style. Ash is training Gligar when they run into Gary, who gives them an item to evolve it. Ash withholds the evolving item until Gligar gets over being a crybaby, but in the end, Team Rocket gives the episode conflict as impetus for character growth, and yay, Ash has Gliscor now. C tier. And the Sky Warrior. Dialga once again decides to wreck shit, trapping Giratina in a time loop that prevents it from leaving the reverse world it inhabits. Giratina's no angel, though, about to capture Dialga before a shaman gets caught in the crossfire, preventing this. Now, Shaman gets involved with our heroes as they discover the Distortion World and try to protect it and Giratina from a man named Zero, the old student of a Professor Newton who's been studying the Distortion World. Zero believes the reverse world to be the real world's better half and wants to use Giratina's powers to, for reasons not thoroughly explained. But fortunately, Ash stops him, and we have our fake-out death not with the mythical Pokemon, but the legendary Giratina this time. And there's somehow still half an hour of the movie after that? Regigigas shows up too, I guess? So yeah, this movie is really weirdly paced, and the villain's motivations don't make all that much sense to me. I've also seen people rip into this movie for how annoying Shaman is, and don't get me wrong, Shaman sucks, but he does become slightly more bearable as the movie goes on and sort of has a character arc, even if it's only shoehorned in at the last minute. I'll say I don't dislike their take on a gratitude Pokemon needing to learn gratitude and in fact expecting it from everyone else, but it really isn't handled with care. I also like that Shaman and Giratina are actually connected, unlike Darkrai and Dialga/Palkia in the last movie, but Regigigas has no reason to be there, and in fact, by the end of the movie, Giratina and Dialga's conflict isn't even settled. Giratina flies off after Dialga to presumably restart everything up again. Not as terrible as people make it out to be, but still a pretty bad movie. D tier. Episode 556. The Psyduck stops here. The gang and Team Rocket all take turns using each of their Pokemon to beat up some Psyduck just chilling on the road. Then they beat up some Muck, and the Mucks start fucking. C tier. Pikachu Short. Pikachu's Ice Adventure. Pikachu and friends and Meowth and enemies plan to have a fun beach adventure for the summer, but what's this? They end up on an icy place instead. Ahahaha. That's not good. Uh-oh. Ahaha. That's cold, but the summer should be hot. Oh, ahaha. It's so good. C tier. I hate these shorts. Episode 557. Camping it up. They go to some Pokemon Summer Academy, and I don't really understand why. There, they have to befriend a randomly assigned Pokemon, and Ash makes rivals with some girl. Dawn's tag team battle partner, Conway, is there too. Everyone's grouped into teams, all our characters, of course, in the same one, and we'll be given a series of activities. The first activity is to bond with your assigned Pokemon, and our hero's team starts the mini-arc dead last. Low C tier. I guess they hate Pokemon. Episode 558. Up close and personable. The crew's gotta learn learn about water Pokemon or something, so they break some rules to find a Luminon, C tier. 559, Ghoul Days. For the next day, they all partner up for some ghost-based activity when they stumble upon a Dusknoir trying to protect everyone from being carried off to the Shadow Realm. Anyways, new little girls were evil, high C tier. Episode 560, 1 team, 2 team, red team, blue team. The last day of camp, and Ash's rivals like him now, I think. They get random Pokemon again and do a race, and then all get participation trophies or whatever. Don't care, C tier. Episode 561, a lean, mean Team Rocket machine. Team Rocket is fat, so they're inspired to go back to basics. It seems they'll be more serious this time, but they're honestly still pathetic. The B-plot is that Piplup is pushing itself too far, so the solution is for Piplup to just push itself farther to fight Team Rocket. What? D tier. Episode 562, playing the leveling field. Ash loses a gym battle to Fantina because he can't overcome her hypnosis and psychic attacks. C tier. Episode 563, Doc Brock. Pachirisu is sick, but uh-oh, Daddy Brock isn't home. C tier, but with Ash and Dawn's incessant bickering, D tier. Episode 565, battling the generation gap. Dawn beats an old rival her mom never defeated, and an old rival who hasn't had a contest battle in over a decade, so not that impressive when you really think of it. C tier. Episode 565, losing its lustrous. Ash and crew get embroiled in Team Galactic's plot to steal the lustrous orb. They arrive at the museum along with Cynthia and Cyrus, only for Team Rocket to attack, leaving us on a cliffhanger. Solid episode, only real problem with it is the dramatic irony with Cyrus is a little too heavy-handed. B tier. Episode 566, double team turnover. Team Galactic get their hands on both orbs for Palkia and Dialga. B tier. Wow, stuff's happening. Episode 568, if the scarf fits, wear it. The crew read a creepypasta in the newspaper and go to hunt down a cryptid, which turns out to just be a Licky Licky being abused by Angie from the summer camp. She's hiding it away because she wasn't supposed to evolve it, but fortunately they liked it anyway, so no lesson learned. C tier. Episode 568, a trainer and child reunion. They meet Aaron of the Elite Four, who many years ago abandoned his Wurmple, but it has since evolved and returned just in time to save the day. This one's just stupid, low C tier. Episode 569, aiding the enemy. Ash and Paul encounter and battle once more. Turtwig evolves, but instead of turning the tide of battle, it isn't used to its new large body and gets wrecked. Paul's Torterra then, despite its trainer not caring, helps train Grottle. High C tier. Episode 570, Barry's busting out all over. Oh god, please don't keep busting, Barry. Ash is looking for a rematch with Fontana, but instead he finds Barry, a ditzy and, to be honest, kind of annoying new rival who learns strength isn't everything when his fully evolved team can't beat Ash. C tier. Episode 571, Shield with a twist. Ash finally beats Fontana with a new counter shield move he developed, and during the battle, Jessie enters and wins a contest all on her own. Low B tier. Episode 572, Jumping Rocket Ship. Team Rocket scatters everyone's Pokemon, but then they just quickly stumble into each other, so it was rather pointless. Then the episode pretends to be about Meowth pretending to leave Team Rocket, and I'll say it was pretty sweet how he chose his friends over Ash and crew, but just do one. Doing both plots together makes both fall flat, and it's really poorly paced. D tier for the potential the second half could have had. Episode 573, Sleepless in Pre-Battle. Barry's been hanging about with the gang, but he splits off to Iron Island this episode. The same place Ash's next gym leader happens to be out of town at, so instead of challenging him, Ash helps save a town plagued by Darkrai after Team Rocket accidentally summons it with their Nightmare Machine. Also Swinub evolves. High C tier. And thus ends Season 11. To check in, it's been at least 3 years now, and Ash has amassed 21 rivals, while Dawn still has 2. 3 if you count Jessie, actually, but where does the season stand on its own? Season 11. It's much like the last season, but we're seeing Team Galactic more, and Paul is being a little bit more spread out. I'm getting a little tired of the gym battling slog, and honestly, it's had very little focus so far. I do like about this season that it's the culmination of a lot of foreshadowing with Buizel and Apom, and of course Chimchar. It ends in a pretty odd place compared to the last season though, and though it has some higher heights, it is also just pretty okay most of the time. B tier. Season 12, Diamond and Pearl, Galactic Battles. Episode 574, Get Your Rotom Running. The crew go for some gâteau in the old chateau, but instead all they get is haunted by Rotom. I'll say I like the uniqueness of a daytime haunting. High C tier. Episode 575, A Breed Stampede. Breed. Dawn's Piloswine isn't listening to her, but through the process of bonding with it, of course Team Rocket is there, it evolves into a Mamoswine, and it seems even worse than before. B tier. I just liked all the scenes of Ash and Grottle bonding, honestly. Episode 576, Ancient Ancient family matters. The gym leader, Brian, is finally here, but so is his son Rourke, and they get into a fight and have some daddy-daughter bonding. Brian is a real ditz, but not in a fun way. Low C tier. Episode 577, Dealing with Defensive Types. Ash faces Rourke, and holy shit, Gliscor actually won a battle? B tier. Episode 578, Leading Astray. Ash gets trapped in the sewer and helps out a Wailord that was also trapped in the sewer. C tier. Episode 579, Stealing Peace of Mind. Steel-type Pokemon, including Berries and Polion, are rampaging on Iron Island, so the crew go down to investigate. Along the way, meeting the Aura Guardian Riley and finding Team Galactic's weird space machine that produces a weird space beam with their weird space key from before. But whoa, the space beam turns Lucario space evil for a cliffhanger. B tier. Episode 580, Saving the World from Ruins. The team chase off Team Galactic, and after curing Lucario, it and Riley use their aura powers to stop the island from blowing up. B tier. Episode 581, Cheers on Castaway's Isle. Pikachu and Piplup are stranded in the ocean after a Team Rocket scheme, and I guess they befriend a Deoxys. Huh, neat. C tier. Episode 582, Hold the Fione. The crew go out to see the Fione because it brings good luck. Then Team Rocket steal a Fione. Then for no goddamn reason, they just let it out of its cage to make sure it's still in the cage? But what's this? Now it's escaped. Then Fione fights Dawn's Baniri for Baniri's love and loses and leaves. Stupid episode. D tier. Episode 583, Another One Bites the Dust. Dawn contest episode, and this time against Ursula, a stuck-up girl with a Gabite. And after qualifying, they make the baffling decision to just do a montage of everyone's battles leading up to the finals where Dawn beats Ursula. And they have the nerve to put the opening over it as if this is somehow epic at all. C tier. Episode 584, Stealing the Conversation. We watch a quirked up Officer Jenny abuse the citizenry for half the episode, then fight Team Rocket to get back her stolen Chatot through the use of bowling. High C tier. Episode 585, The Drifting Snowrunt. Ash and crew work with Jesse and James to save a Snowrunt from a poacher in order to help out a Frostlass who poached their Piplup and Meow. Guess not even poachers are allowed to catch wild Pokemon. Like the team up though. B tier. Episode 586, Noodles, Roaming Off. Team Rocket splits up but then unups as they fight a shiny Metagross. B tier. Episode 587, Pursuing a Lofty Goal. Ash finally beats Paul, but only in a Poké Ringer competition as Staravia evolves. Just as I was about to say I was tired of Ash telling Paul he was never gonna lose to Paul again, he actually wins one. Feel sorry for James for losing again though. B tier. Episode 588, Trials and Adulations. Dawn bonds with Mamoswine after losing her Pokeball for it and having to care for it when it's injured after an Aggron attack. High C tier. Episode 589, Mysterious Creatures, Pocket Monsters. What do you want me to say? It's a recap episode. C tier by definition. Episode 590, The Lonely Snover. A Snover decides to come and try to kill the cast, and then they all give it food and hang out and save it from Team Rocket. Why doesn't Team Rocket just catch the wild Pokemon in Pokeballs? They did it with Yanma and they won. Do it again. The cages are not working for you guys. C tier. Episode 591, Stopped in the Name of Love. Piplup doesn't want to evolve, and despite being incredibly obvious about this, no one seems to realize that. I really spent the whole episode just thinking about how much better this was handled with Bulbasaur back in season 1. The urge to go full CinemaSins on everything wrong with this episode leads me to believe it deserves D tier. It's too low. Low C tier. Episode 592, Old Rivals, New Tricks. Dawn enters a contest and loses to Kenny, despite getting pretty far this time using Ambipom for both rounds. C tier. Episode 593, To Thine Own Pokemon Be True. Despite training with Ambipom in Pokemon Ping Pong before her contest, Dawn apparently was not going to enter Ambipom into the Pokemon Ping Pong tournament this episode, but Ambipom seems interested, and Barry eventually convinces her to join. All so the writers can have some other random guy in the tournament ask to take Ambipom and train it. Flashes back to the Primeape episode. And then Dawn has the nerve to ask Ash what he would do in this situation, as if he didn't himself give up Apom to her in the first place. Good episode, but the ending upsets me. D tier. Episode 594, Battling a Cute Drama. There's a girl who only likes cute Pokemon, and she disses Piplup, so to protect Piplup's honor, Dawn battles with her Baniri for some reason. Why not Piplup? Brock susses out some character flaws of hers during the battle and ends it, eventually battling her instead and getting her to stop caring about looks. Because remember, cute creatures, and especially women, should not solve their own problems. They need a strong man to be there. Episode 595, Classroom Training. The crew finally make it to Snow Point City, where they meet the gym leader Candace, who's close friends with Zoe and helped raise her Glameow. Ash helps out with Candace's school, which Team Rocket are attending and robbing from. Low C tier. The class quiz was a little annoying. Episode 596, sliding into 7th. Ash wins the Snow Point Gym, and Chimchar does some ice skating. High C tier. Episode 597, a pyramiding rage. The battle pyramid arrives at Snow Point City, dashing the dreams of all the hopefuls in Kanto who can now no longer get all the symbols. It's the battle pyramid that was the exact challenge Paul's brother quit his Pokemon journey to when he lost. So now Paul, who saw this when he started his own journey, wants to do what his brother couldn't, and also fails B tier. Episode 598, Pillars of Friendship. Rare Hunter J is after Regigigas, and Brian's regular Reggies go crazy, so they gotta uncrazy and all that stuff. And Jay losing just because her client always bails is getting old, though. C tier. Episode 599, Frozen on Their Tracks. Train! C tier. Episode 600, Pedal to the Metal. Ash and Paul battle. B tier. Episode 601, Evolving Strategies. Ash and Paul continue to battle. And dude, Ash almost gets wrecked 6-1, but Chimchar evolves and takes out a second one of Paul's Pokemon just before losing 6-2. High B tier. Episode 602, Uncrushing Defeat. Team Rocket think Ash will be depressed after his loss to Paul and will be an easy target. He is not. C tier. Episode 603, Promoting Healthy Tangrowth. There's like some angry Tangrowth that they won't let Team Rocket catch, but it's kind of destroying stuff, so maybe it would be better if Team Rocket did catch it. I don't know. I've been playing Tears of the Kingdom, so I don't really have much motivation to rewatch this one. C tier. Episode 604, Beating the Bustle and Hustle. Team Rocket hold a competition called the Sinnoh Pokemon Hustle as a way to both steal Pokemon and weed out the populace for a new Team Rocket recruit. But their stolen Pokemon gets stolen by two contestants, Azure and Crimson, a famous thievery duo, who are not interested in being recruited. If they were, Team Rocket legitimately would have gotten away with this one though. B tier. Movie 12, Arceus and the Jewel of Life. Okay, so this movie recontextualizes the past two in a really good way. So we start off with the Poke crew just chilling when this lake starts dancing, and the two people show up and summon Dialga to tell the lake this is a no dancing zone. Dialga fights Giratina, Palkia appears. Anyway, it drags on for a bit, but then they explain that the 3 legendary Pokemon have actually been antsy because Arceus is awakening. And it's this that caused the dimensional disturbances that led to the conflict in the Darkrai and Giratina movies, which is really cool actually. Apparently there's a legend of a man, Deimos, who betrayed Arceus when it gave him a jewel made from itself that brought life to the valley. Arceus, with the dumbest voice I swear, awakens and attacks the present crew for revenge, so they have to use Dialga's powers to go back in time, uncover the truth of the legend that Deimos was manipulated, and save Arceus. Some Bronze Age dude with Pokeballs actually almost kills God. Oh my god? The pacing is a bit awkward, but that's a Pokemon movie for you. Otherwise, I really liked it. Although it does lose points for using the theme song, but not remixing it. B tier. Ruin. Ash and crew are assisting a lost Western Shellos stuck in the east when they stumble upon Team Galactic searching for the gateway to Spear Pillar. Fortunately, Looker has infiltrated their group and helps them escape, but not fortunately, they find the space gateway and use their space key to space open the space door. Wait, actually, it's the wrong space ruin, never mind. And in the end, the heroes are able to maintain Shellos segregation. Also, the art's just kind of off this episode. Low B tier. Pikachu short. Pikachu's big sparkling search. Pikachu and Piplup go into the big city. Pikachu and Piplup go into the big city in search of their beach ball, immediately forgetting their objective to help a Pichu find the lost beads to its pendant instead. Meowth is also after these beads for some reason, but fortunately, whenever it steals one, a Marill puts it to sleep, so it's not a threat. In the middle of the episode, all the action stops as the Pokemon wave to the real-life airliner that was decorated with Pikachu's face on it. Then they find the pendants, Pikachu finds the ball, and the two return to the rest of the Poke crew to play. Except it's the end of the day, so bringing it back was pointless. C tier. Episode 606. 3 sides to every story. Piplup wants to play hero, and when Team Rocket catch a Marill it's crushing on, it gets the chance. But in the end, it gets cucked by an Elekid anyway. C tier. Episode 607. Strategy begins at home. The crew pass by Twin Leaf Town, and Dawn battles her mother to prove herself. She loses, proving nothing. High C tier. Episode 608. A faux oak finish. This time, instead of just repeating one plot, they repeat 2 and mash them together. Professor Oak has been oak-napped by Pokemon to help out one of them, and he's also being imitated by James. James and has to prove his identity. C tier. Episode 609, Historical Mystery Tour. At a Twin Leaf Town festival, a Xatu traps Ash, Dawn, and Barry into their memory of catching their first partner Pokemon, and also their shrunken down. And once they're out, they run into Barry's dad, Palmer. Low B tier. Episode 610, Challenging a Towering Figure. Ash finds out Palmer's a frontier brain and battles him. He loses. High C tier. Episode 611, Where No Togepi Has Gone Before. An evil Togepi infiltrates Team Rocket's new base/rocket ship and flies it out to conquer the galaxy, causing the kids and Jesse and James trapped on the rocket to have to get it back to Earth. Also, Rayquaza's there and is upset they're trying to leave the atmosphere. Is Rayquaza the solution to the Fermi paradox? High C tier. Episode 612, An Egg Scramble. Heart Gold and Soul Silver is being released, so they stuff the female protagonist and some beta cuck who for sure is not the male protagonist into the plot where they all fuss over an egg that hatches into a Cyndaquil that joins Dawn's team. C tier. Episode 613, Gone with the Windworks. Lyra, aka the female protagonist of Gold and Silver, has her Meryl get trapped in the Valley Windworks, so everyone else decides to get trapped there too, and Lyra gets the hots for Ash as he fights to break them out. C tier. Episode 614, A Rivalry to Gibbelon. Ash and Corey being Lyra's beta, compete to try and catch a Gibble, and ultimately Corey gets it, and since it wasn't added to the main team this episode, is ultimately pointless. Progressing characters we will soon never see again. Also, Lyra is perpetually horny on main. Last episode it was Ash, now she's shipping Dawn and Corey? C tier. Episode 615, Dressed for Jess' Success. Dawn enters a contest for her 5th ribbon, only to get wrecked by Jessie, except that Jessie's sick, so it's actually James dressed as Jessie who goes on to win it all. B tier, this one's fun. Episode 616, Bagged, Then Tagged. Corey and Lyra have a tag battle with Ash and Dawn, temporarily interrupted by Team Rocket, and Corey's Totodile evolves. Not that I care. Low C tier. Episode 617, Try for the Family Stone. There's a lot to unpack with this one. So this girl's brother's Murkrow is causing trouble, and she thinks he's causing the trouble, so she wants to evolve her Mischievous so she can mind control him into being nicer, and the crew just kind of goes along with this, but actually, Murkrow is just being a meanie because the kid was abusing it. So he learns that abusing animals is wrong, actually. Well, good lesson, I guess, but her sister still thinks mind control is a good thing. High C tier. Episode 618, Sticking with Who You Know. Some crazy professor who's employing Team Rocket has a Quagmire and Magnemite he wants to get along, so he builds a machine that accidentally makes all water and electric Pokemon nearby fall in love. C tier. Episode 619 through 621, Unlocking the Red Chains of Fate, The Needs of the Three, and the Battle Finale of Legend. I'm gonna do these 3 all at once because they feed into each other, and it's just easier that way. Ash and crew find Meowth badly damaged after a bout with Team Galactic. Team Rocket tried to help Looker put a stop to their plans, and now Ash and team want to take part. Through it, they get embroiled into their plot to manufacture the Red Chain. Hunter J captures Azelf, Mesprit, and Uxie, and then Cyrus captures Dialga and Palkia. But since Ash, Dawn, and Brock had all previously seen the Lake Legendaries, they are able to connect with them and use their powers to free Dialga and Palkia. I think it'd be cooler if it was connected to the movie somehow, but There's no motive with Cyrus, or much more than that really, and there's no real stakes. I mean, save the world, yeah, but no personal stakes. I'll say high B tier for the first 2 since it's at least moving forward, but I don't think it really sticks the landing, so I'll put the last one in high C tier. Episode 622, The Treasure Is All Mine. The crew stumble upon an old treasure chest of James's, and one of his summer estates. I love James episodes, high B tier. Episode 623, Mastering Current Events. Okay, so I predicted from the very beginning of this one Ash would be giving up Gliscor this episode, but I still hate it so much because it's actually a good episode. Gliscor has always been really weak and struggled with flying, and Ash comes across an expert at reading the wind. After battling him, Ash and Gliscor train, and Gliscor finally becomes good at battling and flying with direct and tangible progress on specific points of issue that the old man pointed out. And after improving, he asks to take Gliscor and train more, which is so frustrating because Ash has never cared about Gliscor's strength, and their bond is not built on that. Gliscor joined Ash's team because it loved him and nothing more. So why is it doing this? It has no reason to prove itself to Ash, and it has no desire to get stronger. And it had no previous desire to really get stronger. And even if it did, it already did get stronger. It proved itself to Ash in this episode by making progress already. It has lost every battle it's in. There would be nothing more satisfying than seeing it win now after bonding and training with Ash. But now I never will. F tier. Because this episode and Gliscor's next battle could have been great. I'm sure it will come back in the league like Charizard always does as some new secret weapon of Ash's, but that will not feel deserved because it won't be stronger through Ash's training. Episode Episode 624, Double Time Battle Training. Dawn prepares for her next tag team contest, and with Zoe and Candace's help, she narrows down the perfect combination move with Mamoswine and her new Pokemon Cyndaquil, C tier. Episode 625, A Meteoric Rise to Excellence. An Altaria is trying to learn Draco Meteor or something, and so is Gibble. I don't know, I was dozing off. Oh, and Gibble follows Ash at the end, so I guess I know why they got rid of Gliscor, low C tier. Episode 626, Gotta Catch a Gibble. Gibble follows Ash and is indecisive about being caught by him and causes mischief around the town. Barry tries to catch it too, but eventually Ash is the one who catches it, low C tier. And thus ends Season 12. To check in, it's been at least 3 years, and Ash has amassed 23 rivals, while Dawn is up to 5. But where does the season stand on its own? Season 12. I'm surprised this series is reaching the length of Advance, but so far it's not getting tired. It's basically maintained the same level of quality, not any better or any worse, so B tier. Season 13. Diamond and Pearl. Sinnoh League Victors. Episode 627. Regaining the Home Advantage. A Magnezone, and I forgot the other one, are fighting because the basin they usually fight at is drained. So the crew's gotta fill it up like I filled up your mom last night. C tier. Episode 628. Short and to the punch. Ash runs into Clayton's Subfist. I swear that's what he calls himself, and battles him. But the sub finds him lacking and teaches his Buizel how to fist. C tier. Episode 629. A Marathon Rivalry. Some stuck-up scientist enters a Pokeathlon, but he doesn't believe in feelings, so Ash teaches him feelings. And he beats Ash in the Pokeathlon, and then I kill myself. C tier. Episode 630. Yes, indeedy, it's Dawn. Dawn reveals why all of her friends call her Dee Dee, and it's because when she was younger, she took care of the class Plusle and they zapped her. Her hair became sparkly like it was filled with diamonds. Or dandruff, Dee Dee for short. Really underwhelming reason, to be honest, but now Ursula's back when she enters a contest and, what's this? She has a Plusle. I'll put it in Dee Dee tier. Episode 631. Playing the Performance Encore. Of course, everyone passed the first round of the contest, and in the second round, Ursula makes quick work of Jesselina. Then Dawn beats Ursula. Dawn's Pokemon gets stuck in an Encore, and the way they get out is pretty stupid, but that animation is really good, so, well, low B tier. Episode 632. Fighting Ire with Fire. Ash runs into Barry. Barry runs into Paul. Ash Barry battle. Paul watch. Team Rocket try catch Twerp not Pokemon this time. Paul help. Monferno go Blaze. Monferno evolve. Low B tier. Episode 633. Piplup up and away. Piplup is upset everyone doesn't scold and beat up and kill and eat Gibble when it messes up, so runs away, and also there's a random abandoned Rhyperior that makes all the plot development happen, which is pretty lame. How sick would it be if Team Rocket manipulated it into joining their team instead of just catching Piplup? Low C tier. Episode 634. Flint sparks the fire. Volkner won't face challengers anymore, so when Ash makes it to his gym, he and his friend, Flint of the Elite Four, have to help him reignite his spark by battling. There's also a pretty decent twist about one of the other people at the gym being an old poacher he once fought. B tier. Episode 635. The Fleeing Tower of Sunyshore. Ash can't face Volkner yet, though, because Team Rocket steal Sunyshore City Tower. Also, Grotto evolves. High C tier. Special. Pokemon Ranger Guardian Signs. Part 1 and 2. Ben, a Pokemon Ranger, drifts ashore the far-off Oblivia region after trying to stop the Pokemon Pinchers, yes, that's really what they're called, from pinching Latios. He encounters a ukulele-wielding Pichu and uses it to face off against the Pokenappers. Unfortunately, though, the Pinchers get away from them right as a Raikou appears. And that's the cliffhanger ending for part 2. Go out and buy the game if you want to find out what happens next. Very short and very disappointing from my favorite side series, C tier. Episode 636. Teaching the Student Teacher. Dawn teaches a class for her mother, while her mother judges the contest Jessie gets her last ribbon in. High C tier. Episode 637. Keeping in top form. They meet a girl who just has a shaman, and they help it get to the flower fields. It's like the Giratina movie, but it's shorter, so it's better. Low B tier. Episode 638. Pokemon Ranger. Heatran Rescue. The crew help out a Pokemon Ranger catch Heatran. This one's kinda a bumbling klutz, so it actually feels like there's a reason for Ash and team to be here this time. High C tier. Episode 639. An Elite Cover-Up. Some kid gets his Magby stolen by Team Rocket, so the team and Bertha of the Elite Four help battle them. Bertha's great. She can see through Team Rocket's very obvious tricks when the kids can't. Then, since Ash is on the grind, he loses to her too. The animation was pretty good on this one. B tier. Episode 640. Dawn of a Royal Day. Dawn pretends to be a princess for a day, so a real princess who looks just like her can participate in a contest and stop Jessie from getting her 5th ribbon. But then she gives Jessie her ribbon after winning, and gives away her Togekiss to Dawn. It was nothing special really. C tier. Episode 641. With the Easiest of Grace. Dawn trains her new Togekiss, but it has a huge problem where it battles too elegantly, which is really bad for contest battles for some reason. Low C tier. Episode 642. Dealing with a fierce double Ditto drama. They help some brat learn to battle with her Ditto. I kinda like how she just acts like an actual child who would normally play these games. Like me. High C tier. Episode 643. Last Call. First round. It's the first round of the Grand Festival. Nando finally returns along with Ursula Ursula, Zoe, Jessie, and Kenny, who loses and then just dips. Pretty rude. I did like the performance this time. Ursula has her Eevee evolve as part of her show, which is really clever, and I like how Jessie always uses herself as part of her performance. High C tier. Episode 644. Opposites interact. Dawn beats Ursula. C tier. Episode 645. Coming full festival circle. Zoe beats Nando, and then damn, after building up Jessie, Dawn beats her in like 5 seconds. What a letdown. Low C tier. Episode 646. A grand fight for winning. Zoe beats Dawn. Haha, eat shit. At least she handles it better than May. B tier. Episode 647. For the love of Meowth. Team Rocket succeed and capture a Glameow, but Meowth is in love with it, so he fucks up the whole plan, and he actually almost solos Ash and Dawn's teams. B tier. Illusions. This movie gives surprisingly little focus to the main cast. Most of the movie focuses on the villain. And while other Pokemon movies have had a Brit and a fascist as villains, this one has something far worse. An American politician. Kodai has wealth, power, and controls the mainstream media. They literally phrase it like that. He uses Zoroark and its illusions to convince the people of Crown City he's the good guy, when in reality, he's trying to steal the energy of a time ripple. Also, Celebi is here. It's not like a big deal though. See, a long time ago, Kodai destroyed the city by taking the time ripple's energy, and it gave him the power of future sight. But it's been weakening, and he wants to regain his power. Ash and Co are really only there to watch and try to bring Zora to its mom. Oh, also the shiny legendary beast trio is there. This is the first Pokemon movie I saw on release, and I also got the card set that released alongside the movie. But to start off with my thoughts though, this movie looks great. The CG is rarely used, but when it is, it's not as bad as it used to be. The art has also had a noticeable upgrade. The plot is also competent, and even though they play it by the books, you know, they have a little guy they accompany and they have a fake out death, Zora is more realized as a character than Manaphy and Shaman. It's immature, but also endearing and not a total jerk. But also, I question why it and Zoroark need to be in the movie at all. See, Kodai uses the little illusion cube to make Zoroark thinks he's torturing Zorua, but if he has this, why does he need to use Zoroark at all for its illusions? Just release a bunch of cubes into the city. My thoughts on this one are a bit rambled because I forgot to take notes, but I think it was okay. Solid movie. B tier. Episode 648, the eighth wonder of the Sinnoh world. Ash beats his last gym leader. And bro, Inferno is in the game for like 5 seconds before it gets smacked down and has to use Blaze. Though it is really cool to see it finally get it under control. B tier. It's actually a tough battle. Episode 649, 4 roads diverged in a Pokemon port. The gym leader Jasmine from Johto battles Flint. Ash and Flint share a bro moment. Then Kenny whoops Ash's Ash in a battle. C tier. Episode 650, bucking the treasure trend. They meet up with some kid named Buck and go on a treasure hunt with him. High C tier. I like Buck. Pikachu short. Pikachu's big mysterious adventure. Pikachu and Poops meet an unknown that needs help returning to its friends. Fortunately, a Skitty just happens to know the entrance to the various different dimensions that lead them to the home of the unknown. Why is Meryl always in these? B tier. Interesting set pieces. Also, Deoxys was there? That was weird. Episode 651. An old family blend. Ash is making a team for the Sinnoh League and has Oak transfer over some of his other Pokemon, but whoa, they all get scattered around and they have to find them like Easter eggs. And then after they do, he has more switched over and trains around a bit. Cyndaquil evolves. It's cool seeing them, but what's the point of starting off with a new team in the region if you're just going to use all your old Pokemon in the league? C tier. Episode 652, League Unleashed. The league starts, and instead of a Team Rocket tries to steal some fucking fire episode, we hop right into the battle. Ash beats Nando, making sure both of his dreams have been thoroughly crushed, though honestly, I was more interested flashing back to Team Rocket devising a strategy to just become successful, legit businessmen, selling snacks outside. High C tier. Episode 654, casting a Paul on Barry. Barry gets eviscerated by his hero Paul, and Paul actually calls him a good battler. Whoa. I will say I actually like how they're doing the tournament this time around, but I think pairing Barry with Paul isn't that engaging because we already know Barry can't win. It only serves to set up Paul as a threat, but we already know he's a threat. Ash has beaten Barry and Paul has beaten Ash. It would be a lot cooler if Ash and Barry promised to meet in the finals, but then Barry loses to a mysterious new trainer, Tobias, people have been talking about. It's so easy to get a tournament arc right. Oh well, B tier. Episode 654, working on a right move. Ash beats Conway, Dawn's tag team partner from a while back who keeps showing up, and makes it to the quarterfinals. And then, of course, Gliscor flies back at the end, just like I said it would. Low C tier. Episode 655. Familiarity breeds strategy. Ash and Paul face off. Ash starts off strong, wiping 2 of Paul's Pokemon, but Paul lets out an intimidating Drapion before a cliffhanger. Hell yeah, high B tier. Episode 656. A real rival rouser. Ash manages to break free from Drapion, but not before it drops 2 of Ash's Pokemon. Paul realizes Ash is using the same same team he lost to him with at Lake Acuity, and then reveals that he let his first 2 Pokemon lose to Ash on purpose and has actually been in control of the battle the entire time, predicting his every move. But then Ash reveals he's grown because now he's using a Gliscor he didn't even train himself. But then all the fancy new moves it uses are literally just the ones Ash trained it to do in the episode he sent it off to be trained. So that whole sequence was pointless, and I'm not over it. It was stupid and I hate it. Ash even gives the Air Master credit for the move he taught Gliscor. C tier. Episode 657, Battling a Thaw in Relations. But it's not over yet, and we lean into a 3-parter. Ash eventually pushes Paul down to his last Pokemon, Electivire. It whittles down the rest of Ash's team until he's down to just Infernape. But then, even Infernape goes down. Except, Infernape activates its special ability, Goblin Mode. Now, if you told me the entire show looked like shit for most of its run just to save the budget for this episode, well, I wouldn't believe you. But damn, it's no My Hero Academia or Demon Slayer, but dude, for 2009, for a Pokemon episode, this fight is incredibly beautiful. And just like that, Ash finally beats Paul in a real Pokemon battle. Easy A tier for any other show. Among Pokemon episodes, S tier. Episode 658, The Semi-Final Frontier. Up until now, we've been hearing about a trainer, Tobias, who uses a Darkrai. Ash is using a best hits team, which for some reason included Torkoal, which got literally 1 shot. But then Sceptile is able to defeat Darkrai, only for Tobias to throw out a Latias. Ash manages to take Latias to a draw with Pikachu, but unfortunately, that was his last Pokemon. Tobias goes on to win the league. As fucking sick as it is to see Ash defeat 2 legendaries, I could not help but think all through the fight how it could have been done better. One of the major changes for Ash's character over time is how he's become less cocky and stubborn. What if Tobias was like a reflection of this, and he was so cocky he didn't even bring 5 other Pokemon with him, only Darkrai? Also, Tobias having these Pokemon is just so random. If Ash has to lose, what if instead they somehow connected it to the movies? I know they're not canon anymore, but that'd be pretty rad. Also, it should have totally been Charizard that dropped Darkrai, but anyway, for what it is, it's still an A tier fight. Episode 659, The Brockster is in. They go on a boat, and there's no Nurse Joy, so Brock's gotta play doctor. Then Nurse Joy invites him to play doctor with her. And he abandons all his dreams of becoming a Pokemon breeder so he can play doctor and leave the series. C tier. Episode 660, Memories Are Made of Bliss. Piplup is big sad as everyone separates, and it's a bit surreal seeing the ending of the episode sport next time, new beginnings, rather than to be continued. This one's the last episode of our first continuity of Ash, and it's an okay send-off, C tier. And thus ends Season 13. It was a short season, but where does it stand? Season 13. Like the last few, the show has mostly been maintaining quality, but this time around, the season contains a Pokemon League I was actually interested in seeing, so for that, high B tier. Great end to a pretty great season. Season 14, Black and White. Episode 661, In the Shadow of Zekrom. We once again enter a new region, and this time we take along with us a soft reboot for the series. Whereas each season flowed right into each other, this one doesn't really reference anything that came before it, at least not immediately, which was a little jarring when I saw it as a kid. Ash just jumps right onto a plane over to Unova, meets Professor Juniper, and battles a new trainer. Now, all through my watch through, people had been telling me, oh, just wait, Unova gets bad. And I already knew about the infamous first episode, but so far I think people are being a little too harsh. Yes, Ash loses to a new trainer in the first episode, but first of all, Trip is a discount Paul, and he clearly seems knowledgeable about Pokemon despite this being his first battle. As well, Pikachu was injured by Zekrom and couldn't use any of its electric type attacks, which are most of them, and Ash usually relies on for the most of his battling. This caught him by surprise and left an opening for the already weakened Pikachu to be defeated. I got the feeling most people hate on this defeat because they either haven't seen the episode or they watched it as a kid and hated it because their favorite character lost the battle. And I'm not throwing shade, that's why I didn't like it once upon a time, but I'm going into it with an open mind, and I don't think it's that big an upset. At least it's not a boring pallet down episode, so solid B tier. Episode 662, Enter Iris and Axio. Okay, yep, Ash has been totally reset and has to relearn how to catch Pokemon. A Pidove after meeting Iris, which he fails to use to fight Team Rocket, who is also getting a full team reset, and use a new Woobat. He loses that fight, but fortunately an Oshawott has been following them around and helps out, but they just abandon Oshawott at the end? What the fuck? C tier. Episode 663, A Sandile Gusher of Change. Some Sandile were mucking up a place, but actually, they were trying to unmuck it before it got mucked, but then it gets mucked and everyone comes to understand them. Also, Ash catches Oshawott, C tier. Episode 664, The Battle Club and Tepig's Choice. Ash comes in abandoned, tied up, and starved Tepig, and wow, I was not expecting to see a Pokemon in such a state of abuse. Of course, he befriends and catches it though. Also, there's actually a really great joke with Meowth dressed as an Umbreon. Honestly, just watch the episode. Good humor and my favorite theme, animal abuse. Maybe that's not a good thing to like. A tier. Episode 665, Triple Leaders, Team Threats. Ash challenges all 3 of the Strite and Gym leaders, and he is not doing hot. Can't believe they had the nerve to make this one a cliffhanger. Low C tier. Episode 666, Dreams by the Yardful. Ash manages to beat the last brother, Silent, and gets his first Unova Gym badge. Meanwhile, Team Rocket has put the town in danger by using the abandoned Dream Energy Research Facility, so Ash and crew have to put a stop to it. Low B tier. I am liking the more serious Team Rocket, and I like that they can lose battles but still accomplish their objectives. Much more interesting and less predictable. That being said, too much exposition this episode. Oh, and now Silent has joined the party. He wants to be a Pokemon connoisseur. Episode 667, Snivy plays hard to catch. I love the little smirk Snivy gets when Ash doesn't give up on trying to catch it. Ash hunts down and catches a Snivy that may have been abandoned using the help of his lesbianophobic Pidove. B tier. I love the little smirk Snivy gets when Ash doesn't give up on catching it. Episode 668, Saving Darmanitan from the Bell. The episode makes you think it's going to be the exact repeat of the Teddiursa episode, but with Dharma, but in fact, it is a mix of the Teddiursa episode and like a billion other episodes where the heroes mistake a Pokemon acting out when it just needs to help a buddy. So they help its buddy. C tier. Episode 669, The Bloom is on Axew. An Iris-focused episode. I really get the implication she calls everyone a kid as a defense mechanism because here she tries to train with her Axew, which is just a baby and weak as fuck, and apparently she has an Excadrill that won't listen to her. It's not fantastic, but I like that it explains her a bit and also hints at more to learn about her. B tier. Episode 670, A Rival Battle for Club Champ. Okay, I defended it last time, but not here. Ash and Trip have another battle, and Pikachu loses to Servine again. Ash losing the whole battle makes sense because he just caught all the other Pokemon he's using, but come on, C tier. Episode 671, A Home for Dwebble. The crew help a bullied little Dwebble get his little shell home, and then after learning to stick up for itself, Silene catches it so it never needs to stick up for itself again. C tier. Episode 672, Here Comes the Trubbish Squad. Some kids fall in love with a Trubbish, but their teachers won't let them keep it around, so they rebel and make a fort outside the school. Hell yeah, fight the machine. Ash goes in to try and convince them to apologize, but he ends up standing up for their cause instead. Really funny, cute episode, B tier. Oh, also Ash got an egg. Episode 673, Minccino, Neat and Tidy. Barry has transitioned and now goes by Bianca, so please respect her new pronouns. She's just as ditzy as ever, but maybe a bit more annoying. She just comes along and then catches a Minccino that stole Ash's badge case. Low C tier. Episode 674, A Night in the Nacrene City Museum. The museum is plagued by a mysterious phenomena, and it's between the science-loving Silene and the supernatural-believing Iris and the just-wants-to-eat-lunch Ash to figure out what's going on. Okay, but in the Pokemon world, if ghosts are actually real, wouldn't they just be considered part of science? Turns out the museum was accidentally exhibiting a real Yamask, hence the hauntings. C tier. Episode 665, The Battle According to Lenora. Ash battles Lenora and gets absolutely bodied when she uses Roar and trips him up. C tier. Episode 676, Rematch at the Nacrene Gem. So I haven't mentioned it yet, but there are these battle training facilities around, and Ash trains at one. He does not train against Roar, which still trips him up a bit, but he does manage to get strong enough to beat Lenora. C tier. Episode 677, Scraggy hatched to be wild. Ash's egg turns out to be Scraggy, and I like him. He's a scrappy little fella. He gets in fights with everyone around him and almost dies to a wild Garvantula. Then when it gets better, gets back to fight 4 of them at once. But Ash and friends help it, it learns friendship, etc, etc. High C tier. Episode 678, Sawaddle and Berg in Pinwheel Forest. Ash, with the help of Berg, the gym leader, catches a Sawaddle. Love Berg, feels like a great dude to get high with. B tier. Special, Dawn setting off on a new journey. Following the end of Ash's journey in Sinnoh, Dawn sets off on a new journey to Hoenn, but can't decide if she should take her whole team or just start over with Piplup. That is until she comes across another indecisive new trainer setting out on her journey, and helps her out much like her own beginning with an Ariados conflict. B tier, cute little special. Special, Pewter Gym, the greatest crisis ever. The Pokemon Inspector comes to Brock's gym and tests his brother, Jiro, as the new leader. After some shenanigans with his dad, of course. B tier. Episode 679, A Connoisseur's Revenge. Scraggy and Axew train. Then Silent crushes the dreams of an up-and-coming Pokemon connoisseur, Burgundy, who once challenged his gym. A tier. I actually really like Silent and his deadpan menacing aura. Episode 680, Dancing with the Ducklet Trio. The crew find a wacky tunnel and some wacky ducklet on the other end of the wacky tunnel. Turns out Sandile has been following Ash around and the ducklet steal its glasses, and upon getting them back, Ash and Sandile battle, where it evolves, but he doesn't catch it yet. High C tier. Episode 682, The Lost World of Gothitelle. A Gothitelle is haunting a bridge as it tries to relive its memories of the time before its construction. Ash and friends get caught up in these illusions, but it doesn't really matter because the conflict is solved by Gothitelle's old friend just randomly returning. High C tier. Episode 682, A Venipede Stampede. Venipede are storming the city due to more foreshadowing of Team Rocket's super secret plans that will totally come together in the next episode for an amazing climax, so the crew have to calm them down and redirect them. At first, Trip just wants to beat them up, but then he decides not to do that. C tier. Episode 683 and episode 684, Team Rocket vs. Team Plasma, Part 1 and Part 2. This two-parter was never aired due to complications with an earthquake in Japan at the time, but recently the scripts leaked online, so I read them, of course. The plot follows Team Rocket excavating a meteorite that Team Plasma wants and takes. The meteorite generates vast power that Pikachu is able to tap into, helping ward both teams off. A really solid two-parter, but just missing that extra something, like maybe animation to push it over the edge for me. High B tier, don't know why they just didn't air it at a later date. Episode 685, Battling for the Love of Bug Types. Ash battles the Castelia gym. During the struggle, his Sawaddle evolves, and he defeats Berg. Meanwhile, I guess Team Rocket has been reset, and James catches a Yamask very conveniently. C tier. Episode 686, Emolga the Irresistible. Bianca wants to catch an Emolga, but all Emolga wants to do is gaslight, girl boss, and gatekeep. And when it gets stranded in the woods with Iris, she ends up catching it instead. C tier. Episode 687, Emolga and the New Volt Switch. While training Emolga, it keeps using Volt Switch instead of battling, and it seems to not be very interested in battling or listening, and it just wants to girl boss. C tier. Episode 688, Scare at the Litwick Mansion. Team Rocket tries to use some Litwick to steal Pikachu, but little do they know, the Litwick are slowly sapping their life energy, and now they, along with the kids, have to escape the Litwick's haunted mansion. B tier. It's weird Team Rocket sit around so much this episode, but I like the twist. Episode 690, The Dragon Master's Path. They help some girl bond with her Druddigan. C tier. Episode 690, Oshawott lost Scalchop. Oshawott lost its Scalchop. So they have to try and help it replace it, then ultimately find it. Pointless. Low C tier. Episode 691, Cottony in Love. They help some Cottony find love. It's just bye-bye Butterfree, but without the emotional stakes. Low C tier. Episode 692, A UFO for Elohim. Is that how you pronounce it? At night, Ash sees a UFO for Elohim. Is that how you pronounce it? So they go to investigate, finding out it belongs to a scientist who is trying to build a craft to take his Elohim to space. He can't always understand his Pokemon, but at the end, he comes to understand Elohim wants to stay down on Earth with him. Aw, that's sweet. High B tier. Episode 693, Ash and Trip's third battle. Ash and Iris are goofing around when they come across Trip. Ash then plays Trip to a draw, but it's not a total loss as he realizes Oshawott closes its eyes while performing Aqua Jet, explaining why it always misses. That's actually something I noticed when it learned the move, so I love that continuity. B tier. Trip is getting fleshed out too. Episode 694, Facing Fear with Eyes Wide Open. Some fungus poison everyone, and coincidentally, the only way to reach the antidote is with a Pokemon that can see underwater. Oh, and Ash catches a Palpitoad and Silent a Stunfish. C tier. Episode 695, Iris and Excadrill against the Dragon Buster. More Iris lore. She caught Excadrill as a Drillbur after literally fighting it herself and became an unstoppable force with it. Until she challenged Drayden and lost so hard, Excadrill refused to listen to her from then on. But in this episode, she sleeps with Excadrill and it decides to listen again, I guess. Oh, and all because she was facing Georgia, a girl who beats up Dragon-type Pokemon, which Excadrill isn't. B tier. Episode 696, Gotta Catch a Roggenrola. Team Rocket's making a super weapon out of Roggenrola, so the crew's gotta put a stop to it. Upon doing so, Ash catches a Roggenrola. B tier. When they're used less often and are more of the main focus, Team Rocket's pretty great. Episode 697, Where Did You Go, Audino? Ash's new Roggenrola comes in handy as he uses it to suss out Team Rocket's next scheme, kidnapping Audino. Okay, 2 back-to-back, plus honestly Team Rocket has a lot more personality. I don't know, just feel C tier with this one. It's not bad though, so high C tier. Episode 698, Archeops in the Modern World. They resurrect Archeops, the extinct missing link between normal and flying Pokemon, and teach it to fly, which is just so funny to me for some reason. Imagine resurrecting a dinosaur and instead of being like, oh shit, a dinosaur, you slap that bad boy off a cliff and see what happens. B tier. Episode 700, A Fishing Connoisseur connoisseur in a fishy competition. I'm actually in love with the number of things Silent is supposed to be a connoisseur of, and this time it's fishing, so they all go fishing. You know what they say, the two best times to go fishing are when it's raining and when it's not, C tier. Pikachu short. Pikachu's summer bridge story. Pokemon eat fruit, Pokemon get fruit, there's a bridge. Minccino replaces Meryl as the sing Pokemon, Meowth is there. C tier. Movie 14, White, Victini and Zekrom. The people of the Vale, a people displaced. A man named Damon has befriended Reshiram and wants to use it and the power of the legendary Pokemon Victini, don't fight me, that's what they say in the movie, to pilot a tower that was said to be able to fly in ancient times. However, doing so disrupts the Dragon Force, a force that permeates all the world. So Ash has to seek out Zekrom to put a stop to him. In doing so, he gets launched into space and nearly freezes to death. But fortunately, Victini is a fire-type Pokemon, so it warms up Ash by killing itself? Not like flamethrower, really? Overall, it's a really average Pokemon movie. Like, it feels like it has just every shared element from every other movie with very little unique identity. Even the plot is, for the first time, taken pretty directly from the games. Like, it's a battle of truth and ideals, only instead of N being misguided, it's Damon. It's like the definition of a C tier for me. Movie 15, Black, Victini, and Reshiram. Oh my god, they literally just made the exact same movie. I watched the exact same movie twice. That is no exaggeration. The only difference between this movie and White is that Damon uses Zekrom and Ash uses Reshiram instead. So, for those not in the know, including me, because Zorro was the last movie I watched as a kid, they had a special release for this movie. One was released in theaters, while the other debuted on Cartoon Network. A move done so that kids would be horribly confused, I guess. And I was tempted to put in an F tier for this, but the more I thought about it, honestly, releasing the exact same product with only slight differences and calling it a separate version, I don't think there could be a more perfect and accurate adaptation of the Pokemon games. S tier, genuinely, I believe that. Episode 700, Movie Time, Zorua and the Legend of the Pokemon Knight. Ash and crew get sucked into helping a kid and his Zorua make a movie. They just film a movie, that's the episode. And actually, this is a great example of why Team Rocket is actually here to add conflict where it isn't, not just to interrupt an existing conflict. And here they add to the episode, B tier. Episode 701, Reunion Battles in Nimbasa. In Nimbasa Town, not Nimbasa City, the crew accompanied by their film buddy join a battle competition including friends and rivals they've met along the way in Bianca, Steve Fan, Burgundy, and Georgia. For the first round, Ash uses his new Palpitoad to beat Burgundy, C tier. Episode 702, Silent vs. Trip, Ash vs. Georgia. You can guess from the title, Silent shits the beat out of Trip, and Ash out the of beats shit Georgia, C tier. It's just some cool but no stakes fighting, I mean, come on. Oh, and Stefan beats Bianca. Episode 703, The Club Battle Hearts of Fury, Emolga vs. Sock. Bianca's just going around harassing Zorua. Burgundy and Silent have a connoisseur off, and Iris, Ash, and Film Boy, Luke, all advance to the finals. Packed episode, high C tier. Episode 704, Club Battle Finale, A Hero's Outcome. Bianca's shtick with Zorua is getting really old, but the finals are pretty good, and I actually didn't expect Iris to win. She's really come a long way since her pretty useless team, and it's been a believable progression. High B tier. Episode 705, Meowth's Scrafty Tactics. So the team find Meowth injured and nurse him back to health, only to find he's been fired from Team Rocket. And this whole episode, I thought he was tricking them, but no. He gladly joins the crew and even helps them out when Axie was stolen by a Scrafty. The plot itself is kind of bland and unstructured, but it ends with him still on their team, so I'm seriously curious where this will go. Low B tier. Episode 706, Purloin, Sweet or Sneaky. A sweet and sneaky Purloin seduces Meowth and Oshawott despite the fact that it's actually a guy, which is so funny. Haha, Meowth and Oshawott, haha, they were almost accidentally gay. Isn't that really funny? It's really funny. Anyway, the art in the climax is shit, and the characters, including Purloin, all act inconsistent in this one, D tier. Episode 707, Behiam, Diosin, and the Dream Thief. If you can't tell, I didn't watch this anime. I don't know how to pronounce any of the Pokemon's names. Everyone gets trapped in a dream by a dream thief using a Behiam and have to escape. This one's really stupid. Also, it's strange Silent is so into everything, whereas Iris is the only one to ever show any doubt. It's just the opposite of their characters. D tier. Episode 709, The Beartic Mountain Feud. They try to mediate feuds with some Beartic only for trainers and Pokemon to get separated. And then they succeed in that thing that they did not before. C tier. Episode 709, Crisis from the Underground Up. It finally happened. So they make it to Nimbasa City and drop off their Pokemon, and Meowth at the Pokemon Center. Before going to the back, though, Meowth stops by a phone booth and just casually calls Team Rocket, saying he's at the position for their plan. They run a ghost train and steal all the Pokemon in the center, so the team has to work with the train heads Ingo and Emmett to try and stop them. Black and White really is Team Rocket at their prime, and though it's occurred before, they really played Meowth's role switch better this time, leaving him around for a while until I couldn't really expect when he'd switch back. I was actually starting to consider he really was just fired, and when he met Jesse and James again, we were gonna have like a very different confrontation. A tier. Episode 710, Battle for the Underground. Ash and crew track down Team Rocket and just barely foil their evil plot. Ash's confrontation with Meowth could have stood to be more emotional, but it's still a really enjoyable episode. A tier. And thus ends Season 14. To check in, Ash has amassed 27 rivals, and Iris and Silent have each found one of their own. But where does the season stand on its own? Season 14. I'll start off by saying Black and White is where I dropped off the anime as a kid. I remember not liking Iris and just losing interest in Pokemon as a whole around the time. It is a little frustrating to see Ash reset, and Iris can be a bit annoying and demeaning a lot of the time, but honestly, I do not understand the hate surrounding this season. When talking with my friends, whenever I disparaged parts of the show, someone would always say, just wait until you get to Black and White, it always gets worse. I remember seeing videos online where people trash Black and White. I've seen Black and White at the very bottom of tier lists, and after what I've seen of the show already, I was seriously scared. But you know what? Black and White rules. Yes, Ash is reset, and that's a little frustrating, but at the same time, with a show this long, it's kind of refreshing. It allows him to be able to grow and change, seeing him learn how to be a trainer again. Yes, it would probably be better to have a new trainer for this, but he cemented himself as the icon of the series at this point. It's not like they could really just replace... Okay, well, my timing on that couldn't have been better. But honestly, this is a great opportunity to put Ash back in Kanto, knowledge-wise, without his more annoying flaws. Now, to the next issue people have, Iris. I don't get it. Yeah, she can be a bit annoying, but honestly, all the female protagonists aside from maybe Dawn are annoying. She's no worse than May, at least. And really, she's only annoying for calling everyone a kid, but it's not just some random flaw. It actually works with her character. She's a stand-in for the audience, a bit like May was last time Pokemon did a soft reboot. She starts out weak and has to grow to improve, and she calls everyone kids clearly out of some self-doubt issues. And beyond Ash and Iris, I genuinely believe the other changes to the cast were huge improvements to the show. Brock became incredibly grating on me the longer the show went. I was so annoyed with him by Orange Islands already that I said Tracy was a better character than him. And Tracy doesn't have a personality. But Silent is a really fun character and doesn't have the one annoying quote-unquote joke every single episode. My only criticism for Silent is that the eccentric gentleman in fancy gloves cooking and camping in the woods has a lot more comedy potential than the show actually capitalizes on. Team Rocket has also been majorly improved here. I love Jesse, James, and Meowth, but honestly, all they do is ruin the pacing of every episode they're in, which is every episode, by the way. They spend a lot more time in the background working on plans, or sometimes don't even appear at all, which makes the moments in this season they do appear more impactful. They're also a lot more serious this time around, and even when they lose battles, it's only a minor setback and they are still able to succeed in other parts of their plans, which makes them have actual stakes and not just seem like total pushovers. The animation, of course, is also continuing to improve, and the art has had a noticeable upgrade. I will say Trip is just Paul Light, but otherwise, this season is an improvement on previous iterations of Pokemon in almost every regard. I honestly have to give this one an A tier. With Diamond and Pearl, while Diamond and Pearl definitely had higher highs, it also had far lower lows. If you spliced out most of the arc and just had the episodes of Paul in them, it outclasses Black and White easily. But Diamond and Pearl is one of the longest stretches of the anime, and most of the episodes are just okay, surpassing prior seasons only by the fact that I can stand Dawn's existence. Comparing the average of Diamond and Pearl, though, it's really no contest. Ash's friends in Team Rocket this season are all clearly better than what they had before, and if you want to say they're bad, then that just means what came before was really bad. So there, that's my take. I really do not understand the hate these seasons get. Maybe it gets worse later on, but I can't help but wonder if the show just fell under the same general wave of hate the Black and White games got at the time of their release. Or was most of the Pokemon fanbase just aging out of the anime around this time like me and my friends were? Actually, wait, Ash didn't destroy the female protagonist Spike this season? Fuck, F tier, how could they? Season 15, Black and White Rival Destinies. Episode 711, Enter Elisa, Electrifying Gym Leader. Bianca's here, and so is her dad, who makes an agreement that if Bianca loses a gym battle with Elisa, she has to give up being a trainer, which she does. While I like the new Ash, I am a bit sad that he's more of a pushover, because I would have liked to see him beat into her dad and make him let Bianca continue. But instead, he has to be pushed into battling him for her by Iris and Silon. Though it is cool Ash bets his journey on the battle, which he also loses. I'm not kidding, this is just the end of the series. Shit's wild, B tier. Episode 712, Dazzling the Nimbasa Gem. Ash faces Elsa, and despite making some really stupid moves, he ends up winning. Despite him being an idiot, I liked the episode. It actually managed to fit in a lot without feeling rushed. Low B tier. Episode 713, Lost at the Stamp Rally. So, you're telling me, Silon offers Ash a cool battle challenge against Emmett and Ingo, and he doesn't take it? But before Silon can take part himself, they all get caught up helping a trainer and Pokemon reunite on the tracks. And then Ash does end up battling with Silon. They lose. C tier. Episode 714, Ash versus the Champion. Oh no, they made Alder a creepy old man. So yeah, anyways, the title says it all, but also we get some Trip lore. He basically finds out that the old phrase, never meet your idol, is true. C tier. Episode 715, a Maractus musical. They just help some dude prepare for a musical with his Maractus. Nothing happens. C tier. Episode 716, the 4 seasons of Sawbuck. Ash helps some photographer get a picture of, take a guess, all 4 seasons of Sawbuck at once. C tier. Episode 717, Scraggy and the Demanding Gothitita. Ash battles some girl betting his Scraggy on the outcome, and he loses, having to come to terms with the fact he gave up a Pokemon, and the girl has to come to understand that not every Pokemon will like her, as Scraggy loves Ash more than her. Both of them having to learn a valuable lesson that, oh, actually he won the battle, so C tier. Episode 718, The Lonely Dano. The crew helps out watching some lonely Dano at a daycare. C tier. Episode 719, The Mighty Acelgard to the Rescue. It's the Gligar Man episode, but with less charm. C tier. Episode 720, A Call for Brotherly Love. Silon's brother, Chili, feels weak, so he leaves home in a fit of rage. So Silon helps him improve his battling style. C tier. Episode 721, Stopping the Rage of Legends. Part 1. Clay won't battle Ash unless he gets some revival herb from the Island of Legends. What is this, some kind of RPG? So they go get it, but whoa, Thundurus is there. Whoa, Tornadus is there. So they have to summon Landorus, but cliffhanger, high C tier. Episode 722, Stopping the Rage of Legends, Part 2. The crew help Landorus beat the shit out of his buddies and prevent Team Rocket from stealing the 3 of them. C tier. Episode 723, Battling the King of the Mines. Ash beats Clay and wow, Clay is such a dick and gives terrible advice. How is he a gym leader? Oh, and the Roggenrola Ash barely uses evolves. C tier. Episode 724, Crisis at Chargestone Cave. Team Rocket's causing the Joltik and Galvantula at Chargestone Cave to run amok, so the team unmucks it up. I've used that joke before. And Dwebble evolves, high C tier. Episode 725, Evolution Exchange Excitement. Continuing from the last episode, Professor Juniper was there, and now she trades with Bianca, and whoa, she gotta learn her new Pokemon now. Is very different. Ooh woo. Too bad I don't care about Bianca at all. C tier. Episode 726, Explorers of the Hero's Ruin. The crew go adventuring with Professor Juniper's father, and they fall for traps repeatedly because they are incapable of retaining any information. Their heads are full of only RAM and no memory. D tier. Episode 727, Battling the Bully. This episode demonstrates the writers are surprisingly capable of writing kids pretty realistically, but unfortunately, properly portrayed kids are kind of terrible, so C tier. Episode 728, Baffling the Bouffalant. Bouffalant? They stumble into a Bouffalant safari and all have to wear funny afro wigs. I don't remember much beyond that because I actually fell asleep during this one. C tier. Pansage's head fluff already passing as a wig was really funny to me though. Episode 729, Silon Takes Flight. The next gym leader, Skyla, no longer conducts real battles, instead preferring to do sky battles, where she predetermines the result based on the challenger's Pokemon types, in order to give herself more time to enjoy flying. Silon takes issue with this and battles with her, losing and proving her right. C tier. Episode 730, An Amazing Aerial Battle. Now Ash takes a crack at battling her because they really needed to stretch this into 2 episodes, I guess. He wins and gets the badge. C tier. Episode 731, Climbing the Tower of Success. Everyone takes part in a fun little contest and Ash loses to Steven. C tier. tier. Episode 732, the club explosion begins. Ash, Iris, and Silen's rivals all enter a tournament held by the Battle Club along with them. And, you know, it's just some inconsequential preliminary battles, C tier. Also, apparently Bianca has a sexual fetish for fighting type Pokemon? Okay. Episode 733, search for the club ultimate. Iris beats Burgundy. What's the point of the rivals being here if they don't get to battle their corresponding protagonist? Low C tier. Episode 734, a club explosion of excitement. No fucking way. Bianca beats Trip. I call BS. Then Georgia loses before she faces Iris. What is even the point of them being here? Low C tier. Episode 735, commanding the club explosion crown. Stefan wins the tournament. Yay! Low C tier. I suppose I could care less, but. Episode 736, battling the leaf thieves. While practicing with Iris, Swabloon evolves and makes everyone clothes, but some nearby Durant steal all the clothes, including the clothed Axew. So the team's gotta go beat them all up. It was okay, but there was one scene where the camera lingered on a string they were using to find their way through Durant's caves that made me think one would break it, but no, it's just an easy in and out, C tier. Episode 737, a restoration confrontation, part 1. A scientist digs up the fossil of a friend he met when he was transported back in time as a kid. Then Team Rocket steal it and revive Tortuga. Dun dun dun! Cliffhanger, I've done that joke already, B tier. Episode 738, a restoration confrontation, part 2. Okay, so Team Rocket's plan is to steal ancient Pokemon through a time warp that just exists, and is how the scientist went back. And god, this episode is stupid. So everyone knows about this time warp, and the dude has talked about going through it before, and yet a couple times he acts like it's this secret he needs to hide. Also, for some reason at the end, they all bring Tortuga, now a Terracotta, back to the past, but they revived it. It already lived out its entire life and died, and they brought it back to the time he first met it, right? So there are two of the same Pokemon now, just one of them is evolved. Why would they do that? This one's just confusing, D tier. Episode 739, Evolution by Fire. I didn't actually expect this to come back, but Ash meets the trainer that abandoned Tepig, and the dude's a huge dick. Apparently he pretended to be sad when he abandoned Tepig just to emotionally manipulate it, and continues to manipulate it as he battles Ash. It's only with Snivy's help, who actually abandoned its trainer, that Tepig is able to evolve and win, only for the kid to turn around and try to get it back? Oh my god, a battle with stakes for once. Love Pignite, A tier. Episode 740, Guarding the Guardian of the Mountain. We meet the movie star and gym leader Bryson, who drags the kids into a real-life action movie as they defend a Volcarona from a Pokemon hunter. Dude literally says, I just caught a wild Pokemon. Like, they know. C tier. Episode 741, Caution, Icy Battle Conditions. Ash beats Bryson, C tier. Episode 742, Clash of the Connoisseurs. Yo, silent episode. So he has a connoisseur off with some fancy twerking connoisseur named Rykard, as they decide the starter Pokemon for some rich dude's daughter. Odd they settled it with a Pokemon battle though. Also odd that at the end of the episode, Bryson told Ash to go to Opelucid City for his next gym battle, and then he immediately forgets and agrees to go to Verbank City instead, at the advice of the rich dude's butler. Low B tier. Episode 743, Crisis at Ferroseed Research. They're at like some research place and there's some problem with like the Ferroseed, and Georgia is there and Iris befriends an ice type. Cool, B tier. Episode 744, An Epic Defense Force. For this episode, they just make a movie with Luke, and then for half the episode, we just watch the movie they've made. Honestly, I respect the guts to do that, B tier. Episode 745, Rocking the Verbank Gym, Part 1. Ash challenges the Verbank Gym, and honestly, I'm really digging Roxanne. She's apparently so tough that she allows Ash to use 6 Pokemon against her 3, and it takes half of Ash's team and the whole episode to just get through her first Pokemon, B tier. Episode 746, Rocking the Verbank Gym, Part 2. Ash beats her, B tier. Episode 747, All for the Love of Meloetta. So Meloetta's been following Ash around the past few episodes, and now Ash, Friends, and Cynthia have to help it out after it gets sick fighting Team Rocket. High C tier. Episode 748, Piplup, Pansage, and a Meeting of the Times. Cynthia's not the only one here. The last episode ominously ends with, Next time, a new beginning. And that new beginning seems to be Dawn. They all hang out, and Iris makes Dawn annoying. C tier. So I guess that implies the soft reboot has softly unboot? Pikachu short, Sing Meloetta, Search for the Rinka Berries. Another rare Pikachu short that's actually short. And in this one, Meloetta searches for, you'll never guess. High C tier, at least it wasn't 20 minutes long. Episode 749, Expedition to Onyx Island. Everyone and Dawn go to an island to see a shiny Onyx, and then they see a shiny Onyx, C tier. Pikachu short, Meloetta's Moonlight Serenade. I really wasted 20 minutes of my life thinking it was going to be any different just for them to be searching for berries again. Low C tier. Episode 750, The Mystery of the Missing Cupchew. The title says it all. Anyway, I want to complain. Near the end, when Silent is just going around being a detective, Dawn says, "He looks just like this guy I know, Brock." And then she cites the comparison as him liking girls? What? I'm sorry, but that is not a comparison. Also, don't compare them. Silent is far better than Brock. It's a C tier episode, but Dawn drags it down to D tier. I didn't think she would. I liked her more than Iris, but the current team cannot write her. Episode 751, Iris and the Rogue Dragonite. This episode could be sweet. Everyone is against a rogue Dragonite who's causing a ruckus, but Iris believes in it. Not for any good reason, but because she's a dragon-type supremacist and thinks that they can never do anything wrong. But she turns out right and then catches it. D tier. Doesn't make sense Ash doesn't try to stick up for it as much, considering he loves all Pokemon, but... Episode 752, Jostling for the Junior Cup. All our friends and rivals, except for Stefano and Bianca, enter the Junior Cup. And for some reason, Burgundy loses to Trip instead of Silent, but at least Iris gets to beat Georgia, though she doesn't actually do anything as Dragonite won't listen to her. C tier. Episode 753, Battling Authority Once Again. Iris manages to get Dragonite to listen to her a bit with Cynthia's help, but it's still pretty rogue as they beat Dawn, then Trip beats Silent. C tier. Episode 754, Ash, Iris, and Trip. Then there were three. Iris faces Ash, and even though Dragonite's finally listening to her more now, she loses. And then Ash loses to Trip in the finals, who earns the grand prize, a battle with Alder. C tier. Episode 755, Goodbye Junior Cup, Hello Adventure. Trip loses to Alder really fast, then Ash and Dawn have a farewell battle that ends in a draw. Not a real draw, Cynthia just tells them it's a draw for no reason mid-fight. What was the point? D tier. Episode 756, The Road to Humalau. So in the last episode, we also met a new character who is the ditziest so far, Cameron. And now Ash accompanies him to the Humalau gym when he gets his last badge. C tier. Episode 757, Unrest at the Nursery. There's some, and you're never gonna guess this, unrest at the nursery. C tier. Episode 758, Meloetta and the Undersea Temple. Team Rocket, who has been following Meloetta around ever since it escaped from them, finally enact their plan when Giovanni arrives in Unova. And they use the mythical Pokemon's power to raise some strange temple from beneath the waves. The look of betrayal on Meloetta's face when they use a recording of a song it made while it felt safe to do so was really well done. B tier. Episode 759, Unova's Survival Crisis. Giovanni uses the newly uncovered reveal glass to summon and change the forms of the forces of nature. But after Pikachu bops him one and they free Meloetta, the seal of Orichalcos appears on his forehead and he wants to destroy the world, like Meloetta felt in ancient times, plunging that temple into the sea in the first place. But Jesse and James tackle Giovanni and he just goes back to normal, leaving Ridley and Meloetta. Oh yeah, Meloetta was originally hanging out with this dude Ridley to calm down the forces of nature. It was all pretty abrupt, and Giovanni doesn't work as a villain when he's doing more than just giving orders from afar, to be honest. But I do like Jesse and James's loyalty, saving him when he goes crazy. Low B tier. Movie 16, Kirim versus the Sword of Justice. They just keep getting weirder and weirder about how they insert the opening into these things. So for this movie, we spend 20 minutes before the title where we see Keldeo train with the three swords and get his ass whooped by Kirim, who ices the three swords. Then the rest of the movie is one extended action sequence where Keldeo runs into the main cast, they run around a bit, and then Keldeo faces Kirim, and only after powering up, losing again, and admitting defeat, does Kirim leave. So I guess all its wanton destruction was just to teach Keldeo a lesson? This one is such a strange movie with very little plot to move it forward. Keldeo is clearly the central character here, but we're really given no reason to care about it, and despite such a lengthy introduction dedicated to him, we don't learn much about him or what drives him. Ash, Iris, and Silent also do very little in this movie, which is a shame because Iris could actually fit a hero role really easily here. Both Iris and Keldeo share a backstory of getting into a fight they couldn't handle when they were young because they wanted to prove themselves, only to lose and hurt others around them. As well, the main villain, Kirim, is an ice dragon type, which would be a huge conflicting element for Iris as she doesn't think any dragon type could be evil, but also hates ice types. And like, Keldeo's struggle does get the shonen mind virus going, but there just isn't enough there for me to be satisfied. Also, it's super weird. All the legendaries can just talk in this movie, and they don't move their mouths at all. It makes sense for Mewtwo since he's psychic, but it's just strange here. The movie's just incredibly basic, and what potential it does have is not capitalized on at all. D tier. And thus ends Season 15. To check in, Ash has amassed 28 rivals, and Iris and Silent have each found one of their own. Where does the season stand on its own? Season 15. I'm noticing Ash filled his team up really fast last season, and also got all his badges pretty fast. It doesn't leave a lot of room for growth moving forward, but then he never grew much anyway. I've noticed that battles are less game accurate and strategy are less important these last 2 seasons, and the stakes for winning in conflicts with rivals are generally a lot lower. Team Rocket also almost seems too in the background a lot of the time, but I really don't mind seeing them less if I'm being honest. Though I do miss seeing more of James's personality, it's really just more of the same though. Low A tier. Season 16, Black and White Adventures in Unova. Episode 760, Beauties Battling for Pride and Prestige. Iris gets offended by some stuck-up pretty girls, so infiltrates their club to beat them up. There's no lesson in this one, she just beats them up and then leave. B tier, funny. Episode 761, A Surface to Air Tag Team Battle. Silent and Ash take on 2 kids who tag team battle in their dreams, literally. Then they all go fishing. I don't know, this one's a bit all over the place, low C tier. Episode 762, A Village Homecoming. We return to the Village of Dragons and meet everyone at the Village of Dragons, including some dragons. C tier, not a very fleshed out place despite all the buildup, and Iris's old friend sucks. The Elder is cool though. Episode 763, Drayden versus Iris, past, present, and future. We finally go to the Opalucid gym, so Iris can rematch Drayden, only to lose again, yet still get offered a gym leader position, I guess. Low B tier, could have had more drama. Episode 765, Team Eevee and the Pokemon Rescue Squad. We gotta get one last character into the League arc, so the crew helps out Virgil, a member of a Pokemon Rescue Squad that uses all the evolutions and has to prove himself to his brother. C tier. Episode 765, Curtain Up, Unova League. The Unova League starts. Yay! C tier. Episode 766. Mission, defeat your rival. Ash beats Trip, who, might I add, is being much nicer after his defeat from Alder. Odd it was done so fast, they didn't really do much with Trip. C tier. Episode 767. Lost at the League. Whoa! Stop the tournament arc. Axew is missing. And while finding it, Oshawott commits larceny. Low C tier. Episode 768. Strong strategy steals the show. Ash beats Stevlin. None of these battles have any stakes. C tier. Episode 769, Cameron's secret weapon. Cameron has a secret weapon. His secret weapon? It's his secret weapon. Hydreigon. His secret weapon is Hydreigon. The secret weapon? Hydreigon. Hydreigon, the secret weapon. What's his secret weapon? It's C tier. Episode 770, A Unova League Evolution. After managing to defeat Cameron's secret weapon, Hydreigon, Ash loses. And Cameron wasn't even using a full team. Then Cameron loses to Virgil, who goes on to win the league. C tier. Episode 771, New Places, Familiar Faces. The crew help the most annoying character with anxiety I've ever seen in a piece of media get her starter Pokemon and start her trainer's journey. Team Rocket attack and just have new Pokemon we've never seen them catch, which is pretty disappointing. Then Professor Juniper sets them off to visit the White Ruins. D tier. Episode 772, The Name's In. We meet In. I love In. The episode is mostly talking, but at one point, In takes a Shadow Ball to protect Ash and Irish's Pokemon, which is really cool. B tier. Episode 773, There's a new gym leader in town. They really waited until the very end to have the best characters, I swear. Ash goes straight to the new gym along their way and battles Sharon, and loses to Sharon. C tier. The subplot involves kids. It's funny I'll say that, and then I'm about to get a job where I have to teach children. What is my life? Episode 774, Team Plasma's Pokemon Power Plot. Wild that they just skipped straight to Black and White 2's Team Plasma without the first one. They're turning Pokemon crazy with some machine, and it's actually Team Rocket that stopped them? B tier. Episode 775, The Light of Flossy Ranch. A by-the-books episode. They help out some girl and her ranch only for Team Rocket to attack. Also, this episode finally shows what the inside of a Pokeball looks like in the anime, and it's depressing. At least Team Rocket is a bit more serious than previous seasons. High C tier. Episode 776, Saving Braviary. In returns, and the crew help him rescue a Braviary from Team Plasma. The grunts don't recognize him for some reason, so I guess in the anime, the events of Black and White 1 just didn't occur? B tier. Episode 777, The Pokemon Harbor Patrol. In has joined the team, and has come to learn that it's okay for people to use Pokemon sometimes, as he helps a Watchog help a firefighting squad. High C tier. Episode 778, The Fires of a Red Hot Reunion. The gang go to a Kanto festival, where Ash reminisces about Charizard most of the episode before bringing him back onto the team and battling against Iris's Dragonite. It's really just a flashback episode, but to the best parts of Indigo League and the Orange Islands, so I don't mind. High B tier. Episode 779, Team Plasma's Pokemon Manipulation. Team Plasma cements themselves as an episodic villain by, once again, leaving a Pokemon on a rampage that needs to be brought under control. And despite knowing exactly how their tech works, Iris leaves Dragonite out, making it rampage too. Pikachu doesn't though, C tier. Episode 780, Secrets from Out of the Fog. In was injured in the last episode, but fortunately, his sisters Anthea and Concordia heal him. Then Team Plasma attacks, causing the sisters to become suspicious of our heroes. Why? B tier. Episode 781, Meowth, Colress, and Team Rivalry. Team Rocket actually outwits a whole crew of Plasma Grunts in an attempt to turn Colress to their side, but he double crosses them. But they quadruple crossed him, except their quadruple cross doesn't work until it does work and they escape. Their plan was kind of dumb in hindsight, and the B plot with Ash is dull, but I loved seeing them hold their own against another team. Low B tier. Episode 782, Ash and N, A Clash of Ideals. The crew make it to the White Ruins and find the White Stone, which N steals, before getting trapped in a cave with Ash after choosing to save him over the stone during a cave-in. Then they have a little chitty chat. Ultimately, it's all a bit of nonsense, but I love N's philosophizing, so B tier. Episode 783, Team Plasma and the Awakening Ceremony. N and Ash escape, and Getsis captures N, putting him in an ultimatum for the Lightstone. B tier. Episode 784, What Lies Beyond Truth and Ideals. Reshiram is summoned, and Pikachu gets put under Colress's control, but he just loves Ash so much he breaks out, and the crew break out Reshiram too. Getsis is ultimately another empty villain, but I love Pikachu's moment here, so B tier. And thus ends Season 16. To check in, Ash has amassed 28 rivals, and Iris and Silent have each found one of their own. So where does the season stand on its own? Season 16. This season has two very different arcs, so it's a bit difficult to pin down. The League was a lot more underwhelming compared to Diamond and Pearl, and the Plasma plotline was far too delayed, and with just as hollow stakes as the previous seasons. It is held up by N's presence, but it's a shame they didn't use him much earlier on for a friend turned villain turned friend, and instead chose to very loosely follow only the plot of Black 2 and White 2. Team Rocket also returns to their normal state, but they're still more competent than usual, and they actually fight with the opposing team rather than like in Hoenn, where they just say they will and never do, or like in Sinnoh, where they don't even put up a match. Here, they actually are able to get things done, so for that reason, I still rank it at least higher than other seasons, B tier. Season 17, Black and White, Adventures in Unova, and Beyond. Episode 785, Farewell Unova, setting sail for new adventures. Ash sets off to Kanto, and Juniper gifts him cruise tickets so that we can make the trip back a whole arc, and Iris and Silent decide to join him. Also, Team Rocket tricks them onto the wrong ship because, of course they do, they always do. High C tier. Episode 786, Danger, Sweet as Honey. Whoa, Team Rocket gets everyone split up, and now Meowth is pretending to join Pikachu and Axew so they can steal them. Haven't seen that before. C tier. Episode 787, Silent and the Case of the Purloin Witness. Uh-oh, a thievery is afoot on the cruise, and now we gotta do some boat detectivery. Haven't seen that before. C tier. Episode 788, Crowning the Scalchop King. Okay, the only thing worse than Ash giving away a Pokemon half-assedly is to do a fake out. So Oshawott wins some competition for a girl Oshawott's love, and then at the last minute, it's revealed winning means leaving him behind. But then the girl Oshawott just chooses to love someone else despite Ash winning? Which, based, but a stupid fucking episode. F tier. Episode 789, The Island of Illusions. A Zoroark is running the Pokemon Center that a Nurse Joy abandoned after all its wonderful memories there. If this were a 5-minute short, it would be really good. B tier. Episode 790. To catch a Rotom. Professor Oak catches a Rotom, but Team Rocket is not allowed to catch a Rotom. C tier. Episode 791. The Pirates of Decalore. Ash and crew stop some Poke Pirates, and Team Rocket is back to being pathetic. Would have been a C tier, but the ending is so ham-fisted, D tier. Episode 792. Butterfree and Me. Ash helps a random Caterpie that didn't ask for his help or show any indication it cared at all to evolve. And to quote Jessie from this episode, I don't care. And then they end it just like Bye Bye Butterfree? Low C tier. Episode 793, The Path That Leads to Goodbye. Ash and Iris start fighting for no reason, and by chance, they stay angry at each other, and this is seriously the most annoying set of circumstances to happen in Unova. F tier. Episode 794, Searching for a Wish. I saw this episode as a kid, and I hated it because it's where I realized the movies weren't canon. So a girl wants a wish from Jirachi, and Ash sadly does not recognize it. Also, the theme was supposed to be that you should work hard rather than make wishes, but then she makes her wish anyways? I don't know, C tier. Episode 795, Capacia Island UFO. A crashed Behem UFO turns everyone into Behem, except Ash and Team Rocket, but that's not important. So what are the implications of the fact that there are super intelligent Pokemon like Behem and Clefairy that can build spaceships, and yet they're still captured and kept like pets by kids? High C tier. Pikachu short, Eevee and Friends. It's every Pikachu short, but this time it spends the first half of the runtime just introducing all the evolutions. I guess the ending is really pretty, high C tier. Special, Mewtwo, Prologue to Awakening. Much like with the first movie, the 17th has a special bonus episode leading into it, which seems to mostly exist to set up Mewtwo for all the kids who haven't heard of him. This follows Virgil, acting as the new champion and rescue squad ranger, helping out Mewtwo run from a twist poacher. Low B tier. I think this means the movie is canon though. Movie 17, Genesect and the Legend Awakened. Well, they didn't do a copy and paste of the opening, instead they made it worse. Okay, so what to say about this one? It has a lot of interesting plot elements, but they do not go well together. I think bringing Mewtwo back is a great contrast for Genesect as they're both created Pokemon, but they never really take advantage of that potential. I also don't really understand why the Genesect are here, why they're doing all this, really anything. I don't really know what to say about it either. It's just a very forgettable and average movie where things just sorta happen. I wouldn't say it's bad, just really boring. It's every Pokemon movie without the good parts. Ash meet Legendary and other Legendary, Legendaries fight, Legendary die, wait, what, there's no Legendary not die, everyone become friends, the end. C tier. Episode 796, The Journalist from Another Region. The crew run into a journalist from Kalos, but she's not that important. They all join in on the Harvest Festival sumo match. Then Ash and some random bully reenact the ancient legend that set up the sumo tradition. C tier. Episode 797, Mystery on a Deserted Island. Treasure Hunt with the Journalist. That's it, C tier. Episode 798, A Pokemon of a Different Color. We re-meet Claire from Johto, who is out to catch a shiny Druddigon. And then when they finally find it, she almost chooses not to, making the whole episode pointless. But she does in the end, low C tier. Episode 799, Celebrating the Hero's Comet. Still with their journalist friend Alexa, the crew follows an ancient legend about a hero, blah 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 blah. This episode accidentally builds it up like Ash will eventually battle the ghost of this hero, but nah, they just see some ghost lady and ghost Pokemon and do nothing interesting. D tier for how cool I thought it might have been. Episode 800, Go-Goat. Some kid wants to meet his dad, and as an empath, Go-Goat decides to help him and accidentally kidnaps him, so everybody's gotta chase it down. C tier. Episode 801, Team Rocket's Shocking Recruit. Emolga cranky from a stupid misunderstanding and plays villain for a minute, but everything resolves itself really easily, so who cares? C tier. Episode 802, Survival of the Striaton Gym. Some lady comes to Silen's gym threatening that if she beats the gym leaders, the gym goes bye-bye. Silen's brothers lose to her, but Silen wins. C tier. Episode 803, Best Wishes Until We Meet Again. Silen and Iris leave to continue their journeys apart as we finally make it to Kanto. Not even staying around to see Pallet Town. What dicks? D tier. Episode 804, The Dream Continues. A great Pallet Town episode where Ash catches up with everything and decides to visit Kalos with Alexa, but dropping it to B tier because Team Rocket really did not need to be here. Special, Silen and Brock, Gyarados' outrage. Silen meets Brock, and they need to ghetto a Gyarados. B tier, fun little romp. Some girl was there with a Pikachu. And thus ends Season 16, again, so I'm calling it Season 17. Yeah, online, some places it's split into 2 parts, some places it's not, so anyways, where does this mini-season rank? B tier. I mean, it's just a nothing island hopping filler arc like we usually get when the anime needs to pad time between games. There's some interesting stuff at the end, but also a lot of wasted potential. Season 18, XY. Pokemon XY Special, Road to Kalos. So this one is like a clip show, but also it includes clips that haven't happened yet, so high C tier? Episode 805, Kalos, Where Dreams and Adventures Begin. Very busy, yet not a rushed episode. Immediately, there's a huge bump in art and animation quality as we start on Serena briefly before seeing Ash try to challenge the Lumiose gym, running into Clement and his little sister Bonnie, though Ash doesn't know he's the gym leader yet. The two battle, interrupted by Team Rocket. A stray Froakie helps out, and we see Ash's determination to never give up as they make it out of their attack. A tier, great start. Episode 806, Lumiose City Pursuit. Ash takes Froakie to Professor Sycamore, where we learn it doesn't get along with its trainers and keeps running away or being abandoned. He learns about Mega Evolution, and so does Team Rocket, who caused Sycamore's Garchomp to go crazy in a botched stealing attempt. And I've said before, I don't like Ash playing hero, but wow if it isn't handled really well here. He climbs Prism Tower not to save the city, but because he cares about Garchomp, and bro jumps off the tower to help Pikachu when it falls. Fortunately, he's saved by a mysterious Mega Blaziken, another A tier right off the bat. Episode 807, A Battle of Aerial Mobility. The crew meet a wild Dedenne and Bonnie wants it, but instead we focus on Ash getting comfortable using Froakie as he catches a Fletchling. Also, James comes across an Inkay in the sky, B tier. Episode 808, A Shockingly Cheeky Friendship. Now they do catch Dedenne. It and Pikachu get separated from the humans and bond while running from Team Rocket. Now that's how you do a split-up episode. Low A tier. Episode 809, A Blustery Santaloon Gym Battle. Ash gets his shit handed to him by Alexa's sister, the gym leader Viola. But damn if his battles don't look great this season. High C tier. Oh, and Serena shows up. Episode 810, Battling on Thin Ice. Ash trains with Clement and Serena's help. Apparently Ash and Serena went to some summer camp together. Then Ash turns fate around and wins his first Kalos gym badge. High C tier, loving the battles this season. Episode 811, Giving Chase at the Rhyhorn Race. Ash learns the art of Rhyhorn racing with Serena's help. Fun episode, B tier. Episode 812, Grooming Furfrou. They say groomer so much in this episode, and that word has been completely ruined for me. But B tier, I was laughing the entire time. The internet is melting our minds. Episode 813, Clement's Got a Secret. So apparently Clement wanted to focus less on his gym leader duties, so he built a Clembot to run his gym. The lesson seems to be that he shouldn't have shirked his duties with a quick fix, but instead, after they infiltrate the gym and Clement beats Clembot, he just fixes it and heads out with Ash on his journey. It was a really fun episode and great battle with actual stakes for a character, and I love how it explains why the electric-type gym leader caught a Bunnelby. He was planning to eventually take back his gym. A tier. Episode 814, Mega Meowth Madness. Team Rocket upgrade to kidnapping real people as they steal Sycamore and his Mega Evolution research before making a Mega Evolution for Meowth in the form of a giant mecha. Wacky. High C tier. Oh, and we gotta have all the starters for the kids watching at home, so Clement gets a chessman. Episode 815, The Bamboozling Forest. Gotta help a Big Daddy Pangoro. C tier. Uses a lot of prior episodes' tropes at once. Oh, and Jesse stumbles upon ownership of a Pumpkaboo, I guess. Episode 816, To Catch a Pokemon Smuggler. Bro really out here trying to catch wild Pokemon, evolving them, selling them, and being called a smuggler. I think he's providing a service. Is it the selling part that makes it wrong? Is it because he's a bad person? Some new trainers like Natasha in Black and White even show surprise at the starter Pokemon being free, implying it's normal for Pokemon to be sold in this world. So what's wrong with what this guy's doing? Fun episode otherwise though, C tier. Ash loses a battle to a Tilth, a teacher I'd like to be friends with. So the crew gets to play around with a bunch of kindergartners because apparently we need at least one of those per region. C tier. Episode 818, Seeking Shelter from the Storm. Another haunted house episode, and this time instead of a ghost, it's a psychic type, Esper, who's upset because it's lost its favorite gilf. A grandma I'd like, low B tier. Episode 819, An Appetite for Battle. Clement's chestpin is being a little too eaty, so he tries to get it to exercise, instead tricking himself into thinking it abandoned him only for it to turn out in fact did not. C tier. Episode 820, A Jolting Switcheroo. Bonnie and some other little girl accidentally get their Dedenne and Pichu switched around. C tier. Episode 821, A Rush of Ninja Wisdom. Ash and Froakie lost to a ninja and Frogadier, so they trained to be ninjas. The training coming to fruition when Team Rocket attacks. B tier, pretty standard episode. Episode 822, Awakening the Sleeping Giant. Okay, so at first I was thinking, cool, another episode with the good Johto world building, but then it got wonky. So this town has a festival celebrating Snorlax, which wakes once a year to the tune of the Lord's Polka Flute. Whereupon it then eats the roots of last year's harvest and tills the fields for the next year. Only the princess nearby stole it. she wants Pikachu, so Ash and her battle with large stakes. But when he wins, she still won't give back the Pokeflute. So they trade Clement to be her concubine? So... most pressing issue here. With the princess and everything, is Kalos some sort of neo-feudalist state? Low B tier. Episode 823, A Conspiracy to Conquer. This one is actually great. So, an evil Malamar is using an Officer Ginny as its puppet under the guise of Madam X to have it hypnotize people and Pokemon. It takes over Team Rocket, Ash's friends, and even Pikachu. You know I'm a sucker for that kind of drama, as he tries to break Pikachu out of it. Episode's pretty creepy and actually has some good personal stakes. And for once, every single element of the episode is relevant to the plot and works to its advantage. It goes a little off rails at the end, but I loved it. Easy A tier. Also, it takes 2 tries to hypnotize Team Rocket because they love Giovanni so much, but it only takes 1 try for Pikachu. What does that say about Ash, huh? Episode 824, Breaking Titles at the Chateau. 2 annoying rappers invite Ash and crew to the Battle Chateau. It has a very weird aura about it. Like, it's a very lovely place, but I don't like those kind of uppity places, so it unsettles me with all its chivalry. But it serves as a great introduction to Grant, the next gym leader, who I loved from the moment he first appeared. But Ash beats the rapper's little brother in a battle, becoming a knight in the Battle Chateau, and crushing his dreams of entering, despite Ash himself probably not ever coming back here. Low B tier. Episode 825, A Pokevision of Things to Come. This one's just an excuse for Serena to dress up in cute outfits. Basically, they film Trainer and Pokemon, Team Rocket pretend to be producers, and Serena has to learn to not fear mud. This one feels demeaning. C tier. Special episode, Iris vs. Ibuki, The Path to Becoming a Dragon Master. Iris saves a Gibble along the way of challenging the Dragon Master Claire, and after overcoming much adversity, she loses. Low B tier. Also, she catches Gibble. Episode 826, Going for the Gold. Ash and crew help out an old man fish up a golden Magikarp. He doesn't. C tier. Episode 827, Coming Back into the Cold. We meet the recently revived Amora. Fuck, what's that one? I'm not looking it up. Then Team Rocket catch it, and you can guess from there, but high C tier nonetheless. It was enjoyable. Episode 828, Climbing the Walls. Huge fan of Grant. He loves climbing walls. He just has an optional wall climbing course before challengers face him. And of course Ash takes it before using what he learned, rock climbing in the battle itself. Still loses though, B tier. Episode 829, A Battle by Any Other Name. Serena finds a rival in Miette as they compete in a Pokepuff Bake-Off, and then both lose. C tier. Episode 830, To Find a Fairy Flower. Some Flabebe's old crow conks out, and it gets depressed and loses its flowers. So Bonnie helps undeflower it. High C tier. Good Bonnie episode. She handles not being able to keep a Pokemon better than Max did. Episode 831, The Bonds of Evolution. Ash meets the champion of the Kalos region, Diantha, so he can lose to her. Well, he doesn't actually get the chance to lose due to Team Rocket, which actually is kind of lame. Let them finish the battle. Low B tier. Episode 832, Heroes, Friends, and Foe Alike. Love this episode. So, Team Rocket pretend to be Ash, Serena, and Bonnie, and go around doing crimes so that our real heroes get in hot water. And then with them out of the way, they trick Clement into building them a Pikachu-proof mecha. A tier, very fun. Episode 833, Mega Revelations. Ash is headed to Shalor City to face the gym leader Karina, but she runs into him on the way. Nice! We'll get this one done super fast is what I thought, but instead she's on a training run, beating Ash so that she can finally get a Mega Stone. Low B tier. Episode 834, The Cave of Trials. After completing her training, Karina gives Ash a gem- No, not yet. Discovers the location of the Lucario Knight and works through a series of trials to finally attain it. Low B tier. Episode 835, Aura Storm. With the Lucario Knight finally in hand, Karina gives Ash his gem she finally Mega Evolves Lucario in a battle with Ash that is not a gym battle. And, okay, Mega Lucario is legit scary. It loses control and her grandfather has to step in with his own Mega Lucario. He seriously scolds her and sends her off to a Mega Evolution Master to train with. B tier. Episode 836, Calling from Beyond the Aura. Karina and Lucario are separated on their journey to the trainer and spend a lot of time thinking about their last battle. They start to get better control over Mega Evolution when Team Rocket attack, of course. And this time they actually have all their Pokemon decked out in mecha suits, but they still don't get the Mega Evolution under control. High C tier. Episode 837, The Bonds of Mega Evolution. We finally make it to the Mega Evolution trainer, but she has Karina train in the Karate Kid style of doing random tasks before they finally face off. Then when Team Rocket attack, she finds the time she spent training with Lucario allowed her to finally control its Mega Evolution. B tier. Episode 838, The Forest Champion. And now that that training arc is over, Ash finally faces... No, he doesn't. We actually follow him helping out a Hawlucha that battles in the forest. Right when it earns a wild Machamp's respect, the Machamp promising to fight it again another day, Ash catches it so it can never have that rematch. High C tier. Pikachu short. Pikachu, what's this key? Pikachu and pals and Meowth play with Klefki, who can open portals to other worlds, so basically it's the Unknown episode again. But for the first time in a while, this episode starts with Ash releasing his Pokemon, so for what it's worth, we have a probable canon short again, C tier. Episode 839, Battle in the Sky. Ash's fletchling hasn't really been given much in the ways of personality, so I was glad to see it fleshed out more in this episode, where Ash learns to fly with a wingsuit to have a sky battle with it, losing to another trainer at first, but overcoming its weakness and evolving. B tier. Of course, evolving defeats the whole lesson of the episode, but if you turn your brain off, it's pretty cool. Episode 840, The Cave of Mirrors. Ash gets stuck in a mirror world, and while this episode plays with some interesting ideas, I'm mostly mad that twice it made me think there'd be a cool twist where Mirror World Ash and friends were going to turn out to be evil, but nah, low B tier. It was fun though, but Mirror Ash was also really annoying. Episode 841, Forging Forest Friendships. Hawlucha and Froakie aren't working together, but when Ash gets kidnapped by a Trevant, they learn to work together pretty fast. And then Team Rocket appears. They're worked in better than usual, but still not necessary. Just have Trevenant. High C tier. Episode 842, Summer of Discovery. We finally meet the other rivals as What's His Name, What's Her Name, and What's His Name 2 appear with the Kanto starters, and our heroes battle with them with each of their Kalos starters. Ash loses with Froakie, and we don't get the conclusion of the other battles. Wait, do we? I don't remember. C tier? Episode 843, Day 3 Blockbusters. Oh yeah, so the new rivals were a part of another summer camp arc as Sycamore recaps, including a fishing competition that didn't happen and made me think I missed an episode. Not helped by the fact the episode is literally called The Third Day, implying a missed second day episode, but on this day, they're tasked with making Pokevision videos, which is made difficult when Serena and Ash fall into a ravine, as it would be. And while we know Clement has a chestpin with Vine Whip that they used to scale walls before, he elects to go get help rather than help himself. C tier for Beta Cuck. Episode 844, Foggy Pokemon Orienteering. Bonnie sees Xerneas, so decides to get lost in the forest during one of the camp games, and now we gotta save her instead of win. C tier. Episode 845, Battling into the Hall of Fame. Team Rocket has the ingenious strategy of just checking out people's Pokemon from the Pokemon Center for them. Why is that allowed? Then Ash and Serena and Clement have the final battle with rivals 1 through 3 and win. C tier. Special, Diancie, Princess of the Diamond Domain. A short preview to the next movie, and honestly, it makes Diancie look like an entitled asshole. D tier. I'm not looking forward to the movie. Movie 18, Diancie and the Cocoon of Destruction. What a bleh movie. So the basic plot is that Diancie needs to get the power to help create a heart diamond, and it trying to find Xerneas to get this power. Multiple factions, including Team Rocket doing something in a movie for once, are trying to steal it for its power to make diamonds. Ash and crew help, along the way breaking many laws, including stealing a Rhyhorn and Ash using 2 Pokemon in a one-on-one battle. The movie feels very rushed, and like there's too many things happening at once. It is just battle after battle and encounter after encounter with bad guys. Anything of weight, such as finally meeting Xerneas, or when the movie pretends it killed Pikachu, like that's gonna happen, are handled so quickly and poorly that it's over in 5 seconds and I feel nothing. There clearly wasn't time to think about either, as the crew prance around multiple busy locations, including a mall with a legendary Pokemon, and cause mischief, and no one stops them or shows any curiosity. Not even a mall cop, as they trash the place. Oh, and then at the end, we throw in a big battle with Yveltal, which is also over in 5 seconds, by the way. The animation definitely benefited from the shorter runtime, as it looks great everywhere, except for Xerneas' out-of-place CGI body, but every other aspect of this movie suffered for the shorter runtime. D tier. Episode 846. Origins of Mega Evolution. Team Rocket steals the Krabby Patty secret formula, which should hold the secrets of Mega Evolution, but it's actually just a copy of Jordan Peterson's The 12 Rules for Life. High C tier. Episode 847. Showdown at the Shalor Gym. Ash and Karina finally face off, and Pikachu gets its revenge, beating Mega Lucario. Ash actually goes into this one smart with his 2 flying types, but there's some strategy and stuff, and the fight was kind of dumb, just high C tier. Episode 848. Splitting Airs. Clement and Bonnie are fighting, so we conveniently come across 2 other bickering siblings, who they have to help out in a treasure hunt, finding out that friendship is the real trouble. C tier. Pokemon can't write good interpersonal conflict. Episode 849. The Clumsy Crier quiets the chaos. Team Rocket make a Salamence angry and it hurts a bunch of people, but whoa, the Wigglytuff at the Pokemon Center is super clumsy and also hurts a bunch of Pokemon. Haha, medical malpractice is funny. C tier. Episode 850. Dreaming a Performer's Dream. Serena sees a Pancham stealing everyone's stuff and decides, yes, that is the bad boy I want to mess up my life for real, and chooses to become a Pokemon performer like her idol Aria. C tier. Wait, how are those connected? Episode 851. A campus reunion. Clement goes to his old electric type school where he befriended a Shinx and now catches it, now evolved into Luxio. The episode is sweet, but the way they got separated is stupid. High C tier. Episode 852. Bonnie for defense. Bonnie runs into some annoying kids in the woods protecting a Lapras and helps a Lapras. C tier. And thus ends Season 18. To check in, Ash has amassed 30 rivals and Serena has one of her own, romantically speaking. Where does the season stand on its own? A lot of what makes Pokemon bearable, despite its shortcomings, are the characters. I was worried at first that Bonnie might be a bit like Max, and while she's actually a bit more like Brock, it's a lot more toned down. Team Rocket are pretty much back to normal, but their plans are a bit better and they're a lot less annoying. But that comes at the consequence of having kinda lost a lot of their personality. Especially James, who doesn't seem to show the same connection he usually has with his Pokemon. Clement is fun, and Ash is at his best here. And finally, I'll probably get some hate for this one, but I'm really not a fan of Serena. It's not that I don't like her, I just don't like what they've done with her, if that makes sense. Serena feels like she's only here to be kind of like a waifu character. She is extremely girly, she's constantly shown cooking and dressing in cute clothes, and the show is persistent with its shipping bait with Ash, despite there really not being any chemistry there. They literally use the friends since childhood trope with her. That all being said, XY has had some of the best and most consistent animation and art quality for any season, and it had the best introductory episodes besides maybe Indigo League. The stories are generally better, and I've never found the cast outright annoying. I've enjoyed watching this one where I'd normally get bored with other seasons earlier on. Definitely an A tier despite my minor criticisms. Season 19, XY, Kalos Quest. Episode 853, Pathways to Performance Partnering. Serena gets a new rival as she learns Pokemon performance from a Pokemon performer. C tier. Episode 854, An Undersea Place to Call Home. So apparently this episode was meant to play in XY much earlier on, but it got delayed due to a natural disaster, as is ought to happen with Pokemon in Japan. Ash is fishing for another water-type Pokemon to use against Grant, but instead of catching the Skrelpicot, he and Serena take the Titan down to see the Titanic, where Team Rocket decide to double sink the Titanic. Through it all, Ash realizes that Froakie has the ability to jump, and that will be his secret weapon against Grant. No, I'm not kidding, he has to learn that. I C tier. Episode 855, When Light and Dark Collide. Ash disrupts a Pokeplay by causing the lead, Gallade, to break a leg. So Halucha must learn to act. C tier. Why so many acting-centric episodes anyway? Episode 856, A Stealthy Challenge. Ash helps a ninja and a guy who is obviously his mentor pretending to be a villain to deliver a scroll, and it's revealed that the guy who is obviously his mentor pretending to be a villain wasn't actually a villain trying to stop him, but was actually his mentor only pretending to be a villain in order to teach him a lesson. Even though Ash is the one who actually beats him and not the ninja. C tier. Episode 857, A Race for Home. The crew hang out at a Skidoo ranch, where Serena's mom happens to also be. She wants Serena to be a Rhydon racer. She wants Serena to be a Rhyhorn racer, while Serena wants to be a Pokemon performer. So they race Skidoo to decide who will get to control her life. And Serena actually wins. B tier. Pikachu short. Pikachu and the Pokemon Music Squad. The Pokemon all just run around and sing, and it's really boring. D tier. Pretty, though. Episode 858, Facing the Grand Design. Oh my god, Malamar is back, and the crew has to stop it from taking over the world again. It's actually James and his Inkay's relationship that's core to this one, which was awesome, although I did not appreciate the attempt at another goodbye Pikachu with Inkay at the end, so just high C tier. Episode 859, A Slippery Encounter. Ash befriends an emotional Goomy after helping it out, and then Ash catches an emotional Goomy after it helps him out. High C tier. Episode 860, One for the Goomy. Goomy is scared of Dedenne, so through one of the most rushed, everyone gets separated by Team Rocket and Meowth pretends to be the good guy episodes, they learn to be friends. High C tier. Episode 861, Thawing an Icy Panic. Among the episodes where a gym leader helps the crew out with Team Rocket or some other problem before we realize they're actually a gym leader, this one is better than most. This time it's with Ramos. He's a sweet old man. High C tier. Episode 862, The Green Grass Types of Home. Ash beats Ramos through some advice he gave him before the battle. High C tier. Episode 863, Under the Pledging Tree. It's straight up just a Christmas tree, but weaved into being a festival at the town they're visiting. They all have to find presents for the Pokemon, and while everyone gets thoughtful gifts, Ash just picks a bunch of berries for his Pokemon. But this is actually the most thoughtful gift, apparently. High C tier, better than the first Christmas episode. Episode 864, A Showcase Debut. Serena enters her first Pokemon Showcase and loses to one of the 3 XY rivals. Shauna winning instead. The framing and, cinematography was great for the scene where Finnegan slipped up. Serena cries, then cuts her hair, and mad respect for the showrunners to actually change one of the characters' designs. B tier. Episode 865, An Oasis of Hope. Trapped by Team Rocket and a Grumpig under their control, the crew has to break out with the help of Goomy, which evolves and overcomes its fears. Could have been played better, but it's alright. B tier. Episode 866. The future is now, thanks to determination. Team Rocket has taken over the power plant, and they use it to take control of all nearby electric Pokemon. They threaten to turn off the power to Lumio City if the crew fights back, so our heroes concede. Then, they fight back, and Clement takes Luxio's attack on him and makes himself aground, sending the electricity into the plant, shutting it down, and turning off power for Lumio City. Thank God he did that instead of fighting Team Rocket, or they might have shut down power to Lumio City. Luxio then evolves, and they beat Team Rocket, and Clement leaves the group to go to Lumio City alone. If you don't think about it, it's a really fun Siege and Power of Friendship episode. Low B tier. Episode 867, A Fork in the Road, A Parting of Ways. This one has some questionable choices, but damn if it wasn't fun. So Jessie gets separated from James and Meowth, landing in a small village where she decides to stay, to live with a doctor she met and fell in love with. But when James loses all their Pokemon to a poacher, and she finds out the doctor has feelings for another girl, she decides to leave the peaceful life behind and work with Ash and Serena to beat the poacher. A tier. I can't gush about it as much as I want, but it was really fun, and I almost felt like the way it was storyboarded, it worked really well as a play. Episode 868, Battling with Elegance and a Big Smile. Serena's still down about her performance failure when she accidentally and unknowingly runs into the famous performer Aria. They battle, but it's cut short because no important battle can come to a conclusion, of course. It's long enough for Finnegan to evolve, though. Low B tier. Episode 869, Good Friends, Great Timing. Tierno, is that his name? Shows back up, but before he and Ash can battle, Team Rocket intervenes. It's okay though, because Sliggoo has a PTSD attack, triggering it to evolve into Goodra, saving the day and then beating Tierno. Low B tier. Episode 870, Confronting the Darkness. Someone made an evil Klimbot to frame Clement's Klimbot, so we gotta have a good Klimbot fight to bad Klimbot. Can we just get to the gym battle already? Low B tier. Episode 871, The Moment of Lumio's Truth. Ash finally faces and beats Clement. It's a great battle, it's why Clement left and what he's been training for, and it even starts out like their first battle. B tier. Episode 872, Garchomp's Mega Bond. James and Professor Sycamore compete to see who can Mega Evolve Garchomp harder, B tier. Episode 873, Defending the Homeland. We get Goodra lore. Apparently, it lost its home to some invading wild Pokemon. Ash wants to help it and its friends reclaim their territory, but the lesson for this episode is that wild Pokemon should solve their own problems. Wild Pokemon. Like Goodra, apparently. Like, come on, Goodra's whole arc was being weak and finally gaining strength. The lesson should be that this is Goodra's battle and not wild Pokemon should solve their own problems. There are so many holes in that logic. D tier. Episode 874, Beyond the Rainbow. But whoa, that one was actually a two-parter. Team Rocket is helping the invading Pokemon, Florges, and they've kidnapped Pikachu in the night, while Goodra's healing from their last battle. So apparently Team Rocket took the healing water from the area that Florges needs, which is why it attacked. And they did this that long ago? Okay. So Florges is a good guy now, and it helps them beat Team Rocket. And then Ash just abandons Goodra. F tier. F for fuck off. No wonder they sped through Goodra's arc so fast. And it'll probably still return during the league like Charizard and Gliscor too. Episode 875. So you're having a bad day. The crew gets split up again, and Bonnie is stuck with Meowth. She's wizened up this time, but does warm up to him as he helps her out. Yet he never gets a chance to double cross her, as the plot just sort of solves itself without much conflict. D tier. Episode 876. Scary Hospitality. Everyone visits the scary house and are surprised when it's haunted. I like the nice old man who was obviously dead the whole time though. C tier. Episode 877. A Fashionable Battle. We re-meet a challenger of Klimet's from his time away from the rest of the crew, and Serena and Bonnie become a part of the gym leader Valerie's fashion show. The episode really only exists to set up the next. C tier. Episode 878. Fairy type trickery. Ash beats Valerie. Well, what's there to say, really? The animation is good, but there's still no stakes, though it does have some interesting fighting mechanics. High C tier. Episode 879. Rivals Today and Tomorrow. So that challenger of Klimet's, Sawyer, is still around, and now he's lost his notebook, so everyone's got to help him get it back. Then Ash and him finish a battle they started a couple episodes. C tier. Ash wins, of course. Episode 880, A Not So Flying Start. Hawlucha just happens to find a Noibat egg, but when it hatches, Noibat can't fly, so they spend the episode helping it learn to fly. It does not learn to fly. C tier. Episode 881, A Relay in the Sky. The crew come across an old man who needs 2 flying Pokemon to enter a competition. So Ash enters with a Hawlucha and Noibat. Noibat overcomes its struggles, but still just barely loses. I'm actually glad they didn't make it win since it still just learned how to fly. High C tier. Episode 882. Lights, Camera, Pika. This episode split into 3 parts. The first, the crew all make a Pikachu movie. The second, they all watched the movie they made. And the third is some cute bloopers with the cast. It only exists to promote the new cosplay Pikachu, but it was a fun episode. Low B tier. Special, Hoopa, the Mischief Pokemon. We get some Hoopa lore before the movie, which encompasses some kids playing around with Hoopa, and over the course of 12 minutes, never once learning that it will always fuck them over. D tier. Movie 19, Hoopa and the Clash of Ages. I was expecting to come into this one as a contrarian and like it. The most common criticism about this movie that I've heard is that it's just a 1 hour long fight scene, and I was thinking that might actually be fun. It's just the best part of every kaiju movie mashed together. But actually, over half the movie is pretty much just exposition before we get to all the fighting. And it has more problems than that. The writing is genuinely terrible, and almost every line of dialogue hurt me. The cold open is just Hoopa saying, "Hoopa strong," over and over again while beating up legendary Pokemon. It's just such a strange movie. The criticisms of it just being an ad, even more so than the rest of Pokemon, are true. Hoopa's ability is literally just a game mechanic, and the movie shows off all the Pokemon you can catch in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. It even shows off the cosplay Pikachu for no reason. Now that I'm recording this, I realize I never wrote down a score. Well, fuck it, F tier. Boring movie despite the premise. Episode 883, A Frenzied Factory Fiasco. The gang go to a Pokemon factory where they get trapped and Pikachu's on its own, running from Meowth trying to catch it in its Pokeball. Really fun episode with some inventive scenes and actually acceptable CGI. I also love the commitment to never putting Pikachu in a Pokeball. It retroactively makes the moment where it's caught in the first movie so much more impactful as time goes by. A tier. Episode 884, Performing with Fiery Charm. Serena wins her first contest and beats Miette. B tier. Episode 885, Rotom's Rotom's Wish. It's crazy that Rotom is its own episode genre at this point as much as it shows up. And apparently, if a Rotom inhabits an elevator, it gains the ability to time travel, another unexpected genre of episodes. It takes the gang back in time to help it fix a mistake in its past and take back ownership of a hotel taken over by hooligans after the old hotel owner found out the inevitable result of libertarianism and decides to implement rules. Low B tier. Episode 886. A festival trade, a festival farewell. It's Halloween. I mean, the Gorge Ice Festival. Jessie fights over whether or not to trade away her Pumpkaboo, and instead of regretting it when she eventually does, it just evolves mid-trade and the dude who wants it no longer does. Though incredibly based for the guy's own Pumpkaboo to like Jessie's purely because it's plus-sized. C tier. Episode 887. Over the Mountain of Snow. Crew got across some mountain of snow riding Mamoswine, and along the way, they help a sick Snover. C tier. Episode 888. Adventures and Running Errands. Clement and the gang help out a Pokemon Center when the power goes out, and they send Chespin and Bunnelby on an errand for a part they need. Needless to say, it does not immediately go well. High C tier. Episode 889. Mending a Broken Spirit. Oh my god, this one's ridiculous. So Braxton's branch gets broken, but it's emotionally attached to it because apparently Serena specifically complimented the branch and said it was the branch that would win their showcases. James wants to help out because an attachment to the branch is like his love for collecting bottle caps. So they take the branch to a hospital before having to find a special dedicated tree surgeon who will only fix the branch if they beat his Gallade in battle. Imagine a surgeon making you beat them in hand-to-hand combat while your organs are failing because you need your appendix removed or something. But in the end, he only wanted to prove a point that it doesn't need to hold on to the branch, breaking it further and forcing it to accept a new branch. Saying you gotta grow up and not be too attached, sort of offhandedly accusing James of never having grown up, still attached. Then he plants the old branch and it grows into a tree. What is this episode? It's so stupid, but I can't look away. I'm putting it in both F and A tier because it makes me so mad, but damn if the premise isn't so funny to me. Episode 890. A legendary photo op. We meet back up with Trevor, who, after calming down his Charmeleon with a battle with Ash, wants to get a photo of Moltres. He adventures with everyone, and I loved how supportive everyone is of his photography, despite how weird his obsession is with it. Anyway, they eventually get to Moltres, but it attacks them. Ash uses Fletchinder, which evolves to protect the kids from an attack, only to fall into the volcano and cause Ash to jump to his death for a second time. Ash dies. The series ends here. All the Wikipedia pages about the rest of the show were actually wrong. They don't air any episodes during these time slots because they know no one's actually watching. People just haven't checked. That's why they don't know. I'm not kidding. They killed Ash. There's no more episodes. High B tier. Episode 891, The Tiny Caretaker. Team Rocket drops their stolen Tyrunt right where Bonnie finds it. The episode dedicates its time to Bonnie and Tyrunt working together and bonding, working up the decision for it to join the party, only for the scientists Team Rocket took Tyrunt from to show up and take it back at the last minute. I was actually invested in this one. It was a really cute episode. I feel like they just wasted all my emotions and completely undercut my attachments to Tyrunt in this episode. It's not like Bonnie is selfish like Max and would need to learn to let things go. She already knows to let things go, like with Flabebe. It's so pointless. This was going to be an A tier episode, but I'm bumping it down to F. Pokemon has a tendency to completely flub its endings, but I have to admit the narration at the very end is good, but God. Episode 892, A Trip Down Memory Train. Clement and his bros and hoes get stuck in a tunnel due to Team Rocket, and he reminisces about how he met Bunnelby, and I shouldn't have assumed he caught it because he was smart. No, this episode decides to retroactively lessen my enjoyment of his early character. It's not bad, but not telling us about how he caught it would have just been better. D tier. Episode 893, A Frolicking Find in the Flowers. Serena finds an Eevee that likes to dance, but it's shy and hard to draw out, so she puts on a Pokemon performance in hopes of catching it. High B tier, the animation of Eevee is great. You've probably seen the gifs of it online. Episode 894, Tag Team Battle Inspiration. Tierno and Shauna apparate once again, and they help Serena get Eevee over its shyness before her next Pokemon showcase. C tier. Episode 895, A Performance Pop Quiz. Serena wins another contest, and the most interesting thing that happens is Eevee sleeps under a bench for a little bit. C tier. Episode 896, Cloudy Fate, Bright Future. We meet the next gym leader who's a psychic and tells all these cool prophecies and shit, and we get some Froakie backstory. High C tier, nothing much happens. Episode 897, All Eyes on the Future. Ash battles a 2-on-2 battle against Olympia, the Psychic-type gym leader. He cheats and uses a third Pokemon, Pikachu, to help predict her future side attack and wins the Psychic Badge, C tier. Mega Evolution Specials, 1-4. Next is the Mega Evolution Specials. While they were spread out through the season, the last one aired just before XYZ, and they exist to set up that season, so I'm going to be doing them all at once now at the end of Kalos Quest. Special 1. In the first special, we're introduced to Alon, who is setting out to battle every user of Mega Evolution. We know he works for Team Flare, but not much else. He soon encounters Marin, who just set out on their journey. He helps her catch her first Pokemon, and we learn about when he set out on his journey. He used to work with Professor Sycamore, apparently. We end off on him losing to a member of the Kalos Elite Four, and the two setting off together. High B tier. Special 2. The new tag team duo in Alon and Marin encounters Steven Stone in the Hoenn region. They battle, of course, before Lysander appears. They all check out a mysterious form and meet Mega Rayquaza. After the encounter, Steven appears to join the duo as Lysander tells Alon to keep him close by. Currently, Lysander is pretending to research Mega Evolution for the good of humanity. High B tier, it definitely has me interested. Special 3. Now the three are going to head out to see Primal Kyogre and Groudon. Marin and Alon get in a fight over this yada yada, but damn dude, the battles look so good. Alon gets his ass wiped, and he and Marin have a cute little friendship moment. Then Rayquaza appears, and Lysander steals the giant Megastone. I can't force myself to like the writing, but wow, it's pretty enough for A tier. Special 4. Now Alon needs to prove himself to Lysander, so he's battling 10 Mega Evolution trainers in a row, leading to another fight with Marin because he doesn't want her to rely on him anymore. It's actually pretty moving. I think what it is with the writing is that the conversations are just too fast-paced, and there's no room for the feelings to really sink in. But damn, it ends well as Chespin stumbles into an experiment with Zygarde, getting sick and further motivating Alon. Lysander's manipulation of him is just brutal. A tier. This sets him up so well for what's coming in Season 20. And thus ends Season 19. To check in, Ash has amassed 31 rivals and Serena has 4 of her own. Where does the season stand on its own? Season 19. I can't say much since it's really just more XY. My only real criticism is that it feels like Serena's arc is just becoming more girly, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but right off the heels of 2 other contest girls accompanying Ash, it starts to get a little demeaning. Another reason I say Iris isn't as bad as everyone says. But the reason I think it's a problem here where it isn't so much in Sinnoh and Hoenn, other than how much over the top it is that I really feel like they were setting up Serena to be a Rhyhorn rider at first. That's much more of an important feature in the XY games than the non-existent contests were. I almost wonder if it was the original intention for her to be a racer based on how she acts in the beginning, but then Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire were in production, so they had to shift her into contests. Because it really did sort of come out of nowhere, but that's just me, and I don't think her character took away from anything, even if I do wish they could have done more with her than just be eye candy. Still A tier, though. Season 20. XYZ. Episode 898, From A to Z. Things are picking up. Bonnie comes across a cell of Zygarde she names Squishy, and we see Team Flare in action. We get some battling, some running, and we even see 10% form. We end off with some foreshadowing with Lysander and a brief glimpse of Alon crossing paths with Ash. This one's mostly set up. I'm excited to see where this will all go. High B tier. Episode 899, Love Strikes, Eevee Yikes. And apparently where it goes is nowhere good. Some Quilladin thinks that since it's such a nice guy, it can date Eevee. Then when Eevee turns him down for like the 10th time, it finally moves on to another Pokemon, D tier. Episode 900, A Giga Battle with Mega Results. A Nurse Joy and her Audino have been fighting because, I don't know, why not? And the entire conflict of the episode could have been avoided if she just told Audino she didn't abandon it for no reason, but got it a Megastone, D tier. Episode 901, A Fiery Rite of Passage. Ash and crew just kind of watch a Litleo prove itself to its presumed father, Pyroar. Team Rocket's inclusion actually leads to a pretty cool scene where Litleo saves Pyroar though. High C tier. Episode 902, Dream a Little Dream from Me. A Darkrai just hovers over and gives Meowth, Pikachu, and Squishy a nightmare where we get some foreshadowing of Zygarde's 50% form. It's pretty interesting up until the point that other Pokemon in the dream just start helping them out for no reason. Low B tier. Episode 903, The Legend of the Ninja Hero. Sanpei, the ninja I mentioned before, runs into the crew again and takes them to Ninja Village, where we meet all sorts of people and learn some ninja lore before a mysterious group attacks and kidnaps the chief, ending us on a cliffhanger. Ooh, is it finally getting good? Low B tier, it's still just mostly exposition though. Episode 904, A Festival of Decisions. Ash helps the village fight off its kidnappers, who are led by a man who was once next in line to be chief. Frogadier evolves, and we get a brief glimpse at Ash Greninja, as foretold by the legends. Of course, everyone becomes friends by the end, B tier. Episode 905, A Dancing Debut. Serena loses another contest, this time to Jessie, which is pretty pathetic. It was fun though, and I liked the music during Mimi's performance. B tier. Mimi's one of her rivals. Episode 906, Meeting at Terminus Cave. Things are finally getting interesting. The crew go to Terminus Cave for Squishy, but Team Flare attacks and they get separated from their new friend. B tier. Episode 907, A Cellular Connection. The gang is still separated from Squishy, who, by the way, seems to be communicating with a second Squishy who hates humans. But after Bonnie puts herself in danger to help Bunnelby after it's hurt, Squishy returns. I love Bonnie's determination. It reminds me a lot of early Ash. Hi, B tier. Episode 908, A Windswept Encounter. So a Fluette comes by and a wild Breloom falls in love with it or something, and it's got some beef with Noibat, but then it's such a nice guy and beats Team Rocket, so thinks it should get Floette's love. But Floette only loves bad boys and flies away. What a nothing episode. C tier. Episode 909, Party Dancecapades. Normally I don't like the shipping, but it's handled fine here. Serena gets invited to a dance, but she needs a date. Too nervous to ask Ash, she goes with Clement, and Miette manages to take Ash, who of course doesn't care about romance but just wants to have fun. The awkward comedy was pretty good and helped me stomach the attempted romance a bit more. It's also pretty funny how obviously one-sided Serena's crush is. But then the climax of the episode isn't even related to that, as Eevee evolves into Sylveon when Serena's losing a battle to Miette and James, which is a thing that happens. Low B tier. Episode 910, A Meeting of Two Journeys. Alon's back! The narrator hypes up the encounter, but he just sees Ash Greninja and wants to battle it. B tier though, I'm feeling the hype. Episode 911, An Explosive Operation. Team Rocket find their own Squishy, which they take from Team Flare. Temporarily, as Flare quickly gets a hold of it again with Alon's help, even despite it entering 50% form. It's great seeing Team Rocket be more active against the other evil team. A tier, actually. Episode 912, A Watershed Moment. There's a cute little robot trying to farm in the desert, protected by a chestnut. Apparently the chestnut's trainer built it before kicking the bucket, so Clement helps fix the robot, and everyone gets water flowing for the valley again. Actually pretty sweet. High B tier. Episode 913, Masterclass Choices. Oh cool, Serena wins her third showcase. Low B tier. Episode 914, An Electrifying Rage. Team Rocket pissed off Zapdos, and Ash has to pass through a canyon it's flying over in order to deliver some important medicine. In the process, Noibat evolves. B tier. Episode 915, Unlocking Some Respect. An old lockmaster and his apprentice, each with opposite halves of a binacle, which I think is animal cruelty, battle, with one making locks and the other always breaking into them. All culminating in the Pokemon Center catching fire and the two having to work together to open it up. Low B tier. I like the twist of the apprentice being a thief that doesn't steal. Literally, his motivations are beyond your understanding. Episode 916, Masterclass is in session. It's time for the final showcase. Jessie and Serena both beat Mimi and Miette pretty unceremoniously and move on to the final round along with Shauna. High C tier. Episode 917, Performing a Pathway to the Future. And of course, they speed through Serena lose. Oh wow, Serena actually wins. And in the first 5 minutes, without a drawn out performance with stakes, challenge, or intrigue. Of course, C tier. Episode 918, A Keeper for Keeps. Some girl is looking for a partner and it seems she'll actually get with Clement, which makes Bonnie upset for some reason. This could be an interesting character episode if they tried to have it make any sense at all. D tier. Also, these two have more chemistry in one episode than Ash and Serena have in 3 seasons. Episode 919, Battling at Full Volume. Ash is sick, so Serena has to take his place when a fellow Pikachu trainer challenges him. This one's fun, though it's a bit disappointing we never get to see who'd win. High B tier. Episode 920, The Synchronicity Test. Clement suddenly wants to understand Ash Greninja, so he helps them test it out, when in comes Alon to battle Ash again, but this time they push it too far. Another high B tier. Episode 921, Making Friends and Influencing Villains. The crew help a spooked, shiny Phantump make its way home. C tier. Episode 922, Championing a Research Battle. The champion checks out Ash after hearing from Olympia, helping him reach the complete Ash Greninja Greninja form before conking out again, and wow, did Team Rocket not need to be in this episode. Only B tier for that. Episode 923, a full-strength battle surprise. Ash battles Sawyer again, but this time he can't at Greninja evolve and loses for some reason. B tier. Episode 924, all hail the ice battlefield. Ash loses a gym battle against Wolfric. C tier. Episode 925, seeing the forest for the trees. Ash is big sad about losing his battle because he couldn't Greninja right, and he reenacts Snow Way Out. I don't think the way he's upset is handled the best, but it makes sense as much as he's been pushing Greninja lately. B tier. Episode 928, a real icebreaker. Ash wins a gym battle against Wolfric, finally getting Ash Greninja under control. B tier. And that's why I'm putting this next entry here. Movie 20, Volcanion and the Mechanical Marvel. Wow, I was not expecting this one to be good after the last bunch. I could really gush about this one, but I think the main thing that made it really interesting is that it really felt like an anime movie. Like, Pokemon is anime, yeah. And people say it's shonen, sorta, but it doesn't really follow the regular formula for that stuff, like, at all. But here, oh boy. So basically, Ash gets a device stuck on him that traps him together with Volcanion, who is trying to find and protect Magearna, a Pokemon created by an ancient genius using arcane science. It's currently being held by the prince of a nearby kingdom, who, in turn, is being manipulated by another person in the government. And during the movie, we get some great fight sequences, including one that actually blew me away. The Pokemon battles have always been just kinda okay, and the ones in the movies have always felt a little better because there were stakes involved, but the fighting was never anything too special. Here, though, it goes full anime. We get power-ups and special forms, we have Ash Greninja and even Squishy helping out, going 10% and eventually 100% form, and all while the instrumental to Be a Hero plays. I have not felt more hyped during a Pokemon battle. For that fight scene, an A tier alone. The movie itself was also above average for Pokemon, and I was actually surprised when they killed off this movie's Pokemon. I paused the video because I thought it was almost over, but checked the time, and they actually put the midpoint, the lowest point of the movie, in the middle of the movie for once. Never could have guessed. There are some weird things though, like the Ash inflation porn, and also there's one time where he changes clothes and somehow gets them underneath the restraint he can't take off. Would have made much more sense to just put the clothes over it. Still, great Pokemon movie and great way to cap off the original continuity. Episode 927, A Diamond in the Rough. The gang go back for Goodra, which kind of takes all the impact out of leaving it. I'm not a fan of the fully evolved Pokemon just popping out at the league, but it's less unceremonious than this. Oh, and then there's some Carbink or something. I don't know. I wasn't very invested. Low C tier. Episode 928, A Gaggle of Gadget Greatness. Everyone plays in a weird building of trick rooms, and also Team Rocket is there. C tier. Episode 929, A League of His Own. Ash declares on TV he's going to win the Pokemon League just before it starts leading to him being challenged and having to accept said challenge right before his first match, almost missing it, which is a little goofy because the guy who challenges him tells him to win for all the people who didn't get 8 badges, like it's this big dramatic thing. Oh yeah, and Alon secretly speed ran 8 badges and wiped the floor with Trevor in the first round. B tier. Episode 930, Valuable Experience for All. Sawyer battles and beats Tierno, and that's all. High C tier. Episode 931, Analysis versus Passion. Now Sawyer battles Ash. Who wins? Don't know yet. High C tier. Episode 932, A Riveting Rivalry. Ash wins. B tier. Okay, so like, it's a really good episode. It's a great battle. I just don't care about Sawyer's character, and I have zero investment with his rivalry against Ash, honestly. Episode 933, Kalos League Passion with a Certain Flair. Just a setup episode. Ash and his friends meet Marin, and Ash meets Lysander. High C tier, at least it sets stuff up well. Episode 934, Finals Not for the Faint-Hearted. Huge missed opportunity to not make a stronger rivalry between Ash and Alon, but I still like both characters and was excited to finally see them face off. Though it's a two-parter, it's still a great battle. High B tier. Episode 935, Down to the Fiery Finish. It comes close, but Ash loses to Alon, and then Lysander summons some vines and a red Zygarde Zygarde. Attacking during the league like Getsis should have. A few things I'll talk about in my season review stop me from ranking this too high, but still, it's an easy high B tier. Episode 936, a towering takeover. Ooh, it's all coming together. Every element is utilized as Lysander unveils his plan to become Thanos, but nepotism, and Ash is kidnapped for his bond phenomena. Blaziken Mask returns, Alon hesitantly returns to Lysander, and our Zygarde is unable to communicate with the other. It definitely leaves me excited for how it's all going to play out as Squishy goes into its own 50% form for the first time at the end. A tier. It's rare I can say I don't feel like a Pokemon episode wasted a single thing. Episode 937, coming apart at the dreams. Okay, so I'm not fully satisfied with the way it's built up, and Alon becomes weirdly passive for most of the episode, but damn, if the moment Ash breaks out of his restraints with Greninja isn't so incredibly hype. Then the two of them face Lysander into another cliffhanger. Low A tier. Episode 938, the right hero for the right job. I don't know how, but the episode has some very seriously goofy moments that are played so straight it actually works, as Bonnie sings to Zygarde to break it free from Lysander's control, and Klimbot sacrifices itself to wreck Team Flare's systems. We also see Ash beat Lysander and Steven return from Hoenn. When it's good, I find myself not really knowing what to even say. This is actually going to be my first S tier in a long time. No notes. Episode 939, rocking Kalos defenses. Marin's radioactive chestpin has formed a giant evil pseudo Zygarde around a giant evil rock. And it's so hype. Ash, Alon, and then all the gym leaders battle the abomination, but it still isn't enough, and it just keeps going to another cliffhanger. I also haven't mentioned, but Team Rocket has just been stumbling into a significant role helping out, and it's been great. This episode's a little more mindless, but I'm still enjoying it so much, so A tier. Episode 940, forming a more perfect union. Ash and Alon fight their way up to the pseudo Zygarde, with all the gym leaders and champions' help behind them, only for Lysander to bring it back up when they knock it down. This whole time, the two squishies have been debating the value of humanity, and the second one, finally convinced, allows the two to form Zygarde 100% form. God, it's so good as it just wrecks shit and evaporates Lysander into the next dimension before having to say goodbye to the girl who taught it to love humanity. High A tier. The only good evil team arc all the way through. Episode 941, battling with a clean slate. A really good and calming resolution episode. Until Team Rocket showed up. I swear, they do not need to be in every episode. F tier. Putting conflict right after the best conflict in the series is just gonna make it look shit in comparison. They're only here briefly, but it left a long-lasting bitter taste in my mouth. This is not how you wrap everything up. It's also weird the amount of attention that goes to Klimbot over, say, Alon or Bonnie. Episode 942, the first day of the rest of your life. This one's Serena's cap off as she, Shauna, and Jessie do one last performance. She decides to turn down an agent's offer to train her and instead go to the Hoenn region and continue her journey. Sure, C tier. Episode 943, facing the needs of the many. We get a taste of what may have been the plot of the Pokemon Z game as Lysander's scientist starts up Team Neoflare, collecting cells again, but really it's just an excuse for Zygarde to tell Greninja it has made up a new power that only it can use to solve this made up new problem about the Kalos region having bad vibes in order for Ash to abandon one of his Pokemon he's supposedly the closest to. Low B tier. Episode 944, till we compete again. Everyone gives their goodbyes at the airport. Serena gives Ash a kiss to send off their completely one-sided relationship everyone was invested in for some reason, and then the rest of the episode is one of those emotional YouTube edits recapping everyone's adventure, and it kinda got to me. I liked XYZ. Low A tier, best resolution episode yet. Special episode, The Legend of X, Y, and Z. Okay, what the fuck? This one actually made me tear up a bit. So Professor Sycamore and Alexa investigate some ruins, and Sycamore tells her about the legend of a man who faced Yveltal, lost the girl he loved, and sought out Xerneas to save her, only to fail and eventually come to accept his life in the remnants of his home after revitalizing the destroyed land. It's not perfect, but it made me feel something, so I've got to give it S tier. Special episode, The Strongest Duo, Citron and Silent. Silent and Clement meet while fishing and go to gush about trains, instead having to save Bonnie when she gets trapped in one. B tier. And thus ends Season 20. To check in, Ash has amassed 32 rivals, and Serena has 4 of her own. And you could argue Clement has 1. Where does the season stand on its own? Season 20. So, hot take, but XYZ is the worst Pokemon season. Okay, I only said that to be inflammatory. Clearly, this has been some of the best animation and storytelling Pokemon has put out. And yet, I can't help but feel rubbed the wrong way. So one thing most anime fans may not be aware of is that anime isn't originally in English. I know. And a lot of changes can happen in translation, especially with kids series like Pokemon. While in American media, Ash is always portrayed heroically, especially in the movies, a lot of that comes from dialogue, music, and advertising changes not present in the original Japanese version. I say all this because there was a push early on with Pokemon to advertise Ash as a hero, whereas in Japan, he's positioned much more as just, well, some kid. And the draw of the series isn't that it's some heroic journey, but that it's just a journey. That's why Ash sucks so much for so long. But with XYZ, Ash is absolutely positioned as the hero, one who doesn't just stumble into the plot that's going on around him like usual, but takes a much more active part in protagonist activities. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but it just feels a little bit less like the spirit of Ash's journey. The heightened focus on Ash and the JRPG villains also takes away from something more important, because the new XY Pokemon didn't get Mega Evolutions. They gave Greninja a unique form in the same vein, but the problem is it supposedly comes about because of a very close relationship with Ash, and yet I never felt like they had some great connection. There was never a strong bonding moment like Ash had with Charizard or Infernape. There were bonding moments for sure, but the conceit really has to be that it was somehow closer than with the other Pokemon he's had. In the same vein, Alon's Charizard is important, but we never see why their relationship is so strong either. It feels more like the season is a series of battles where it's just assumed relationships form and take place without ever really showing it. I also have some criticism for how contests were handled. I know I said the contest battles were dumb, but admittedly, it helped me to know where each contestant stood during their performances. The way it's done now without them, where they just give separate performances and you can't find out who won until the end, there's really no tension for most of the episode. All this said though, the animation is still far better than other seasons, and even at its worst, XYZ has been far better than most of Pokemon, and the final arc had me at the edge of my seat. It's not perfect, but hey, it's Pokemon. Still, I have no hesitation slotting this right into high A tier. Can it be topped? We'll just have to see. Season 21, Pokemon Sun and Moon. Episode 945, Alola to New Adventure. Ash is on vacation in the Alola region, where he runs into the child trial captains of Melee Melee Island, Lily and Team Skull. A lot of characters in this one. Learning about Z moves and eventually deciding to join their school and live with Professor Kukui. Despite my brief explanation, it's a pretty busy episode and a solid start to the series. A tier. Episode 946, The Guardian's Challenge. At the end of the last episode, Ash met Tapu Koko and acquired a Z Crystal. Now he faces Tapu Koko using a Z move with Pikachu, only for it to disappear and determine him to take on the island trials to get another one. High B tier. Episode 947, Loading the Decks. Ash encounters a new friend in the Rotom decks and re-encounters an old enemy in Team Rocket. Team Rocket is always best when they first appear in a season. Another high B tier. Episode 948, First Catch an Alola, Catch 'em Style. In the last episode, Team Rocket was defeated when a Beware kidnapped them. Fed by it, they're now emboldened to attack a Pick-a-Peck family that steals its food. Also, Jessie caught a Mimikyu. It's the closest thing to a Pikachu she'll ever have. Meanwhile, Ash is trying to capture a Rowlet that's searching for food to impress its Pick-a-Peck family. What's this? The first time I felt tension with Team Rocket. And what a great way to tie them into the plot. Honestly, the Pokemon community on the island feels so alive, and Rowlet is so cute. Great episode. Another A tier right out of the gate. My only gripe really is that the Rotom Dex is really annoying. Episode 949, Yo-Ho-Ho Go Poplio. This one's a Lana episode. She's the water trial captain kid. The students go fishing and Ash hangs out with Lana as she trains her for Poplio to make a huge bubble. It's a fun episode. She makes a big bubble. Bubble B for bubble tier. Episode 950, A Shocking Grocery Run. Next, we get a Sophocles episode. He's the electric type trial kid, as Ash and him go to the mall while Kukui leaves Ash on his own. Team Rocket is woven into this episode pretty well, so B tier. Episode 951, That's Why the Litten is a Scamp. We learn more about the Litten that's been traipsing the island when it steals Ash's food and gets embroiled in its conflict against an Alolan Persian, discovering that it's been stealing food to care for its friend and mentor, an old Stoutland. Very sweet episode, and Litten is so cute. Pikachu kinda looking wonky this episode, but A tier. Episode 952, Lily's Exhilarating Challenge. Lily, the character you canonically fuck under the cave in the game, is afraid to touch Pokemon, so when an egg comes the class's way, she's in charge of taking care of it, slowly working towards overcoming her fear. Also, Ash battles her butler. B tier for butler. Butler tier. B for butler tier. Will Caleb ever stop making shitty alliterations with the B tier? Find out next episode. Episode 953, To Top a Totem. Ash finally takes on the island trial, first gaining the totem Pokemon's help by defeating it in battle, so he can complete Hala's quest of ridding the island of Raticate. Subtly implying that predator invasive species are a good thing? Low B tier. Episode 954, Trial and Tribulation. Ash beats Hala, getting back his Z Crystal. It's a surprisingly chill battle, but it ramps up by the end. B tier. Episode 955, Young Kiawe Had a Farm. You know, I had to sing that song to get into Japan. The title kind of says it all. Ash helps out on the farm and meets the Fire Trial Kid's family. And also Team Skull is there. B tier. B for I wish it would stop raining while I'm recording. Episode 956. The Sun, the Scare, the Secret Lair. Team Rocket need more Alolan Pokemon, so James catches a Mareanie. With it, they actually beat Ash, but they don't win because the Beware that's in love with them randomly kidnaps them, which is really unsatisfying. Low C tier. Episode 957. Racing to a Big Event. This episode makes us think it might be focused on the Grass-type Trial Kid Mallow, but then it's just a pancake race? C tier. Episode 958. Getting to Know You. The 2 eggs hatch. Did I mention there was another egg beside Lily's? Revealing their contents to be an Alolan and Cantonian Vulpix. Lily catches the Alolan one since she raised its egg and slowly grows closer to it until eventually being capable of holding it. When Team Rocket gets it thrown off a ledge and she has to catch it. I like that Lily's not just instantly cured, but only fine with this one Pokemon she spent a long time with, and even then had to be kind of pushed into it. High B tier. Episode 959, Rocking Clawmark Hill. Curious about the injuries Kukui's Rockruff ends up with every night, Ash and the professor follow it to a secret Pokemon training ground. Ash decides to help it train and eventually catches it. B tier. Episode 960, They Might Not Be Giants. During a Poplio Bubble performance, it and Rowlet get lost in the woods, where they have to avoid Team Rocket. It's a really fun episode. We see Litten again and its new hiding spot after it disappeared in its last episode. The animation and the Pokemon personalities are absolutely incredible here. Genuinely the best version of a split-up trope episode. Solid A tier. Episode 961, Crystal Clear Sleuthing. Ash loses his Electrium Z, so the Rotom Dex becomes a detective, only to utterly fail at it, and come to find out, Ash just left it at home the entire time. C tier, it had some funny moments at least. Episode 962, A Seasoned Search. Finally a Mallow episode. Ash helps her find some yellow nectar or something. I don't know, it wasn't actually a good one. C tier. Episode 963, A Guardian Rematch. Ash trains for and battles Tapu Koko. He does well, but of course he doesn't win. I'm calling it now, that's what he does at the final episode of Ultra Legends. B tier. Episode 964, Partner Promises. Ash just kind of chills, journeys out on the sea, and helps out a Wimpod after being nostalgic. Very relaxing episode, B tier. Episode 965, One Journey Ends, Another Begins. This is the episode that almost got me back into the anime in high school. You should really see it for yourself, but the visuals are absolutely stunning here, as Ash tries to help Litten's friend, Stoutland, only for it to unfortunately pass away. And the scene where Litten chases the leaf, symbolizing Stoutland's life as it blows away in the wind, it made me tear up a little. And Ash really is at his best here, just being a friend to all Pokemon, finally catching Litten after thoroughly earning its trust. Of course, it's a Pokemon episode, so it never gets too tragic, and the pacing's a bit weird, but it's still a damn good episode, and what convinced many people that the Sun and Moon anime could be great. Solid S tier. Episode 966, A Shivering Shovel Search. And then the next one's just dumb. While training Litten, Ash makes a series of stupid decisions with a Sandagast, making it so pissed it evolves and vores him, so his friends have to help him out. The episode ends with Palisand murdering Kukui and Ash. Low C tier. Episode 967, Getting the Band Back Together. So, some famous band with a Dugtrio has the Dugtrio fighting over lead singer, so their trainer makes them all lead singer. Why was this never a problem before now? The episode managed to make Dugtrio cute though, so that's at least C tier. Episode 968, Alolan Open House. Ash cheats on a school project, and though it turns heartwarming, the way he does it made me physically cringe, and I did not like it. D tier. Episode 969, A Team-on-Team Tussle. Team Skull and Team Rocket face off for the Dark-type Z Crystal. Team Rocket gets it, but don't know how to use it. Team Skull is pretty goofy, and Team Rocket was getting more serious, but they're made pretty lame again, which is a missed opportunity to have the opposite contrast than we're used to. C tier. Episode 970, So Long, Sophocles. Very annoying episode. Sophocles believes he's moving away and everyone's super nice to him and he doesn't tell them when he finds out, and then when he does tell them, no one cares, all the tension and zero conflict. Bad episode. D tier. Episode 971. A glaring rivalry. Gladion appears and begins a rivalry with Ash. Of course, Team Rocket interrupts their battle. I love Gladion though. Very cool. Low B tier. And we get some more Lily backstory lore since he's her brother. Episode 972, pulling out the Pokemon Base Pepper. Normally, I don't like sports, but for a baseball episode, the animation is insane, and the episode's actually really funny. I started out hating it, ended loving it. Actually, A tier. Episode 973, lulled to La La Land. While out camping, the crew gets afflicted by strange happenings similar to a ghost story. Similar to the ghost story Lana told, but it turns out to be related to a Morlull, which Ash helps out. Low B tier, it was a bit predictable. Episode 974, the old raisin switch. Kukui has all the trainers switch their Pokemon for a day, and it's actually kind of interesting to see how they adapt their lives to different Pokemon's abilities. B tier. Episode 975, the Island Whisperer. They all kind of just hang out with Kahuna Oliva from Akala Island, and on the boat over to her island, they save a trapped Whalmer. High C tier, a little fillery. Episode 976, Treasure Hunt, Akala style. The kids all go treasure hunting riding on Stoutland. By the end of the day, Lily's only been able to mount hers, and Lana found a Z-Ring ore. I don't know why, character-wise, Lana chose the toughest Stoutland. Seems more like an Ash thing to me. Low B tier. Episode 977, Big Sky, Small Fry. While the rest of the kids go hang out at Kiawe's house, Lana and Ash go fishing. Lana catches the totem Pokemon and beats it, earning a Z-Crystal for her new Z-Ring, fashioned for her from the ore by Olivia. High B tier. Movie 21, I Choose You. This one is actually really hard for me to rank. Let me start by saying the reason I don't like it is not because they changed things. So this movie basically attempts to reset the canon entirely by retelling the events of Indigo League, except they skip around and jumble events up, take out characters and add new ones. There are some changes I like, but for every good change, there are 10 that are either bad or just make no sense, or just entirely undermine the good ones. Or even some changes were just done better elsewhere. And then the movie just rushes through the 3 best episodes of the first season. Wait, did I not give the Charmander episode S tier? Okay, wow, I was way too hard on Indigo League at the start. I did not anticipate how bad Pokemon was going to get. But the parts I liked most were the original bits. I kind of liked how they mirrored the ending of the first episode, aka the end of the cold open, at the end of the movie, but then it undermines that moment at the beginning of the movie, and that moment at the beginning undermines the end. It feels like a strange fan fiction written by someone just rushing around to get to the best parts of the series where they could enter in their edgy OCs. Oh, and believe me, they're edgy. One of them was saved as a child by Luxray that used its own corpse to keep him warm in the snow. And the other is named Cross. Ash gets corrupted by a Marshadow briefly, but that's not really expanded on. I think it's interesting they mirror Ash and Cross a bit, but it's not really set up well. I'm kind of just rambling. It's really hard for me to break down how this movie works and doesn't in just a few sentences. I think if I had never seen Indigo League, I would like it, but since they're clearly trying to pay a homage to the first season, all I can say is they didn't do a great job. High C tier, and I loved the character redesign. Honestly, I wish the whole show looked like this, but otherwise, I was a little disappointed. Episode 978, A Crowning Moment of Truth. Kiawe wants to partake in the crowning ceremony with Olivia, but a naughty Alolan Marowak steals it. So he beats the shit out of it and captures it. B tier. Episode 979. Currying favor and flavor. Mallow accompanies Ash on his battle with the Lurantis totem in preparation for his island challenge with Olivia, obtaining the grass-type Z-Crystal. B tier. Episode 980. Trials and Determinations. Ash beats Olivia, obtaining a Rockium Z. B tier. Episode 981. Rising from the Ruins. During their last battle, Rockruff was acting more aggressive. And in this episode, after being bullied by Tapu Lele, it evolves into Dusk form. This one's a bit all over the place at first, but not bad episode. C tier. Episode 982. Mimikyu Unmasked. Team Rocket blasts off, leaving Jessie and Mimikyu stranded in a mall to bond. Its Pikachu costume is torn, and Jessie tries to find a replacement before eventually fixing it up. B tier. Episode 983, Mallow and the Forest Teacher. Mallow is upsetty spaghetti at her daddy waddy, so she chills with a bad boy in the woods. Oranguru, low B tier. Episode 984, Balloons, Brion, and Belligerents. Lana and Poplio are struggling to master their Z move until they come across some sea folk and finally get it while helping out in a treasure hunt. The sea folks' relationship is super cute, and I'm giving it a high B just for them. Stan. Episode 985, Mounting an Electric Charge. Oh my god, this episode is just a love letter to Mini 4WD, which for those who don't know is the actual OG toy anime. S tier. Yes, yes. Sophocles, Kiawe, and Ash just all race Charge-a-Bug cars? Yes! They even have a deep cut where they change Sophocles' face to look like the Mini 4WD style. Oh my god, yes! Episode 986, Alola Kanto. For the 20th anniversary of the Pokemon School and the anime, the crew visit Kanto and hang out with Misty and Brock and Jigglypuff. They just brought back all the lame gags at once. But at least seeing Ash's Pokemon was fun. C tier. Episode 987, When Regions Collide. The crew battle Misty and Brock, who have new Mega Evolutions to face off against the group's Z moves. Pure fan service, and boy, I feel fans served. Absolute S. No, and Jigglypuff rides back with them on the plane. F tier, F tier! And thus ends Season 21. Ash now has 34 rivals. Where do we stand? Season 21. So as I said, I actually started watching Sun and Moon when it first aired, but I got tired of waiting for new episodes and figured I'd pick it up again when it got dubbed, but never did. Unlike most people, I thought the art style change was fine, and actually I think the art style is weird to be obsessed with. Well, I get it, because X and Y was definitely the peak of where the style was going since the original series, but Sun and Moon is peak animation. And anyway, the real big change is more of the format. Sun and Moon changes the journey format to putting Ash in a single place, which is a good excuse to use a larger cast. Though it is a bit weird we barely see the actual school he's in. Although also I'm glad we don't, because that'd be boring. The island feels very alive, and they're able to flesh out Melee much more due to him spending the more time here. As well, the characters are all great, except Rotom Dex, who is annoying all the time and no one ever calls him out on it. I do also feel like Pokemon is steering its girls' personalities towards being more like waifus, which... they are children, so while that would normally work on me, no. Finally, Team Rocket is a lot better for not being in every episode, but then the episodes they are in, they're never even defeated by Ash. Half the time, they're just randomly taken away, even when they win, which isn't fun. Now, with all that, while I don't necessarily like or dislike the formula change, I do like the change to the Kahuna system. The gym battles always have very low stakes, but getting a Z crystal raises those a bit. The writing in general is also a bit better, or at least the more relaxed character-focused plots jive with me more than the grand JRPG plots, so there's a lot of ups and downs with this season, but honestly, I loved Sun and Moon and was excited to watch every new episode. High B tier. Season 22, Sun and Moon Ultra Adventures. Episode 988, A Dream Encounter. Ash encounters Cosmog from its dreams. Ash encounters the Cosmog from his dreams. And we meet some high brass from the Aether Foundation in Lusamine, Fabio, Wick, and Professor Burnett. This episode is purely setup, though it is fun to see Lusamine and her daughter Lily's dynamic. Very different from the games. High C tier. Episode 989. Now you see them, now you don't. Cosmog just kind of teleporting people around and that's it. C tier. Episode 990. Deceiving Appearances. The crew visit the Aether Foundation and watch some Ditto get vaccinations, where one runs away. Now they gotta find it. The writers forgot not all Dittos have dot eyes, but it leads to a great joke, so I'll forgive it. High C tier. Episode 991. A Masked Warning. You know, I've kind of realized Sun and Moon is just Ash insert fanfiction. The writers go like, yes, so I'll have my OC go to this Pokemon school and he'll hang out with all the trial captains, but he'll be like super special and powerful. Tapu Koko will give him a Z-ring and he'll have a Lycanroc with like a super special secret form no one else has, and he'll get Nebby instead of Lily this time, who will randomly teleport him to Gladion where they'll become super best friends, and he'll tell him all about Type Null, which he'll call Silvally even though it's still a Type Null, and you get the point, low B tier. Episode 992, Night of 1,000 Poses. Lily is upset with her mom, everyone has a fun little sleepover, and it's really boring before at the last 30 seconds, Lily is just conveniently teleported to Gladion where Type Null scares her and reminds her of Ultra Beasts, and she can't touch Pokemon again. D tier, bro. What is that pacing? Episode 993. Mission Total Recall. Lily wants to remember her past, so Nebby, the nickname for Cosmog by the way, teleports her to various nostalgic places, eventually ending up in Faba's head, where he tries to wipe her mind again, leading to her finally remembering what happened. Once before, an Ultra wormhole opened up, and Silvally saved her from an Ultra Beast. And now it saves her again, breaking off its helmet as Type Null evolves, and Gladion breaks them all out from Faba's grasp. And apparently Lusamine knew about none of this, leading to a touching moment where she, after having been too busy for Lily all this time, apologizes to her. High B tier. The build-up wasn't great, but this episode utilized what it had to be pretty damn good. Episode 994, Faba's Revenge. But it didn't end there. Faba steals back Nebby and opens another Ultra wormhole. Lusamine throwing herself in front of UB1 when it attacks Lily, getting taken into the Ultra wormhole. I like the direction they're taking. It looks like they're going to do a corruption arc with her. B tier. Episode 995, Family Determination. Lily and Gladion travel to Pony Island to find Solgaleo and rescue Lusamine, where they face the totem Pokemon Kommo-o, doing so just before Ash and the rest of the crew show up. The battle was really good, high B tier. Episode 996, Revealing the Stuff of Legend. The kids all make it to the altar where all the Tapus show a memory of Solgaleo and Lunala fucking on screen and giving birth to Cosmog, which actually evolved a couple episodes ago and evolves again now into Solgaleo, whereupon everyone rides its back and trek into Area Zero. An Ultra wormhole. Kukui and Professor Burnett are left behind though. B tier. Episode 997, Rescuing the Unwilling. On the other side of the Ultra wormhole, the crew find Lusamine, fused with UB1 and running away. They battle their way to her with a series of great and unique matches. High B tier. That sounded sarcastic. I meant it though. Episode 998, 10 Million Reasons to Fight. With everyone's help, Ash makes it to Lusamine on Solgaleo's back. Lily and Gladion make it to her, and Lily roasts her harder than a Magcargo could roast a 10-year-old. She starts to break through, but UB1 takes control. So now Protag Kun's gotta give Lusamine some electrifying advice. With his new Deus Ex Machium Z, using 10 million volt thunderbolts, finally snapping her out of it. Another high B tier. It didn't overstay its welcome, but also wasn't too sped through like Hoenn either. Episode 999, The Professor's New Adventure. Professor Kukui and Burnett get married, and the kids throw them a wedding ceremony. B tier, very fun. Episode 1000, Let Sleeping Pokemon Lie. Ash learns about the Kamala used to ring the skull bell, and he tries battling it, all while Team Rocket deal with, oh my god, Jigglypuff really is back. I thought they forgot about it. At least it's thematically appropriate here, and actually used in a unique way. Low B tier. Episode 1001, The Dex Can't Help It. Rotom gets knocked out of the Pokedex, so has to go all over Alola, becoming different Rotoms and harassing the other kids until it can make it back. It's okay, I guess, if a bit meandering. High C tier. Episode 1002, Fighting Back the Tears. So James's Marini meets up with its old Marini fling, and James gets the wrong idea, and they have a bit of a falling out before they fall back in. C tier. James is not James this episode. Episode 1003, Tasting the Bitter with the Sweet. Lana and Mallow remember an old Pokemon they found when they were lost in the woods as children, and Ash joins them in the search for what turns out to be a Drampa. High C tier. Episode 1004, Getting a Jump on the Competition. The kids go snowboarding, and Lily tries to do a cool trick with her Vulpix. They enter a competition, and she loses. High C tier. Episode 1005, A Mission of Ultra Urgency. Okay, so during Kukui's wedding a while back, Lusamine hired the kids as a part of a task force to deal with Ultra Beasts, and we finally get to see them take action as a giant secret base opens up under the school, and they become the Paw Patrol for a day, battling and returning a Buzzswole to its home. C tier, it was weird, but also kind of lame. Episode 1006, Acting True to Form. An Alolan Meowth replaces our Meowth for a little while before ditching Jesse and James to work directly for the boss, Giovanni, having double-crossed them. I kept expecting it to actually be an enemy agent and double-cross Giovanni, but I guess this was funny too. Low B tier. Episode 1007, Pushing the Fiery Envelope. Litten wants to battle the Master Royales and Sinnoh from TV, but after losing, it takes some training and the power of twerking to evolve, and still lose against it. Low B tier, not a fan of the twerking montage. Episode 1008, Satoshi and Nagetsuki Saru. A touchdown of friendship. It's been a while since we've seen a band episode. So, Ash gets involved in a Passimians football rivalry and also acts like a monkey the whole episode and puts on blackface. Ooh, C tier. Episode 1009, Turning Heads and Training Hard. While Ilima, a former student of the Pokemon School and normal type trial captain, shows up with an EVMZ, Team Skull, hating his Giga Chat energy and how it hurts their incel cred, battle him. During which he steals the hearts of the Team Skull girls. The episode is the Black Pill, but for kids. B tier. B for Black Pill. Yeah, I'm still doing it. You thought it was over? No. Episode 110, Smashing with Sketch. The kids learn Pokemon Ping Pong, and Ilima battles a huge dick in a formal competition. C tier. Episode 1011, Love at First Twirl. Holy shit, Ash catches an Ultra Beast. A Poiple just wanders into the world and befriends Ash's Pokemon, so instead of returning it to Ultra Space, like is literally his job, he catches it. Besides that ending, it's just an okay episode though. Low B tier. Episode 1012, Real Life, Inquire Within. So the class is all being Nurse Joy for the day, and they all help treat a Garbodor with a huge clog, and it's just so gross. I don't like it. Makes me think of the Splinter episode from SpongeBob. F tier, does not spark joy. Episode 1013, Rise and Shine, Starship. Yeah, sorry, the Ultra Guardians thing is just kinda lame. They help out a Celesteela this time. Look, like, it's weird, and they just need to play into it more. C tier. Episode 1014, The Young Flame Strikes Back. An evil property company starts causing trouble, wanting to take Kiawe's farm. Old Ash would have performed domestic terrorism when the grubby businessman dams their water, but instead Kiawe's dad just calls the police. And they actually help? So yeah, Pokemon's in a fantasy world. High B tier though, funny ending. Episode 1015, Jupiter Ascending. Was not expecting a Jupiter Ascending reference for a Pokemon title. This episode starts like a nature documentary for a Jupiter. It falls in love with Lana, that was kind of weird. Then the kids all watch it go around. Fun episode, A tier. I like the documentary approach, and Pokemon should use it more. S without the weird crush on a human girl. Episode 1016, Sours for the Sweet. Mallow's brother enters a bread making competition in the hopes that when he wins, he'll marry a girl. And predictably, his easily misinterpretable wording was misinterpreted. Also, she's already engaged. C tier. Episode 1017, Why Not Give Me a Z-Ring Sometime? Jesse's Mimikyu learns a Dark-type move, so now they only need a Z-Ring to use the Dark EMZ. Fortunately, Giovanni goes way back with Nanu, Kahuna of Ula Ula Island, and after helping out with a problem they caused, he gives them a Z-Ring. Wait, a problem they caused? And Acerola gives them a Mimikyu Z Crystal. I love that her Mimikyu is a ghost. Like, it's a ghost that died. Like, I don't mean a ghost type Pokemon, they all are. It's an actual ghost that died. I don't know how, but I appreciate it. High B tier. Episode 1018, Tough Guy Trials. After much trouble, Ash gets a pre-trial challenge with Nanu, but Lycanroc still has the problem of losing control when its mane gets dirty, and they lose. Low B tier. Did I mention it has that problem? Yeah, it's basically just an edgier Finnegan from X and Y. Episode 1019, Some Kind of Laziness. Ash, with Acerola's help, makes it to Tapu Bulu and earns his support to train him. Whereupon, Lycanroc gets over its fear of mud. B tier. Episode 1020, A Battle Handoff. It's Pikachu's Z-move versus Mimikyu's as Nanu gives Ash another BS pre-trial to waste his time, and yeah, guess who wins? Though Pikachu wouldn't have if it weren't for its new move, Electro Web. Though super sweet that even though Team Rocket tricked Beware in order to be gone from its cave for so long, that when it finds out, it lets them finish their battle this time. B tier, it loves them. Episode 1021, Guiding an Awakening. Ash finally beats Nanu! Yay! High C tier. Episode 1022, Twirling with a Bang. The Ultra Guardians try to catch Disco Ball Head Guy, but then Wire Plug Guy attacks Disco Ball Head Guy, and then the Ultra Guardians have to put on a fireworks show for them, and everyone lived happily ever after. The end. C tier. Episode 1023, Showering the World of Love. A bunch of Minior fall from the sky as the class visits an observatory, and then the Minior all fucking die. This isn't even a joke or exaggeration. I know I do that all the time. They just actually die, and that's the point of the episode. Been a while since we've just had an episode focusing on the wonder of the Pokemon world. High B tier. Episode 1025, Not Caving Under Pressure. After Kiawe's Turtonator explodes in a cave, everyone gets split up and has their own various adventures, including Lily battling a Tyranitar in an ice stone mine, obtaining an ice stone, and an Icium Z. B tier. Episode 1025, A Young Royal Flame Ignites. Ash joins the Master Royale in the ring. High C tier. Movie 22, Pokemon, The Power of Us. This is the only Pokemon movie I knew nothing about before going into it. Literally, I did not even know it existed until I watched it. And you know what? How have I not heard of it? This is literally the best one. The basic plot follows Ash meeting a series of new characters during a wind festival to celebrate Lugia, all of whom become intertwined in a mission to save the city from Team Rocket, accidentally neurogassing the entire coast. In the process, righting an ancient wrong against the mythical Pokemon Zeraora. But that synopsis doesn't do it justice, as this is the best character writing Pokemon has ever had. And the plot actually utilizes every element to move events forward. Everything is driven by character decision. A girl, Risa, chooses to catch a Pokemon her brother wants because she relates it to his injury. And because a guy named Callahan lied to her that it could be caught in the area, he had to keep it up and tell the whole town there's a rare Pokemon out there, leading to poachers sneaking around and finding Zeraora, leading to it being injured, and so on with every character and plot point all following right into each other rather than just happening for the sake of happening. Of course, not every character gets the same level of focus. For instance, the scientist character is told to us that he loves Pokemon instead of shown, and Ash himself is a little flat, but I actually think that works as he acts as a paragon to motivate the rest of the cast and for everyone else to reflect off of. But for the most part, I'm just shocked at the development here, especially in comparison to the other Pokemon movies. And for once, I really felt invested in everyone's conflicts. I'm a little sad because I know the next movie after this was Evolutions, and then after Secrets of the Jungle, there hasn't been one in a hot minute, so I'm afraid the sudden jump in quality may have been too little, too late. Despite this is an undisputable S tier for me. Please go watch it. It's disconnected from the rest of the continuity. You can jump in at any time. Episode 1026, All They Want to Do Is Dance Dance. Mallow joins a little dance party and her Bond suite, which I forgot to mention evolved a long time ago, evolves again. C tier. Episode 1027, Dummy, You Shrunk the Kids. So, Faba is totally reformed now, I guess, and teaches the class where he accidentally shrinks Ash, Sophocles, and Lily. C tier. Episode 1028, The Shape of Love to Come. Poipole, who's up until now had difficulty communicating, is drawing, and people discover that it's able to reveal its feelings and love for everyone through that. Aww. But then, like every artist, it starts drawing edgy feelings. B tier. Episode 1029, The Long Vault Home. The kids be vaulting, but then, oh no, the vault stack is an Ultra Beast. Low B tier. Episode 1030, I Choose Paradise. The kids take the ride Pokemon they've been using to a spa. I don't know, B tier. Episode 1031, Filling the Light with Darkness. An Ultra wormhole has opened up, and something has been sucking out all the Ultra energy, making all the adults lethargic and making Z-moves stop working. And that's all that happens for the 20 minutes, and then, whoa, it's Necrozma! Ending starts. High C tier. Episode 1032, Full Moon and Mini Arms. Necrozma vores Lunala, but with Solgaleo's help, the Ultra Guardians, now including Gladion by the way, are able to beat it back. But then it vores Solgaleo and flees to Ultra Space. High C tier. Episode 1033, The Prism Between Light and Darkness. At the other end of the Ultra wormhole is Poipole's world, which will be destroyed if Necrozma doesn't go plus Ultra. We get some lore, and I really don't care. Low C tier. Episode 1034, Securing the Future. So apparently Necrozma is a good guy, but someone just turned out the lights. So the whole world does a spirit bomb to brighten him back up, and all is right with the world, and Ash abandons Poipole. God forbid he has a cool Pokemon on the team. C tier. Also, this episode doesn't have a title card for some reason. Episode 1035, A Plethora of Pikachu. Ash, Kiawe, and Mini Kiawe hang out with a Pikachu girl and cosplay with Pikachu and play with all her Pikachu. And Pikachu gets into a conflict of Pikachu over Pikachu. Hi C tier, the joke was played out way too long. Episode 1036, Turning the Other Mask. Brunette wants to go to a Master Royale meet and greet with Professor Kukui, and surprisingly, his secret identity isn't found out, even though his plan is bafflingly stupid to hide it. Low B tier. And thus ends Season 22. Pokemon is now legally old enough to drink, Ash has 34 rivals, and Torracat has 1. Where does the season stand on its own? Season 22. This one's hard to rank. As we move more into the Aether Foundation and Lily's family drama, it starts to feel a lot more like Ash has been fanfictioned into another story's plot. Actually, I guess that's just kind of how the anime works based on the games. Actually, I guess that's just kind of how the player in Sun and Moon works too. But I also think the personal stakes with Lily, a character we've become attached to, make this story a lot more engaging for me than the past Evil Team plots. And I appreciate that it wastes no time getting into that plot. I also really like that the Aether Foundation isn't just evil from the top down, but made up of a few bad decisions and missteps. Faba is just evil though, but he gets redeemed, sorta. But then the middle part of the season has much less of a sense of direction. Lusamine makes the kids Ultra Guardians, which is honestly kinda lamely executed, but she really only pops in at random. It's really chill, and I think that actually works because then the episodes feel more like slice of life than filler. I've also noticed Ash is a much smaller party, and so does everyone else. But I think it works here because we see a lot more of each trainer's Pokemon. It gets hard to rank though because the season then ends with Necrozma, another impersonal cataclysmic force that I just really wasn't invested in. I was also taken out of it because as soon as they went to Poiple's world, I knew all the investment I did have in Poiple was going to be dashed because Ash would inevitably leave it behind. Also, I wasn't sure where to put this, but Lily's voice gets so grating over time. I don't know. Overall, I think the bad averages out the good to just a middle-of-the-road B tier for me. Season 23, Sun and Moon, Ultra Legends. Episode 1037, Lilier and the Staff. This one starts out as a boring play episode, but then has a bunch of really cool references that are some pretty cool deep cuts, but I don't think most people will get them, and there's really nothing much else of substance here. D tier. Episode 1038, A Haunted House for Everyone. Lana's annoying little sisters want to do a haunted house, so Acerella just happens to come by at the same time, and then some real ghosts just happen to come by and haunt everyone. D tier. Episode 1039, Sparking Confusion. Some randos are mining and push out some Alolan Graveler from their home, which triggered the Ultra Guardians due to their magnetic abilities. C tier. Episode 1040. Don't ignore the small Stuffle. Team Rocket accidentally steals a Stuffle and get away with it, actually. B tier. Episode 1041. No Stone Unturned. How has it taken this long to get to Hop and... Oh god, is that really the voice they went with? Of course, Ash battles him, Rowlet losing to Dartrix? They train to try and evolve, but Rowlet swallows an Everstone and decides to just fucking pelt Dartrix with it instead as its power-up? I'm not sure that's legal. High C tier. Episode 1042, Bright Lights, Big Changes. So, Rotom gets to join his favorite show, which means leaving Alola, and I swear to god, why out of all of Ash's Pokemon does he not let this one go? Low C tier. If you guys hear like a low droning noise, that is my cat purring in my lap. She won't leave, so you're just gonna have to deal with it. Episode 1043, We Know Where You're Going, Eevee. So there's been a segment at the end of each episode following around an Eevee, and it eventually makes it to Melee Island, where it gets into trouble and is eventually captured by Lana. It's very cute. B tier. Oh god, it's gonna be Vaporeon. Episode 1044, Battling the Beast Within. Tapu Koko just appears and warps Ash to the Upside Down, where a Guzzlord has destroyed the world, and a man partnered with a Zoroark is trying to take it down. It's interesting to see a parallel world, but it is a bit contrived. B tier. Episode 1045, Parallel Friendships. The second part to the last episode where Ash helps defeat Guzzlord before returning to Alola with the help of the alternate world's Tapu Koko. B tier. Episode 1046. Alola. Misty and Brock are back, and they've really watered down Misty's character and made her more girly. They kind of just muck about and fight Team Rocket, and they're hinting at Misty staying in Alola, and I really don't want her to. She had her time, I liked her for a while, but she's stayed her course. Low C tier. Episode 1047, Heart of Fire, Heart of Stone. Brock is so annoying this episode. The crew go out to Akala Island to chill on Kiawe's farm, and the whole time, Brock is simping over Olivia so hard and it's unbearable. D tier. Episode 1048. That's some spicy island research. The crew go to Pony Island, where they meet Hapu, who thinks Ash is a thief until it's revealed Team Skull is doing some tomfoolery. Fine enough setup episode, low B tier. Episode 1049, Showdown on Pony Island. Ash wants to battle Hapu, and she wants to be a kahuna, so it's a perfect match. Except she doesn't want to battle him, I guess. So, anyways, he battles Gladion, who had come with them, and earns Tapu Fini and Hapu's respect. B tier, good battle. Episode 1050, Evolving Research. Now they no they don't. Sophocles goes to that one stupid canyon super late in the game to evolve Charjabug. Also, Lana's Poplio evolves. Low B tier. Episode 1051. Sorry for joking the last episode. Now Ash and Hapu fight. No, I'm still lying to you. Did you believe me? So, while trying to get a trial from Tapu Fini, Ash and Kiawe offend Tapu Fini and have to make it up. But actually, this whole scenario was just a part of the trial for Kiawe, and Ash is just left with nothing. B tier, interesting twist, and Ash is a good character moment. Episode 1052. Memories in the Mist. Tapu Fini has the power to bring back images of the dead. It brought the dead kahunas in the last episode, and in this one, it brings back Stoutland. The moment Torracat shows it, it finally learned the Fire Fang Stoutland was trying to teach it was so fucking sweet. And Tapu Fini's power is the reason Gladion is here, to see his father. Even Mallow has a pretty sad story about her mother, and god, it kinda hits. I never expected Pokemon to touch on death so much, and it's amazing to see. The pacing isn't perfect, a lot happens in this episode. Hapu becomes kahuna, Lillian Gladion's father is still alive, and Mallow finds a shaman. Packed episode. Absolute A tier. Episode 1053, A Grand Debut. Hapu fulfills the ceremony to become kahuna, and Ash finally gets his trial battle. No, I'm just kidding, he doesn't. Actually, he does. Winning and earning a Stelium Z. B tier. Suck it, take a double fake out. Episode 1054, Keeping Your Eyes on the Ball. The crew all go golfing with the golf trial captain, whose trial the developers forgot to finish. C tier, I guess. I don't know, it's golf. Episode 1055, Show Me the Medal. Oh boy, there's a new mythical Pokemon, which means it's going to join Ash's party, and then he's going to abandon it in a few episodes, so there's no reason to get invested. Very cool. So, introducing Melmetal. C tier. Episode 1056, Got Meltan. A very fun little episode where a Meltan runs around with Rowlet causing a ruckus before, of course, Ash finally catches it. A tier, lot of great moments. Episode 1057, The Magic Moment. So they're making a movie and the star actor, a Magikarp, accidentally evolves. Whoa. And then they watch the movie they made and it's a Pretty Cure parody? C tier, nothing that special, though I was caught off guard. Episode 1058, Beauty is Only Crystal Deep. Pheromosa appears from an ultra wormhole and goes around stealing Z crystals, helped by Meowth, who is madly in love with it. Boring and repetitive though, C tier. Episode 1059, The Dealer of Destruction. Guzma finally appears, and he's a lot edgier and less fun than I remember. So Kukui finally announces the creation of the Alolan Pokemon League, and Guzma wants to tear it down. So he faces Ash, midway through believing continuing is pointless and leaving. Low B tier. Edgy fucker. Episode 1060, The Secret Princess. Lily is looking around for her father's stuff now that they know he's alive somewhere and finds a fucking Magearna just in a closet somewhere? It's inactive, but she also finds a Z-Ring and plans to one day activate it. Is just every character gonna get a mythical Pokemon at some point? Low B tier. Episode 1061, Drawn with the Wind. The class go to Mali City, where a breeze carries away Shaman, Meltan, and Eevee, and the episode proceeds how these split up episodes always do. High C tier. Episode 1062, Aiming for the Top Floor. The crew take on a Cantonian-style gym, which is built like it was by a Westerner who's only heard of Japan through Naruto. Ash wins against the leader, Ryu, and gets an unofficial badge. High C tier. Episode 1063, A High-Speed Awakening. It's the Charjabug race episode, but they're Vikavolt now, and also it has a cool VR element. B tier. Episode 1064, The One That Didn't Get Away. Lana finally catches the Kyogre she's been joking about all series as she and Ash help to get it away from a poacher. Brion also evolves, but that's less cool. B tier. Episode 1065, A Recipe for Success. A cute little episode where Mallow serves at Orangaro's place for a while and services the various Pokemon guests. B tier. Episode 1066, Spying for the Big Guy. So Jesse and James get audited and they show around an agent from Team Rocket and the Alolan Meowth. Some fun hijinks ensue, some silly plot contrivances ensue. B tier, passable episode. Episode 1067, A Fiery Training Camp Trick. Ash, Kiawe, and Sophocles all camp out to train and help Sophocles learn to use a Z move. Like, among Sun and Moon episodes, perfectly average, but out of all Pokemon episodes, like a B tier. Episode 1068, Living on the Cutting Edge. A Cortana just shows up, fucks shit up, then cuts a hole in space itself and leaves. Honestly, respect the little guy. Low B tier. Episode 1069, A Timeless Encounter. A Celebi just wanders by and takes Ash and Torracat to the past, where he meets a young Kukui and gets a Fire Z Crystal from an old Trevenant totem Pokemon. That part's a B tier. Also, Ash inspired the westernization of Alola? Episode 1070, Pikachu's Exciting Adventure. We see what Ash's other Pokemon were doing while he was gone, and this episode drags. It feels so long. It's a lot like a Pikachu short, right down to the narrator speaking for all the Pokemon, and it's kind of annoying. Low C tier. Episode 1071, Chasing Memories, Creating Dreams. Kukui officially announces the creation of the Pokemon League, mentioning the Master Royale will be there, getting everyone excited. And then Gladion is hunting down his father Zoroark, and then Lily is training with everyone. High C tier, fine enough setup. Episode 1072, League Offenders and Defenders. Everyone gets ready for the League, and we learn a bit more Guzma lore. C tier. Episode 1073, Battle Royal 151. The League kicks off with a Battle Royale, and legitimately, everyone is there. Not a single character in this series' large cast has been wasted. Even the annoying Pikachu girl gets her moment. And of course, all our protagonists and major antagonists get an epic victory royale. B tier. Movie 23, Mewtwo Strikes Back, Evolution. Evolution is just the first Pokemon movie done again, but with CGI. And you know what? There's a lot of potential in a remake. I think it should be 2D, but the old 90s style was limited, and there's been a lot of improvement in Pokemon style since. The problem is, I have no idea who this movie is for. If it's to give kids a look at the old characters, Misty and Brock who appeared in Sun and Moon, well, this is a bad introduction to them. That would be better done through the series. If it's for adults' nostalgia for the old movie, well, they would just go back to watch the old movie. It still exists. The only reason I can think it should exist is as a showcase of improved animation, but the thing looks like a video game cutscene from 2005 rather than a movie. The cinematography is lazy, and despite the new medium, the animation is incredibly unambitious. They also change around small things in dialogue that just make the movie less impactful and harm the pacing. They retool events to make some of the more subtler moments of the original movie a lot more obvious. Also, this one fucking killed me, but Mewtwo flies down in the beginning and says, "I'm going to strike back." And then it cuts to the title card, Mewtwo Strikes Back. And that's all not even to mention the music. One of the most nostalgic parts of the original, and something that really helps to set the mood in my mind, was the old music. Now just replaced with a pretty generic score. The movie isn't even bad, it's just incredibly bland, and I don't understand why it exists. It failed at pretty much everything it tried to do. F tier. What a way to follow up the best movie. Episode 1074, Battling Besties. The first round of the league begins. The notable matches are Hop beating Principal Oak and an emotional battle between Mallow and Lana that only made me realize how little of their friendship we've really been shown because I was not caring about it. Mallow loses. High C tier. Episode 1075, The Battlefield of Truth and Love. Jesse and James face off, which could be very interesting, but unfortunately, not. Then Gladion beats Lily. C tier. Episode 1076. Imitation is the sincerest form of strategy. James loses, and Ash trains Rowlet to prepare for its battle against Howl's Decidueye. Then their battle begins. Low B tier. Episode 1077. Beating on the Wing. Decidueye beats Rowlet, but Ash gets a second chance anyways and then beats Howl. Howl is done so fucking dirty. Ash lost his first league because a Pokemon fell asleep mid-battle, but this time it's okay and Rowlet gets a pass? Bullshit. D tier. Could have been worse. Episode 1078. The Road to the Semifinals. Sophocles beats Kiawe, C tier. Like, the battles look nice, but I don't care about them. There's no stakes. They don't give me a reason to care who wins. Episode 1079. The Final Four. Some mucking about, then a battle starts, but does not end. C tier. Episode 1080. Getting down to the ire. Gladion beats Kiawe. You know, this battle makes me realize I think the show fails the Bechdel test, but for trainers talking about Ash rather than men, like, just facing Ash is both of their reasons for winning. Then Ash faces Guzma, Ash beats his Scizor, causing Guzma to lose his control, and you know what? I'm actually interested in that one. C tier. High C tier. Episode 1081. The Wisdom Not to Run. Oh my god, a battle with stakes? I thought that was forbidden. Guzma here has a whole thing about running away, perfectly mirrored in his Glossopod and its abilities, and it is such bullshit that he loses to Ash. He's more brooding than I'd like, but still the best character in the show by far. Low A tier. Episode 1082. Final Rivals. So, Meltan just randomly evolves before Ash's match with Gladion, where he uses his father's Zoroark. High C tier. Episode 1083. Enter the Champion. So, yeah, Ash becomes champion. There's a nice moment with his and Gladion's Lycanrocs, but ultimately it just kind of felt unearned. Like, I'm underwhelmed, which sucks because it's such a huge moment for him. Just B tier. Episode 1084. Z-Move Showdown. At the end of the league, a bunch of Guzzlord randomly appear. Everyone works together to fight them, and then Poipole, now evolved, also randomly appears, and Ash finds out that the Masked Royale is Kukui as they fight together. B tier. Episode 1085. Exhibition Unmasked. Ash begins his exhibition match with Kukui, and I'm actually invested in this battle. He and Kukui and Torracat and Incineroar have had a dynamic the whole series. For this half of the fight, Ash is losing. B tier. Episode 1086. A Full Battle Bounty. Ash is picking back up with Rowlet and Torracat before finishing off the episode throwing out Noggendel, the evolved form of Poipole. It joined his team again, but I presume it will leave again after this battle. B tier. Episode 1087. Fiery Surprises. Torracat puts up a good fight, but literally evolves as it's knocked out. Kinda metal as fuck though. High C tier. Episode 1088. Ooh, it's still going. From Z to Shining Z. It's down to each person's last Pokemon, and Tapu Koko is fighting on Kukui's side. Each trainer uses a super crazy powerful Z move with some impressively amazing animation. But in the end, Ash manages to win the exhibition match. Very cool, and made it all worth it. Low A tier. Episode 189. Episode 1089. Dreams of the Sun and Moon. Yep, literally the very beginning of the episode is an unceremonious return of Noggendal to Ultra Space. Naganadel. Then we rush through some dangling plot threads. We hear everyone's summer plans. Kiawe decides to try and become a kahuna. Ash plans his next moves. Team Rocket plan to abandon their Pokemon. And Lily awakens Magearna with Gladion's help. B tier. Episode 1090. Thank you, Alola. The journey continues. This is one of the best send-offs. It really feels like Ash is saying goodbye to not only his friends, but to family. I loved it. All the way up until they rushed through Mallow abandoning Shaman? Why was that needed? Why did they even give it to her? Did they just throw it in to piss me off personally? Low A tier. And thus ends Season 23. So, where does it stand on its own? Season 23. I've been very positive with my rating to Sun and Moon, but I think that's mainly because I'm just so tired of the Pokemon formula, and by shaking things up, I just prefer watching it even when it doesn't always work. People say the cast is too large and isn't as fleshed out as it could be, but what's really sad is that even flat, I think they're better than most Pokemon characters. Plus, they do usually get their own individual episodes, which, while they don't really grow much, does help endear me to them. No, the real problem for me comes with the Pokémon League. First, there's a lot of missed opportunity around it. For example, it's Kukui's dream to make the league since he was a kid, but even though Ash sees him as a kid, we never see any reason for him to care so much. And then when we do get to the league, basically every single trainer there is a named character with a relationship to Ash, and yet there's very little attention to rivalries, and a lot of battles are kind of letdowns. Don't get me wrong, they look the best they ever have, but there just isn't much weight to any of them. So even though Ash finally wins, it really doesn't feel earned. This is also his smallest and weakest team. It feels like he only won because it was Alola's first league, but he had experience. I still liked it, but it could have been, I don't know, but it could have been better. I can't go higher than B tier. Season 24, Journeys. Episode 1091. Enter Pikachu. Pikachu lore! We see Pikachu's time as a Pichu before evolving, and get some glimpses at a younger Ash, and two new protagonists, Go and Chloe. The former of which sees a Mew, inspiring his Pokemon journey. I was actually more interested in how Pikachu got caught, but good opening even if they don't show it. It has a very different tone. B tier. Episode 1092. Legend, Go. Friends, Go. Ash goes to Vermilion City, running into Go and a Lugia. The two of them end up riding it and getting lost before relaying their experience to Oak's friend, Professor Cerise, who gives them a job as research fellows. Go is offered a starter Pokemon but refuses it. He only wants Mew. I love that they're bringing back the wonder of the Pokemon world like they had in Season 1. A tier. Episode 1093. Ivysaur's Mysterious Tower. Ash and Go fight a bit as they follow around some Ivysaur causing trouble and then run into Team Rocket, coming to understand each other better. Jesse and James have a new gimmick of random Pokemon given to them by Giovanni to use through some gacha machine. The animation and tone are just so good this season so far. A tier. Episode 1094. Settling the Score Bunny. The boys visit Galar to investigate the Gigantamax phenomena, and Go befriends a Score Bunny. Low A tier. Episode 1095. Mind-boggling Gigantamax. What's this? Stakes? The boys find a Snorlax that Gigantamaxes along a train track, and they have to turn it back to protect an oncoming train. Along the way, Scorbunny followed Go and convinces him to catch it, deciding to no longer make Mew the first Pokemon he catches, but the last, after every other one. High B tier. Episode 1096. Working my way back to Mew. Go, new goal in hand, runs around the woods catching every bug-type Pokemon in Kanto. Fun episode, high B tier. Episode 1097. Serving up the Flute Cup. Ash and Go enter the Hoenn region to enter a competition. I like how Go kind of serves here as the audience stand-in for people who got interested in Pokemon through Pokemon Go, and Ash shows them there's much more to Pokemon than just catching. Low A tier. Episode 1098. The Sinnoh Iceberg Race. A trainer's Piplup swims all the way from Sinnoh to Vermilion City out of pure spite, but the spite goes away as it saves its trainer from Team Rocket's attack in a swimming race. B tier. Episode 1099. Finding a Legend. The boys help an old man rediscover his belief and passion for Ho-Oh after having given up on ever seeing it again. Cute little episode. High B tier. Episode 1100. A Test in Paradise. The boys set out to find a mysterious Dragonite island, and Ash actually catches one. Hell yeah! Low A tier, cool and fun episode. Episode 1101. Best Friend, Worst Nightmare. A Gengar is haunting the research facility, and when both Ash and Go can't catch it, it's up to Chloe and her Yamper to drive it out. High B tier, nice to see her actually doing something. Episode 1102. Flash of the Titans. Ash learns about the World Championship, and we watch Leon battle and beat Lance. Then a Dreadnought Gigantamaxes and threatens the stadium. The battle was awesome, but imagine if instead he battled Cynthia. Still, great setup for Leon, and I understand why they didn't. B tier. Episode 1103. The Climb to be the very best. After Gigantamaxing Pikachu, even without the bracelet, Ash gets a battle with Leon. Also, Go explains how to qualify for the World Tournament, and it's really just the Bay Point system from Beyblade Metal Fusion. Awesome though. High B tier. Episode 1104. Raid Battle in the Ruins. Go and Ash explore the Unova Desert, uncovering a colossal Golurk, which Go just steps in and catches. That's how I always deal with the boss Pokemon. They also meet a very fun shiny hunter. Fun episode, but it's a bit weird Ash acts like he's never been to this desert before. B tier. Episode 1105, a snow day for searching. The lab is out for the day. Go is going to his parents' house, and Ash is chasing after Go because he dropped something that he was going to give his parents. All while there's a mini subplot about his parents' concerns of being absent for their child. Sweet little small stakes episode. High B tier. Episode 1106, a chilling curse. Journeys asks the important questions like, what if Hachiko, but the owner was a huge fucking dick, and instead of a dog, it's a Gengar? So, of course, Ash befriends and catches Gengar when it returns. I think retaliating on Team Rocket is weaker than beating up the guy who abandoned it, like with Chimchar, but still a great episode. A tier. Episode 1107, kicking it from here to tomorrow. Go just happens to run into Team Rocket, so they prove to be good fodder for helping Scorbunny learn a fire-type move, evolving in the process. Not kidding, they didn't even do anything yet, and they just beat him up. B tier. Episode 1108, Destination Coronation. Ash has his first coronation battle against a stand-in at Lieutenant Surge's gym. I'm so glad they didn't just keep leaving it in this weird middle ground where they neither confirm or deny our prior anime's canon. The stand-in knew who Ash was. Ash wins, of course, B tier. Episode 1109, a talent for imitation. A Ditto runs from its responsibilities to join Team Rocket for a bit before returning. Huge missed opportunity to have a Ditto permanently join them. High C tier. Episode 1110, Dreams Are Made of These. Ash, Go, and Chloe take some kids on a Pokemon orienteering adventure, along the way battling trainers and catching Pokemon. Nothing else much to it. Low B tier. Episode 1111, Caring for a Mystery. Ash and Go are obsessed with Pokemon eggs today, and while out on a search for them, Ash experiences a mysterious calling to a Riolu egg at the Pokemon Center where it becomes his. Also, I can't not bring this up. The professor says no one has ever seen a Pokemon lay an egg before, and we don't know where they come from. So then, how do we have a concept of laying eggs? He specifically mentions we've never seen them lay an egg. The only other life form in this world is humans, which means the only thing present that could give them the concept of laying an egg would be low B tier. Episode 1112. Goodbye, friend. They really try to do a Goodbye Pikachu, but with Go's Raboot. And you know what? Oh, it actually fits for Go's character to do that. And I like that Ash is the one to tell him he should have asked Raboot's feelings before leaving it, but I will not go above C tier. Episode 1113, Panic in the Park. Go has so many Pokemon, they have formed entire societies. Canon, Professor Cerise says this, and they are in conflict from a mysterious troublemaker that the Who's That Pokemon segment spoils. High C tier. Episode 1114, A Little Rocket R&R. Team Rocket is ordered to vacation, so they don't interfere with their boss's plans. So they decide to sabotage those plans out of pure spite. Also, Go catches a giant Magikarp. Love it. B tier. Episode 1115, A Festival Reunion. Ash goes to Kalos to face Karina again and rank up. This was one of the gym leaders he spent more time with, so it was a little disappointing not to see their relationship touched on more, but still a good battle. B tier. Episode 1116, Splash, Dash, and Smash for the Crown. / Slow King's Crowning. Composed of 2 mini episodes, this one's really fun. In the first, Go enters his Magikarp into a jumping competition where it jumps so high it enters the atmosphere, only landing in the second part when a Slow King turns Ash British. A tier. Did they make the Magikarp and Slowpoke songs just for this episode? Episode 1117, Toughing It Out. There's another match with Leon, but he's already been set up, so it doesn't really do anything. Then Ash catches a Galarian Farfetch'd. High C tier. Episode 1118, Sobbing Sobble. Go catches a Sobble. Sobble's kind of annoying. High C tier. Episode 1119, There's a New Kid in Town. The episode is dedicated to a Pidove and its relationship to Chloe and Yamper, only for her to not catch it, so all that investment was literally pointless. C tier. Episode 1120, Betrayed, Bothered, and Beleaguered. Pikachu is jealous over Ash for a stupid reason. It's a fun little episode, he chills with Mr. Mime, but the premise falls flat for me. C tier. Episode 1121, The Cuteness Quotient. Sweet little episode where Ash, Chloe, and Go help a little girl prove her Feebas is beautiful. I think the end where it evolves undermines the point a bit, but still fun. Low B tier. tier. Episode 1122, Time After Time. Go remembers an old friend who looked for Celebi. High C tier. Episode 1123, Trade, Borrow, and Steal. The boys play with a girl dressed as a Cricketune and help her catch a pincer, which Go trades her for a Heracross. High C tier. Episode 1124, Solitary and Menacing. Ash and Go visit the fighting dojo in Saffron, where Ash challenges B, the visiting Galarian gym leader, and despite Riolu's best efforts, Ash has his first loss, lighting a fire under his ash. B tier. Episode 1125, Gotta Catch a What? Go decides to catch a Pikachu. Goes about how I thought it would. B tier. Episode 1126, Making Battles in the Sand. Ash just keeps losing battles, but he gets his mojo back as Go battles and catches a Flygon, causing terror in Hoenn. High B tier. Episode 1127, The New Old Gang of Mine. Ash and Go just go back and hang out in Alola. This really feels like the region Ash had the strongest connection with. Low A tier. Episode 1128, Restore and Renew. The boys drag Chloe to the Pewter Museum and Go resurrects an Aerodactyl. B tier. Episode 1129, Octo Gridlock at the Gym. Ash has a rematch with B in Johto, now good enough to tie. Would have been more impactful had she remembered him. Low B tier. Episode 1130, A Crackling Raid Battle. The boys in Team Rocket have a raid battle with Zapdos, and Go actually catches it. But then there's some bullshit and it gets out. A tier if he caught it, B tier because Pokemon Company are cowards. Episode 1131, Pikachu translation check / up to your neck. Another 2 mini-soder. The first part is pretty funny, but I don't like that they don't connect this time. B tier. Episode 1132, Sword, Shield, and Slumbering Weald. Ash and Go head to Galar, get split up, see some big doggos, and then we get to actually see the random Gigantamax in the game skimped out on. B tier. Episode 1133, Sword, Shield, The Darkest Day. This one is more focused on setup as Ash meets Chairman Rose while Go explores a round of Professor Sonia. B tier. Episode 1134, Sword and Shield, From Here to Eternatus. As the Darkest Day moves forward, everyone gets put into place. Meowth Gigantamaxes, Eternatus is freed with Leon chasing it, Ash is battling Rose, Go his secretary, and Sonia with Dragon Gym Leader guy against some goons. It felt a little rushed, especially Rose's part, but hey, that's accurate to the games. B tier. Episode 1135, Sword and Shield, The Legends Awaken. Riolu and Raboot evolve before Ash and Go raid battle with Zacian and Zamazenta, after Leon's knocked out. I think Ash playing hero undermines what Journeys has been trying to do up until now, but the battle's still really cool, and Go catching Eternatus was awesome. Low A tier. Episode 1136, Getting More Than You Battled For. Ash and Go find and fail to catch Mewtwo. I'm a little disappointed neither Ash nor Mewtwo seem to remember each other, but it was still a really cool encounter. Low A tier. They also never specifically mentioned they've never met each other, so Episode 1137, Crowning the Chow Crusher. The boys join a Pokemon eating contest. Go Squavit winning and evolving. Funny little episode. High B tier. Ash should have entered Snorlax though. Episode 1138, A Close Call, practically. Cinderace and Lucario learn to get along while chasing after Team Rocket, who stole a fake Pikachu. Fun episode, if not a bit repetitive at times. A tier. Hell yeah, 23.5 seasons and 38 rivals later, where do we stand? Season 24. So I'll start with what we're all thinking. This is really a Pokemon Go anime that just happens to have Galar in it. They have the smartphones and Go's Pokedex is laid out just like the actual app. He focuses on Pokeball throwing techniques and everything. But I actually think now that we know that this is the last season, this is the best way they could have handled this. They finally gave us a character in Go who wants to catch them all. Ash is actively working towards his goal and not just spinning his wheels region to region, and Ash here really is the best he's ever been, character-wise. The Pokemon 2 are really given character like they have never been before. I didn't like before the plots where Ash just helped some random character, but here they really work harder to endear me to the Pokemon, actually investing us into their story. More importantly, it really brings back the wonder of the Pokemon world, at least in the beginning of the season. And the episodes where the focus was just wonder were my favorite in Indigo League. And you know what? The writing's just better in general. With all my praise though, I do feel like there's some missed opportunity with this setup. First of all, it's a little weird Ash doesn't use any of his other Pokemon. While I'm glad he's catching new ones, it feels weird because he's still in Kanto, not starting over his journey like usual. It's also weird he doesn't run into more people he knows in the other regions they visit. but I'm sure they're saving that for later. Ash has the perfect opportunity to act as the information guy while Go acts as the audience surrogate, explaining the places he's been to when they travel. Also, Ash's eyes just look weird to me, but I got used to it with time. Those are all just minor nitpicks for me though. I cannot imagine an easier A-tier season. High A-tier. Season 25, Master Journeys. Episode 1139, To Train or Not to Train. When the Eevee from the new Pokemon Let's Go games breaks out of a lab, it befriends Chloe and becomes her first caught Pokemon. B tier. Movie 25, Secrets of the Jungle. I was not feeling this one at first. The beginning is so awkwardly paced and the tone is inconsistent, but once Ash and Coco meet, it really picks up. Okay, but who is Coco? Well, that's the question of the movie. A baby washes up on the shore of the jungle where a Zarude takes it under his care, abandoning his whole tribe group for its sake. This is Coco. His parents were murdered by a scientist who cared about nothing but the discovery of the magical spring that the Zarude guard. But it's not really about that. It's about Coco discovering himself, realizing he wasn't the gender he was assigned at birth. I mean the species he was assigned at birth. He is both human and Pokemon. And now, by the end of the movie, he decides to explore his human side and set off on a journey like Ash. There's some really great moments in this one. Coco's voice actor is fantastic, and I really like how the scientists are written. The other ones really just think they're doing this for the better good, and that's conveyed through really subtle acting. There are some weird things, of course, but otherwise, another great movie. I'm glad they didn't make the last one a flop. A tier. Also, this movie strongly implies that Pokemon speak is just another language that can be learned, explaining Meowth as well as Coco, and has a lot of strange implications. Especially because with Sun and Moon, many Pokemon are given their names as they're discovered, but their names are all they say in their language. Episode 1140. A pinch of this, a pinch of that. Oh fuck yeah, Ash gets a Dracovish. I love Dracovish. It's such a stupid and sad creature. B tier. Though the scientists that play with fossils are kind of annoying. Episode 1141, Trials of a Pudding Master. Ash is training with Galarian Farfetch'd while Go catches Geodude and family. He wins, then, in the last few minutes of the episode, loses to some rando with a Gallade. High C tier. Episode 1142, How are you gonna keep him off the farm? The boys and Chloe help out on the farm of an ex-researcher at Cerise Labs. C tier. Episode 1143, Healing the Healer. Holy shit, Go catches Suicune and gets to keep it. Sorta. Low A tier. Episode 1144, Sobble spies a stealthy strategy. Sobble aspires to be like a famous Inteleon and learns to fight in its own way. B tier. Episode 1145, The Tale of You and Glimwood Tangle. Whoa, Chloe episode. She wants to see some Galarian Ponyta and then does. Low B tier. Episode 1146, Searching for Chivalry. Ash and Go head to Kalos to train with the knight Windstrom. B tier. Episode 1147, Memories of a Warming Kindness. Another Chloe episode. Whoa. She hangs out with one of the scientists, Krissa, and pokes into her life as they're left alone by everyone else being busy. B tier. Saw the twist coming from a mile away. Episode 1148, A Rollicking Roll / Eyes on the Goal. In the first part, Go gets his face stuck up a Gulpin's ass. I'm not kidding. In the second, Meowth helps a Choodle race some other Turtlemon. C tier. Episode 1149, When a House is Not a Home. This one has such a cool concept. A Grookey appears that's an escaped Pokemon from Team Rocket's Gotcha Machine, which Go eventually catches. Could have been capitalized on more, but still cool. High B tier. Episode 1150, Beyond Chivalry, Aiming to be a League Master. Ash rematches that Gallade trainer, Rinto, and wins after Farfetch'd evolves. High B tier. Episode 1151, Searching for Service with a Smile. The boys help out a service company that's a man short and is now a boy long. High C tier. Episode 1152, Not Too Close for Comfort. Sobble spontaneously evolves, develops depression, and Go has to have a shockingly serious talk with it to understand its new emotions as an edgy teenager. Low A tier. Episode 1153, On Land, in the Sea, and to the Future. Chloe wants to understand Eevee better, so when it shows interest in a Vaporeon in a swimming competition, oh god, it's not worth it, don't do it. She and the boys go swimming with their Pokemon. B tier. I'd like to see that Vaporeon swim out. Don't say that. Episode 1154, Absol Absolved. The boys set out to prove Absol didn't create the natural disasters it was accused of. That episode's been done already. Oh, but this time Go catches it. Ooh, B tier. Episode 1155, Thrash of the Titans. Ash battles Iris, who's become the Unova champion, winning and ranking into the Ultra class. High B tier. Episode 1156, Under Color of Darkness. Go's white Flabebe lost its flower, and the whole episode is them trying to help. Failing, then saying, okay, I'm gonna help Flabebe. Rinse and repeat. High C tier. I saw the end coming a mile away. Except for the part where Go abandons the now evolved Floette so it can grow more white flowers. Man, if only Go was a research assistant with an access to a giant garden Floette could have used to grow those in. Well, damn, sucks to suck, I guess. Low C tier. Episode 1157, Sleuths for Truth. Ash and Go play cop's assistant during an investigation into a Pokemon stealing electricity. But it is very obviously a Morpeko the entire time, and it turns out to be a Morpeko. Wow, high C tier. Episode 1158, Advice to Go. Ash visits Professor Oak and meets back up with Infernape to help him, Go, and Gary to battle Moltres. Seems they're lining up Gary to be Go's rival now. B tier. Episode 1159, Errand Endurance. Go and Chloe are fighting about their Grookey and Eevee, deciding to have them both run an errand as a test for something. I don't know, I kind of forgot. Okay episode, high C tier. Episode 1160, Take My Thief, Please. Team Rocket try and get Go to catch the Morpeko that's been harassing them, but he's too focused on a Pidgeotto, so James ends up catching it instead. B tier. Episode 1161, Leaping Toward the Dream. Go takes the test to join Project Mew, something Gary mentioned to him. B tier. Episode 1162, Everybody's Doing the Underground Shuffle. Everybody gets split up in a cave, and yeah, you've seen this episode before, whatever, high C tier. Episode 1163, Grabbing the Brass Ring. Ash and Go play a round of some Phalanx, and also Ice-Cube is there. B tier, funny. Episode 1164, Nightfall, Nightmare. Darkrai and Sinnoh, and Ash and Go investigate. Chloe's there for entirely different reasons and happens to run into Dawn, and then into Cresselia, and then into a cliffhanger. Low B tier. Episode 1165, A Midsummer Night's Light. So Team Rocket is after Darkrai, displacing it and causing trouble. But with Cresselia's help, things go back to normal. Yippee! B tier. Episode 1166, All Out, All of the Time. The boys enter and win a Pokemon catching competition in Alola, where Ash actually plays his role as champion, helping and inspiring two annoying kids. B tier. Episode 1167, Ultra Exciting from the Shocking Start. Ash gets a challenge from Volkner, barely winning it. Also, a gym leader in Ultra class is odd considering every trainer in that region has to beat them to enter the league. And we don't see gym leaders switch out their teams based on the trainer's abilities like they do in Pokemon Origins. So how does anyone ever get into the Diamond and Pearl League? B tier though. Episode 1168, Detective Drizzle. Someone's stealing lab data, and Drizzle helps find the Kecleon and some idiot kid behind it. In the process, Drizzle finally evolving into the Inteleon it always wanted to be. The end is cringe, C tier. Episode 1169, Night and Day, You Are the Ones. Chloe learns about another evolution, Espeon and Umbreon, and goes to visit its owner, who looks just like her. This leads to her getting embroiled in a political plot. B tier. That's just the episode of Dawn and the Princess. Episode 1170, Trial on a Golden Scale. Go is given another mission by Project Mew, where he hunts down a shiny Volcarona while defending its cave from hunters. B tier. Episode 1171, Mad About Blue. Some rival trainers who both like blue Pokemon are fighting or whatever, I don't know, C tier. Episode 1172, The Sweet Taste of Battle. So, I'll be honest, I don't like cooking shows at all, and the first half of this is just a cooking show. F tier. Okay, but we do get some epic Pikavore where Pikachu eats so much cream later during a battle. Gigantamax size? High C tier. Episode 1173, Star Knight, Star Fright. This one's just the plot of the third movie again, but I quite like the third movie, so A tier. Episode 1174, An Adventure of Mega Proportions. Ash visits Karina and goes on his own adventure for Lucario Night. High B tier, cool to see him and Lucario using more aura. By the way, Riolu evolved earlier if I didn't mention that before. Episode 1175, Battle 3 with B. Ash has another battle with B tier. Episode 1176, A battle of Mega versus Max. And he finally beats B, though I call bullshit on how easily he uses Mega Lucario. Low A, it took Karina like half a season to do that. Episode 1177, Breaking the Ice. Chloe and the school help a new kid break the ice and break out of her shell. B tier. Episode 1178, Looking Out for Number 2. Go is tasked with capturing a Kingdra, and then he does. High C tier. Episode 1179, The Gates of Warp. Team Rocket from another dimension are trying to capture Dialga and Palkia, warping space and flowing time backwards. It's a mystery box as our heroes, plus Dawn and Cynthia, try to unravel the situation and meet alternate selves. It's set up, but it's definitely intriguing. High B tier. Episode 1180, Showdown at the Gates of Warp. I cannot express how fucking hard the ending caught me off guard. So the crew fight off Team Rocket and make it to Dialga and Palkia, but all the Pokemon in the universe are de-aged to embryos. The kids get turned into even younger kids, and they're so fucked. The only thing they can do is have everyone in both parallel worlds pray to God, and in a literal Deus Ex Machina, Arceus himself intervenes and puts everything back to normal. I was laughing so hard. Oh my god, S tier. It's played completely straight too. Oh my god, I just love it so much. Fuck yeah. 24.5 seasons in and 40 rivals later, where do we stand? Season 25. There's not much for me to say about this season that I didn't say for the last one. It's not stagnating like most middle seasons before, but picking up. I do think the Coronation battles and Project Mew missions are a bit random, but that also works with the more episodic rather than narrative structure Journeys is going for. Another easy A tier. Season 26, Ultimate Journeys. Episode 1181, The Spectral Express. Ash and Go get stuck on a ghost train, and Ash gets possessed by a Spiritomb. They have to calm it down, and oh yeah, that ghost gym leader is there, I guess. What's his name? B tier. Episode 1182, The Winding Path to Greatness. Ash heads to the ghost gym leader's place, his name's Alistair, to have him help unlock Gigantamax Gengar, and then they do. It's a fun episode, but Alistair's cringe. High B tier. Episode 1183. It's All in the Name. This is the first Pokemon episode where I sat to myself thinking, the pacing is awesome. So Ren, one of the researchers, is running from Magnemite affected by a magnetic storm, and we learn about his connection to his Magnemite. Was not expecting myself to love a Magnemite, of all things. Then at the end, we get a really cool almost evolution among thousands of Magnemite. Very base, much cool. A tier. Episode 1184, Suffering the Flings and Arrows. Okay, so it's just a whatever plot with a Pinsir loving a new Lilligant go-caught, but rivaling with Heracross, and then it falls in love with Heracross, and they may try to suddenly flip Pinsir to female-coded at the end by wearing a flower, but that does not change the fact that it liked Lilligant, and Lilligant liked Heracross, so someone here is gay. Low A tier. Episode 1185, The Good, the Bad, and the Lucky. A very interesting episode and kinda a fever dream following Team Rocket following Pelipper after it flies away. They even met Butch and Cassidy again. Like, actually watch this one. A tier. Special, The Arceus Chronicles, Part 1 through 4. Based on screenshots I'd seen, I was hoping this would be a time travel plot, but instead, Ash, Go, Dawn, Brock, and Cynthia just work to stop Team Galactic from bringing Cyrus back, which they plan to do with a Heatran for some reason. It rampages, and then we get another Arceus Ex Machina, B tier. Episode 1186, Lighting the Way Home. The crew hang out with Sophocles, working at the Moss Deep Space Station, and help out his Ampharos, B tier. Episode 1187, An Evolution in Taste. Ash and Go get possessed by Normal and Galarian Slowking Shelders and have a rap battle. Sounds fun, but it's a really bad rap. High C tier. Episode 1188, Out of Their Elements. The crew helps some circus performers who accidentally evolve their EVs wrong. High C tier. Episode 1189, Battling Turned Up to 11. Ash has another match, this time with Marnie. B tier. Episode 1190, Meeting Up with the Monarch. Ash hangs out with Leon and gets to know him better. I like seeing this more personal side to Leon. B tier. Episode 1191, A One-Stick Wonder. Bros help a one-sticked Thwacky thwack it up. B tier. Episode 1192, battling in the freezing raid. Another Project Mew request leads Go to join a raid battle against Articuno with his backstory friend and Gary. I like Dick Gary returning, but it is a bit odd he's like this now after how he ended up in Johto. B tier. Episode 1193. The future is now, thanks to strategy. Ash trains Sir Fetched with Clement in preparation for his battle with Drosna of the Kalos Elite Four. B tier. Episode 1194. Taking 2 for the team. Ash beats her! She wasn't really built up much, and though I love Dracovish and Sir Fetched, their little comedic bits kind of take me out of it. Low B tier. Episode 1195. Reuniting for the first time. Okay, so I want to review bomb this one for yet another girl getting dragged into contests when Chloe really didn't need to. But Ash also reunites with and battles Wallace, and it's so good I'm putting this one in low A tier. I love Wallace. Episode 1196. Radio lulled the mischievous stars. Team Rocket just put on a popular radio show, and that's the episode. Love it. High B tier. Episode 1197. Big Brother to the rescue. The crew's going around Go's Pokemon collection fixing problems. And we get a Suicune Ex Machina. Bro, it loves Go. It's just so sweet to see. High B tier. Episode 1198. Catching the Aura of Fate. Ash has been challenged by Raihan of the Masters 8, the top 8 trainers in the world. And he finds his Greninja and trains Lucario with it in preparation. Greninja was my least favorite Kalos Pokemon as a kid, but damn, I love him now. High B tier. Episode 1199. Aim for the 8. Ash faces Raihan and it comes close, but he beats him, making it into the Master 8 and qualifying for the Masters 8 World Competition to determine the champion of the world. Low A tier. Episode 1200. Narrowing the Chaser Chase. Go and his backstory friend, Horace, compete in another mission for Project Mew. B tier. Episode 1201. The Homecoming Crown. The writers clearly loved Sun and Moon, so we pick up with Lily's family as Ash and Go make it to the Crown Tundra, right where Lily's dad has been with a Nihiligo tricking him into thinking it's Lily. It's so messed up, and even more messed up that her brother catches it? A tier. Episode 1202. Helping the hometown hero. Ash has an epic battle royale with Professor Kukui, Gladion, and Kiawe. Love how Ash is just so casually the champion of Alola. Low A tier. Episode 1203. Chasing to the finish. Go is partnered up with his frenemy and mirror, Gary. Next is they're tasked with catching the 2 less cool Reggies. Then there's a brief, really cool Dynamax Regigigas? But then it's gone, don't know why that happened, lame, B tier. Episode 1204. Friends, rivals, lend me your spirit. Yo! Ash is in Pallet Town training with all his Pokemon when Paul comes back to battle him. I fucking love Paul. A tier. He's the only trainer I feel can really challenge Ash psychologically as well as physically. Also, love seeing how their dynamics developed. Bruh, Paul likes Ash, but he's so tsundere about it. Episode 1205. Curtain up. Fight the fights. Ash meets Hop, only reminding me of how absolutely cheated he was in this anime. Then we get the first round of the Masters 8 tournament as Leon beats Alon. Now that's how you set someone up. Low A tier. Episode 1206. Pride of a Champion. This one I don't like as much. Diantha beats Lance, but I've wanted to see Ash face Lance since all the way back in Johto. Oh well, a good battle, and I like Lance's updated team. High B tier. Episode 1207. The Fiery Road to Mastership. Iris faces Cynthia and loses and then cries. High B tier. And I think they changed her voice actor? Episode 1208. Battling as Hard as Stone. Ash faces Steven Stone, and it's a cool battle, but I can't help but think how cool it would have been to see Steven face Alan instead to build him up, and then Ash have to fight Steven, wishing he was rematching Alon instead because of their connection. Ash wins, of course, finishing off the first round. High B tier. Episode 1209. Koharu and Eevee, The Miracle of Evolution. Clip show, C tier. Episode 1210. Infinite Possibilities. Chloe goes on a trip with Eevee and learns about her father, still questioning her future. Odd placement, but high B tier. Good father-daughter episode. Episode 1211. The climax begins. Satoshi's Masters Tournament Experience. Really? Another clip show episode? C tier. Episode 1212. It's champion time. Instead of watching Diantha and Leon's match, we hang out with some annoying kids in the first half, then come in to see Leon wipe the floor with Diantha's last Pokemon. Low B tier. Episode 1213. Bewitch, Battle, and Bewilder. Ash faces Cynthia next, and the whole episode is him just getting absolutely own-zoned by her Spiritomb before ending the episode with half his team wiped out. B tier. Cynthia's a terror, absolutely. Episode 1214. Valor, a strategic part of battling. Ash starts to push back, but he's knocked down to just Lucario as Cynthia Dynamaxes her Togekiss, unexpectedly not using Mega Garchomp. High B tier. It's still going. Episode 1215. Whittle while you work. Ash Mega Evolves Lucario, takes down Togekiss, and then has enough strength left to not only beat Garchomp, but to do so without the dramatic both Pokemon fall over shtick. A tier. Thrilling fight. Episode 1216. Go for Dream. Goes Road to Mew. There's too many clip shows. C tier. Episode 1217. Just a scone's throw from here. Ash and Go help out the Nickit they met way back when Go got Score Bunny, battle Team Rocket, and then Go has to leave on a special mission for Project Mew. High C tier, I want to see the final battle already! Episode 1218. Climax. The night before the decisive battle. Satoshi versus Dande. We just had another clip show. C tier. Episode 1219. A flood of torrential gains. Oh fuck yeah, here it comes. And I totally called Leon changing the rules to allow no limits on Z moves, Dynamax, and Mega Evolution. I called it privately, I didn't record it. Ash and Leon face off, trading blows with Cinderace and Pikachu before switching into Gengar and Inteleon. Leon uses a move he learned from Ash before he Gigantamaxes, having one of Ash's Pokemon being the first knockout. Leon quickly takes a loss of his own though, switching into Mr. Rime, which actually I somehow thought Ash used a Mr. Rime this season, so I must have seen this battle out of context once. A great start to the battle though. Low A tier. It simultaneously shows how strong Ash has become while still showing how insurmountable Leon seems. Episode 1220. Toying with your motions. Ash throws out Sir Fetched just to eat shit before Mega Evolving Lucario to finish off Sir Rime. He then switches off to Dracovish in response to Leon's Dracopults. It learns a new move, but before it can finish Dracopults, Dracobolt forces a switch to Dragonite. Then back to Mega Lucario, taking it out before returning to Dragonite, which manages to finally finish it off. Another low A tier. Episode 1221. Pairing Pokemon with parrying. Rillaboom sweeps Dragonite and Sirfetch'd before Dracovish can finish it off. It loses to Cinderace, never offering an explanation to its new ability. Now it's just Pikachu, and it battles Gigantamax Charizard so hard that Eternatus comes to watch. Low A tier. Episode 1222. Partners in Time. Eternatus gives Ash and Leon one more Dynamax. Pikachu beats Cinderace and then nearly fails to Charizard, just barely having enough energy for one last all-out attack, earning Leon his first loss since childhood, and making Ash the greatest trainer in the world. The animation was fucking spectacular, and they tied in Ash and Leon's motivation so well, and just, S tier, obviously. Episode 1223. The Mew from Here. Then, cut to Go and Team Mew hunting for who other than Mew. B tier. Episode 1224. In the Palms of Our Hands. Stuck in a Mew hole, their technology isn't working, and they encounter Groudon and Kyogre before raid battling Mew. Go doesn't catch it, but he gets to talk to Mew and even hold it. High A tier. Episode 1225. Heroes Unite. Ash and Go reunite and get into a little spat over them wanting to set out on their own journeys and splitting up. Low A tier, a not bad fight for once. I really feel their friendship like I haven't other protagonists. And then, episode 1226. This could be the start of something big. After their fight, Lugia reappears from the beginning to give them a second chance at a raid battle, and giving them another ride where Ash finally meets the Ho-Oh he saw at the beginning of his journey all those decades ago. From here, the ending is simultaneously rushed and dragged out. I feel so bad giving the ending a B tier, but I wanted to cry, damn it. Also, they changed James and Meowth's voice actors this late for some reason. So thus ends Season 26, but not all of Pokemon. There will be one more mini-season coming up that's wrapped into Season 6, but I'd like to review it on its own. So 25 and a half seasons and 40 years later, where does the final season stand? Season 26. Another great season. There were some rough spots with all the clip show episodes, but clearly they were saving up the budget for that final fight. I will say, I think it undermines Ash's win a bit that he's using a new team. Starting over makes it feel kind of sudden he would win, and less likely he earned it, like if he had an all-star team. Just imagine Charizard redeeming itself for Ash's first league loss and facing Leon's Charizard. Of course, nothing beats the Pikachu versus Charizard finale, so I'm not too mad. Also, the Masters 8 is the first, functional tournament arc, besides sorta Diamond and Pearl, I guess. They have the people Ash already knows beaten by the members he hasn't faced before to set up their strength. I would have liked to see more motivation from everyone as to why they want to win, but hey, it's Pokemon, I'll settle for this much. As for Go's arc, I was a little underwhelmed. I like him and his goal, but Project Mew was kinda lame to me. And it felt strange having his arc come after Ash's despite not reaching nearly the same highs. Chloe's arc was also a bit disappointing. She researches a bunch of different Eevees as she's trying to figure out who she wants to be, since she doesn't just want to be like her dad. And in the end, she decided to just be like her dad. Well, I'm glad she didn't stick with being a contest coordinator at least. Overall, another very solid season though. Solid high A tier. Of course. Special episode, Distant Blue Sky. This is such a special little short. The new movie canon version of Ash comes across a strange boy in the woods and learns that you never know what you have until it's gone. That's the simplest way I can put it without really spoiling it. S tier. It's a really beautiful short and it made me tear up a little bit. A bit predictable, but I was not expecting everything. Please watch this one. Episode 1127, The Road Most Traveled. Ash is on a solo journey with an assortment of Pokemon from across his journeys, where he comes across and helps an injured Latias. Low A tier. Good, solid episode. Episode 1228, A Fated Face-Off. Ash comes across Misty and they battle over capturing a Clauncher. She actually wins and then comes along to join his journey again. High C tier. Episode 1229, Must Be Our Heroes and the Witch. Ash and Misty come across Brock and Silent. They help Brock work through some romantic hangups and he joins the party. Bro is so down bad, he threw away years of medical school for a baddie. High C tier, I guess. Episode 1230, Bearing Down Easy. Bros help a Beartic control its ice powers, B tier. Episode 1231, A Squad Worth of Passion. Nah, this one's stupid. Ash goes to visit Squirtle and a misunderstanding gets all the Kanto starters in a tizzy, C tier. Episode 1232, The Same Moon, Now and Forever. Pikachu and Meowth get split up from their respective crews together, and Ash befriends a bunch of forest Pokemon, making his way back to his best friend. B tier. A bit pandering, but cute. Episode 1233, Ride Lapis Ride. The crew help a Wailmer get unstuck, then it becomes a Wailord they have to get unstuck, and then they have to get Ash unstuck. Also, Lapras is there. High C tier. Episode 1234, Getting to the Heart of It All. We help a Bayonet find its past owner. B tier. Episode 1235, Rocket Revengers. So Giovanni just gives Team Rocket all their old Pokemon they stored away at the base for no reason. They try to steal Pikachu and when they fail, just walk away? No fanfare, nothing special really. They just all leave each other and their Pokemon. That's really how they're ending it? And then Latias returns and gives Ash a vision of a trapped Latios. Okay, so they're just doing Pokemon Heroes again now? D tier, what a letdown. The animatics spreading across Twitter did it better. Episode 1236, Ash and Latios. They venture to find Latios and fight off the second movie villain wannabe who's after it. And it's bland and all, but okay, I have to go off. When Ash met Latias, he didn't say a Latias. He said Latias, as if he knew it. Then, at the very end, they fly off and we see the city from the Heroes movie, confirming Heroes as canon. Fuck yeah, B tier. Episode 1237, The Rainbow and the Pokémon Master. Team Rocket reunite because of course they do. Ash reunites with Pidgeot and Gary has him questioning when he'll know that he's finally become a Pokémon Master. Then he sets off again. His journey never ending. It's not a perfect episode or anything, but there's such a strange feeling to knowing that, for us, the journey is over. But for Ash, he keeps on going. S tier. Also, theory time? The rainbow is a symbol from God not to wipe out humanity again, and we always see rainbows around Ash because God knows he's next, so he starts waving that white flag before Ash even tries to fight him. So thus ends Pokémon. Not the franchise, of course, that will never end, but Ash's journey. Or rather, the part of Ash's journey we're permitted to see. The epilogue was odd, and the changing of voice actors was certainly unexpected near the end. It also made cameos lose a lot of their impact, but ultimately it was just kind of more Pokemon. Not great, not bad, just more the same, honestly. I can only slot it solidly into B tier. Now, before I wrap up, I have one last tier list to add, because I decided to listen to the theme songs for every single episode. That way I could erode any nostalgia away through sheer brute force repetition, and then drill in some nostalgia through brute force repetition. And then I decided to have all my friends rank the theme songs instead. So let's get into this. Pokemon theme.
S tier.
It's S tier.
Top tier, S tier.
Indigo League is hella S tier.
No, but Indigo League is
Frankly,
S tier.
because it's just consistent hype. That's why it's the best. It's S tier.
The first theme is untouchable.
An obvious S rank, and I don't care that it's nostalgia talking. Pokemon World.
My reasoning for why this intro is the best fucking intro, bro, is because, number one, fire SB, okay? Tell me that's not fire. So you want to be a master of Pokemon? Do you have the skills to be number one? Bro, get it! Get it! And then, number two, Nurse Joy and Officer Jenny cameos, because absolute gay icons, and I love them, and I'm happy I got to see them. And then, number three, Snorlax does a little jig. He's my favorite Pokemon, so I'm happy I got to see him. And then also Team Rocket looking cunty as fuck, okay? And that's my reasoning. And also, just, the singer was going off, by the way. He goes off in all the intros, but that one specifically, tell me he was not, like, getting it, okay? That's my reasoning. By the way, tell me if you were in the club and that started playing and everybody would, like, not drop it and, like, immediately start dancing. Are you telling me they wouldn't? Bro, that shit would get the joint going, okay?
Pokemon Johto.
Pokemon Johto is kind of perfect. I love the aesthetic of marketing in like the 90s where it's like, check out this cool new thing, but it's from the 1990s or 2000 in the US, I guess. Like, look at this totally awesome 3D title card. Whoa, cool. Look at these brand new Pokemon, and they're just rounder and more colorful and kind of girly pop. And I think the melody and instruments really capture that whole aesthetic perfectly. A bouncy bass, quirky little Y2K computer beat boops in the background. It's also fun and light compared to the ones that came before it. But amongst all these exciting new things, in this whole new world, we're reminded through the lyrics that the series is held together by the same goal that has not changed. You still gotta catch them all and be the best that you can be. Easy S tier, a work of thematic perfection.
Born to be a winner.
I am 26. It still gives me goosebumps.
Believe in me.
Hey guys, my name's Brody. I host the podcast called Fandoms with Brody Otway. I had a blast having Caleb on to talk toy anime. Now I'm here to talk about the intro to Pokémon Master Quest. For me, this was an iconic intro as a kid. Besides Johto Journeys and the original, it has to be my favorite. Visually, the theme song is great. Starting with the greatest starter Pokemon of all time, Cyndaquil, and using Flamethrower, which 6-year-old me was the biggest fan of, spamming that attack constantly. It shows off a lot of Ash's Pokemon, his rivals, some of the challenges he's faced along the way. We know better in retrospect, but I remember at the time believing wholeheartedly, just from this intro, that Ash was going to take the win this time around. I was gutted when he lost to that goddamn Blaziken. Sound-wise, 4Kids kills it again. It's no Johto Journeys or Shaman King intro, but damn is it catchy. The guitar riffs are catchy as hell. The lyrics really hammer home the fact that you think Ash is gonna take the W. Obviously, we know now that it wouldn't happen for another couple decades. But back then, Gen 1 and Gen 2, easily my favorite of the series, nailed it.
I want to be a hero.
I advanced so far and there's so much more to come.
and gonna start all over again really hits hard. Consider Ash bid farewell to his OG Kanto Johto team and start in a absolute stranger region. Really resonates to players who move over from GBC to GBA.
This dream.
LMAO, it's 2022. I just woke up and was humming this in my head for some reason. I didn't even watch the Hoenn series as much as a kid. It's crazy what kind of random information the brain stores. Miss old school Pokemon, and I miss being a kid.
Unbeatable.
Opening theme it's very catchy. All the Pokemon themes are fairly catchy. Some are a little bit missed, some are not, but they're all good. But Advanced Battle, I just think it's just one of the better ones in my opinion. Just has it's like the cute little gags that you can see like in all of them. I just like it because, well, it's Hoenn, and Hoenn's one of my favorite regions, so there is bias towards that a little bit, but sue me. Probably my favorite part is towards the end, right before it says I'm unbeatable Pokemon. Just a little dun dun just gets me every time. I love that part a lot. That part is super. That's part that stuck out to me since when I last watched it, which was, oh dear, like 5-6 years at least, more than that. So in my opinion, I would call this S tier. Suck it.
Battle Frontier.
I don't know, guys. A Battle Frontier is still my favorite season of the Pokemon anime. Kanto and Johto are good too, but I'm not hating on them. Like, this is a seriously catchy theme song. Ash finally uses a lot of his full team, and it's great, great stuff. The battles are really climactic, and it's, like, so good. Sceptile, FTW.
Diamond and Pearl.
Yeah, for me, it's got to be the Diamond and Pearl opening. It's the opening that introduced me to Pokemon. It's where I first saw Pikachu, Turtwig, Ash, all those characters. And it's also a rap, so that automatically makes it S tier.
We Will Be Heroes.
So Caleb wanted me to fill a minute talking about Battle Dimension. I'm not like a music critic, so I don't really know how I'm going to do that. I kind of just really like the part where they say we will be heroes. I think it's pretty cool. Also, I think that the female singers for Pokemon openings kind of just cook a lot harder than the male singers a lot of the time. Now, that's a broad generalization, and it does kind of put down the original classic opening, but I mean, it's facts. The female singer carried every black and white opening, but that's a different season of the show. He'll have to make do with 35 seconds.
Battlecry, Stand Up.
Galactic Battles. It's one of my favorites because of, well, it's one longer theme song's like 4 minutes, while all the others are like, 1-2 minutes. Has a great message. Has a good, pretty much a guitar riff. Pretty good. Every time you listen to it, I kind of think about it just, kind of guides you through a battle or journey. Come together, fight as a team, having the 6 Pokemon coming together, you got to defeat the enemy team gym leader or whoever you're going up against. It even goes over the losing part. It's actually quite surprising. If you lose your path, then, you can get your friends to help you out or get you through it. I don't know. Yeah. And it is why I would say it was S tier.
We Will Carry On.
So my favorite Pokemon song is the DP Sinnoh League Victor's theme song. And why do I like it? Well, I just really love the authenticity of the artists. I love how it starts with the kind of 80s sounding rock tune, how it continually just says in the chorus the name of the show, and it just reminds us all the nostalgic memories of when we were kids. It's just like, really, I'm very touched hearing that sometimes. I'm not just saying that because I put on rock shows in my room as a kid to this song, pretending that I was doing crowds to sold-out stadiums. It's a very good song, it's changed a lot of lives of kids as we've grown up into older Pokemon trainers, as so to speak, in terms of adulthood. But it's really, there's a lot to remember, and it's just a very powerful song. It's also very catchy, if you didn't notice that. But by far out of all the Pokemon songs, this one's my favorite. But hope you guys are having a great day, and thank you so much for watching.
Black and White.
So, Caleb asked me to record this, and so with that opening for Pokemon Black and White, I'd have to say it's definitely in the S tier for me, due to personally, that was like the second Pokemon series I'd actually watched, so I had a massive amount of nostalgia for it. And just remembering everything with it is like Pokemon Black and White, second game out of the Pokemon franchise I played. And, well, personally, again, a lot of nostalgia there. So, as always, going to give it an S rank. Thank you.
Rival Destinies.
I cry every time I hear this song because even though I joined the fandom before Diamond and Pearl even came out, this is the most nostalgic anime Pokemon theme to me. And that is the most beautiful thing about this franchise. Even after 25 years, the fan base continues to grow, and us older fans get to reminisce about our childhood Pokemon journeys while aspiring trainers are just beginning. Here's to another 25.
It's Always You and Me.
This would be a great song on graduation day and on that wedding day between that special guy and girl who have been dating since high school.
Pokemon theme XY.
I love how Pokemon XY the anime used the first ever Pokemon theme that was a little different as their opening. To me, it shows how far this franchise has come. Back when there was only 151 Pokemon, growing up watching the original Pokemon anime, when I first heard the theme of XY, I was seriously moved to tears. The nostalgia was too strong. Though the Pokemon in the games have slowly been getting less original, I must thank those who decided to throw in that song as the song for XY, because it wasn't just a theme. It was a warm hello to the veterans of Pokemon, and a nice welcome to those who will follow.
Be a Hero.
Okay, I had to look this up. Pokemon XY, opening 2, specifically the Japanese one. S tier. Best one. Yes. Also, it's just hella boppy. Like, have you listened to it? It's just...
Stand Tall.
I hate X and Y. I love this game.
Under the Alolan Sun.
My best friend Caleb came to me and said, "Hey, could you record me a little review of some Pokemon openings?" I said, "Sure, of course." The Sun and Moon opening. Now, Pokemon, they have their own ska track. That's crazy. It's crazy. It's really cool. It's pretty good, too. Admittedly, the lyrics, a little lacking, but makes up for it with some banging instrumentals. And it's pretty short, so even if you don't like it, you get past it pretty quick. This one gets the Caleb's Best Friend seal of approval.
Under the Alolan Moon.
So the opening for the Sun and Moon Ultra Adventure series is honestly a top tier, S tier, because it's a break between all of the fun, kind of lame, too focused on the Hawaiian aspect of the whole Alola region, and it actually sounds good. It actually goes back to Pokemon rather than being, oh, I'm in Hawaii. And it has such a great vibe. Definitely top tier.
The Challenge of Life.
What the heck? This is amazing.
The Journey Starts Today.
The Pokemon Journey Series 1 is honestly by far top S tier. It's the only one that doesn't 100% go into the Pokemon aspect. It focuses on the actual journey, and the music is actually stellar. And you step away from being focused on Pokemon to actually being focused on the journey.
Journey to Your Heart.
Is this real? Please tell me this is real because I love it.
With You.
This is simply my favorite song at the moment. Can't help but to just get goosebumps while hearing this.
Gotta Catch 'Em All.
When I saw this intro, I cried. All of my years, all of those memories from episode 1 to now. I'm so happy that Pokemon has touched my life the way that it has.
Yo, you already know my answer. The Poke Rap is where it's at, dog. I need to let y'all know that the Poke Rap is the best song out there. It completely wipes every single other thing off of the fucking market. And if you don't listen to the Poke Rap every single day, you are missing out, yo. You're missing out, dog. You do not know what you're talking about. It is the best song. Period.
So while listening to all the Pokemon theme songs on YouTube, I couldn't help but see a bunch of comments just gushing about how every single one was someone's favorite. And I was thinking about what I said during Battle Frontier, that it kind of misses the point to judge the quality of Pokemon seasons, because the quality of the Pokemon season is determined by when you saw it as a kid. So I contacted everyone I knew and asked them their favorite opening and had them rank it. Of course, not everyone I know has watched Pokemon or has watched enough Pokemon to fill it out, so I also had my friend Ray read out some comments that I found on YouTube, some of the ones that actually inspired me to do this. So thank you for her. Also, I've been thinking of including a section in my videos where I just shout out awesome creators and friends of mine. So I'm going to actually experiment with putting that section right here. So be sure to check out Joe, who did the voice for Pokemon Johto Journeys. He is an aspiring director and currently a short filmmaker. So I've linked his channel below. He's absolutely cooking with something about a cow, and that may or may not end up on his channel one day. I would also like to thank Brody Otway from the Fandoms podcast. I was on the podcast for an episode, and I'm not just shouting it out because I was on it, but it's also a really interesting podcast. He talks with people who are fans from things ranging from One Piece to socks. That was a really interesting episode. Honestly, love it. Check him out. All right, back to Pokemon. So, in the end, was it worth it? No, I could have easily gotten a better video out faster by just reading out the summaries of Wikipedia and pretending I watched it all. Still, it was an experience I've always wanted. As Pokemon got longer and longer, the idea of catching up got farther and farther away from me. But knowing that Ash's journey was finally ending, it's something I had to do. Now, I don't believe there's any definitive version of Pokemon. There's a lot of differences between the Japanese and English versions, but while I'd love to review both, that's too much of an undertaking. And anyway, it's the English dub I grew up with and that most people would have seen. The journey was long, and I definitely changed along the way. I started by giving my likes and dislikes for every episode, but soon I started having the same dislikes every time and started having episodes where there was just nothing I liked more and more often. I can't say I always enjoyed my time. I can't say I even enjoyed half the episodes, or like a third of them, but watching Pokemon is still a relaxing experience. It's like hanging out with an old friend again that you haven't seen in years. A friend you used to hang out with every day after school, but soon you grew distant. Every now and again you catch up and talk about the journeys you missed, but slowly you see less and less of each other. The ending of the show is bittersweet because, just like a real friend, Ash continues his life without you. I was frustrated at first that it doesn't really end, but of course it doesn't. His journey goes on. Like a friend you've grown apart from, there will always eventually be one last goodbye. They will continue their journey without you, and you can only wonder where they will go. You're on your own journey too. Okay, and with all that said, let's put one last tier list. Well, there it is. It's finally done. You know, in a lot of ways, I feel like I have still been recovering from having watched Pokemon. After watching like 10 episodes a day for a year, I could not watch anime for months. I still kind of struggle to keep up with a show. And not even just recovering from watching the show, I mean recovering from making this video. This is... You won't know this because a lot of my videos are deleted. But I'm no stranger to high effort projects. I mean, my first thing on here was a 3-hour deep dive into Super Yo-Yo. But I once animated 12 whole episodes just for a shitpost in only a month of a show. I once wrote an entire novel in 24 hours. This is probably the most high effort thing I've ever done. Just watching the show alone was more hours than I've put into any single project in my life. And it's all just for something that's going to be kind of a mid video. It's a tier list video. I don't know how to feel about that. And the more I think about it, is this how the people who worked on Pokemon felt? Spending days, years, decades on this one show that's never going to be more than just kind of filler in your life. I don't know how to feel about that. This is probably the longest video I'll ever want to make. I thought it'd be really funny if I made a 24-hour video once, and now I think I'd rather shoot myself, quite honestly. So, hope you enjoyed it. I hope this gets more than like, I don't know, 10 views. Let's go for 1,000. That's a good goal. I've been getting that lately, so Gotta catch 'em all, and by all I mean those views. Haha, cha-ching, gotta see the numbers go up. I am in crisis. Also, the title of the video is not a lie. Watching Pokemon did coincide with maybe the darkest period of my life. That's definitely for reasons outside of Pokemon. I don't think it helped, but it's all good now though, cause I have turned my life around. I've quit my job, I've quit school, and I'm moving to Japan. A place notorious for having great mental health. What am I fucking doing? So, what'd you think? Did any of you happen to take this same mind-numbing journey that I have? Well, technically, if you've been paying attention to that top right corner, you all have. So welcome to hell with me. Did you find it worth it? What was your favorite episode? Tell me in the comments below, and also be sure to tell me how wrong I was about literally everything. Like, argue with me. Argue with me in huge essays. Put tons of comments. Just give me all the interaction, tons of dislikes, give me everything. All the comments, gotta catch them all. Like, dislike, and also, maybe check out my other videos. I got a ton of other high effort stuff in this channel looking at toy anime. Yeah.